curve is, or a tangent to a circle?
Yeah.
Excellent. That'll be easy then. They set up a laser horizontal. That laser becomes the tangent. Then they measure the deviation across that tangent. So if we truly live on a ball, the deviation would become greater as you get further from the tangent point. In reality, it does not. So just to give you an idea of how much greater it is, at 10 miles, it should be a 66-foot drop. 20 miles, it's about 266 feet. 30 miles, 600 foot. And 40 miles, over 1,000 feet.
Okay. I have to look into it, but fair enough.
Why do
Why
you
do you
think
think it's?
there's a ball?
Why do I think there's a ball? You know what? I actually haven't thought about it too much so far. To be
Okay.
honest, I just haven't. I never knew I'd talk to a flat earther one day. Yeah, but I guess it just comes down to the fact that, well, things disappear over the horizon, even if you use a telescope. But how would you respond to that?
Things get smaller
Uh,
as they move away from you, for one. The
The
same bottom.
things disappear, yeah, and things disappear bottom first on a flat surface, right? That's actually what you're looking at.
Okay. Well, how about the fact that airplane pilots have never seen the edge of the Earth? I'm just quickly running these past you. I'm not.
Okay, yeah, so let me firstly clarify. Flat is not a description of a shape, it's a description of a surface area. Okay, let's first get that. Secondly, flat Earth is not about a space disk in outer space. No flat earther believes in outer space, right? That's the second clarification. We also make no claim what is beyond Antarctica. We haven't personally gone there, nor do we know for sure. What we do
Other
know
side of the
for
earth.
sure, what we do know for sure, that the Earth, the surface of the Earth, as well as the water, which is 70%, right, and water will always be at rest when in a container, is measured to be flat or level or horizontal. Yes, there are hills and valleys, but the overall surface is horizontal/level.
Okay. Did you just say that you don't believe that space exists?
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Okay. Do you think that the Earth is being held up by something?
I don't know. That's all
Okay.
speculation, right?
Okay.
I don't know. Again, right? So I'm not gonna. I can't talk about something that haven't even proven, right, or disproven. I can't. It's only speculation.
Okay.
Pardon me.
So, how do you account for stars in the night sky then? And by the way, I'm not looking for a hardcore debate. I'm actually just curious
Yeah, you're
about how you
asking questions,
respond.
basically,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me, if are you looking to have just a conversation, right? Because
Yeah.
I
Just a
can talk
conversation.
if the rest of the VC matrix allows, right? Because I think you're coming from a place of sincerity. I think I haven't seen you here before, right? I can go a bit into speculation and give you some rough answers, right?
Hey,
Quote
Mayor.
unquote.
I think we just need to be honest and say we all see stars.
Yeah,
We
but
don't
at the same
deny they exist,
that we
but
can say yes.
we would argue against the claim that they are gas balls in a vacuum, because not only does that, deny thermodynamics, it can't be empirically proven.
Everything what you said is true.
Yeah,
Some of
and I think just keep them on the surface of the earth for now.
Yeah, can we try that first, man? Can we try sticking with
Yeah.
that? Can you ask questions about that? That's gonna be a lot easier for the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I
Can we
appreciate it a
also
lot.
be honest? The fact it doesn't matter what shape the Earth is, you should never leave in it. Like, not like us in general being human race, just us in general as the individuals.
There's nothing to account for. Like, what do you mean accounts for the stars? It's just, yeah, sun, moon, and stars. They move across the sky. Daytime,
So I
nighttime.
I can tell you some things like just history facts, right, and information about words, right, as a bonus for you. So the ancient Greeks called planets, the word for planets, right, planetai, which means in translation wandering stars, right? That's what planets are. If you were to observe these planets, right, or even any other luminary in the sky with like a Nikon P900 or a P1000 or some very strong consumer optics, right? The only thing you would notice is that they appear to be lights in the sky that also appear to be underneath water, right? Now, that's all. It appears to look that way. It doesn't confirm or confirm anything about the actual thing, but that's what it appears to look like, right? They don't appear to be like looking like giant rocks and space fireballs, right, in a vacuum.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the point is that we can't determine their shape, their size, their distance, their composition just from looking at them. Um, and that would be the globe claim, and we would make no such claims about that.
Yep. It
Did
looked beautiful.
you provide him any laser tests?
Well, I'm just talking to him. I don't even want to converse. I just want to play my game and listen to people talking. But hey, Matrix kind of put me on the spot, so now I have to.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, yeah, generally in here we try to, steer away from speculation, like anything we can't empirically prove.
Okay.
Yeah, so, we all used to be globe believers, right? And then we sought out evidence for the claims and could not find any. And in fact, everything we did find was to the contrary. So I would ask you, you've been taught the Earth is a globe. How do you know it is a globe?
Yeah. So when it comes, I mean, again, I'm not looking for a hardcore debate, but now that you've asked me,
It's
I
not a
would just
debate,
give
it's
a
just a
response.
question.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. But yeah, so if you're gonna ask me how I know that it's a globe, well, I would say that technically, unless it's something really simple like 2 + 2 = 4, humans can't know anything for sure anyway, right? You
Okay,
can't
well,
prove anything.
this isn't going to be the room for you if you don't think you can prove anything because,
Well, I can
we
clarify that. I
do
can
we do
clarify
think
that.
we
Yeah.
can. So,
Yeah,
maybe
but
maybe you need the philosophy room.
no, 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 no. I'm going to get less philosophical now because I mean, what I was getting at was the fact that given the fact that
Well,
people,
hold on. How do we know that you're getting less philosophical?
And how do we know 2 + 2 = 4 if we can't know things for certain?
yeah. So I mean, my point was that
Is
unless
it just
something's
you decide
really,
what's noble and what isn't?
Well, how do we
I
even
mean,
know you're making a point?
I, okay, I feel like everyone's trying to crucify me. I'm just trying to answer the
No,
question.
there's no nails yet.
Okay, you said yeah. All right. Look, the point is that again, I'm not attacking flat Earth. I'm just talking about epistemology. But I mean, the thing is, it's like unless it's something really simple, it's hard for a human to prove it. Which
A
means that if you're
measurement
going
is
to
really,
choose
really
something,
simple. A
Okay, hold
measurement
on.
is about as simple
This
as
is
it
my
gets,
yeah.
you know?
This is like a window into the conversation. The
no, no, I'm
simplicity
not.
of the
I'm not.
nature of what is water simple to you?
I mean, look, I'm not disproving flat Earth. I'm just answering
No, I
on a
know,
different.
dude. But I'm
Yeah, but
telling you that flat Earth is simple.
at the same time, I'm trying to answer the person's question.
Okay. So you
Okay.
don't know the Earth is a globe. That
No,
would
look,
be the answer.
no. I mean, look, man. If I wasn't interrupted, I could just give the second half of my sentence, and then you would know.
Well, you already said the answer, but go on.
No, I didn't, because
Yeah,
I
you
was
said
interrupted.
unless it's 2 + 2 = 4, you don't know squat.
No, look, if you heard the second half of my sentence, you would know for sure, right? You could confirm, right?
Yeah,
So
let's
if I
just let
just,
him finish, old hoss.
yeah, I mean, geez, I wasn't trying to be mean or anything. I don't think
Yeah,
I'm an evil
just
guy.
continue. Just continue.
Yeah. So look,
Relax, Armando.
all I was saying was, I mean, this guy thinks I work for Israel or something. I don't.
No, don't be
Well,
dramatic.
Look, all I,
No, I have a
Seriously.
list for all the people who work for Israel. You're not on it. Just relax.
okay. Well, look, all I'm saying is, like, more complex claims are hard to prove definitively, but you can have evidence for things, right? Evidence isn't the same as proof. It's kind of like if you have 100% certainty that something is true, that's proof. If it's 99 or below, that's strong evidence.
Wait. You said if you have 100% certainty, then it's proof. But certainty is just a belief, right? Certainty isn't. We're removing ourselves from the equation entirely, right?
But
Our
I,
feelings or our opinions do not enter into this whatsoever. Like the truth doesn't care about your feelings, right?
yeah, but
Well, how
all I'm
about
saying
this?
is that,
How
We
yeah,
have measurements. We have
how
measurements,
how,
and they can be
how
they can be reproduced by you, by anyone.
I mean, again, I come in as a neutral person, eager to learn about
Yeah.
flat Earth.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
teaching you.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to answer the
how
question
about a
you
quick
asked me.
example? Hold on, how about a quick example? Okay, because
Okay.
I'm
Well,
gonna
hold
get
on, hold on,
we get a
hold on,
ball.
Bong. Hold on one
Yep.
second. You're right. I didn't give you a chance to answer the initial question, which is how do you know the Earth is a globe without without all the caveats that you're putting in front of it. Just make it simple.
Okay, look, all I'm saying is, okay, I'll make it as simple as I can. It's hard to know anything definitively the vast majority of the time, unless you're God, right? You're just a fallible human. Your knowledge is limited, which means that the best thing that a human can do is to just go with whichever worldview has the most evidence. So when you ask me, do I know that the Earth is a globe?
No, I said
Well,
how do you
technically,
know? How do you know?
well, look, when you ask me, how do I know that the Earth is a globe? Well, technically, I can't prove it to you because I'm a
Why not?
fallible human.
Okay,
Oh,
but
wait, what?
someone did, right? Someone came up with the idea. Someone claims that they did a measurement, right? It came from somewhere.
Look, if you listen to the rest of the sentence, you would understand.
No, you're just getting into
This turned into a
sophistry.
paragraph.
Listen, someone had to have measured the Earth as a sphere in order for us to think that the Earth is a sphere because that wasn't the predominant worldview for
No,
all of history until fairly recently.
I'm
So,
not
where did the
debating
idea
you.
come from and how is it proven?
Why don't we
I'm not.
reword this? What's your justification for your ball belief?
Look, first of all, I'm not debating anyone. I'm
No,
like my
I didn't ask
like
you to
you.
debate me. It's just a simple question. Obviously, you don't like the way they worded it. So, what is your justification for your ball belief?
Well, no, her question was, how do I know? Right? I'm
That'll
saying,
do too.
I'm saying, if I'm a fallible human being, all I can do is
I
whichever
didn't
word.
ask if you're that's nothing to do whether you're fallible or not. Do you believe in the
Yeah,
ball or not?
yeah. Well, it does because we're fallible humans and we
Yes.
have to
So you
go with
believe
the
in the
evidence.
ball. Why?
Yeah, I do because it's
Excellent.
the
Why?
evidence. Because it's a theory of the most explanatory power. That's why.
There you go. So
Well,
that's
that's
all
what
it
I
is.
was
You
asking
like
for.
cool stories.
What are the explanations? You're just kind of going off on a side chat. I don't understand why. If you feel like they're good explanations, why don't you present them?
Well, I was explaining, but I was being interrupted every 5 seconds by someone who
Okay, well,
thinks that
we're
I'm
past
their
that.
enemy.
So, you were saying you're a fallible
Oh,
human. You
goodness.
have to go with whatever has the best explanations. So you've determined that one side has the best explanations, but you're not telling me what those are. I
Okay,
just
well,
asked
first
you
of
how
all,
you know, and okay. Let me ask you, why do you believe? How's that? Is that better?
okay, well, first of all, folks, I didn't come in here to argue with anyone. I don't understand why I'm being crucified. Can everyone just calm down?
I
I can't
think it's
answer your
because of the
question.
it's because of the comment you made that we can't know anything, right? If you put a ball in front of you, do you know? Can you know that there's a ball in front of you, or you're not sure if that's a ball or a dog or a car? Like how how
Well, yeah, when it comes
that's
to very
that's
simple
what I
things, you
mean.
can know.
Can you know that's what we're talking about. That's what we mean
Well,
by flat
well,
Earth. Is as
look,
simple as looking at a ball and knowing that that's a ball and it's curving. Looking at a table and knowing that that's different. That's flat and not curvy. That's as simple as that. 2 + 2 is 4. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, but
we're
I
looking at
already
it,
clarified that.
know
I
what
mean,
it is.
I already clarified that. I said that if the claim is simple enough, yeah, you can know, even though you're a fallible human being.
It is. It's that simple, yeah. But you're being crucified because you're saying you can't know anything. That's why
Well,
everybody's
I didn't
jumping
say
on
you
you.
can't know
So
anything.
I wanted to know.
I said if you're going to call
Okay,
yourself
great. So
rational.
do you think we can know that this is a ball, if we, the basketball,
Oh,
or and this is a
oh,
table and it's flat? Do you think that's something we can know? These are different.
all right, first of all,
Yes
I
or
have to
no?
I have to seriously ask, is crucifying the person a good persuasion strategy? I mean, seriously, even Mormons are
No.
nice.
You just triggered. It's just something you triggered with your statement, right? But we're trying to clarify
Yeah.
that this is not something that you can't know. That this is simple enough. 2 + 2 is 4. This looks like a ball, therefore it's a ball because it's curved. That looks flat, therefore it's flat and not a ball because it looks flat and measures flat. It's as simple as that. Are you able to do that?
Are you able to not interrupt me every 5 seconds so I can give an answer? I'm serious, man.
Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yeah,
Though?
I understand. I understand, but I'm being
Okay, go
muzzled.
ahead. Okay,
What can I do?
go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
well, what was the question? What was the question?
How do you know? Can you know, right? If it looks flat, does that mean it's flat? Yes or no?
Well, okay, wait. What's the example here? Is this someone standing on a mountain
The
or what?
ocean. Somebody standing at the beach, looking at the ocean, looking at the horizon, and it looks flat. Does that mean it's flat? Yes or no?
Well, appearances can be deceiving. Human visual perception isn't perfect. So I think it is possible for a person to perceive something to be one way, but they can be disproven. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's true. But that's why we do laser tests.
Okay, well, I just have to look into the laser test then at
Yeah.
a different time.
Yeah, because if we know the Earth is the Earth is claimed to be a ball of a specific size, right? So we can just input the numbers and determine how much drop over distance has to exist if the Earth is curving at that rate, So then we go out and we measure for it. You can shoot a laser over a flat body of water because all bodies of water are flat, instead of over the ground where there's topography. So we shoot a laser over a body of water and there is no deviation. It hits the target. There's no drop over distance at any distance that we test.
Okay,
So therefore, that means that the Earth cannot be a ball as
okay,
claimed.
okay. Well, I do have to look into it into more detail,
Yeah,
but
well,
fair enough.
someone will post some laser tests for you in the side chat if you want to take a look.
Yeah, but actually, I had a different kind of question. Why do why are you folks passionate about defending this?
Well, for one, it's an interesting topic. I care about truth. I think truth is the fundamentally most important thing. And it's just honestly, like I kind of feel sorry for everybody like still under the globe delusion, and I was once there too. And so, we get a few people now and again who are honestly seeking truth, and so we're here for them. Get a lot of trolls, a lot of people that are just so intrinsically broken that they cannot ever set aside their prior beliefs and consider any evidence that might contradict those. But occasionally we do get some sincere truth seekers in here, and those are probably the ones that make it all worth it.
Okay. In what way do you think the world is being held back by the belief that the Earth is a globe?
No, I don't. I didn't claim that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
But do
mean,
you?
yeah, I think
It's still
I think
flat.
it is.
I
I
think
think
it's
it
just
is.
a
Yeah.
matter of your mind, the prison of your mind, right?
So would you say
That you
that?
believe a lie and all the accompanying uh, beliefs that surround that lie, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
flat, right? Okay.
Flat Earth is
Yeah,
the
that's
big
right.
one.
9,000 pound.
Flat Earth is the biggest conspiracy.
It's still fucking not flat though, for real.
Yeah, there's mountains and valleys. 9,000 pound. The other guy's talking, so just relax, dude.
Yeah,
Well,
so I was just gonna ask, are you saying that if you could, so to speak, convert everyone to flat Earth, do you think that people would be happier and more prosperous, society would be better? Like, I'm just trying to
Is
understand
that
why
that's
you're on
not
this view.
Yes.
the aim of truth isn't to
Yes.
I mean, define happiness, right? If you really want to get philosophical. Do I think that do I think that most humans are capable of comprehending the truth? I mean, after years in here, no, I don't think they are. And I think they'll be miserable pretty much with anything. But is truth still ultimately important apart from our feelings? Yes, I believe truth is a value in and of itself.
Okay.
Man,
Yeah.
that's such a crazy question to ask, man. That's such a crazy. It's like you're saying, it's okay to go around lying to the whole goddamn world about everything if you're the
Yeah,
richest
okay.
person. But do you think it's okay to tell people the truth? I mean, do
All
you
right.
know how crazy that question is? Like,
Okay.
is it
Look,
okay for us to believe lies, to live our
I'm not an
lives
enemy,
believing lies?
bro. I'm chill out, man. I'm
That's,
asking just
no, no,
neutral
no, no.
questions.
I'm not attacking you. I'm saying that's such a crazy question, right? It's such a backwards question, right? To think
Look,
that
it is.
telling people the
You mentioned it is
truth,
crazy. Yeah. Do you
yeah,
think?
telling people the truth is bad. Like what?
I didn't say it wasn't. I mean,
Well,
why am I being attacked?
well,
I'm
hold
just
on,
asking
dude. Dude,
questions.
you're
No, you're
not
not.
being
You're not. You're not.
attacked. My
No.
God.
Okay. Sorry, you're not.
Yeah, and
All right.
a lot of truths are, Al Gore even used it, even though he was telling a lie. A lot of truths are inconvenient to people. A lot of
Okay.
truths don't bring people instantaneous bliss.
Yeah,
But
but what I'm trying to
this whole idea that everyone's going to walk around their entire life gullible and naive is horrifying to me.
wait a second. Wait a second. I
To you,
never
it
said
seems
that
like
truth
it's
is
just
bad.
okie dokie.
Well, okay. Now you're putting words in my mouth. All right.
Do
I'm
you
not a
think the
truth
truth? Do
hater.
you think the truth is important?
Why do you think you can read my mind? I never said it
Bro, do
wasn't.
you
All
think the
right.
truth is important? Well, you're
Yeah,
asking
obviously.
you can't understand a reason why we're here
No, no,
talking
no, no.
about the truth.
You're getting mad at me because you
I'm
misunderstood the
not mad
question.
at you, bro.
Look, the reason why I asked is because, okay, well, here's the next question then. Why do you think, I'm just trying to find the source of your passion, right? Like, why do you, learn all this stuff and try to convert people, right? And you say, it's because truth is valuable. Fair enough, I agree. But how do you think, society would be better if everyone became flat Earth, right? Because I assume that that's why you do it.
Less gullible and naive.
Okay, so are you saying that
I'm saying it requires gullibility and naivety to believe that you're on a spinning ball hurtling through outer space.
Okay, so are you essentially saying that if we can convince people that the Earth is flat,
People are going to have to convince themselves.
Okay, all right, sheesh, another interruption, damn. Look, all I'm asking is, I'm just trying to determine your motives, all right? I'm not an Israeli agent, sheesh, I'm not Netanyahu.
Man, but can you go slow down? Because somehow you're putting the words in our mouths. You are telling us something what is not the way how we are looking for. Do you understand that? You're starting with something what we don't have even in our minds.
No, look, well,
Every
I'm
single
asking, look,
person that hops in here is in here for different reasons. Their motive. Some people enjoy eating popcorn while listening to Glover's meltdown. Other people are in here for good conversation. Others are in here for debate. Some people just want to spread the truth. Everyone's got different reasons for being here, mate.
Do you think that thing about the shape of the earth, it's like a robbery in Newcastle?
yeah, well, anyway, look, the question I was
No,
getting to is,
I'm asking a simple question. Do you think that thing about the shape of the earth, that thing, if it's a lie, that means it's not truth, that it's spherical, it's something like some guy robbed the bank in some village. That's the same thing.
man, I just can't understand you.
Okay,
Is it that big a news? Is that something big or something small?
What's big?
That earth is flat somehow. For me, what is going on? That's not possible that earth is flat. That was news for me 10 years ago. What are you talking about? That's who is Who is even clever to think like that? Who is who?
Yeah.
That's idiots who think that Earth is flat. That was my opinion. It was big. Who can think that Earth is flat? Is it not your opinion now?
Look, why I was getting to
Saying
was
that
yeah.
he's saying that
Look,
it's the most
again angry.
important that it's the most important topic and conspiracy and thing a realization that any person can make is that they've been lied to about the shape of the earth because it affects everything in their life. The way they live their life, the way they look at other people, the way they look at themselves, God. Yeah.
You said I want conversation. The girl asked you why you do believe, or how do you know that you are on a globe. You felt attacked. That was not attacked. That was the question for you, that you now think for yourself and think, what I know, what I really know. Do I know something, or I know that story about what I learned in school, like you and me together, all that stuff. What I really know. They wanted to only to ask that question. And then you could say also, I don't know really, I don't really know. And that will be the best honest question. You don't know. That's great.
Are you angry?
No, man.
I don't believe that. I mean, also, man, look, I'll just be
Wait,
honest
pause,
with
Man,
you.
pause, please. Hey,
oh
hey,
my
hey.
I need to
God.
translate
Start
something.
over.
Let
Okay.
me clarify something
Can,
before we continue. He comes from the same area as me. We're both Slavic, right? That's the way we speak. I just timid my voice when I speak to Americans because you guys are snowflakes. He doesn't. He speaks the way we normally speak. But I can also speak like that, you know. But I don't fucking want to speak like this. Okay,
no,
so
but let's try to be really, to speak now
he's not
really,
mad,
really
right? He's not mad.
gently, and to say the guy that we are person who was learning the same thing like him, NASA, Earth is a sphere, all that stuff. And then we find out, we took the information and we wanted to see if is that really going on in reality. We find out that in reality, when we use geometry, even if you want to look on, you can watch the drawings. That's my example, but you don't need, you can check it for yourself in reality. Drawings of any elevation profile of your country, and you will see there is only flat baseline and elevation change, and that's it. Sea level and everything up. That's how it's working. That's how nature is working. That's how liquids are behaving in nature. Water 6 level because we are using water for leveling everything. I never thought that I will speak 10 years later. This is what I'm telling you, because do you understand me?
I don't.
I was the same like you. 10 years ago, I will say, in which cult you are? First, my
What?
question would be, in which cult you are? If you say Earth is flat, I will ask you, in which cult you are?
I don't need.
What?
Why are you asking me? What's the point of? I don't know. I don't know
He's
what you're
saying
getting at.
you're,
Why did you?
he's saying
Why did
that
you start talking to
treating,
me?
he's saying you're treating us like we're a cult. The way you're asking us questions, like what flat Earth is about. But he's trying to tell you that he started off like that. But do you understand?
Well, hey, here, hold on. Well, maybe Abato, maybe ask another question. But so far, the first statement you made was you can't know anything for sure outside of 2+2 is 4. And then the next thing you said basically was, "What's the point of telling the truth?" So do you have that? That's why you're getting these reactions.
No, no,
I'm
no,
in
no, no, no,
disbelief.
no.
Do
No,
you?
no. Look,
Okay,
you're all
okay.
getting.
Rephrase. Hold on, dude. Rephrase then your first two questions. If no, 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 no is your response, and then ask a third question. Ask a
All right,
question, and then maybe we can respond in turn. We'll try to be calm since you're a snowflake.
all right. So low IQ insults aside, I could honestly do these things so smoothly if I wasn't interrupted every 3 seconds. All right. First of all, calm down. Secondly,
That's what
you're
I'm
putting
rolling out
words.
the carpet for you to do, sir.
Can you be less of a retard? I mean,
I
seriously,
don't
this
know.
whole
Maybe I
conversation.
can. Maybe I can't.
Do you think this is a productive way to have a conversation? I wanted to learn more about
Yes.
flat Earth.
Okay.
All right. Well, you
Go
need to
ahead.
improve your social skills. Be
Go
a big
ahead.
boy. All right. When I asked, what's the purpose of you, pursuing the truth of flat Earth?
That's got
Like, I'm
nothing
not.
to do with the shape of the Earth. That's more about us. We're not here to talk
Yeah, but
about us.
I'm interested in learning about personal motivations. That's all.
Well, go and take a motivations class. You don't need to come and see flat earthers for that.
Why are you triggered over this? It's the most
I'm
neutral
not.
question in the world.
I don't know,
It's
dude.
got
It's
nothing to do with the shape of the
it's
earth.
the way I am.
Can y'all hear me? Can I please interject? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm listening. Can I steel man for him for a second? Because I think there's a big misconception here on both sides. Can I do that real quick?
Yeah.
Send it.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to say that he never said we can't know anything. I think that's where this whole this confusion is coming from. He said it's very difficult for us to absolutely know everything, and I think that's fair. Isn't that what we
No.
kind of do here? We don't say we know something when we can't know it, like the stars and they can't reach. We deal with empirical evidence, and he said it's difficult for us to know everything. And from our side, the steelman us. The reason for an explanation for him is the reason we're so defensive is you get a lot of people coming in here saying that you can't know things, and they want to pick brain and tear us apart and be like, hey, you can't know anything, and then people start doing the brain in a jar thing, and we get a lot of that here. We get very few actual inquisitive questions about our perspective, and it's more of trying to tear down our perspective and get us to stumble. And I don't think that's what he's doing here. I think the words are important. And I think tempers are up when they don't need to be on either side. I think we really need to calm down and give him honest answers about our perspective and stop arguing. I think this argument's bad.
I think the issue here is that he's claiming he's interested in flat Earth, but he's really just interested in flat earthers.
Correct.
And that's not the topic of this room. And it's fine if people want to discuss that, maybe in some other context or in another place. But in this room, what we discuss is the nature of the surface of the earth. So we don't need to get drawn off into all this other stuff because it's irrelevant to the topic. What we feel or don't feel has nothing to do with measurements.
Yeah.
We're not like
Agree,
some
Vince.
we're
I
not some
agree.
isolated
I agree.
tribe to study, which is what we usually get treated as, and that's fine. It doesn't bother me. I really couldn't care any less what a glober thinks of me. I really couldn't. But I'd
Well,
like to discuss the actual measurements of the surface of the earth, and then we can go from there onto other topics, because once we establish that we do indeed know that the earth is flat, then we can get into these peripheral topics. But some of them are just made moot by the mere fact that we have measurements. So, if you're
Yeah.
interested in evidence for the claim we're making, we're happy to provide that. But like I asked you, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Basically, what I'm hearing from you, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there is a consensus, as far as you are aware, and you assume that there is a body of evidence that supports the claim. And we, having investigated, know that there is no body of evidence to support the claim. We know
Yeah,
this. We've looked for it for over 10 years. No one has ever brought any. And in fact, everything we see is to the contrary. And that's why I brought up laser tests for you. And you just kind of glossed over that. But that's critically important. So if you're actually interested in whether we are making a claim of something that is true and can be proven true even more easily than 2 + 2 is 4, then you'll investigate that. But you just kind of moved right past that into other things.
Okay, so if you had started off by saying that you'd prefer to talk about flat Earth, not flat Earthers, fair enough. But that wasn't made clear. So this entire time,
did.
I was being
I did say
crucified
that. Yeah, no,
for
I did say
breaking the
that.
law. The law was not
Listen,
made clear to
listen.
me. You think that's fair?
Let me tell you something. When I
Let me
first
tell
came
you
into this
something.
space,
Hey, let me tell you something. I'm a woman. Let me tell you something, right? Don't mansplain me.
are
Hey,
you okay? You're spurging out, man. Okay. So anyway, when I first came into this space, some of the first people I encountered were really aggressive on both sides. And really flat out rude. And you know what? I didn't care because the truth was more important to me than my feelings. And so when people come in here and complain a whole lot about how they feel, it tells me they're not really actively seeking truth. They're seeking to have their feelings catered to. And, when you get to a place that you really want truth, you're not going to care about any of that. And the mocking me for being a woman is just stupid and just makes you look weaker. I'm sorry if I make you feel stupid, but that's not my fault. That's yours.
Now I'm going to interject for a quick
Yeah, he
sec.
dipped
He
out.
actually, I tried having a conversation with you, and she had at that moment interjected and said that the conversation isn't about speculations, rather the shape of the measurements of the Earth, right? Is a measure to be curved or not, aka flat or not? And another two
Yeah,
or
and I
three
said that
times
earlier
throughout the
too.
conversation, right? She said the same thing, that the topic of the room is the shape, is quote unquote the shape of the Earth, right? Not about what flat earthers think and feel, right? And just to prove a point, what you just said, that she didn't mention that when she made that claim. I've been paying attention, so she did. Now, if you can apologize to
Yeah,
her,
thanks,
please,
Mayor.
and be
Yeah.
respectful, right? If not, we can turn this a whole different way around, right?
He's dipped
We're
out.
not, again,
He's
we're
not
not
here.
here trying. Okay.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he's not going to hurt my feelings. Like I couldn't
He
care
dipped out
less what
about 3
Glover's
seconds
thinking.
It's
into
not about
fences lining
feelings,
up.
right? But it's not about
No,
feelings.
what
It's
I'm
about,
saying, when they resort to talking about their feelings or trying to hurt your feelings, it's like, they're not really here for the right reasons.
I know.
Oh, now he's coping in the side chat. Oh, wow. This is great.
Hey, Fancy, I agree with you, and thank you for taking that. It's turned into a real mess of a ball of yarn, honestly. And I know you wanted to get it back on track, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just very typical. Like I mentioned, they treat us like we're some remote tribe that they're studying, like they're the benevolent missionaries, going to convert us to the globe religion. We get that a lot. And they don't want to talk about the evidence. When they just gloss right past the evidence, they're not here for the things that they claim they're here for.
He wanted some kind of motivation, what's gathering us. And like, now what is the next plan? How we will save the world? Or, I don't know.
It's funny that globe.
He wanted your theory of justification, is what he wanted.
But my justification is that what she said now. When we realize everything, measurements, that was the motivation to speak
Hold
about
up,
that.
Sasha. The very first thing, Knowledge, when he came in and asked that, it's measured flat. He was told that within the first 10 seconds. That's the justification for it. So why did we have to have 20 minutes of just round and round in circles? So your steel
he was
man of his
approaching it
argument
from like
was
epistemology. Like a theory of justification is like how
knowledge.
one, like,
it was
comes
already
to
justified from the get-go when I
how-
said it's measured
okay,
flat.
but do you understand the difference what foundationalism is, or what coherentism is, or what evidentialism is? These are theories of justification.
None of that was mentioned. It was justified when I said it's measured flat. If he had a follow-up question like, how was it measured flat, then we would have gone into that. You are trying to defend stupidity. Please don't.
What do you mean by that?
defending,
What do
like,
you mean
debate.
by what do you mean by measurement? What do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? You don't have that questions. If you go to bakery,
he was clearly interested in flat earthers as opposed to flat earth.
I mean, in fairness, you guys are an interesting culture.
Can I argue flat Earth?
He was just trying to like. Okay, go ahead.
I don't identify myself in real life like a flat earther ever.
Yeah, you guys trying to date us or something, or what?
Can I argue flat Earth with you guys, or I'm not allowed?
Imagine culture. Like, that's just insane. Who would trust measurements? What kind of people are those? We must study them. I mean, seriously.
Okay.
Anyway, someone wanted to have a crack at either for or against flat Earth. Who was that? Newspaper?
It was
somebody?
me. It was me.
All right. What's your claim?
What's my claim? Is that how the discussion works? Like, I have to make a claim initially, or can there be other options?
Well, there's probably plenty of options. What would you like to discuss about? Do you think you live on a Boltard, or
can I? What did you say to me? No, can I? Ask
oh, you don't. So you're a flat earther. Awesome. That was easy.
Yeah.
Wait. What
do you do you believe that you live on a sphere?
I love the Matrix.
Do you believe
That was
that you live
so
on a
fun. Oh,
sphere?
that'd be a record, wouldn't it? Come
Are you
on.
asking me though?
Yeah.
You're asking me if I believe that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah.
Oh
my God! Why you need yes or no? It's really easy.
Nah, I don't like yes or no questions, but that's just me.
Man, Carl, that's not possible. You know.
Is the Earth sphere or is it flat? And you guys are asking.
Come on,
right?
I must be dreaming. This can't be real, bro.
No, he didn't. He didn't ask you that at all. He asked you if you believe the Earth is a sphere. You should already know whether you do or don't, or whether you're undecided.
What I believe?
Maybe you know. I don't know.
So you're asking me what I believe?
Do you know? Or do you know that Earth is a sphere? Do you want like that question?
Do I know if it is a sphere?
Yeah.
I think that when somebody makes it this difficult to answer a yes or no question, that the likelihood of having a successful conversation is pretty low. But good luck, guys.
If you're asking a yes or no question, doesn't that infer ignorance on the part of the asker?
No.
Okay.
Yes,
You're in the wrong
yeah,
room.
hold on.
I'm in the wrong room. This is racist.
No, brother. Listen, you are correct. We are ignorant of what you believe. So when someone asks you what you believe, they don't yet know what you believe. They're waiting for you
You're
to tell them.
ignorant in general. If you ask a question like that.
No. Hey, do you
Answer
like
with a yes or no? Do you not want to know anything? Clearly, you do not
do you
want to know anything.
Hey, let me ask you a question, brother. Do you like pineapple on your pizza?
Well, these are stupid questions.
All right, dude, you're banned. Bye-bye.
Excuse me. Wait, pineapple on pizza?
That's good. I like it.
Let's see how smart you is. Let's see. Hey, let's see how smart you are. Do you like pineapple on your pizza?
It's a crime in Italy.
Yes.
Right. The next person who can't answer the question gets banned. Do you like pineapple on your pizza?
No.
No.
I don't.
Yes. Oh, now it's so freaking hard. Oh my god. Oh, it's so freaking hard. Wow. Oh my god. Dude.
Yes was easier.
How dare you?
The answers are no, because you know you don't like it. Yes, because you know you like it. Or I don't know, I've never tried it. Those are pretty much the only fucking answers that exist to that question.
Sometimes.
I like broccoli.
But
on
you're
my
asking
pizza.
an ignorant question because you don't know, man. It's an ignorant question. It's an ignorant question, bro. Don't forget that. It's an ignorant one because you're asking him. It's a yes or no question. It's ignorant.
Yeah, you could say I don't know.
You're going robotic. You're robotic, man. You're robotic.
Hey, 9,000-pound wrench. Did you have some time to calm down?
No, it's a winch, not a wrench, motherfucker.
Have you talked to him before, Old Hoss?
No, I don't know. Sorry you got offended. Wrench is
he's
better
gonna-
than a winch.
It's a winch, not a
Well,
wrench.
He's
Okay, I got
really,
you.
really exceptionally bricked. He will try to tell you
We know.
Earth is a chewed up piece of bubble gum.
Huh.
Have fun.
I
I'm
can sell
here
fucking
to
crack.
kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum.
I can sell pussy to a crack whore.
No.
Whatever, dude. I can convince you of whatever you think you know. What do you want me to convince you of?
You can convince us of what we already know. That's
Doing
going to be
great.
hard.
That's okay. You're doing good. Just keep
Convince
doing
me
what
convince me I live on a spinning water ball.
Well, you do. It's like you
That's how you convince people. Well, you do. You see?
smoke a big
Listen
one.
up here. You do. That's
It's
just a
sponge
matter of it.
and
You
water.
do.
You throw it up in the air and it flings water off a sponge. So that's
Huh?
the same thing as what we're living on. So you soak up
What, a
ball,
wet sponge?
You live on a
We live on a
sponge
wet
that
sponge.
water's getting
throw it in
flung
the
off
air,
of.
spin water off of it. Yep.
There is no
That
sponge
proves
That
in
didn't.
my
That
Earth
didn't work.
theory.
been off a fucking globe.
That didn't work,
But
dude.
we're not
No, according
spinning.
to flat earthers, that's what happened.
I think you're too deep into the bottle this early in the day.
Well, dude, I don't drink fucking hard liquor. I have
It
had
sounds like
like
you're swimming around in it.
He made a
I've had
distinction. He doesn't drink hard liquor, so he's drinking beer, fellas. Be
Yeah,
be
you noticed
precise.
that.
I'm
But
still fluent though, aren't I? I'm not
Nah.
I
babbling.
mean,
He was wasted last time he was in here too.
Oh well, okay. I was thinking to judge me by my past performance.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Hell yes.
100%. Yep.
Okay, well, I
Hey,
don't
well,
even
you're
know you.
dude,
So good, like
listen, brother. If you got
hey.
whiskey, Mike, you can't perform.
Well, dude, I got vodka and whiskey like right here. I just don't drink it. Shit. That's
are you
That's
performing? Are you
busted.
He doesn't
performing
drink
only
it.
on?
He guzzles it.
I
Are you
drink PBR.
performing? Are you performing only on Discord, or you are going on another social media?
6% or something. But
Only
whatever.
on Discord.
Yeah,
You're performing only on Discord. Okay.
I'm smarter than you motherfuckers when I'm drunk. That's
Oh, for
crazy.
sure.
Wow,
yet.
here we
You are
go.
more famous
Must not
than
be
me
drunk
for
enough.
sure.
I mean, don't get mad at the fucking messenger. Don't shoot me.
Not mad at you, dude.
Okay, well, don't
you
be.
on your best date aren't equal to
I'll
to
be on my
most of the
best
individuals
behavior.
here
So that
on their
means I
worst
can't
day,
say
bro.
what the fuck.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Hello, Sal.
Yeah,
Hey, what's up?
nothing much, bro. Nothing much. What about you?
Same old, same old.
Yeah.
And Medina's here. And knowledge. Oh boy. Cooper. Beta is also here. Not you, Cooper.
Yeah.
Cooper.
And a lot of crybabies in this morning, huh?
And some lovers of the drink.
Yeah, a few. Why does the truth matter, Earthers?
I mean, if nobody's speaking up, I guess Epo is probably the best Glover we got in here.
Oh boy.
EPO is never the best Glover in here, even when
yeah.
there's no Glovers.
Con 3 is here. Vom. The newspapers deleted, blanked for a good reason, I'm sure, but yeah, well, I don't know.
All the news people
Well,
together can answer a yes or no question.
Don't be scared, Globers. Come on, ask your questions.
Yeah, Sal,
Step right up. Everyone's a winner.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Okay, good.
Yay!
One big prize.
Sure. What is your positive argument for a flat Earth?
It's measured as flat.
Over what distance?
10 miles, 20 miles, 23 miles, 25, 28, 32. There was one
That
that
sounds
was
like a pretty
92.
small percentage of the Earth.
The Suez Canal is 120 miles.
Small percentage? What? 70 plus percent is a small percentage?
Yeah,
I don't know where you get that from.
That distance isn't big enough to measure the curvature of the Earth, though.
What distance?
70.
What distance is the distance necessary to measure the curve of the Earth?
I don't know. There's not.
Well,
that
I mean, you guys are.
Okay,
I'm
you
asking for a
don't know.
positive
Thank
argument.
you. Thank you for
I'm
telling me
asking.
what was disqualified. It's not.
Well, I'm not an
odd,
expert, but I
it's
just know.
odd to make a disqualification.
When you're in a
find
plane,
out. Go and find out that, and that will be answer of your question, and you will be surprised.
when you're in a plane, the Earth is round.
No, man, not when you are on a plane. When you are on the ground, go and find out where it's starting to curve, and you will be surprised.
Hey, Sal.
On a bowling ball, like it doesn't matter what distance you use. Like, the shortest distance you can measure on a bowling ball is going to have curvature. It doesn't matter. Curvature is curvature.
Yeah, that's what balls
Curvature
do.
is not curvature is not flat.
I can
You know.
I can post it if I can't. Nah. I can send a picture to illustrate why that's not true. But
Yeah, well, find a ball and illustrate it. Illustrate how that's not true, right?
Talking about a
Find a
picture or
ball.
measurement?
Yeah,
The
measurement.
issue
Find a
you've got,
measurement on an
Cooper,
actual ball and show us that that measurement is a flat. Is flat and not curving. It's
the
it's
issue
going to
you've
be
got, Cooper,
obviously curved. Yeah.
is the Earth comes with loaded numbers, as in you're taught that it's got a radius of 3,959 miles, so you can calculate how much drop there should be or deviation off of a tangent.
sure, I understand that, but that's
Better
not
yet,
really what I
Cooper.
asked,
Better
Excellent.
right?
yet,
I
So
asked
let's
Cooper.
just
for
go and
a
measure
pot.
it.
Whoa,
Drop
a
over
lot of talking
distance.
over me. Holy shit! I feel like
Yeah,
a
that's
lot of
great.
people listening to
So
me
let's
confused.
just go and measure it. Drop over distance. Problem
Well, yeah.
solved.
So
Yeah,
so that
Cooper.
doesn't. Oh,
Cooper.
hey guys,
Better,
whoa, chill. Hey, chill.
Cooper.
One at a
Better
time.
yet.
I'm gonna talk to the other
Better
guy. I want
yet,
to talk to.
Cooper.
Wait. I want to talk to Doctor real quick. Hold on. Wait, chill. So, Doctor, that's not really a positive argument for flat Earth. That's just like,
What, that
hey,
it's
the
measured
globe
flat?
measurements
That's
don't
pretty
line up,
positive.
right?
Me saying it's measured flat was pretty positive. The next question is
If I
how?
measure it, if I measure a 10-mile section of Earth that shows curvature, you can be like, well, I guess the Earth is curved. No, come on, that's not
Excellent.
enough.
Show us then. Go and do it and show us.
Oh, dude, that's
Yeah,
just called a hill.
Yeah, I know. That wouldn't be sufficient, right? That's not enough. We want to know what the whole Earth looks like, right?
How
we did
about you
over
go and
water.
do that and show us?
Do you remember what my question was?
You were too busy talking over everyone. No, we didn't hear it.
Oh, okay. So my question is I'm asking for a positive argument, not
I
globe.
gave
Not
you
globe
a positive argument. You asked for a
Wait,
positive
Oh,
claim.
man.
It was
I got a
very
positive
Am
simple.
I
argument.
the one that's interrupting? I feel
The
like I'm not
positive
the one
claim
that's
was
interrupting.
it is measured as flat.
I got a positive argument.
Right, that's
So
a
wait,
claim.
do you
That's just
believe
a
in
claim in
gravity?
itself. That's not an. Hey, brother, that's it's measured flat as a claim. So Cooper's response should be, okay. Well, what does that mean? Like, how does measured flat play out? What did you do? How did you do it? Like the meat and potatoes of it. Measured flat is just
Well,
a claim at face value.
That's
but
what he asked
Cooper's
for, is a claim. A positive claim.
and Cooper's already accepted the positive claim and said that's not good enough. It's not a big enough segment of the Earth.
And just to respond again to your side chat, stop adding me there. I'm banned from the side chat. I can't respond.
Okay. But can you see what I wrote?
Dude,
Yeah, I
just
can.
unhush
You're
just
asking me
unhush them from
telling
the
me that
side chat.
I can't do that,
That'll
obviously,
solve that
because I
problem.
can't post images.
Yeah, I don't see that option to unhush him on his profile.
Yeah, I'll do it. You just /
Got him.
unhush.
Got him. No, it didn't respond.
Okay, one sec.
Guys, one of my biggest pet peeves is you're interacting with somebody and then it reaches an impasse where they complain that they're hushed in the chat and so they can't respond to the interaction that you're interacting with them. So if you're going to interact with somebody, you got to be responsible to unhush them if needed, or not hush them in the first place if it's a frivolous reason to be hushing them at all. It's really
He
annoying
came in
to be like,
complaining
listen,
that he
and
was hushed. So someone
that's
else
fine.
did it. We don't know who. It was pre-done.
Yeah, but I'm saying if the people are present and interacting, just work with the flow, get it done. You know what I mean? All right, now that that's settled, go ahead, Cooper. What are you trying to say?
I am still hushed, but basically, I'm sure you guys have seen the image anyways. It doesn't matter. It's basically just like an image of a different lengths zoomed in at different periods, where the closer you get, the flatter it looks, right?
What is it though? Like what are they zooming in on?
The line. It's literally just the idea of it. It's the theory of it. It's not a picture of like terrain. It's a picture of
Oh, so
lines.
it's a computer generated image, right? It's a computer-generated
drawing.
image, right?
It's a drawing. It's a cartoon.
Okay,
And
so
a
here's
side
the problem. Here's the problem with computer-generated images. They don't have infinite resolution. They're limited to the render scale that the software has. Now, if you actually render it at an increased resolution, you will see the curvature in those flat lines. So it's not true that those lines are flat. They're just rendered as flat in the optical system that's portraying the information to you. Two different things, Fred.
Well,
And
in the same way
besides, that's a
that
side view. That's a side view.
in the same way that our eyes like kind of have a resolution limit, right? We can only perceive so much curvature. Like it works basically the same, right?
Yeah, we're not saying about seeing curvature. We're talking about the byproducts of the curvature, which would be a cutoff point, and then things would be hidden behind the horizon. And that would be a pretty consistent rate, considering gravity would be pulling everything towards the center of mass on the globe. So any 10-mile body of water anywhere on the globe would have approximately 66 foot of curvature. That means a 3-story building would be hidden if you were standing on one side of a 10-mile lake and there was a 3-story building on the shoreline on the other side. That would be a byproduct of the curvature, would be physical obstruction. So that's what we can test for.
I'm saying that that's not enough of a measurement to determine the entire shape of the Earth, right? Like you're not measuring, you're measuring one
right.
lake.
So if you had one, it's impossible to have one lake where there's no such thing as gravity or Earth curvature. So if one 10-mile body of water was completely validated to not have that curvature, that would debunk the entire heliocentric model, unless you're claiming that you can have a flat 10-mile lake on a globe with gravity.
No, I'm not sure. Like I said, where we started, I was asking for a positive argument for the globe that this lake is flat. This is not.
Your initial wording was positive claim. I gave you one.
It doesn't matter. Claim, argument, whatever. Doesn't matter. Same thing.
Oh, it's different.
Context. For the context I'm using it, they're the same.
Well, if it's a context you're using it, they're the same. It is measured as flat.
The positive argument is that level is flat. And level is a universal standard, which is benchmarked to the water, which covers the surface of the Earth, which is 70%. So the Earth has a giant fucking water level on it that God put there. And if you just check the water level against a flat standard, you find out that it's flat. So therefore, you measured 70% of the Earth, and you can conclude it's flat. The end.
Okay.
Yo, did I get unmuted, Poggers?
Yeah, you
now,
got
to be fair, to be fair to the globe side.
Overlord.
Well, hold on, brothers. To be fair to the globe side, I mean, you guys feel free to throw out the physics of water, Pascal's principle, the fact that water is the universal standard for level throughout all human history. If you want to throw out all the facts and then come up with your own idea, you can do that. Feel free.
It's the ether. The only thing is,
Go ahead, Cooper.
So the only thing I would say is measuring a 10-mile straight of a stretch of terrain and being like, hey, this represents the entire Earth is not compelling.
No, it represents
Nobody
all
said
the
a 10-mile.
water.
Nobody said a 10-mile stretch of terrain. Okay, we're not talking about land that has different elevations. We're talking about the surface of water.
Type of terrain.
Have to be curving. That would have to be curving if the Earth's a globe, and we didn't just do one test. We've got hundreds, if not thousands, of tests that are being done in different locations, right, to further confirm. Yeah, over large distances. Yep.
Yeah. So
how large?
The positive argument for the flat Earth is shining light over the water.
No, not just shining light. It's also observing things that would have to be hidden and taking the environmental conditions into account as well.
Via shining lights over the water.
Let me answer that question real quick. Hold on, brother. Let me answer that question. A distance sufficient to debunk globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, which is more than adequate to the test.
So we would have to get into the specifics of the test. We've seen a lot of these where it's like some of it is obstructed, but you can still see the bottom or what you've expected. These laser tests are contested, right?
Okay, so I can, if I were to present a laser test to you, right, you're more than welcome to try to debunk it. No one's been able to debunk this laser test.
Sure, link it in the chat.
How many
Or
kilometers of
if I can even
distance
click
has been
links and
measured?
shit. I don't know how you can get it to me.
This is
Oh, yeah, I can-
over 15 kilometers. I'll put it in the side chat. We tried to
That's
unhush
it?
you. Yes. So how much curvature would there be over 15 kilometers?
How about 500? Then we're talking.
Well, how?
I don't know.
No, we don't need to do 500 because there
Yeah,
would
you
be
would,
a
because
certain
then it would
amount of
show
curvature.
No, hold on, DJ. Hold on, DJ.
This
DJ, hold
guy's
on,
got
brother.
it. He's
Brother.
locked in.
Brother who said 500. Okay, shows your ignorance on this topic. Okay. You cannot see visible light from 500 miles away at ground level, okay? Because there's something called the atmosphere and the Rayleigh coefficient. At approximately 3 to 350 miles, the atmosphere is functionally opaque. So you're not doing visual tests at 500 miles, okay? Not happening. Go ahead.
I don't think we're discussing a visual test. I think we're discussing a measurement, an order of measurement.
Okay, then the Suez Canal.
Any body of water for more than.
Dude, there's no way except visual.
You're roboting AI.
Yeah.
How else
Somebody
would
tell my
you
guy to restart his internet. Unplug and plug in your internet, my guy.
A newspaper guy, right? We can calculate specifically how much curvature there should be over X amount of distance, right? There's actually a larger amount than what most people think. When I first started looking into this, you wouldn't think 15 kilometers would have that much curvature, but actually it's a very, very large amount of hidden height over that distance.
But isn't this an But isn't this an expose for me to simply ask the question of hasn't anybody? If you're so interested in flat Earth, why haven't you measured long distances of planar stretch?
Right, because we have restraints due to how far light can travel through the atmosphere.
a restraint
And when
to
we
measure
have
failure.
when we have longer distances, right, we have more weather conditions, right, and atmospheric conditions to take into account.
Isn't that
So
an
if we can do it
excuse?
over a 10-mile distance, we have less to take into account. We can zoom in, we can see the target with a super zoom camera, and we can get a good view of the laser over the entire transit distance. And then we can very easily take into account the atmospheric conditions as well. So we can weed out claims of atmospheric refraction, making it possible to explain these tests. When you're talking about really long distances, right, you have laser beam divergence, you could have pockets of hot air, pockets of cold air, all sorts of different things, right, differing tide levels, all sorts of things that you would have to take into account that just make it actually more difficult and less accurate.
Can I say something in response?
Of course.
So essentially, you understand, of course, that the scientific method precludes excuse making. In other words, you're supposed to make a controlled environment for your test, for example.
Yeah, so you can't control the real world dynamic system that we live in. It's constantly changing and fluctuating.
Oh, so that's what
But
scientists say because they can't.
yeah, but this isn't a scientific experiment. This is an observation, right? This is a measurement. No, it's not natural science. This is not observing a naturally occurring phenomena and then performing a cause and effect relationship experiment on this, right? This is people making a hyper-specific claim about the Earth shape and size, and then us going out to test to see if that claim matches up with reality.
It'll be a scientific test.
You can call it whatever you want. It's not a scientific experiment. This is a measurement, right? If I measure my desk, is right. So I buy a desk off Amazon, and it's meant to be 4 foot long, and then I measure it, and I confirm that it's 4 foot long. Is that a scientific experiment?
If
Or is
you
that
try to
just
do it within a controlled environment, then perhaps yes.
really? So I get a tape measure out, and I put one tape measure at the end, and then I check the other end with the tape measure. Or right, I could use like a laser or something, right? If I want to do it that way, is that science? If I measure my foot, is that science? If I want to confirm that I'm 6 foot tall, is that science?
How do you gain the knowledge in order to use a measuring tape?
Well, the guy, what do you mean? You think
I
that you
know,
need
it's
to
like
gain
real-world
knowledge to use a measuring tape? Or
You read
is
the
this your
instructions.
rebuttal? Right? Is this it? Is this
it's
what you
less of a
got? You need to gain knowledge to learn how to. Do you not know how to use a measuring tape?
You're asking me?
Yeah, yeah. If
Of course I
you're
know how to use a
you're the
measuring
one,
tape.
right? It doesn't take any knowledge really. You
Right.
just like put it
No,
on what
but
you want to and
but
just read the numbers.
very this system has been created for you to use a measuring tape. Are you aware of that?
What does that have to do with the test
So
done
that's
that I'm talking
science.
about? What? No, it's not
Yes.
science.
No, I'm teaching you this.
Is
No,
choosing
you're
your
not
favorite
teaching
play?
anybody anything at the moment.
No, I am. I'm teaching
No,
you
you're
something,
not,
which is
dude.
that
You're
Hold
avoiding the
on.
question. You're avoiding the
scientific
empirical evidence that I'm
concepts
trying to present by
create
waffling
for
on with
you
meta bullshit.
a tape
Is anyone else? Can anyone
for you
else?
to measure distance.
I thought I was talking to Cooper. Is Cooper still here? Like, you could put yourself on mute because you're kind of useless to try to talk to. I mean, you're not able to engage in the topic.
I think those are just a senseless
Yeah, look, I'm
attacks.
just telling you that if you keep avoiding the topic, then I'm just gonna put you on mute and talk to someone else,
You can
or
do
you can
whatever
engage the
you like, my
topic.
friend, but if you can't take
Yeah, I know
information,
that.
that's not good for you.
You're trying to tell me that whoever created a tape measure is doing science or some bullshit that's completely irrelevant to the topic of the channel.
Oh, that's completely irrelevant. Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
just shows me that you're not here in good faith. You're not willing to have a conversation
I'm
about
not
the
here in
topic
good
of the
faith.
channel.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, dude.
That must be correct.
you're just kind of annoying at this point.
I am totally. Oh, I am the annoying
I don't know if
one.
Cooper's
Okay,
still
so
here or
hold
anyone
on,
else.
dude.
Is anyone else, proud of
Um,
this guy's way of defending the globe? I mean,
referring to measurement systems that the planet has and
I
gives
think
to
he's doing a pretty good
civilians
job.
as
oh really?
scientific
Yeah,
Who
really
said
good
is
that?
job.
the most annoying thing you can do.
I think
Candlers.
he's being a little pedantic.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, newspaper
Oh yes,
store,
that's very
proving the globe.
pedantic for me to point out that a measuring tape
Newspaper.
is
Newspaper.
fundamentally
It is a little
in
pedantic
scientific
based on the like
Newspaper.
reference.
the
Yes, it's
history
so
of the
pedantic.
scientific that created
Since
Yeah,
our
the
it
universe.
seems like
topic
the
is
globe earthers
flat,
have very low standards. You just go on mute, bro. You're just waffling on with bullshit at the moment. Does anyone have any tests, any evidence that they want to present for the globe? Any questions they want to ask about the topic? I have a test here that debunks the globe. Anyone interested?
Where was that laser text linked?
Oh, it's in the side chat. One sec, I'll repost it. All right, there's the video. There's about 30 additional videos, in the lead up to the test, going over the specifications, the tides, the weather conditions, all the specs basically involved. I mean, this guy's pretty pedantic.
Okay.
He's an expert in optics, PhD in spectrophotometry. He covers as many bases as he possibly can. It's not just a single laser. He's using different spectrums of laser. He's using 2 green lasers and a red laser, shooting, towards each other from each vantage point. And he's also changing the heights. He's measuring the humidity, the vertical humidity, and temperature gradients at 3 points along the path of the lasers. He's pretty pedantic with the weather conditions and making sure, the first time he went to set it up, there was inferior miraging conditions, so he packed it all up and went back on a day where he had very uniform gradients. It's a good test. It is like, I mean, he eventually lowers the laser from 1 meter down to 15 centimeters, and he lowers the target camera down to 0.7 meters, and he's able to view the centroid of the laser beam from that height.
So
if the laser, go ahead.
So when I come in here and I hear you speaking about laser tests, this is the one you're referencing?
Yeah, this is the one that I would be referencing at the moment. Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna watch it. Bye.
Yeah, awesome. Appreciate it.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello? Hello?
Are you a flat earther?
Y- Hi, you said hello. I replied.
Hi. Are you a
Hi.
flat earther?
Sure.
Is that a yes or no?
It's an affirmation
Why do you believe the earth is flat?
because as the Earth is described, as it measures, and it's described as that because it's not curving. So the correct description, a non-curving surface, will be flat, horizontal, level.
Can I ask you a question? When I go
Sure.
42,000 feet in the air in an aeroplane and I look out the window, how can I see some of the curvature in the earth if it's flat?
No, that would be a tiny Earth.
Yeah, you will. If that was the case, you will be seeing a tiny, tiny, tiny Earth.
No, it's just like you just like
No, that's
really
too much.
look.
No, dude, Kamala Newsom, that's too much curve for seeing so little Earth, so
It's
little
pronounced
land.
Kamala, but yeah.
So Kamala, at 44,000 feet, you cannot see the curvature because it
You
could
can't see
be.
the
Listen,
full curvature, but you can see a slight curvature.
you don't see any curvature at all.
Tiny Earth.
Oh, so you're saying that I'm a liar? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
it's that you're
No,
what you're seeing is most likely you confirming your bias that you want to see something and you're seeing that.
I'm not biased.
Listen, Kamala, also the fuselage. Kamala, you're listening to the reply, or you just want to speak through the answer?
I'm
Okay,
listening.
so Kamala, the fuselage of the
You're
aircraft,
speaking over me.
the fuselage of the aircraft also has you're looking through multiple layers of containment through the glass window, and you also looking through a distorted image when you're looking out the window of the airplane. Do you know that?
What I'm saying is, I'm just using what I'm seeing, and I'm telling you this, right? Let me give you another
So
example.
you're looking through a window that has multiple layers, Kamala. Do you get it?
Yeah, it might have multiple layers, but
Exactly.
that doesn't change my perspective of seeing it curve.
Kamala, when I go in an airplane, and I've been in many across many nations across the world, when I look at the
Yeah.
window of every airplane, I don't see the curvature.
Can I explain? Can I use another example then? Let's
Yeah,
say you're standing on flat surface on the sand at a beach, right? And you see a boat go off in the distance, right? After a certain distance, that boat will disappear, right? From the distance, right? If it's a flat
correct.
earth, right? If it is a flat earth and the boat is you're level to the boat, your eye is level to the boat because you're both on flat surfaces. Well, not the boat
Your
technically,
eye
but
has a limit of
you know
view.
what
It's
I
an
mean.
optic.
Like the
Yeah, I know
boat,
what you mean. The boat
yeah.
has
So
the boat is
so
gonna be in
if it isn't if the
has diagonal
world isn't
optic.
round, then how come you will see the boat bit by bit disappear in the distance? If it's flat, you would see the whole thing, right?
No,
You would see the
incorrect.
whole boat regardless of the distance of how far it went from the beach. You'll
Incorrect.
just see it.
Incorrect. What you see is what you observe, right? The boat disappearing from your view because your optic, your eye, has a limitation of view. There's an angle of view which has a limitation. And then eventually, when the boat reaches a certain distance, you're not gonna be able to see it. And that's one variable you have to take into account. your optics, so your eye at this point that you're using, and then also the stuff that is in the air that is occluding the boat. So there's air, humidity, particles, right? Temperature changes, and that also can cause an obstruction of view. So multiple variables between you and the observer and the object will cause an obstruction of view across a flat surface.
But okay, so then explain the pictures. Explain the pictures of the round Earth from NASA's website.
Show the one that you're talking about. Post it.
The pictures. Let me show you the pictures.
Artist renditions. Artist renditions. You get it? Images, pictures. Either are cartoons or let's say, show the one that you're talking about. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah.
Be very specific. When you say pictures, I can show you pictures about many things.
Let me just show you this source. It should be common sense, but let me just show you the source.
Yeah, the common sense is that the common sense is that the common sense is that the ground. The common sense is that the ground is not curving.
From NASA. It's common
It's like
sense.
he has
just
diarrhea
read
of
it.
the mouth, I think.
Yeah, just read it.
So the common sense is that nobody experiences the curvature or the motion of the ground. So there is, based on common sense, like you're asking,
The
there
common
is no
sense
curvature.
is for you to read the source that's scientifically proven by
Where is it?
NASA.
Where
Right?
is it? Where's the scientific thing that you were posting? Did you posted it?
Inside chat, it's a
Okay, let's
video
see.
you can
The
watch.
video. Okay, let's see the video you're talking about.
Well, it's a website, but you can have a look. I'll put a dot. You can scroll back up. You look at the article. It's from NASA, right? And NASA proves why the Earth's not flat, right? And we like to use science. We like to not be delusional, and we like to use common sense.
You use science to measure the surface of the Earth, or what?
No, we're using logic. We can use
No, you don't use logic. You
understanding
don't
from
use
what we
logic. Oh, well, you
what
do
we
use logic, but you use measurements to determine if something is curved or not curving. You measure it, and then you establish if it has a rate change
what
of
you're
slope at the
saying is
surface.
making
Hello,
no sense.
Kamala. Shut up when I'm talking.
Now you're being hostile with me because
No,
you
you're
know
you
I'm right.
you over speaking in every
Yeah,
reply.
you
You're not
know I'm
listening.
right, and that's why you're telling me to shut up. You don't want to
No,
hear
you
the
have to
facts.
listen to the
You
reply,
don't want to hear
Kamala.
the facts. You don't want to hear
No.
the facts. You just want to like ramble on. You don't want to use common sense, right?
You still haven't provided any evidence of curvature. You just have cartoons and opinions about it. You have no evidence about it. You will have to provide a measurement of curvature across the surface of the Earth, not just baseless assertions like you're making right now. Right now you're just saying, "Trust me, bro. Trust me. I'm Kamala. The curve is there, buddy." The stuff doesn't work like that, Kamala. You have to provide an actual measurement of the curvature. You get it? Now you can reply. Do you have a measurement of the surface of the Earth curving at a specific rate that
I'm
conforms
still yet
to
to
the
get
globe?
evidence from you that the Earth is flat, right?
Oh,
So
it's all over the
I've one
text.
step up.
Yeah,
One
it's
step
it's it's
up.
all over
Yeah.
the text chat. It's all over the text as people have been posting evidence. Have you
No,
been
I
looking at
want
it?
your evidence. I want your
Yeah.
evidence.
Let me find it right here for you. Let me
The
repost
burden
it
of
for you.
proof is
Listen,
on you,
I'm gonna
buddy.
repost it for
You
you.
wanna
It's a laser test, Kamala, and you're gonna look at it, and then after you see this whole video, then you're gonna come back. You have to watch
I
this
don't watch
whole.
YouTube videos. They can
This
listen.
is just a video
I don't want.
about a laser test. Hello, this is a video about a laser test done by a
Yeah, I don't
PhD.
watch
So
YouTube videos.
this is
Yeah.
well, you're asking for the evidence, and you're
Yeah, but
and
I'm
now you're
not
not gonna look at
watching
it.
a
You're gonna hand
YouTube
wave it.
video. I don't have YouTube.
Okay.
This is a specific test
Yeah.
done by a PhD, as a scientist, right? Like the scientist, so the scientist did this for you, so you can look at the science, right? At the measurements, and he's
Well,
doing
my
he's
science.
taking all the variables into account to determine this glober believer, by the way. He believed in the globe. Then he's testing if the globe is there, right? If the curvature is there, and he tested all the variables possible to determine if there is a curvature or not in this test, laser
Yeah,
test.
but I don't have YouTube, so I can't believe you until
That's
you
cap.
prove.
That's cap.
Unless
You're lying.
you can
You're lying. You
properly
don't have YouTube. You're
prove
lying.
to me what
Why are
you're
you lying,
saying is
Kamala?
true, I can't believe you. I
Why are you
can't
lying,
believe you.
Kamala? Why are you
I'm
lying?
not lying. I'm not
You don't have
lying.
YouTube. You
I
cannot click.
don't
If you have
because
Discord, you have YouTube, dude.
YouTube is run by multi-billionaires that don't pay their creators
Discord as
properly.
well. Discord is run by
And
Microsoft and other companies.
yeah,
What are
well,
you talking about,
Microsoft
dude?
can
If you
go
get a million
kiss my
views,
ass.
if you get a million views, you get like $5,000.
Yeah, well, that's not enough.
Of what? Dude, I made a video that took me 2 days to make, and it got 1.5 million views. It's not enough
Yeah,
money, you
good
don't
on
think?
you. Like you're so.
You can make good
This is what
content,
I
and
don't
they
get
pay you
about
very
flat
well,
earthers.
actually.
You're so fixated online. Like you won't get a job. You won't do anything.
What?
You're just like making YouTube
Wow.
videos.
Really? Well, I
Yeah.
own companies as well.
Yeah. Oh, what companies do you own?
What's that got to do with anything? Well, you want me to dox myself and tell you the name of my companies and my ABN
No,
number and everything? Right? You
no.
sound
We
like
just want
you
to know
sound like
what
a
type
drug
of work
fucked
it
weirdo,
is.
bro.
No, we just want to know what type of work it is.
Really? What's that got to do with anything?
Because you brought the fuck up. You said you had companies, so you're the one that brought it up in the
No,
conversation.
you brought it up, you fucking degenerate.
You brought it up, you idiot, and then you want to
You
play.
brought it up, you idiot.
This
You
is the
fucking
playing.
shut the fuck
Yeah,
up. You're a
this
fucking
is
idiot. This is,
you're dumb,
dude.
flat earther. That's what you are.
Yeah, buddy. Do
You
you
have
have
no
actual?
common
Do you actually
sense.
have any evidence for the globe, or are you just in here to whine about flat earthers?
He's just
Yeah,
whining.
so I
He's
just
like
sent
a
you a link from
whiny little
a
girl.
NASA expert, right? That
Yep.
has a lot of history and science, right?
Oh, okay. What did they do to validate that the Earth's a globe?
Well, look at the source.
Oh no, explain it. Have you looked at the source? You should be able to explain it if you
Yeah,
shared
but
it. Did you read it? Well, explain it to me.
I'm not doing your homework for you. I'm
Well,
sorry.
so you don't have any claims. You're not able to articulate a
He
claim.
hasn't even looked at it. He just saw the title
I
and
have
then
looked at
he
it.
posted it. So explain it.
No.
Explain it.
Okay,
Come on.
what's it about? What's
Yeah.
it based on?
It's based on his researchings when he
What's his
was
name?
working at NASA, right?
Yeah, what's his name?
I don't know his last name.
What's his first name?
You can have a look at your
Oh, so you don't know
at
his
my
first
source.
name or last name, or what's his job? What does he do at NASA?
He researches. He's an
Researches
expert.
what? Expert in what?
Oh my god. He researches
What?
space, right? And he
Space?
researches and he
Okay, what?
researches
Uh-huh.
the Earth. You can watch the YouTube video. It doesn't go long. It only goes for about like
I thought, did you watch
a
the
minute
YouTube
and
video?
50
Did you watch the
seconds.
YouTube video?
Yeah, I did. I
Oh,
actually
but you
did.
don't have YouTube.
I did, but on Safari, right? So I don't
Oh,
have
so you watched
YouTube.
YouTube on a Safari browser because
Yeah. But I don't have the app YouTube. Okay, so
But you can watch YouTube, but not when we suggest a YouTube video, you can't watch it because you don't have Safari anymore, or what?
no, I don't have YouTube, the app.
But
What's so
how
hard
did you
to
watch this YouTube
understand?
video
What's
though?
so hard to understand? This is why I don't get you guys, because you don't use
Oh.
logic.
We get it that you don't get
Oh,
it.
okay.
We get it. We get it that you don't get
You
it.
don't
Yeah, we
think.
get it. You don't get it. We get it. You don't get it. We get it. You don't get it. We get it. You
Yeah.
don't get it. Yeah, we get it, Kamala. You don't get it. We get it.
You don't get it. You
Yeah, you
don't
don't get
know
it.
anything. And
We
that's
get it
why a
that you
lot of
we get it
flat
that you cannot
earthers,
consider new information. You're not receptive to information. We get it. You
there's a
you're
whole
just a
pattern
religious
going
freak.
on
You're just a
here.
religious freak for the globe religion. We get it, Kamala. We get it.
There's a whole pattern going on here because, like,
Yeah,
most
there's
of
a pattern
you,
here. You are a religious zealot, and you are promoting your religion
I'm
at the
not
moment. We get it.
religious. I'm an atheist.
Okay, so oh, you are religious for the globe.
What a surprise!
Yeah, I'm an atheist, right? And so
You
I
sound like
believe.
one.
That is a
Yeah,
religion,
well,
even though you don't
see,
know it.
listen.
Kamala, you sounded extremely religious when you were claiming to see the curve of the Earth from an airplane.
Yeah, chanting his
I
religious chant.
found the curve of the Earth from the airplane because
That
I
was your
used
original
my
claim.
eyes.
That was your original claim.
Yeah, but I saw the curve with my eyes. So,
That's
you
what
can call me a
religious
liar
person will
all you
say from
want,
an
but that's
airplane.
what
but
I
That's
would
what a
you're
say.
not.
religious person will say from an airplane. I
Yeah,
see the
dude.
curve.
You're not
It's like, I see
comparing.
God. I see my God. You saw the curve. You're God.
Yeah, dude, you're
Yeah,
not
the
comparing this
curve
curve,
is
dude.
what
You're
makes
not
us.
comparing this quote unquote curve you're perceiving with the claims of the 3959 mile radius ball. You're seeing far too little land to see that significant of a curve.
Oh my god.
He doesn't get it.
Your prayers are noted.
It's like talking a brick wall. Like, these guys
Yeah,
have no
you are the
logic.
brick wall, the religious brick
Yeah, you're
wall.
probably used to doing things like that, right?
Oh my god.
So even people that went up, like
God
10
help me.
time, oh, God's not
Please,
going to help
God,
you.
just help
Yeah,
me.
I don't think
These
that you would
people
be
are
the
just
one that would get
insane.
helped
You're
by
insane.
God.
You're
Although you do need
absolutely
help. Yeah,
insane, man.
so even right, top globe Earth scientists claim that you wouldn't even see curvature from 10 times that height.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
No, they probably got their scholar from some.
Probably.
I
No,
don't
he's gonna
know.
speculate about other people he doesn't know about. He's just gonna chant random
Yeah,
stuff that
they're
that
probably
pops out in his
they're
head, and he's gonna say that.
underqualified. They probably got
You're just gonna
their
talk about stuff that you don't know
qualifications
about. You're
from
just gonna
team.
just say
Yeah,
nonsense about it. Well done,
probably got
dude.
qualified from team. Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
I just like using logic. I like to use my brain, and that's why I'm
you're
Yeah,
speaking
around Earth.
nonsense.
you sound highly intelligent to me.
Yeah, well,
You're probably like you know, the one of the smartest people in your housing commission, right?
no, listen. So,
Yo, pass it, bro. Pass it. Come on, Kamala, pass it.
pass what?
Nothing,
The
nothing.
hairball.
Go ahead. You're the smarter guy in your
Another guy for starters, and secondly,
Oh, okay.
right?
You
I believe.
sound like one.
you're the smartest moron around you.
Yeah,
You're not a
so
guy.
there's no such thing as sounding like a guy, but you can sound masculine and be a female, or you can sound feminine and be a man. So
I wouldn't listen to you about that if you haven't figured the ground that you're standing on. I wouldn't be listening to you about any of that stuff.
yeah, well,
What's a guy? What's not a guy?
I
Wouldn't
love
be listening to
Earth.
you.
I love Earth. I love the environment. I love everything about it. You clearly don't.
You're
You're
just a reality denier. You
you're
love this
just
stuff, but you just deny reality.
you're just as dumb as Donald Trump.
You
I'm
haven't even
being
looked at it.
honest.
You
Like, just
haven't even
honest.
looked at it.
This is a
Remember, you don't
case
have
of
Really
YouTube.
honest.
BS.
Like, you're just not educated enough.
This was done
It's alright.
by an expert,
It's alright
by a
to admit
PhD.
you don't know something
Damn, he has
sometimes. It's
diarrhea of the
alright to
mouth.
know. And not know
Hey,
something. It's
do you
alright.
think, right, so if you believe in the globe, I guarantee every flat earther in here knows, right, all the basics about the globe, but I bet you couldn't answer a single question about the globe, not even the basics, right? Like how big is the globe? Do you know what the circumference or the diameter or the radius is?
But you don't believe in that,
No,
so
I'll take
why
that as a no, right? So
why am I
do you
gonna
know which
talk
way it
to you about
spins?
that when you
Do you
don't
even
even
know which
believe?
way? Which way does the globe
You're
spin?
so
Does it
funny. You don't believe in any of the questions you're asking me.
Right, but I know all the answers to them.
Yeah, but you know the answers because
So
you
you don't
know
even
it's
know the
true.
basics of the globe
You
that you're
know,
trying to defend right now.
listen. If you didn't know that was if you knew that was not true, you wouldn't know all the answers, right? Because
No,
it is
right? If you want
true.
to debate
You
against
just
someone, you
wanna
should know
lie.
their arguments really well. So you don't know
You just
anything. So you came in
you
here,
just wanna
right? You
lie.
came in
You
here
wanna be on
coping.
here. You wanna
Hey,
be a lot.
Kamal,
That's
you
what
came in
you
here
are.
coping, right? And
Yeah,
you don't
well,
even know our arguments, and you don't know any of your
I
own
know your
arguments
argument.
either.
Your
And
arguments are
that's why
dumb.
you're just
That's what
dribbling shit right now.
listen, pal. Your arguments are
Not you.
not
I'm not
going
not your
anywhere.
pal, right?
Listen, buddy, your
I'm
arguments
not your buddy,
are so
pal.
weak, right? And they're just like
I'm
you
not your
need
Paul, dude.
oh, whatever. Now you're being a smart ass.
I'm not as smart as you, dumbass.
I'm just pointing out that you don't know anything about this topic at all. You don't even know which way the globe spins.
I do.
Really?
You don't
Okay,
believe
tell
it.
me which way does it spin? Does it spin from north
You
to
don't
south,
believe
or
in
south
that.
to north, or west to east, or east to
You
west?
don't even believe in the questions you're asking me right
Yeah.
now. It's
Okay,
like really
Darrow.
silly. Like trying
Okay,
to have this
Darrow.
conversation with
Silly.
you.
You're so silly.
Yeah.
It's like
Look,
talking to
you
a brick
can barely
wall.
form a sentence, dude.
Yeah, but it's like
Yeah.
talking to a brick wall because you're dumb as fuck. You're dumber than Trump, to be
Okay.
honest. To be honest, you're just as dumb as Trump.
Okay.
But yeah,
All right. Yeah. You're really you're
you
really
might
smart, I guess.
you might as
Okay.
well just become MAGA at this point.
Right? So, is there anything
Listen,
else that you
you just
wanna add to this amazing point that you're making, or is that
I
it?
don't want
Is
to.
there anyone else?
Listen.
Dude,
I
this
don't want to
is
listen. I don't
just
want to talk to you.
the.
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Okay, talk to someone else then. I
Yeah,
don't
I'll
think
talk
anyone
to
really
someone.
wants
I
to
want to
talk to
talk
you
to
though.
someone that's smart. You're not smart. I don't like dumb people. Sorry.
Okay.
Just go to the vegan room, bro. Just go.
Well, you're not a pleasant person to talk to.
I am. When
No, you're
I
not.
don't have
No, you're
airflow
not. You're not very
trying to
pleasant.
override my conversation, I can be a pleasant person.
No,
But
you're not.
these guys are over talking me. You're making a whole bunch of false claims, and you're not backing up
You know,
anything you're
right?
saying.
So you're being recorded. You're
I
just look.
came
The only
in
reason that you're still talking, Kamal, is because you're being streamed on 2 YouTube channels on Rumble Live,
strange. What are you talking about?
you're just showing people
I
the
don't
types
have
of
any.
arguments and the
I
types
don't
of
have.
personalities that we deal with on the globe side, right? So you're just on display right now, making a fool of yourself, making a fool of globe earthers, right? You're not even able to tell me which way the earth spins or anything like that. Okay, you sound like a crackhead or something like that from King's Cross.
Even as a globalist, I'm embarrassed.
You're embarrassing the other
Listen,
globe earthers,
Oh,
Kamal.
this
I'm
we
not.
don't claim him. We don't claim him.
Yeah, you
But
see, they're like even
Seriously.
Ippo, right?
but I'm
Ippo is
not.
embarrassed by you.
But I'm not streaming, so I don't know what you're talking about
No, we are.
streaming.
We're streaming on a bunch of different platforms.
But I don't consent to you using my voice.
Yeah, but it's live streaming right now. It's already on there, right?
So
It's
you
all going
want
to
to
be clipped
violate my
and put
rights?
up.
Sue me, Kamala.
Yeah,
Sue me.
you're gonna
Yes,
sue us all.
we are violating
Right,
you.
we can just boot you right
wait, let
now,
me talk
okay?
to Karen real quick. Yeah, so
Either
Please
you can
before
leave
you
do.
or
even
we
come
can boot
I've
you.
never
Pick one.
asked this. This is
Karen, before you
this
even
is
come into
this
this
is
VC, you
my
get to
day
see
off of.
everybody that is in the VC.
Good
You
God.
get to see two YouTube bots right up in the very tippy top. Before you even click to enter the VC, you have the conscious decision of, oh, I know there are bots here. That means they're probably live. So whatever I say will be also recorded. Your choice.
That's fine, Mo.
So,
We don't need to explain anything to this creature.
My
But
bad.
good to see you. Good to see you, Clive. By the way, welcome back.
Yeah, please. Yeah, I have nice discussions with you guys, and it's back and forth,
Yeah, you're
etc.
cool.
This is
Right.
ridiculous. I have
So
to
who
say.
wants to
Over.
debate me? Period.
All right, I'm gonna go on mute, and Ippo's gonna formulate a debate topic. Go ahead, Ippo.
Oh, period. So we all
Hey,
know the Earth is
girl.
ridiculous. Oh, not you again. You need to go. This is a payphone, not a
Wait,
playphone. You
what?
need to go.
Why not? I want to
You need to
debate you.
go. I don't want to debate you.
Why not? We're like besties.
No.
What?
Come on,
No,
girl.
we're
Explain. You
not.
got
Hey,
this.
No, really
ask
not.
her what
Explain,
the
explain.
radius of the Earth is. Hey, what's the radius of
Oh,
the
don't
Earth?
play. I already got it. It's 3,000 and wait, wait, 3,000. Wait, 3959. I'm just gonna say it like that.
What inches?
Yeah.
3,959 inches or what?
He's gonna get a
Yeah.
new tattoo.
What's
I
what's
don't
the
know,
rest of
Meters.
miles.
Meter. Oh, miles.
miles?
I
All
don't
right.
know.
She got it. She got
Good
it.
job.
Hey,
Good
Monk, she
job.
got
Good
you.
job.
She got you. She
Good
knows.
job, Ipo.
Yeah.
Thanks. Anyways, so yes,
Yeah.
One step
the Earth
closer to
is a
being a
globe.
flat earther.
What does that mean? What does that tell you about the globe? The radius.
How big the Earth is? I don't know. Something you told me.
How big it's supposed to be. Exactly. How big any sphere is supposed to be.
No, what about if if that radius is of a circle, Ibo?
What?
You know, you draw a circle. There's a dot in
Mhm.
at the center, and you draw a line from the center to the line, to the curving line. That's the radius of a circle.
Oh, if we talking about geometry, you better might as well go ahead and skip me, man, because
That's
I don't know. I don't know nothing about geometry, bro.
never mind.
Well, you know what a
Yeah.
radius is.
I mean, this whole
She
channel
knows.
is
She
about the
knows
shape
Earth
of the
has a
Earth.
radius. Doesn't mean she knows what a radius is, bro.
Beta has a
Excuse
comment.
me.
One
Like
second,
a lot
guys.
of people don't think. A
One
lot of
second,
people.
guys. Beta, you said a comment about the topic. Go ahead, Beta.
Yeah, I said that like this whole channel is about the shape of the Earth, right? So if you don't know anything about geometry, I feel like kind of missing the mark a little bit, considering geometry just means shapes.
Because she said that she knows the answer about the radius of the Earth, right? But she said she doesn't know anything about geometry, even though the response of the radius is about the geometry of the sphere.
Yes.
Well, like I ain't say I ain't know nothing about geometry. It's like I'm not good at geometry. See?
Okay. W Epo.
Anyways, a lot
Such
of
a
people don't know
such
that
a
New
good Glober.
Mexico is a state. I thought it was just like New Mexico. Like I just thought it was a part of Mexico in the United States.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoever did that, you're trifling. Don't ever do that again to me.
Oh my gosh.
Were you talking about tacos or something?
Ooh, no, but I had tacos.
Oh,
What
you're
was my
Mexican?
question?
Oh, you're
No.
Mexican?
No.
Hola, Epo. Hola.
Okay, so you're just pushing the stereotype. That's weird.
I mean, you just started talking about Mexico. I don't know,
Yeah.
out of
Cause that's
nowhere.
what Overfence is saying in the chat, bro. Just cause I ain't know New Mexico was the state. Like, oh well, period. Okay.
It's
Nah,
not
no.
oh well, period. It's not oh
No,
well.
Also,
but it is.
It's like
you're
almost
Mexican.
everything that comes out of your mouth is that dumb. So it's embarrassing. Like that
Anyone who
we only
believes
have one other woman in here, and it's you.
flat Earth is a
You don't
retard.
gotta claim me as a female. I'm a woman.
Shut the fuck up. Flat Earth is a
You're a
bad
child. That's what you
ideology.
are.
Yeah, that's
You know
fine.
what? Hey, buddy,
Who's
talking
this guy?
about the bad ideology, buddy. You don't even know what flat Earth means. You don't even know what that means.
Flat Earth means you're retarded and gay.
You're projecting at the moment.
Was that French guy?
It looks like an Arabic name.
Yeah, I
One
know,
of
but was
the
that
crazy Arabs.
the French guy that comes in and goes crazy?
It sounds like a
Be the guy
new
that sounds
voice
like
for
Pink
me.
Panther.
Well, shall we unmute the newspaper who's been spiraling in my DMs?
Kamala?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. The newspaper store. You're unmuted, buddy. Good to see you, Vom.
All. And Joder, I'll be back in a few. See you later, guys. See you later, guys.
All right. See you later, Jemsy.
Later, Jemsy.
Maybe we'll unmute this crazy guy for a second. Hey, crazy guy, can you have a normal conversation?
Flat Earth is bitch retarded and it's a whore ideology created
No,
by
I don't think
Jews.
you can.
The Jews created this ideology.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. God.
What else? Who else have we got in here? Man, it's such like slim pickings. I mean, unless
Wait,
Clive has any questions.
no,
When
this
Clive, yes. Well,
this is just a quick around the world. How's everybody's weather doing? It's raining and storming here in Houston, Texas. Anybody else? Over.
Here it's about 28, 29 degrees Celsius. Over.
yeah, it's a perfect day here in Poland. It's like about 26 degrees and sunny.
It's 29 here in London. Very sunny.
Oh, okay. Are you in London itself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Visibility is 10 miles, well beyond the reach of a globe, so I'm all set.
Okay. I just like to, once in a while, hey, just kind of get to see who's listening, etc. And if they respond to, the weather's nice here, I'm having a good day. Okay, good for you. I deliver pizzas, and I enjoy the reception at the door. Wife's not cooking tonight, is she? Yeah, smart man, smart man. Now tip me. Over.
Wow, the visibility here today is 8 to 10 kilometers, which is 5 to 6 miles. It's not very far.
Doesn't matter.
I
What,
was
what the
wondering why I can't
visibility
see
is.
the Eiffel Tower.
It doesn't
Are you in
matter what the
Southeast
visibility
Asia
is
now?
here where I am. Everything around me is hilly, so I can't see much of anything that far.
How tall are the hills around you? Over.
I actually don't know. I've moved here recently, so I'm not sure. But
Well,
they're not
congratulations.
those easily traversable hills. They're more like a little mountain, maybe
I
mountain.
got you. Okay.
We
Well,
do have a few new people in the channel. If anyone who's just entered wants to talk about the topic or present some globe evidence, feel free to open your mic.
Turn on the lights in here, baby.
I do have a question. I'm not looking to have a debate about it, but I just want to know the flat Earth reasoning for something. That's okay.
Well, it begins with what you actually observe and experience. You can't experience a globe, and all the claims that come
Well,
with it, no
I
matter
have a
what you do.
specific question.
All right, well, that's
So
my answer. I mean, it begins with observable reality. Like, what a radical idea that the world is exactly what you see it to be.
sure. So when you observe, say, the horizon, the reason things, or at least from what I've observed by being in this chat, the reason for things no longer becoming visible after a point is because of the density of the atmosphere, right? And particulates that would obscure it.
Primarily,
Yeah.
I would say there are three things. There are three things working, coinciding at once. First is that opacity of the atmosphere. Second, which is somewhat related, includes the layer, the contact layer just above the surface of the Earth. Very exciting. There's lots of energy there because the sun is baking and warming the air and the surface. So you've got tons of evaporation in many cases, and this causes optical distortions. And optical distortions will obstruct objects in the distance. And the third thing
So
has to do with optical resolution, which usually comes last. You only experience the diffraction limit of objects in the distance due to their small angular size under the most extremely clear weather conditions.
right, gotcha. So the contacts point, what did you call the contact surface?
Yeah, where the air meets the surface of the Earth at that point,
Yeah.
and yeah,
Is that a single point or is that like a width? Is there like a span of, from the ground to the sky
Yeah,
where that sort of impacts?
it depends. It depends where you are, what the climate conditions are, weather conditions for your area, what time of day it is, what season it is. It also depends on the surface. Like water has amazing thermal properties. It's water is slow to cool off, and also slow to heat up. So so the intersection of the temperature of the water and the surrounding air may only happen under very stable conditions.
Okay. So essentially, it varies to do, the conditions vary how far you're able to see. Like there is no fixed horizon point, is what I'm hearing.
Precisely, the horizon is a combination of an optical phenomenon due to your optics and the environment providing physical obstruction limitations, the absorption and scattering of light.
Okay. I do wonder how are the stars visible? What? Because I've heard
Yeah,
different
I
things,
wonder that
right?
too.
So okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like to talk about this. I want to raise up something, and I only have a minute to chat here. The sun changes its luminosity by 23,000 times from where it is just above the horizon, whether at morning or evening, to when it's directly overhead at its highest point in the sky. That's a 23,000 times change in brightness. Now, what's funny is how powerful the sun is for the atmosphere to attenuate the sun by 23,000 times. When it's just above the horizon, we don't see stars undergoing the same change or any similar change in luminosity. It does change, but not on the order of 23,000 times. And stars with the much dimmer starting brightness makes me wonder why the atmosphere doesn't fully attenuate stars on the horizon. Same with the moon.
Okay. So you're not exactly. Is there another consensus, or is this just your opinion? Is there?
I mean, I learned about this through astronomy.
Okay.
So, like, this isn't like some fringe idea. This is maybe not a well-known fact, but I mean, it's something that people who take astronomy courses would learn about the magnitude of stellar objects.
hmm Is there an estimated distance for how far away the stars are? Because again, I feel like the flat
No,
Earth
you can't triangulate
community.
them. Flat or globe, they cannot be triangulated.
Okay. Sure. I mean, I'm not even that well
Hey
versed when
Beta, I have a question for you. Do you see that
Go
number
for
I
it.
just post? Do you see that number I just posted in the
Yes, I do.
chat? I don't even. How would you even begin to say that number?
Well,
Do you?
you'd read it exactly how it
Okay.
was
Well,
written.
maybe
Yeah.
we can. Okay, that got me. Touche. Do you think you could see something that far away?
I have no idea. Is that if
Well,
that's you're saying if that's how far a star away is?
that's what they're
I'm
saying.
assuming.
They're saying you can see that distance with the naked eye.
It's
Okay.
because the
I'll
angular
post.
size is so big, because the star's so big.
Sure. So, but I mean, I can look at the number and go like, "Whoa, yeah, that does seem hard to believe that I can see that." But that's based on literally nothing besides it being a big number, right? Because I actually can see a star. So,
Have you ever
you're
considered how there can be a gas ball in a vacuum? How that's possible?
Yeah.
Okay, how is it possible?
It's to do with like the ozone layer and stuff. I'm not 100% sure.
No, I'm
I mean,
saying the actual star. The claim is that the star is a ball of gas that
oh, the star.
exists
Oh,
in a
okay.
vacuum. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think they say gravity is to do with matter that pulls other matter together, right? So in the middle of the star,
Okay.
it's going to be denser and pull in the other gas, so it just sort of clings together.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a similar claim that is made about our own atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
That it exists adjacent to a vacuum without containment because of gravity, right? That's the claim, correct?
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay.
To my
So,
knowledge, I'm not an astronomer
yeah.
or an astrophysicist or anything like that. So.
Well, you don't know what I am, but that's, I mean, being an
No. I
astronomer
said
has nothing to
I'm not. I
Oh.
said I'm not.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that's
I
a
don't know what you
mainstream
are.
claim. That's what you're taught in school, you know, right?
Yep.
Um,
Well, maybe.
but what I would ask you is there any example anywhere that shows that we can have air pressure adjacent to a vacuum without any containment, without a barrier? Because as you know,
I don't think it'd
gas.
be the. I don't even think in the Earth's atmosphere is direct though, right? It thins out as it gets there because it.
Okay, but it would still, if I mean, adjacent to a vacuum with nothing in between, our atmosphere should disperse immediately into the vacuum, all the water, all the air, everything, right?
I don't
I mean,
think that's the
what we
case.
observe in any. Okay, well, can you show an example of that not happening? Where you
What,
can
in a
have
smaller
high pressure
confined space?
adjacent to a vacuum without any barrier, and how that's maintained.
I'm pretty sure that if you're talking about pressure, because I know what you're kind of saying. Say if you had a vacuum chamber and you poked a hole in it, right? It's gonna suck all of the
Right.
higher pressure air into the lower pressure vacuum chamber. But
Exactly. Yep.
I
So
haven't
do you
been
have an
up there
example of
myself.
that
But
not?
what
Well,
they're
you don't have to
saying
go up
as you.
there, right? You don't have to.
The thing is, when you go up further and further, the air pressure actually it decreases as you go up anyway.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure
but as
it's like
far as
feathering.
we've
I don't
ever
think it
shown,
goes from high pressure to no pressure in one sort of centimeter
right?
of barrier.
But all the air should be sucked into the immense vacuum of space.
That's
You know,
see, that's not what
they're
I'm.
claiming that the vacuum is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, which is immense. Okay, so
No, no.
is
Can I
there any
also put a
evidence that this
caveat
is?
there? I'm sorry. Can I quickly, my
Well,
lady, just
can we
finish?
show? Hold on a minute, just a second.
Yeah.
So the claim is that it's, you know, our atmosphere is held in place with gravity. Do we have any examples anywhere that show that it's possible to have atmosphere adjacent to a vacuum? Now we can't replicate that same vacuum on Earth. We don't have, but you know, a lower vacuum. Like, is there any example anywhere that shows that that's even possible?
I don't. Again, I don't think if you've got low pressure and high pressure, one is going to suck the other. But it's not so dramatic of a change that it's going to do that. Like it might very
Okay,
gradually
I
suck a
understand that's
little
what you
bit, but
think, but I'm
it's not
asking,
going to
is there
like.
evidence?
I
I'm
haven't
not
searched
asking
this
for like
evidence.
our
It's not even the
opinions.
question that I
Yeah.
asked, actually. So.
Well, you know, if you want to talk about stars existing in a vacuum, you'd need to prove that that's possible, right?
Well, I didn't even ask. I didn't even make a claim that stars existed in a vacuum. I simply asked how far away are the stars, and I can't remember who it was
Yeah,
said
well,
that it
there's
was
no way.
impossible to triangulate.
Right, right. You
I never made a
understand we
claim.
can't know
I never
what the
made a
stars
claim
are.
about how far away they are. This is
But
see.
I'm just.
I've been
I
someone
know.
that listens
Hold
in
up.
this. No, I was
Hold
speaking.
on. I'm just going
I've
by
been
what
someone
the
that listens
mainstream
in
says.
the
I'm not
server.
attacking you Listen, I'm not addressing you necessarily personally on this. This is just the mainstream claim, right? This is what we were all taught. So if
Can
I'm
I say
assuming
something before
incorrectly,
you rebut the
wait.
mainstream claim, please? Like
No, I'm
before
not
you rebut
rebutting anything.
anything.
Just let me finish the sentence. I'm just saying. So I'm assuming that you agree with the mainstream claims. If I'm incorrect in that, I apologize. But
I
that's what
don't
I'm addressing,
necessarily
not you
agree or
specifically. Okay.
I haven't done the test myself. 90% of the things for either global or flat Earth, you haven't done the test yourself, so you're always having to trust someone else.
Well, yeah, I do have an example of someone doing the test.
Do I have an example of someone doing the test?
Yeah, of any of these things that are claimed by the, you know, the mainstream globe paradigm.
I mean, I'm sure I could find a million sources if I mean, there's a reason why
Okay.
it's the global consensus, right? But the same thing you could say,
No,
I've
no,
got
no.
sources for the
See,
things
that's
I
the
believe.
problem. You believe that there's millions of examples of proof, but you don't know it.
I have seen millions of examples of proof. Like there's YouTubers that do the tests and whatnot, and it's like I'm just
What test?
but at the end of the
Can you give
day,
me
They
one?
said sources, not.
Yeah, can you tell me an example? You said YouTubers are proving. What are they
look,
proving? Are you talking about the gas
listen to
pressure? Or
me
about
for a
the measurement
second,
of
because I
air?
wanted to say something before you went into a rabbit hole. In my experience
It's
of
not a
listening to the
rabbit hole. It's
server,
the topic of the
all
room.
I'm hearing is like rebuttals to the common narrative. I was not even posing the common narrative or the global narrative or anything like that. I didn't pose any claims. I simply asked about something that I didn't know how worked, and suddenly I'm being met with, well, this is
Hold
what they
on.
say it is, and here's a rebuttal to it. And it's like, I didn't even ask for that. I asked for how
Hold on.
does it work from scratch, from not comparing
How
it
does
to
what work
something
specifically?
else.
Sorry? How does what work specifically?
Well, I was talking about the stars before. I was asking
Oh,
if
nobody
we know
knows
how
what the
far away
stars
they
are.
are.
Yeah, there's no
And
way to
that could have
check
been a
the stars.
conclusive answer. That could have been okay, fine. But then I'm met with, well, if you believe that, you know, the narrative is that they're however many trillion light years away or whatever. But like, I never even said that. I'm not even trying to contest that. Or
Hold on.
I'm not
I'm just
contesting
trying to
that, or
help
I'm not
you think.
affirming that. Do you understand?
You,
I just feel like
no,
this.
dude. You asked,
I just
how do
want you
you
to
see
think.
the
Yeah.
stars
I did.
after you realized you can't see Paris from where you are? You went from, why don't I see the Eiffel Tower, or that example is brought up. I can't see the Eiffel Tower from where I am, but I
I mean,
can't.
I didn't see that. I asked about the function of the. I asked about the function of the horizon.
Yeah, you never
Like,
got to the. So, what was your next question? Because that what you asked the question, and then it was basically 15 minutes of answers.
I
So,
asked about the
what
horizon.
next?
I got my answer about how the horizon functions and how we can't see past a certain point on the Earth level. Then I asked, how does that configure to the stars? Because, you know, they're clearly further away than stuff on the land. At least that's what it looks like. And then I asked, how far away actually are they? And then I'm met with, oh, well, it's definitely not what they're actually trying to tell you guys. It's like, I never even made a claim for how far away they are. I just asked how far away they
Well,
are.
what's the point of the questioning? Because this doesn't really.
What's
To find out more about the flat Earth.
Yeah, because if all you're
I don't
doing
think
is
it was a loaded
abandoning.
Don't ask questions.
Jeez.
What?
Yeah, right. Look, I mean, we don't know exactly how the sky works, and I don't think anyone truly knows how the sky works. We can't go and get to stars. We don't know exactly what they
sorry.
are.
Not contesting you, but this guy Sheepdog, if we don't know how the sky works, does that mean we're wrong? Have I ever alluded that you guys are wrong? Have I ever done that? I'm literally just someone that is curious about the flat earth. Like, genuinely. You don't know my position. You don't know if I'm like a, you know, big globalist.
Yeah.
You don't know if I want to be a flat earther and I've seen the evidence and it's convicting me. You don't know
But
that, and I don't like the fact that this environment is so hostile.
Dude, you have a professional wrestler as your PFP. So why are you asking if you want to?
Who is that?
I
Who
don't
do you
know.
think you're talking to? I have a
Let me see
singer
who
as
I
my
am
PFP.
talking
It's a
about.
woman.
Anyways, if you're wondering about flat Earth, why are you asking about the stars?
Because I don't know how far away they are. I don't know if based on
Join
the
the
flat
club.
Earth. So yeah, okay. So I joined the club then, and I'm just asking if there was a way. It's like a child
He's a
asking,
complete
"Mommy,
he's a
how
complete
far
newbie.
away?"
That's it, right? He doesn't know anything. He just
Exactly.
wants to. It doesn't matter if you give him the answer we don't know. He's satisfied. He just wants to figure. Like, this is what globe earthers should be doing, right? This is
I'm not even a globe earther. I got
No,
told
I
things
know,
when I was a
but
kid,
you're
and
a
I
good
don't have a
example.
Next
convicted
question.
belief.
Next question.
Yeah, you're right. All right. So, do you understand what our claim is about the stars? Yeah.
I wasn't even asking for a claim. I was just asking you to explain to me how they work, or
Yeah.
maybe
yeah.
not how they
Right.
work.
So you got
are
that
they?
answer now, though, right?
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, sure, I got the answer, but I'm probably not going to ask any more questions because I feel like this is how the approach is. It's always
Oh, stop.
no,
Hey.
don't stop me. You should
It
take this
won't.
time to
Okay, then
self-reflect.
the end. The end.
It
Then.
won't. It won't. I just clarified the situation for everybody, right? It's okay. Everybody take a deep breath. Somebody please just answer his questions. I'm doing something else.
We did.
Right? If he has more. Yeah.
You can tell
Right.
it's a ball because it looks so flat.
So, Beta, just try to understand that we get a lot of people that come in here with loaded questions, and we need to be more careful when someone's asking a genuine question and not jump to conclusions that it's some kind of loaded question. So maybe we can move forward. And if you have any more questions, we're happy to answer them. And now that we know where you're coming from, it'll be different next time you ask a question. You don't have to
Great.
ask more questions, but if you think of any more, let us know.
Great. I'm glad you
Yeah,
you acknowledge that.
Yeah, and I wasn't assuming that you were asking loaded questions, Beta. I was just trying to help you think deeply about the whole premise of stars, right?
I
So that's
understand.
why I'm addressing. So that's why I'm addressing the mainstream narrative, right? Because that's what you were taught. That's what we were taught, right? I'm not making assumptions about you personally. I'm just talking about the general narrative. Do you
Sure,
understand?
sure. Just
Okay.
keep in mind
It's all
that.
good. It's all good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't have uh I don't have hate for any of you guys, but just the way I look at it is if I ask a question, or maybe if someone asks a question about anything, and it's not like saying I have this claim, please rebut it, but if it's just an open question, you shouldn't immediately start with, well, this is probably what you think and this is the rebuttal to it, because that's kind
No,
of did
dude,
how it
that's
came
not how
across.
that went. Amish gave you like a 3-point answer.
Who?
Can I please? Can we just
That's
get
how.
over this? DJ and him came to a nice conclusion. Can he just ask new questions and can we please move on, guys? I love everybody. Come on.
Yeah, so Beta, we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth, but there
Yeah.
are people that do claim to know the shape and size of the Earth down to the T, right? They claim
No.
they know it exactly, and when we go out and test that, in reality, we're not finding any curvature where there would have to be very large amounts of curvature present if the Earth was a globe, and if it wasn't there, then it can't be a globe. So that's the meat of the argument from my perspective.
I understand the argument. The guy that came in earlier and said, like, what is your positive argument for a flat Earth? That seems to be the most prevalent one that I see, is just like, tests that measure the Earth as flat.
Yeah,
So
it's like what we have access to. It's something anyone can go and double check. It doesn't require any faith. We don't need to make up some stories about some lights we see up in the sky or anything
yeah.
like that. We can just go and test it using relatively cheap methods.
Okay. Because I've heard obviously different theories of how large the Earth might actually be, uh, considering it may not be the size that we know it is, like, or it may be an infinite expanse, or it may be a disk sort of still in space. I've heard a lot of different
Yeah,
uh
if you hear
versions of
about the
that.
disk in space, that's usually propaganda or coming
Okay.
from someone that's not a flat earther. I've never heard a flat earther claim that it's actually like a flat disk that floats in space. Although there may be some flat earthers that do claim that, the most flat earthers don't think that. It's like a propaganda. That's what people think flat earthers claim because people grow up thinking that everything's in this big space vacuum and we see planets in the sky and that we're on a planet, and then they hear about flat earth and they just change the planet to like a flat planet, and that's why
Yeah.
we see these images of disks in space. But yeah, that's not what we claim. That's like trying
Yeah.
to put the flat earth inside the globe model, basically.
Yeah. No, fair enough. So, would I be right in thinking that there is no sort of provable uh size of the Earth? There is no way to prove how big it actually is, and any sort of model of it is just a theory. Would
It
that be
would be
correct?
yeah, it would there would be a bunch of assumptions baked into it, and I don't think anyone truly knows exactly what the shape and size of the Earth is. And what shape would it even be? I mean, people think, oh, it must be like, oh, is it a square? Is it a circle? Like, why? I don't see why it would be like some perfect geometric shape. Like what shape is a
Yeah. Yeah.
lake?
Fair
Every
enough.
lake's a different shape, so it's probably Earth shaped, whatever that may be. But we can't get high enough to check. And I don't think anyone truly knows.
Hmm.
But we can confirm that the surface of water is not curving over distance, and we've tested it countless times now, And every single time we test for it, it's just not curving. And if you look into the history of the globe, it's less impressive than what a lot of people assume before they look into it. A lot of people think that some really smart people went out and measured the curvature of the Earth, and it's been set in stone and empirically verified, and that's absolutely just not the case.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So what's obviously okay? So that's like the latitudinal side, latitudinal longitudinal side size of the Earth. How about vertically? What is the scale vertically? Has that been
What
tried
like
at
how?
all?
Well, I mean, the deepest hole that anyone's ever dug was called the Kola super deep borehole, dug by the Russians,
Yeah.
and they were only able to dig down 7.6 miles, and then they couldn't get any deeper than that.
Yeah, I mean
But
the reason they couldn't get deeper, or so I've heard, is that or it gets so hot down there that they just don't have any tools that can drill it, essentially. Um,
Right,
and
right, but
my
they also
understanding,
they got it wrong, right? So they thought that they were going to be able to go much deeper than that based off the globe model, but
yeah,
everything was wrong when they used the globe model to predict what they were going to encounter during the dig. It actually got hotter way quicker than what they expected, and there was a whole bunch of other issues.
right. Why do you think it gets hot when you go lower? Because the global understanding of it is that uh, as you go down, obviously more stuff is compressed, right? Because of gravity from the
Yeah.
center. So is it a similar thing just with pushing down, do you reckon?
It could be from the extreme pressure, and it could be from like lava tubes and things like that. So, I mean, yeah, there's plenty of reasons. I'm not 100% sure.
Sure. Okay. And then vertically up, I assume, well, we don't know how high it goes up.
We
We can
can,
observe, obviously, some
yeah.
stars that are very, very far away, but,
Well, we're told
well,
that they're
further
really
away than
far
others,
away.
though, based on
Yeah,
their
it looks like
size
some
and
are.
dimness,
It,
etc.
well, it looks like some are further away than others. To me, when I look through my cameras and stuff like that at them. But I mean,
Mm,
it's hard to tell for sure exactly what's going on. But yeah, that does seem to be the case.
okay, fair enough.
But what are they exactly? I have no idea. We know they can't be burning balls of plasma gas inside a space vacuum because that's I mean, that's scientifically impossible.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless someone wants to validate through a scientific experiment that that is possible, but no one's been able to do that.
Fair enough. I haven't exactly done the tests myself, so
Yeah, no one
I
has.
couldn't tell you either way.
They'll just tell you that it's not possible to do it. Um, you would have to have some test on a planetary scale or something like that. So you kind of just have to have faith in the mathematics and the concept. The concept.
Yeah.
Ion copium has arrived. Welcome.
Can I add something real quick? Oh, beta went on. Okay.
Yeah, but if it's to beta, he just put his headphones on for the time being. But yeah, go.
I'll see if I can get his attention.
Ippo has asked if she can be unbanned, and she won't say anything. She'll just stay on mute and listen. Just passing on the message.
Yes, I guess.
Can you all hear me?
Yo.
Yeah. Yes.
So yeah, basically just for the audio people, what I wrote to Beta was the hardest part about coming back to flat Earth, because obviously we knew it was flat from the beginning, is unlearning everything you thought you knew. It's you just have to accept the fact that you don't know things, and it's okay. I would say that's probably the hardest part about it, is because you thought you knew things, and then now you want a replacement for everything you thought you knew. But the problem is you didn't know, so how can you replace something you don't know?
What the frick?
I guess then it becomes this question of what the guy Yo in the channel said, and what you already learned about natural science and maths you can keep, and that flat Earth is not alternate science at all. But it's then trying to decipher what is real and accurate, because even stuff about natural math, I got taught it in the same place that taught me the Earth was round, right? So how do I know what is true and what is not? I never calculated pi myself. I didn't figure that out. I never calculated Pythagoras' theorem. I never calculated the density of water. I didn't do that kind of thing. So
Well, the good news is you can learn how to do all these things, and it doesn't impact this discussion whatsoever. Natural science remains exactly what it is.
how would you separate natural science and, I guess, unnatural science? I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, like engineering or math or pseudoscience. I mean, the big delineation between science and pseudoscience lies in whether or not a scientific method is applied, whether or not the tenets of what is empirical and empiricism itself has been applied. Is this testable, repeatable, observable, and so on and so forth? So in the fields of astrophysics and cosmology, which people love to argue about in here, there is no actual experimentation being done to determine the natural cause of effects of things. It's all interpretive data based off of observation alone and a whole heap of assumptions. And even famous astrophysicists like Michio Kaku are honest about this. They go up on lecture podiums stating, nobody in our field actually uses a scientific method for anything. We just go based off the seat of our pants. And he's absolutely right.
I don't believe he ever
So
said
other
that.
fields of pseudoscience can include sociology, psychology. What used to be called the soft sciences were not really natural science. Right. And then so if you want to treat them as such, then you might be invoking a pseudoscientific claim about them.
Astronomy. Well, astronomy is just watching, like, the motion of the stars and but that things are a ball, solar systems. That's all. Can't science that.
Yeah. So, same with math. So the whole story we have about the Big Bang is just an interpretive framework. Like, They call it a theory, and it's a theory in a colloquial sense only, not a scientific sense, because they're like, well, this is the best explanation we've got, provided that X, Y, and Z are true.
Mm-hmm.
So then we challenge those notions, X, Y, and Z. We find those to be false. So you can throw out the Big Bang.
Dude, okay, so how
Right.
much like schooling or university you have?
I have enough.
You're speculating about shit that you don't really even know
What am
about.
I speculating about?
Do you know
Okay,
what
tell me.
Planck's constant is or anything like that, dude? Like, because
What did I speculate on, my friend? What was I speculating on just now?
Planck's constant is? Do you even Planck's constant or Avogadro's number?
Yeah, I know what they are. So what does that have to do with me being speculative?
Well, because it defines the nature of the universe, and if you're speculating and you don't know what that is, then you're like speculating.
I did not make any speculations about these concepts you just brought up. Sorry. Let me ask you something. Is Planck's constant required for the Big Bang to be true?
Dude, it's the thing that binds the whole universe together. Without the Planck's constant, dude, the
Planck's
electrons would.
constant doesn't do shit. It's a description. It doesn't bind anything.
No, it's become so microscopic. We're
How much
generally
education have you had in order to say that Planck's constant binds the universe together? What are you, like some Star Trek kid?
Yeah, no.
You
Planck's
believe in the Force?
it's how small it takes the microtubules in your brain to fucking process information, and it collapses the wave function that makes reality.
This guy's just talking out his ass.
Yeah, no, you're the one speculating about shit you don't understand.
No, that's reality. Look up.
That's reality. Yeah. Okay. So the claim is the claim. Nice circular reasoning, buddy.
Dude, that's
Planck's
all you've been
constant.
doing, man. It's like you're just you're just saying things and trying to string words
Yeah,
together, and it
dude,
makes
he's
no
invoking
sense.
science fiction.
It makes no
He's
sense.
accusing
Stop
me of that.
talking. Yeah, you're derailing the conversation. Please, wench.
Right. Wench, what's the smartest thing you can say to us right now?
It's the smartest thing you can.
Yeah, anyway, as I was saying, you can keep all of natural science. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth question.
Okay.
Science has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Where do you get shapes from?
Geometry, not science.
Is geometry a science?
Nope.
Funny joke.
No, I mean that's why with STEM it's broken out into STEM, because these are all different things, and mathematics, including geometry, is not science.
You know, it's funny. Geometry literally means earth measure. Earth measure. Isn't that
Yeah.
ironic?
You know, it's also funny is I can use geometry and math to make things that aren't scientific, like video games.
So math isn't scientific.
No, math is absolutely not scientific. Can you give me a scientific claim from just the field of mathematics?
Yeah, like gravitation theory.
That's not mathematics.
Doesn't it incorporate math?
Yeah, you can use math to describe claims.
So doesn't that define it as mathematics?
No,
Nope.
it uses math. I can use math to denote how many fingers I've got. It doesn't mean my fingers are math.
Yeah, come on, guy, you're embarrassing your Glober friend in here. He's coming down hard on you.
You're using the concept of fingers are math. No one's
No, I said fingers aren't math. Just like
yeah, but no
the
one
shape of the Earth
said
isn't
that.
science, and science isn't math, and you know.
Right. Math is more like a language, right? I mean, language isn't science.
I would
No,
agree.
but you guys understand that I'm not attempting to redefine what science is, right?
You are if you claim mathematics as science.
Well, you just agree with me that you use math to conceptualize these things.
Yep, but you don't have to.
So it's mathematical.
Yeah, but you don't have to.
Yeah. No, but you have to get the
No, you don't
concept
have
right.
to.
Well, it's like you said, you can use math as a language to express it the same way as you can use English or French or Arabic.
In fact, it's in this case for the theory of gravitation, it's explicitly needed, is it not? To
It
make it
depends
make
on which
sense
theory of
for
gravity.
you to
Okay, guy,
learn,
listen.
must you have a
Archimedes. You
mathematical
ever read?
concept
Holy shit,
inherent
dude!
in
You
the
ever?
description? I know you like to yell and then blame other.
All right, well, I'll put you on mute. So, if you go through the Greeks, right? If you read about Archimedes, who famously described the power of using levers, who described density and buoyancy and all these things that we understand to be within the scientific realm, naturally observable phenomena and their causes and effects, you will not find one single mathematical formula in any of his works, not with notation, not with anything that you would recognize. It's written in common language, using, in many cases, the power of metaphor, of allegory. You know, if you read, same with like Euclid, right? I mean, it's all written in a natural language. And that's even describing math without using mathematical notations or formulas. All right. So those are prime examples that I brought up to defend my side. I'm going to unmute you and I'll listen to what you have to say. Oh, there he is. Hold on.
Why would I argue against a guy who yells over somebody and acts like they're the rude person and then abuses mod privileges?
Oh, cry me a river. Is this what you want to do? Just complain about me and not address the topic?
Yeah, it actually is extremely sad the way some people, especially the ones with mod privilege, carry on conversation in these calls. It's
Oh,
extremely
yeah.
sad.
It's so sad. So sad. Discord is a place where there's discord. Maybe you should get off the internet because this might not be your thing.
It's not called abuse cord.
Abuse cord? I mean, dude, if you don't like it, change the channel. If you don't like it, leave. Like, nobody's forcing you to be here.
No,
If
but
this is
you're being
upsetting to you,
abusive. I'm not
abusive? How am I being abusive?
abusing your mod privileges.
No, I'm controlling a conversation because we are curating content.
Yeah, we know you're controlling
Curating
the
content means that we hold the mute button and the ban button, and if we don't like how a conversation is going,
in
we can
order to
step
be
in
a sad
and structure it the
individual.
way we want it to go. Listen, this is not a free speech platform. Free
I actually
speech
don't
doesn't
have to
exist and
listen to
never
you.
had.
No offense.
All right, you can go on mute. I don't have to listen to you either. And guess what happens if you mute me? Yeah, you won't be coming back. And if you want to complain about abuse, go right ahead, because our community, especially in this server, is in a very privileged position. Our home server is listed under the VIP section, and the mods love us. So why don't you walk on over to Mod Mail and drop them a message if you don't like how we run things here. All right. Anybody else? Beto, back to you. What's on your mind?
Just listening to Globa arguments is making me have a headache, to be honest. It's like actually crazy.
Yeah,
Because
that's
I'm
like the
still
first
like
step.
sitting on the fence, but it's like just sitting in here is just it's making me lose brain cells. That guy before that could barely even speak, it's just it's making me want to argue on you guys' behalf, even if I'm not
I know,
even,
man.
you know,
I noticed
swaying
this
either
too when
way.
I was new to this topic. I listened. I'm like, come on, Globers! Like you're arguing with a bunch of dumb flat earthers. Why can't you just defend the fucking globe? Why are you doing this? Why are you insulting them? Why are you bringing up non-arguments? This is stupid. Where's the globe argument?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think I was
and
in a
after about
couple
6
weeks
months of
ago.
that, you're done. You're a flat earther.
Yeah, well, a couple weeks ago, some guy came in here and he's like, "Yes, I'm an astronaut and I've been to space," and that was his like whole argument. It's like I saw the curve, and that's mostly what it is. People don't have actual scientific evidence to bring. It's just I saw the Earth and it's flat. You guys are dumb for thinking it's not. Or sorry, I saw it the other way around. So I saw the Earth and it's round. You guys are dumb for thinking it's not.
Yeah, basically, and then they don't listen to how we've come to this information.
Uh-huh.
You know, and what they're expecting. So they're really like two populations of flat earthers. They're expecting something else when they come talk to us.
Two populations of flat earthers or
Flat Earth
globers.
people, yeah,
Yeah.
flat
Okay.
earthers. Right. I could go on social media right now and type flat Earth like on X or TikTok, and I'm gonna get steamrolled with content that I think is absolutely fucking stupid.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be the same as any sort of group of anything, right? There's gonna be people that are stupid in that group and people that actually have reasons for it. This is why I'm trying to ask about all these things, not just the common arguments for a globe Earth that I hear and hear, but things that I'm actually curious about because if there's no explanation, it can feel worse to accept, if you know what I mean. I see your comment, Lats. That's very true.
So in America, there's a comedian, a rather infamous one, named Owen Benjamin. He's been deplatformed off of everything. So folks who are newer adults may not know who he is. But some years back, he was going to debate Eric Dubay. He was a prominent flat earther. Owen Benjamin was going to defend the globe, and he turned to his audience and was basically saying, "Hey guys, help me do this. I'm crowdsourcing information. Help me defeat this flat Earth nonsense. Give me good evidence for the globe." He's recording all this over a series of live streams, and someone made a supercut of all these live streams, putting it together, watching Owen Benjamin start off as a globe earther, getting frustrated at the lack of actual good globe arguments and evidence, and then capitulating and saying, "I never thought I'd be a flat earth person. This is ridiculous. Why can't you guys come up with the evidence and good arguments?"
I think part of it is that obviously it's kind of common that we were quote unquote taught it in school, right? But I think it's more of a cultural thing because when I was in school, they never sat me down and said, "By the way, the Earth is round. It has a radius of 5.9k kilometers or whatever they say it is." Um, they never did any of that. They never told me about how the sun rises and sets. They didn't do that. It's just a cultural thing. So in tangential subjects, yeah, subliminal programming is correct. In like tangential subjects, i.e., geography. They might talk about global warming and how that affects like the north and south poles of the Earth. It's like they're not teaching that the Earth has poles. It's just like the Earth does have poles, and this is how global warming affects those poles. It's like it's so culturally ingrained. There's not even a debate.
Talking about polls.
Yeah, talking about how that's what they say in school.
Mr. Yo, I like to talk.
What did they say about polls in school?
That they exist.
Do you understand the difference between
That they exist. So,
formal science and natural science, Mr. Yo?
Right. So polls don't exist. Right.
Be quiet for a second. Let me explain to this man why mathematics is a formal science. It's not a natural science.
That's still a science, though.
Yes.
Like there's a reason.
He said that mathematics isn't like. Yes, it is. Like when
You
we
said
talk
it's a
about
natural science.
No, he said it wasn't a science.
You said a natural science. Because a formal
Dude, shut your
science
fucking
still has the
mouth,
word
retard.
science. Okay, great faith discussion here.
I'm trying to explain to you what an abstract concept is.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain to you that the word science
I
still
don't
means
care
science.
what you believe, buddy.
Not believe, it's English.
Okay? Let the smart glober fucking talk for once.
You're misrepresenting what they're saying.
He said that mathematics is not a science. Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
mathematics is not any science, period.
It is a formal science, you dumb fuck.
Okay, well, why don't you define science? And if you want to mangle the definition of science
Formal
into something I
science
can
It
agree with,
literally
we'll
is a
consensus.
formal science.
Yes, it is.
Look it
Yeah,
up.
you keep saying that, so I know.
No,
I know
I'm not
you
saying that.
Google that and find
That's
people's
English.
opinions.
That's English. Look it up.
That's people's opinions. Okay.
No. That's a definition.
How
That's
about
definitional.
no?
Yes.
Okay, why is
Look
it
it
defined
up.
that way?
I'm not bullshitting you. Look it up.
I'm not.
Look it
I'm not
up. I'm
distrusting you.
serious.
I'm
What
not
is?
distrusting you. I want you to explain why it's defined
You
that
just
way.
said it. You just said it's not true. You just said that wasn't
Because
true.
you don't understand the difference between physical objects and abstract. Like the number 3 isn't something like that you can physically
no
touch.
shit.
Okay, do you know what an axiom is, dumb motherfucker?
Yeah, I do. It's an irreducible observation or argument.
Yes, that's a formal
Hey, you
science.
dumb fuck.
That's called a formal science.
No, it's not an observation.
So formal science defines rules and studies. Axioms are what define the rules of the formal system. Okay.
Oh yeah, are axioms scientific? No, axioms come from philosophy, my friend. No, you're so dumb. You think axioms come from science and it comes from philosophy.
Axioms are what define the rules of the formal system. That is called
yeah, those rules precede whatever you can scientifically discover.
Do you understand what is a formal science? Can you explain it to me? It defines rules.
I've seen so many definitions. I mean, which one do you want?
So many definitions.
You're ready to stuff mathematics in there, okay? And it's not.
Do axiom and theorems govern the formal system? Yes or no? If we want to prove 2 + 2 = 4, I have to trust the Peano axiom, right?
Yeah, philosophy governs good science.
So does the scientific method use formal systems?
Okay, so you have to understand.
Yes, it does.
It does? Okay, so if natural science is reliant on formal sciences, then saying that formal science isn't science and it's not even. It's just
what makes it formal science?
It's just philosophy and emotions and opinions. Then you are saying that natural science is built upon
very loose
things that are
definitions
just
of formal science.
emotions and not real.
You're gonna.
You have loose definitions of formal science. So why do you drive
it's
a
literally
bus
the
sideways
actual
here?
definition of formal science.
What's an informal science?
There was a formal science that would
yeah.
not
So
be. That would be a non.
Hey, numpty retard. What's informal science?
That's not an official term for a category of science.
Dude, okay, so if you're going to differentiate science and say one is formal, what do you call science that's not formal? And provide an example.
That's like saying what's unnatural science. Like it's literally a definition. Like you don't know what formal science is.
So why do you have to add the word formal if it's not modifying?
Because it's literally what it's called. It's a branch of it's formal science. Like you're on it. This is why people need to be scientifically literate and go to school. Because they don't understand what words mean.
Do you understand what the formal
system is? You're using the word formal to differentiate it from something else.
No, I'm using it as literally the category of science that it is. Look it up. I'm not shitting you. Look it up.
So I think this
why are
question
you
is
calling it
nothing
formal
burger.
science?
Because that is what it is.
All right, listen here,
It is what it is.
Jesus Christ.
You spugging soy fucks, right? Go on mute. Right, you guys, you're right. If you guys want to come in our channel, right, and be disrespectful pieces of shit, I'm gonna permaban. I'm gonna have both of you permabanned, or if I see you guys, I'm gonna nuke you every single time I see you. Right, this is the one and only warning. Right, I just googled what you said. Right, is mathematics alone a form of science? Mathematics is generally not considered a natural or empirical science, while science relies on the scientific method, observation, experimentation, and falsification to explain the physical world. Mathematics uses deductive logic to prove necessary truths based on established axioms. Right, so I did exactly what you guys asked, right? Just look it up, right? Looked it up, right? Backed up what Yoda was saying. Now, this is the final warning. Knowledge, right? Donald, if you guys are rude, I'm gonna ban you guys straight away without hesitation.
Hey,
Every
DJ,
time I
can
see you.
I add something onto this?
Yep.
But
You know,
not ban
so
flat earthers
whether
for
you're
reading.
a globe or a flat earther, you probably enjoy the Feynman lectures, okay? If you turn to the Feynman lectures on physics, volume 1, in the beginning, Richard Feynman says, the great Dr. Richard Feynman, he says, mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment.
All right. So, all right, you guys know the new rules. So proceed as right. If I would like to see you guys gone, right? So go against what I said, and I'll just hit the ban button. So
Okay, but
up to
to be
you.
fair, what
It's up
he
to you
said was
guys. If you
the
complain about what I just said or anything, if you want to start whining about flat earthers, that's going to be the same as a ban, right? So address the topic specifically. Be polite. Be nice. Or kick rocks.
okay. In response to the guy who just cited Richard Feynman, that's the equivalent of saying you can't call him Dr. Richard Feynman because the way I or people in in medicine say that's not a doctor. Like that's literally the equivalent of what you're doing.
No, this has nothing to do with that. I'm reading you a quote, right? Because he's agreeing with what I've been describing as mathematics.
Right, but he's making a. My point
He's
is that by saying he's saying,
making the
"Oh,
same
I don't
point.
consider that," in the sense of that's an English thing. That's like saying I don't consider Dr. Richard Feynman a doctor because he never got a medical degree.
Yeah, but this is his opinion, and I happen to
Right.
agree with
So
it.
that's cool if you want to say his opinion about like emotions, but that's not like English.
Well, he's
So like
defining his
someone
terms.
saying their
It goes
opinion that
beyond
like
semantics.
no,
Okay,
but
right?
this is semantics.
He's
Like if I said,
differentiating
"Oh,
math
I
from
don't think he's a
science by
doctor because he didn't have a medical
experimentation.
degree," that's just a semantic difference.
If you're engaged in the pursuit of science, you have to be involved in experimentation. And natural science requires you to be using experimentation to arbitrate the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. Okay?
You use
Mathematics
form
has nothing to do with this because I can do a scientific experiment without math whatsoever.
again, science or natural
And hold on, I'm
sciences.
not done yet. And I can use mathematics to construct virtual reality games that aren't real.
Again, these are category errors. If you are doing natural sciences, then you are still using formal sciences to do those natural sciences. Measurements, calculations, all those things are formal sciences. So when you are saying, "Oh, we measure the Earth is flat," the fact that you're using measurements or math involves formal science. Like this is just a scientific literacy issue.
You're
No,
getting it
I
wrong,
don't
by
need
the
to
way.
use formal science to do math whatsoever.
It's
Okay,
the
so you're not
rules.
measuring shit.
So
Yeah, you
it's
don't have to
not.
measure shit if you use
But
math.
the
I mean,
Earth's
I
not
can
measured
just
flat.
listen. I can sit down all day and like come up with derivatives to equations that have absolutely nothing to do with the scientific world.
Yeah, but the scientific world, if you don't know if flat, a term that belongs to the formal sciences, if you can't engage with formal sciences, you can't say things are either flat or measured.
No, that has nothing to do with
Yes,
science,
it has
especially
everything to do
natural
with it.
science.
Yes.
Dude. No, flat. You can find the word flat in the body of literature that's not scientific or not
It
pertaining to science
literally denotes.
whatsoever.
Okay, so you're talking about flat, but not in a sense of like shapes or anything.
I
Not in
think
any sense like
No,
flat, as in like
flat is not a
his
shape. Flat's an
attitude was
attribute.
flat, like a kind of like
No,
of
no, no.
metaphor.
Like
what's
you
it?
That's not.
you
That's
can
not
read
science then.
poetry. Has nothing to do with science, where they describe
Okay,
like the
so if
seas
the
as
Earth is
flat.
flat metaphorically, that doesn't mean anything.
We
That was a
So it's
description.
just
we
like
care
it's
Metaphor.
flat
about
in
This
my
is not a
feelings. Like
metaphor. The claim of its flatness is
like
not a
the
metaphor.
No, but if
As
you
long as
if you're saying flat
the
isn't belong to
layman,
the domain of
as
geometry,
long as the
then it is
common
now
man
just a metaphor for
layman,
nothing.
as long as the layman understands what we're saying, we don't care how you misinterpret your semantics and how your community. We're trying to talk to normal ass people, okay? And you're over here, a nothing burger. Yeah,
I'm saying that it's
like
not scientific.
you know exactly what we mean, what he means, and you
No, but again,
just like
if he means
right.
flat is in what it's
It's not
understood
about
within the domain of
you understanding it. It's about the normal the normal guy on
right,
the
and
street understanding.
the
Okay,
normal
so
understanding of flat.
doctor, all
Okay.
that. Okay, that's not important. What's important is what we're discussing is that the Earth is not a ball.
Okay, balls and
Flat.
flat, these geometric statements, those belong to formal sciences.
It doesn't belong to anyone. These are
Yes,
words we're
it
using.
literally it is a category
Listen,
of saying things are
you're
flat
not
or
listening
not
to me. You're not understanding,
is
bro.
a statement
You're not
of whether or not
understanding
they're geometric
what I'm
shape.
saying. I'm saying that we're going to use the words we need to use to describe to explain things to people and to make our
But
point.
you're using
And
words that
what are you
belong to
doing?
things like
Yeah,
geometry.
but what are you doing? Are you like policing words? Is that what you're
No,
doing?
that's what you're doing. I'm pointing out that by saying, "Oh, yes," because you're saying, "Oh, we can't use math or any formal sciences to, investigate or do anything like this or check this," when you're
Wait, did
going
you
to
say
use
math?
formal
You said math
sciences and
or
make
formal
claims about
sciences?
what things are with
Just
regards to
complicate.
shapes.
You're just
Dude,
complicating things. You're just arguing for argument's sake. I mean, come on, man.
I
You're
still
not
haven't heard
even.
the
I'm just
definition of formal
confused.
science yet.
Yeah, I'm
Excuse me.
going to read out what Morvis put in the side chat quickly, right? So, formal science is a branch of study that explores abstract concepts, logic, and systems rather than the physical world.
Yeah, that's true.
Do we?
Hey, buddy, is an axiom an abstract concept? That's mathematics.
Yeah, okay. So you want to call philosophy formal science?
No,
Listen to me.
philosophy was
Listen to me. A theorem is an abstract concept, right?
Yeah,
When
it
you
comes
want to
from the
study the
field of
relationships,
philosophy, dude.
measurement is an
when
abstract
you want to
concept.
prove 2 + 2 is 4, okay? The way you deal with that, right? You start with the axiom, which is Pino, right? It's called the formal system for a reason. It's a formal science. It's how you don't need any.
It's
It
formal
doesn't
logic.
matter. It
Yes,
doesn't matter because you
that's
think.
formal.
It doesn't
Yes,
matter
because
because you think a flat surface is curvy. It
I
doesn't
don't
matter
care.
because when you look at a flat surface and measure that it's flat,
That's
you
fine.
say it's curved. So you don't
Mathematics
have
is
the
a formal
logic.
science, buddy.
You don't
Say
have the
yes or no.
logic to try to explain anything to us
Yeah.
because you deny logic, your
Again,
senses. Okay.
You
logic and
guys just tried
senses,
to tell
logic
us.
belongs to formal science. So if you're shitting on
It's,
The
formal
fuck
science
is
and
that
logic
talking
it's,
about?
and math,
it's,
then
No,
you're not
I'm
going anywhere.
not
it
defining them
looks
as
flat.
science because
No, it
listen,
literally
people love
belongs.
to wrap the word science in anything they like to make it sound more exciting.
And then he just shit
That's
on
what you're
logic.
doing here.
No, yeah, but
So
the
No, I
point is,
didn't.
call it whatever you want. If you're gonna shit on
No, I
logic,
didn't.
don't then invoke
No,
logic.
no,
Well,
I didn't
I'm
say
gonna
shit.
shit instead. Listen, I'll tell you what I'm taking a shit on is the idea that you can come in here and invoke some kind of abstract reasoning when you're inside a whole category that's dealing with
Math?
the concrete, physical, natural world. If you're gonna come in here and start flexing on formal science and your mental
numbers
constructs while
don't
we're out here
exist
trying
in the
to show you
physical
what's
world,
empirically
buddy.
true in reality, you're gonna have a bad time.
This
Hey,
guy just cited logic.
the
Like you were
number
literally not listening to your fellow flat earthers here. Okay.
the number 3
Yeah, I don't
does
put
not
logic in the
exist in the
science
physical
category.
world.
When you
Right.
paint
And this
what
other
you
guy was
should
saying you're ignoring
write.
logic and observation.
You don't have
Well, yeah,
any.
you are.
Again, logic, you just said
You
you
don't.
don't put in a scientific category. So when it logically does not follow from X observations or math that the earth is not flat, you will
All
say,
right.
oh no, I
Yeah,
don't
let me
believe
blow your
that. That's
mind.
just math.
Flat Earth has nothing to do with anything conceptual.
It literally has to do with the shape of the earth. That
It
is
has everything to do with
that
measurement,
is
right? Shapes are
right.
not
Measuring
arbitrated by
a shape, right?
experimentation.
Geometry, right?
Right. It has nothing to do with scientific experimentation, which is what's holding up is a pillar of what science is. Right? Measuring shit is not inducing a cause and effect relationship, unless maybe you want to talk quantum mechanics and double slit experiment.
Science doesn't involve measuring shit. What?
You
What are
can
you
measure
talking
shit with
about?
no, you
What are
got
you
it
talking
wrong. You
about?
can measure shit. You can
What are
measure
you
shit
talking
without
about?
science.
Is
You
my
can
mic
measure shit without science, dude. You got it
Have you ever
backwards. Are you
done that
fucking
weird
dyslexic?
shit where you're like, hey, I
We're
got
not
about
doing any science, man.
Are you doing science when you measure your shoe? Do you do
Yeah,
science when you're observing, like watching porn? You think that's doing science?
well, many measurements involve doing science. Involve science. Like if you were taking a measurement of, I don't know, blood levels or the concentration of, some substance in another substance, you have to have scientific underpinning of what those substances are, how they act within each other, and what you would actually measure. Like if you're measuring, oh, let's see how much light particles are coming into this, field of view, you actually have to have a scientific understanding of what a photon or a light particle is. Like
What do
you're
you mean by
just trying to
scientific
divorce.
understanding?
If you're trying to measure something, you have to have a concept of what that something is, and those somethings are scientific. So when things revolve around like measurements of the Earth, measurements in geometry, these things will involve things that have to do with science. Like
Okay,
science
what is
revolves
science?
So it's called like deductive reasoning and these sort of things.
and
Like, right?
inductive
Deductive
reasoning. We use
reasoning.
all
Yeah,
sorts of
that's
So
reasoning.
deductive reasoning is how like we prove a mathematical claim. Like right when we say like 5 + 5 = like 10 or whatever, you're going to use
that's
deductive reasoning
abstract,
within the
right?
formal system to prove
Right.
that
There's no
claim.
science involved there.
We said that mathematics is a formal science. That's in
No,
the
it's not.
formal. Yes, it is.
It's absolutely not
If
Mathematics
science
you
uses
wanna,
at all.
if you
inductive.
wanna
Mathematics
understand,
uses more deductive reasoning, and the scientific method, for example, would use a lot of inductive reasoning, hypothesis
yeah,
testing.
no,
Like,
he keeps thinking of a
You
natural
can do
science. Like
deduction with
AJ said, we're
hypothesis
not
testing.
talking about natural
oh my
science here,
god,
buddy.
you don't
We're
even know what
talking about
inductive reasoning is
formal.
now.
We're talking
Oh,
about
yeah,
formal
I do
science.
actually. In fact, I know that deductive is the only way to actually prove something is true. You can't prove shit using
Explain me.
induction or
Okay, so
abduction.
how would you do that? How would I prove 2
Inductive
+ 2 is
reasoning
4?
is literally the basis of hypothesis. Like, this is why scientific literacy is so important. Like, do you know what a hypothesis is?
You can use
How the
induction to
hell?
build a hypothesis. It's not necessary. Furthermore, you use deduction to determine arbitrary whether it's true through the course of a scientific experiment.
You literally, inductive reasoning is the process by which you
How,
put forward hypothesis
yeah,
to which you test. Oh my god.
yeah. How is this going to help you show us curvature of the ocean or the ball Earth? How is any of what you guys are trying to say going to help prove the globe
Well,
is
notice.
real?
They need to
Notice.
show a cause and effect
Well, I
relationship.
could. Well, notice the only reason these things are even up for debate was not because globers came in disputing terms. It's because when a glober says, "Well," cites geometry or something or math, a flat earther is like, "Oh, math and geometry, and this is not. It's not science," or it's like
It's definitely not science because we're not doing any form of experimentation to determine the cause of naturally occurring phenomena.
oh my god. If you are measuring and
Yeah,
using numbers and concepts like shapes, then you are literally referring to things like geometry and using math.
yeah, that's not science,
Oh my. What
right?
did I just
Because
say? You are still okay, but you are still
you
using
keep
that
wanting to shoehorn this
in
into
your natural
science, which is
science.
hilarious.
So in your
So
measurements of
show
natural
me. Okay,
science,
so great.
oh my god.
Give me a scientific claim for the globe?
A scientific claim for the globe, like a hypothesis?
Yeah, something we can actually test.
Something
Some
you
kind
can
of
test? I don't know. I don't know
phenomenon.
what you're capable of testing. That's gonna,
Or give me a
demonstrate the globe.
dependent variable for your globe.
What?
This guy sounds like you sound like
Scientific illiteracy.
you sound like a scammer, man. You sound like a con man. That's what you sound like.
I just want a dependent variable to start off with. This should be easy.
Yeah, give me an API that shows me that Amazon is a company. It's like you're using words.
No,
Like
we're using
understand the word
using words you find
but
in
you
the
don't
field of
understand
science.
me. Like show me
Yeah, don't you know what a
an
dependent variable
independent
is?
variable
You're
that
here to
proves
try
the
and
earth is
educate me
globe.
on science.
Now I'm trying to educate
You
you in
probably don't
English
even
now.
know math. Like if you knew
Oh
any
my god.
mathematics statistics, you'd know what an independent variable is. You'd know whether it goes at the x or y axes on your graph.
Again, okay, X and Y axis. If you were to plot Earth laterally, horizontally on an X and Y axis, do you have any conception of? Do we have any way of knowing where things are according to relative to each other? Do you know how we measure distances?
I know how we measure distances. I also know
How?
how we calculate distances. The triangulation is one method.
Okay, so if we can measure distances and triangulate distances, we can jot down those. We can graph out those distances directionally, right? So on a piece of paper, if you know
measure them,
point A is 10 miles from point B or 100 miles from point C, you can put that on a piece of paper, right?
How much curvature should how much curvature should
Do you
there
have any
be?
answer to that?
I got you.
How
Yeah,
much
if you're
curvature?
measuring and you record your data, you can record that and you can plot it for
Not if.
visual.
Okay, are you okay? You say if as in you don't think people or anything measures distances between places? You don't think that
I never
happens in the
claimed.
world?
No, I never claimed. That's stupid. I mean, I
Okay,
know
okay,
that people
so
do measure distances.
Okay, so distances are constantly measured, right? So if you can measure, if you have distances measured, you can plot down where places are relative to each other on a 2D piece of paper, right?
Yep.
Okay, so and that no doubt happens, right?
Yep.
Okay, so when you do that, do you have any conception of, I don't know, where North America is relative to Asia and Africa? Like,
I have some concepts, and I know of at least one method. I know of at least one method that
concepts, a
people
method. No, I'm asking you. This is something that's done all the time. Everyone measures, like people measure things when they travel.
No,
This is
nobody's actually
company
measured.
ships.
Nobody's actually
Nobody's measured
measured the
what?
distance between like New York and Tokyo.
No one's ever measured the distance between New York and Tokyo.
Nope, the distance is calculated off a map coordinate system.
Okay, but no, calculated using what?
Using a coordinate reference system.
Yeah, but a coordinate reference system that's based on what? Like, how do you know in the coordinate reference system where you are?
Well, it's based off an assumption of a degree and
So an
distance
assumption.
relationship.
So, okay, so those assumptions are those assumptions wrong? Because if they're wrong, then it wouldn't work, right?
Well, are they right? I want to see evidence that they're correct.
Okay, so we don't. Okay, so if they're wrong, we wouldn't have accurate measurements of where things are relative to each other.
True. Yeah.
So no one would be able to accurately travel places and know where the thing is if they're relying on.
To the degree to say it's definitively a globe, the answer is absolutely not.
No, not about globe, just about traveling
no,
places.
you need this, right?
I'm talking to you just about traveling. Like,
yeah, well, I don't think. Well, I mean, we have to define what is accurate here,
no,
right?
the Earth isn't flat here. We're talking about a flat Earth, right? The Earth is flat, not a globe. Not a globe. It's not a globe, right?
Okay, so we're talking about distances, dude, and to what degree of accuracy? It's out to how many decimals? Because this will absolutely help you differentiate between flat and globe surfaces if you have accurate measurements.
Okay, no. The Earth, we're saying the Earth is flat, okay? Let's say the Earth is flat. We know where places are relative to each other. We can put those down on paper. We can test those numbers. We can repeat measurements. That this happens. People travel all the time. Can you produce one map of where things are relative to each other? Like that
not
at all?
Not over vast distances accurately, and neither can the globe.
Oh my God! Yes, the
yeah,
globe
I'm
can.
serious,
Yes,
right?
the
Because
globe can.
listen.
That's the whole point.
Has
the globe can, but the
measured
flat Earth
distance
can't.
between
That is
Tokyo and New
that
York
is-
or Paris and London. Nobody's got actual measured distances of these.
I have a question about flat Earth.
If that was true, we wouldn't know how to get there or how long it would take.
No, we have a good enough
We wouldn't know how long it would take. We wouldn't know how long it would take. We wouldn't know how long it would take.
No, we do. Within
No, we wouldn't if you don't know the distance. If you don't know how
we
far
don't
something is,
actually
you
know the
don't
true
know how long it
distance
takes.
to a high degree of accuracy to differentiate globe from flat Earth.
Wait,
A high degree of accuracy. You said we don't know. So we don't know how long it takes.
We don't know how long it is within a margin of error, for sure.
What margin of error? What is the margin of error?
The margin of error is big enough for the calculation to be wrong by surveying
What is the margin of error?
Hey guys, I have a question for the flat Earth.
More than 1 part in 1,000.
We have no idea of how to get.
Yeah, more than 1 part in 1,000, Donald. More than 1 part in 1,000. This is what surveyors will tell you.
Again, so if you're traveling places, you say
Donald,
that.
Do you understand the answer I gave you, Donald? You're moving
but
on.
the answer you gave me does not relate to, for example, how plane travel. We would know how long it takes to get somewhere
gave you the
over
margin
a
of
long
fucking
distance.
error, Donald.
Because, again, the margin of error. If you're saying, oh, it's up to 1,000th, then it's pretty fucking accurate. our numbers are measurements of where places are relative to each other.
It's worse than that, which is enough to conceal a
No, it
globe
is
within a
literally
flat Earth using a spherical
again. It
coordinate
is literally
system.
no. The time it takes to get a place, given a certain speed, if it is wrong, then we would see that the next time we travel, because these
Well, guess
routes are
what?
traveled constantly.
Yeah, and
Right?
those routes take different times when you go the same route
Depending
under
on the
similar
speed.
conditions.
But if you account for your own speed, which you can, you do,
We
then you
don't
can
know
account for the
absolutely.
differences in those things.
Listen,
Like,
my
do you
friend,
know how
I was
do you
on
know
I
how
was on a
speed
British
is?
Airways flight
Oh
that
my
broke the
god!
sound barrier. We were in the Guinness Book of World Records for the fastest New York to London flight ever. We
Yeah,
got there in
and
like 4 hours or 3 hours and like 58 minutes or something.
yeah, because it's going faster.
Yeah, but they don't actually know how fast it really went
Yes,
because there's
they
ground.
do.
No, listen, there
They
are two
do.
speeds. There's
You know?
ground speed
Okay,
and airspeed.
tell me,
Okay.
how do planes? Okay, how do planes? Do you know how planes measure how fast they're going?
They've got several ways. First, they'll use a PDOT tube, which is a pressure sensor that's usually extended out from a wing. And this gets you your airspeed. Then there's ground speed, which is done by tracking and usually paired up with WGS84 reference ellipsoid to give you latitude and
Yeah, but that
longitude.
would be bullshit, though, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, both have
So
a
it
fat,
wouldn't
sloppy
work,
margin
right?
of error.
No, it's not about margin of error. It just
Yeah,
would be
they're both
bullshit.
bullshit. They're both bullshit.
Okay, so if they're bullshit, we wouldn't know, but they can tell you it's going to take 3 hours, and it takes 3 hours.
Or they told me it would take 5.5 and it took under 4.
Oh my god! If you can
Yeah,
measure
and we
speed,
don't really know how fast we went because we
you
don't
just said
really
it.
know
The
the
systems
distance,
you
all right?
just cited, those
Yeah,
systems.
listen,
You think they're
there's a
using?
margin of error. There's a
Okay,
margin of error
margin of
with
error for
your
everything. But
airspeed
that's right.
indicator.
There's a margin of error for
There's a
fucking cameras. It doesn't mean that they're not
exactly
working.
okay.
No, but the issue is when we have systems to measure things, such as the two you just cited, we can use those measurements to figure out our fucking speed and then cross-reference that with distance traveled in time. So that's how we figure out
Except there are
Tokyo is
variables at
X
play that
distance
you're not
from
taking
fucking
into
London.
consideration.
No, again, if we can measure
Air
speed,
pressure,
we can measure
temperature.
speed. Yeah, we can measure speed, and we can
Within a
measure
margin of
location
error.
and distance and time. Then we can measure how long places are from each other.
Right,
And we can
but
test
you
those.
don't have the
Test that
precision. You
with
don't have the
other
precision
things.
to differentiate globe from flat topologies.
Oh my god! It's not about the topology. If you know your
Yeah, it is.
speed,
That's
no,
the
it's not.
flat Earth
It's
question.
about, again, we're talking on a flat Earth right now. The Earth is flat. We know how long it takes to get places given X speed. We can measure our speed.
Yeah, you have a good enough
We can
estimate.
measure our speed. You just
You have
gave
a
me
good
several
enough,
ways to
yeah,
measure
you've
X
got a
speed.
good enough
We
estimate
can
so you
also
know
measure
generally
speed.
how much fuel to
We
put
can
in. I
also
got you.
measure, yeah, but we do it and it works. And it happens every time according to what is
Yeah,
measured
well, they
and is
usually use way more fuel than necessary.
It's not about fuel usage. That is independent of literally how fast you are going and the distance
No,
you're
it's
traveling.
not because
Well,
it's not
actually,
independent. It's absolutely
sometimes you need to
dependent.
flush the toilet,
Donald,
much more.
if you travel too fast, you'll use up more fuel than expected, Donald.
Yeah, but if you travel against a wind current, you'll use more fuel and you won't go faster than you otherwise would have gone. So again, it is irrelevant to the point at which we can measure speed, we can
is
measure
relevant.
direction.
You just
we can
argued how
measure
relevant it was, Donald.
Okay, you are actually just fighting the idea. All I'm saying is we can measure X, and you are like objecting. After
No, I'm
yourself
not objecting.
saying we can measure
I'm
X.
qualifying, Donald. I'm
No,
qualifying.
not
I'm telling you
qualifying.
that
You're
we can
objecting.
measure X within a
You're
certain
objecting.
degree of error.
Okay, yeah, but we can still measure X. You can't measure the Earth
Within a
is
degree
flat,
of
right?
error, Donald. Do you understand
No, we
what an
can
error
measure
margin
X,
is?
though. We can measure it.
To what accuracy?
That's for everything. That's for everything. Your flat measurements,
To what
your flat Earth
accuracy,
measurements are
Donald?
wrong. You can't trust your flat
You
Earth
don't
measurements,
know
right?
to what
So
degree of
you don't
accuracy
know.
there
So
are.
what degree of you don't know to what degree?
You asked me what the error margin was, and I gave you an example from surveying. I said
Not
it's
an
more than one
example.
part in 1,000.
Again,
Okay, yeah, but people who literally measure the surface.
What is the error margin for flight speed?
It depends on the airplane,
It
dude.
depends.
I don't know.
Okay, for the P-tube system, what's
Depends
the
on the
error?
airplane.
What's the margin of error?
Depends on the airframe. Depends on the
What's the margin of error? What's the standard margin of error?
It depends on the climate. Depends
No,
on the
what's
weather.
The climate.
It depends on the conditions, dude.
What's the
I don't
margin of
freaking know.
error? What's the margin of error for GPS?
Nobody actually knows.
So it's never been tested?
I've not seen a test.
No one knows?
No one
No one has
knows. I've been
any.
looking for
Everyone
that.
uses GPS, but no one knows.
No
How
one
many
knows
times are you
exactly.
going
But
to
guess what,
appeal into your own
Donald?
ignorance?
I've been looking for a test on that. If you can provide that test, that'd be freaking awesome.
No, but again, GPS is the thing that is used to reliably position everything around us. Our phones.
Yeah, I know. Coordinate systems are arbitrary,
No,
Donald. They
again,
use
the
GPS
measurements.
with flat Earth coordinate systems
It's
too.
again, it literally is a measurement system that measures things. It's not
It's
arbitrary.
not a
It's
measurement
measurement.
system.
It's
No,
measurement.
it's measuring time. It's not actually measuring
measuring.
actual
It uses
distance.
measurements. It doesn't know based on magic. How does your phone access the coordinate system? Tell me, how does
To the
your phone
radio.
access its position in the coordinate system?
Well, I mean, depends which coordinate system. Do you know which coordinate
No.
system we're using,
How does
Donald?
your phone, when using GPS, access its location?
I already
in the coordinate
said you're a radio, Donald. Were you listening?
system? Okay, radio. So those radio signals are things that can be measured, right? We can use radio signals as measurements, right?
How do you measure the radio signal?
How do you measure a radio signal?
I'm asking you. Now you're telling me we can. I'm asking you how. How you know that?
Radiometry.
Yeah, what is that, Dom?
It's when you measure you use signals and radios and things to shoot across distances. You measure the duration, the frequency, literally the study of using fucking signals. Like the way that we can figure out how to use radios to communicate where phones are. Like how does that work? How do phones use
All right,
radio?
well, I'm going to teach you something about GPS
No, tell me how a phone uses radio to position
I'm going to teach you something right now about GPS to address your concern.
It's about global positioning system.
GPS.
Please
Yeah,
tell me how GPS works. Tell me how it works.
GPS receivers do not do signal analysis alone. GPS receivers also download what's called an ephemeris, and subframe 2 and subframe 4 of the GPS backhaul, which gets transmitted from the beacons, include two things. One of them is the ephemeris, okay, and the other one is an almanac, and they're both different. One is used for epochs, which are periods of time into the future, tend to be very long, and one is more of like a catalog. Now, the reason why your GPS receiver takes like 20 minutes to do signal locking is because it's actually downloading subframes 2 and 4, among other things, which include the ephemeris and the nautical almanac. And these things are telling your receiver where the satellites are expected to be and when, now and into the future.
Satellites?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
so
you want to
believe in satellites?
listen?
So
You want to
believe
listen
that-
to some more?
but
You want to start spurging out because
believe in
I love
satellites
satellites,
exist, right?
I freaking love satellites, Donald. Now
Okay, but
let me
you believe they
explain the
exist?
rest of how
You believe
GPS
they
works if
exist?
you're interested.
No, but what you just
do you
described.
want a flat earther to continue to educate you on GPS?
What you just described is
Do
phones.
you want a flat earther to continue to educate you on GPS, Donald?
Donald, we are trying to hear
You are
his reply
currently
to
saying
you.
things
We're
that
gonna
are
have to mute.
contradicting
Donald,
your
we're trying
own.
to hear. We're trying to hear
I am
Coder.
absolutely.
I know. Yes, go on.
Complete
Keep
his
explaining.
sentence so we can all learn.
Explaining how a phone
Hello,
positions itself.
Donald, we're trying to hear.
No, I
Joder.
want to hear this guy explain how phones
Yeah,
position themselves.
he was explaining something and you interrupted him. I wanted to hear the finish of his
Yeah.
the
So
end
how
of his
does a phone
sentence.
know where it is relative to other devices and
I want to
satellites?
hear
which
him
you
finish
believe
his
exist, right?
sentence.
Yeah, I gave you part of the answer when you interrupted me. Do you know what I was talking about?
You asked, "Do you want me to continue?" And I'm saying, "Yeah." Tell me how the phone positions itself and what satellites are.
Yeah, so I was almost done explaining what the GPS receiver is doing in your phone when it's acquiring its first signal lock.
Signal from what?
This guy,
satellite, dude. I love satellites.
And you,
I love satellites.
but you believe in. You don't believe in space, though, right?
Flat Earth. No, I love flat Earth satellites, Donald.
Don't worry,
What the fuck is a flat Earth satellite?
Yoder got this, bro.
What is a flat Earth satellite?
Oh, examples of GPS system.
No. What is a flat Earth satellite? What is a flat Earth? What is that?
High altitude platform could be anything up there. There's multiple technologies in place.
What the fuck is a flat Earth satellite? Like, you just said that word. What is that?
Yeah, well, I refer to them as high altitude platforms, right? They could be anything.
It could be anything. So you're just saying things that you don't even know exist. Like it could. You're making things up.
I don't have
You're making
first-hand
shit up
knowledge.
now. You're talking out your ass.
I don't have
Oh, it
first-hand
could be
knowledge, but
anything.
neither do you. Okay,
No,
but
again,
I'm
we're
giving
talking
you
about a
how I
technology.
understand
We're
these to work.
talking about a technology that works and we can all use. And you just admitted you don't even know what it fucking is. So you're not
you don't
educated.
know anything.
You need to be
You don't know
educated.
anything
So
about what you're
can I
saying.
tell you? Can I
Okay?
educate
You're
you?
just getting people.
Can I
You're just
educate
getting
you on what a
people.
satellite is?
You're
Or
just getting
do you not want to know? because the way a phone positions itself, I know that you have no idea whatever the fuck it is.
Why don't
I
you
can tell
continue
you
pick
what
up
it
where I
is.
left off?
I can
Okay,
tell you because
Donald,
these
hold on.
platforms in
I'll
the
give you a
sky,
chance to speak.
where
Pick
in the
up where
sky
I
are these
left off and tell
platforms?
the audience what an ephemeris is.
An ephemeris is a fucking data that is downloaded from a satellite from the receiver that is going to be
What
on your
data is
fucking device.
that?
So again, those satellites are not platforms in the sky. I love to see these platforms if you know where they are,
No,
or
they're actually called
you don't know
platforms.
what you don't know what they are, as you said. You don't know
No,
what they
they're
are.
called
But
platforms in
we
the
do
space
know.
industry.
But again, yes, you have no idea how it works. But if you look it up, you will see how satellites work and the way that your phone positioned itself. You can download information, but that's not going to tell you where your phone is relative to other devices.
No, the phone
because
requires that
you
information,
need
Donald. You're wrong.
because the way
You're
that
wrong.
the
Your
phone is
GPS receiver cannot solve for where its position is without having the ephemeris and almanac.
the way it solves, the way it knows relative to other things, you can have an almanac. It doesn't tell you where your phone is, like just your phone
No,
sitting by
it tells
itself,
your receiver where the
relative
satellite
to
is
other
expected
things
to
are.
be,
Yeah,
Donald.
but your
That's why it's
phone,
important.
but my phone doesn't
Because
know
you need
where. Yeah, okay, but
to
a phone,
find
yeah,
the
but
flight
a phone,
radio signal.
a phone doesn't know where things are without signals coming from certain directions, and it uses
I know.
directions and signals from different satellites to process where it is relative to those other things. That is why that is how measurements are happening through radio signals. And you're
Yeah,
just
but
like,
they're
oh,
fed
I
to a
have
coordinate
no
reference
idea. You're
system.
in denial. You're in
No, I'm not
denial
in
about this.
denial
You
because up till
are.
now,
And you
Donald,
don't
up
even
till
know
now
what
there
fucking
is no globe.
satellites are. You don't even know what the
Up to
things that make. You
now in
don't
the
even know what the
processing,
things that make. You
there
don't
is
even know
no
what the
globe.
things. You
Once the
don't know what
receiver
satellites are.
has downloaded the
I'm trying to
almanac and the ephemeris,
I'm trying to educate you, but if you don't
Yeah,
want to learn
Donald,
what
and
stop
things
being
then
that
are,
use
we'll talk
emotional
later.
signal
girl.
timing data.
No, again, you don't even know what the fucking satellites are. Like, how are you?
Bro, I
Why
don't
are you
know.
refusing to educate yourself?
Listen, there are multiple satellite technologies
You don't
out
know
there.
what
When
satellite
you
is, though. You don't
in
even know what that
general
is.
terms what
You
they
just
are,
said, oh, it could be
they
anything.
are everything
Literally don't even
from.
know what you're talking about.
Listen, there's no general
Well,
answer for this because it
you
could
need
literally
to
be
educate
anything and
yourself.
everything.
I'll come back. You should
Listen,
educate yourself because you are
satellites could
really,
be
really ignorant.
high
Run
altitude
away, Donald,
balloons.
You
run
should
away.
go figure out.
Satellites
Go
could
figure
be
out what those
U-2
things are.
aircraft.
Go figure out what
Satellites
those
could
things are.
be Satellites could be any high altitude platform, man. Like, you know what they called satellites in the Civil War were fucking balloons? Good, he's muted. Chance to cool off. So GPS receivers cannot position yourself on a coordinate reference system without two things that it has to obtain. First, it has to obtain a coordinate reference system to utilize in the first instance. And many of them are pre-programmed, like your consumer grade ones, a WGS84, maybe if you're lucky, the geoid on top of it. And using that in order to space out the latitude and longitude coordinate distances, it then receives an ephemeris and it receives the almanac data from the satellite before it starts taking the pseudo ranging. That's the timing into consideration. So now it has a map of a globe in the first instance, which can be changed on some GPSs. And then now you have basically lookup tables telling the satellite telling the receiver where the satellite is at a particular point in time into the future. Okay, these are devised using Keplerian orbital elements and mathematical models and stuff. But the point is these satellites are put into a coordinate reference system that is already spherically bound to the ground to begin with. Right, so they're using an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate reference frame. And this is a 3D globe for all intents and purposes. Now, I should point out, too, at this point, the satellite doesn't know where it is either. The satellite doesn't carry an onboard like GPS that knows where itself is. The satellite is actually told where it is from the ground station in order to start building out the ephemeris. Ground stations have observatories all over the world using radar tracking and optical tracking to keep tabs on where the GPS satellites are. This is a story. I'm not telling you that I believe this to be true, but this is a story, and I'm educating you on your own story. All right. And so these ground stations are interlinked with each other. And how do they know where each other are? Well, they use WGS84 and Latin long coordinate reference system. So they're already baking this in. So they say from this, this latitude and longitude position, I observed this satellite with this identification number going bloop, 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 bloop in this direction. And it was at these angles at time A, and then at this angle at time B, and so on and so forth. So these ground stations already baking in a coordinate reference system will transmit their observations to a main data center where the information's crunched. And now the global hive mind for global positioning can start crunching the numbers saying where the satellites are in conjunction with the pre-assumed coordinate reference system to get their altitude and timing above the Earth that can be seen relative to other people, other observers at other coordinates within the same coordinate reference system. All right, so the receiver actually pops up a flat Earth coordinate reference system because you're dealing with Euclidean geometry at this point, your altitude and azimuth. And at a particular point in time, you start tracking this GPS with your receiver. It's getting pseudo ranging, which are physical signals on a carrier wave on which is modulated the time that the internal clock is processing aboard the satellite. So it has that. It has where the satellite is supposed to be at this particular point in time by looking it up in the ephemeris and almanac. And then the GPS system spits out, boom, because I saw this satellite there and that satellite there and that satellite there and that satellite there, I can resolve all these coordinates to be at this particular point within the coordinate reference system. And the whole thing is circular logic. But here's the thing, fancier receivers and home-built ones can actually use different coordinate reference systems. For fun, some researchers actually decided to pop open a coordinate reference system for the moon. And the GPS receiver was able to process the same signal and put the person's location on a moon, which is only 1/5 the size of Earth anyway, which is kind of interesting. But if you shrink everything down, you modify the timing signal with some math, you modify, your coordinates distances with a different datum, and now you can take the same signal architecture and put it on a completely different reference system altogether. That's the beauty of GPS, man. It's arbitrary. The fact that we all use WGS84 worldwide across airports, across cell phones, across surveying equipment, and so on, is just a matter of convention. There are other reference ellipsoids that'll have greater and lesser distances between coordinates because these ellipsoids are of slightly different geometry. And you can also have different geoids, which will be different than the ellipsoid and different than the actual terrain. And fancy GPS systems will take like terrain elevation, take geoid, and take the reference ellipsoid and mathematically tie them all together. And then it will spit out a location that's going to differ from, a consumer grade cheap ass GPS. So to what degree of specificity is important to you? If you start screwing with the dimensions of the globe on these GPS receivers, you're going to start screwing up to a greater or lesser degree the true distance between coordinates. Why does that matter? Well, if we had true distance of coordinates that was highly accurate, we'd be able to differentiate the topology from of Earth being flat versus a globe. If we had high precision taking angles and taking long distance observations, we could absolutely freaking do it. But we don't need to go that far, really. We just have to shine a laser as a tangent over the surface of the globe and see how much it deviates, right? The surface from the laser. And when we come up with no deviation every freaking time, what are we supposed to think? I don't have to complete the triangulation to figure out that Earth's not a globe. What's funny is you can read in all the literature out there pertaining to geodesy and navigation how GPS coordinates on the global frame are inaccurate in the local frame. The local frame's accuracy of true distances as measured are improved when using a horizontal reference grid instead of a curving swath of a big beach ball. I mean, one of my favorite articles I read not too long ago was from the Naval Research Academy. I guess maybe the thesis somebody wrote. It was a thesis on UAV navigation and how they need to stop using spherical coordinates for landing, and they can improve the accuracy by popping open a flat Earth reference plane and using that to ensure wheel alignment with the runway. So how come in all these localized instances we keep finding the globe is proven to be inaccurate again and again and again? I can pull up state highway transportation manuals, surveying manuals, university papers and studies on this stuff, just about everywhere. And it's no secret that spherical coordinates aren't as accurate as we need them to be for some of the high precision projects we have in reality. When the entire particle accelerator at CERN had to use its own local horizontal flat Earth datum instead of a spherical one in order to ensure accurate beam alignment around the ring. It's called like the CERN Coordinate Reference System or something like that. And you can read about it on their website. I mean, everyone who seems to be in this field of surveying, at least not the ones we talk to for some reason, seems like everybody else who owns surveying companies and teaches geodesy in universities, they're quite honest about this fact that accuracy is improved with the flat horizontal plane over the curving globe one. I mean, I got that paper by Jesse Kozlowski, Maine surveyor, prominent anti-flat earther, likes talking to people even here. But back in 2007, he writes a paper for his company, it's public, asking how come electronic distance measuring devices, like lasers, give us not only the accuracy we need, but different results than globe GPS coordinate systems on a spherical globe map.
Okay, what megawatt laser are you using? It's the power of laser too.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, Jesse, the main surveyor, is referencing the laser and theodolites that are used for electronic distance ranging.
The fucking shitty ass laser you can buy at Walmart will fucking do that. Yeah, good deal.
Okay, well, I mean, theirs go like 11 kilometers and stuff. I mean,
11 kilometers. Well, that's proves it's flat.
yeah, with very narrow beam divergence, by the way.
Okay, beam divergence on a laser. I mean, what? Oh, now you're getting into optics, bro. Oh, you want to go into optics? You don't have a
It
basic.
increases the precision of the centroid on the measuring device.
It's fucking flat, and I'm not going to argue with that.
Yeah, let's get into optics. Okay, yeah, the narrow beam divergence is great because you constrain very much the centroid beam in the Gaussian pattern on the target, which allows you higher precision. That's why you want very highly precisely collimated lasers, as opposed to uncollimated lasers.
The laser experiment or the flashlight, it's the visible light travels so far your eye can see. I get it. It drops off.
What's your problem now?
Keep going.
I don't think you get it, boy. I don't think you get it at all.
It's flat. There we go. There's no more argument. It's like arguing with your woman. You win. You're right. There you go. You obviously know more about scientific method than I do, and you've done more experiments and your hypothesis and all that stuff, like where you can prove how you did it and recreate the experiment and get physical data. I mean, that's what it's all about. But you've never done an experiment probably by scientific method, so you wouldn't have followed the protocol.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Okay, well, okay, it's fucking flat then, dude. You got a laser, you got a fucking Walmart laser and shined it, and it looked flat.
See, that's your intellectual dishonesty coming through, right? The people that are using these lasers, they're using the best consumer grade, high powered lasers that you can get on the market. In fact, one of the main laser tests that we like to present is called peer to peer, done by a PhD in spectrophotometry named Dr. John D. And he used a series of lasers of different spectrums, right? Top quality lasers. He took his laboratory equipment and he accounted for all of the variables he possibly could, and he couldn't find the curvature. And he reluctantly became a flat earther after doing all of these tests.
Observation. And then it should be repeatable.
Yeah, he repeated it
if he gives scientific method and how he did it, his apparatus, what he used, and his
Yep.
method, it should be repeatable.
Yeah,
And
it's repeatable. It's been repeated many times. He even
okay,
repeated it himself on different days. And it's all documented. He has over 30 videos related to this one
post the
particular
results.
test
I
that
wanna
he
look
set
at
up.
the data.
And
Post the results. I would like to look at the data. Is that cool with you, or are you going to argue with me about that, or you won't be able to find it?
oh,
Okay.
I've got it right here. Yeah, I got it right here. I'll pop the main
And we're
video in the side chat.
being
All the
really
rest
nice.
of the
I'm trying to be amicable.
Okay, me too. Videos in the side chat. Right?
Amicable.
He didn't use a Walmart laser. That's
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, you Pendos. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're well.
Good. How are you guys doing?
Already, when I look at the picture of this, he's way above elevation. So fuck yeah, you got to do on
Well,
ground.
he started at 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter, and he had the target at 1 meter as well.
Tell me
So
what a
that's
foot
so
is.
that's not very high above the surface. But then what they did was
It looks
they
on
lowered
a
it. So once they got
like
the once they picked up the laser at the target distance, they
have my
lowered it. They ended up lowering it all the way down to 6 inches above the water, where they were actually able to get a direct hit on the target from
elevation.
50.
My gun, I can go farther too. Yeah, when I shoot a bullet, laser's straight, but yeah, if I raise the elevation, yeah, it's gonna reach the other side. But yeah, the elevation was stayed straight 3 meters above the ground, or 1 meter, which is
3 foot.
oh,
Yeah, he actually did it from 6 inches above the ground
okay.
as
Well,
well. Yeah,
it should be repeatable.
it is repeatable.
Okay, well the Earth's flat then.
That's correct.
Okay, I already said I agreed with you.
All right, well, we're in agreement.
Okay,
No hostility from me, my friend. You're good.
you're all smarter than I am.
Hey, he's not disagreeing. You are in agreement. The thing is that DJ is giving you the information. Also, the audience is listening to what he's saying. So we're getting the extra data that DJ is pointing out for you and from everyone else.
That they use, that you use every day with your cell phone, that you believe, but you don't believe it's fucking around. So okay, lasers prove it's flat, and there's no over the horizon missiles or nothing the military uses.
Oh yeah, there are missiles that go over your horizon. Yes, yes, they go
Well, what the fucking
beyond your horizon. Yes, they do.
what the
They do go
fucking
beyond the horizon. They go way further than your horizon. Yes, they do
they can go
exist.
thousands of miles, so not just a
Yeah,
laser.
Yeah, they
yeah,
shoot them
and
up
those
in the
miles.
air, and
Jump laser. No, I'm talking about
they
like
also use
wow.
laser targeting missiles as well, and laser targeting systems.
Well,
They
yeah,
have rail guns, all sorts of
nation
technology.
pinpoint on it. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
called where you mark a target. Yeah, they mark it with a
yeah,
person on the ground, so the missile can pick it up. Or
like a
the
spotter or
fighter.
something like that.
Yeah, escort fighter. Like here, I'm going to paint the target. You paint the target with a laser. They drop the bombs, and then they've got a new weapon. It's a rail gun. You know what a rail gun is? Use electromagnetics
Yeah, pretty crazy weapon.
down the barrel, and it draws the projectile out. No gunpowder.
Aren't
Yeah,
those supposed to be illegal for use in war?
With an electrical current, it puts a negative pulse in front of the fucking projectile and draws it out of the barrel with extremely high fucking electromagnetic pulse. Like now, but check out pulse gun.
some Terminator shit right there.
I
Pulse
know of
rail.
those guns. Aren't they illegal to use?
Well, no,
I
you
have no
make.
idea.
I can make one in my garage. They exist, bro.
No,
And
I know.
look,
I've seen YouTube videos of them. I'm just wondering if they're legal or not.
they can use mathematics to shoot over the horizon with those things.
Yeah.
But
Well,
if it's
beyond
a,
the horizon.
they wouldn't have to use elevation. Now, what the fuck would they?
Well,
They
if the Earth's flat, right, you're still going to have
can
to launch it up into the air. It's going to go
That's right.
past the horizon, and it's going to get to the target.
Okay.
So the horizon is just a byproduct of your perspective convergence, right,
Okay,
in combination with the atmospheric conditions on the particular day.
We said all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. So that makes it flat. The stuff that I agree with you on that makes it round is flat. So you're right.
Well, if it was a globe, you would have
Flat.
a geometric horizon, and things would get hidden behind the horizon, and we would be able to validate that that's consistent.
There's Coriolis effect. The planet's spinning, dude. Why do snipers take into effect the Coriolis effect?
Well, I can show you, right? So you might get some books,
Because
some snipers that claim that, but I mean, we've spoken to a lot of snipers. We have a lot of ex-military in the flat Earth community, and I can show you interviews with snipers that show you their credentials that explain how nobody in their field and that they've never never accounted for Coriolis. We also contacted Shepard Humphreys, who's the world record sniper distance shot holder. 4.4 miles, 3 shots in a row, hit the target. And we asked him if he accounted for Coriolis, and he said he absolutely did not account for Coriolis, although he still believes the Earth is a globe. That's what he replied in his email.
He didn't take a long enough shot then.
It's 4.4 miles. It's the world record.
Okay. Because he's got a thing that corrects it for him. The new scopes auto correct fucking windage.
No,
It's called Kentucky windage, dude. We invented that shit.
That's for wind, right? That's not Coriolis. He didn't account for we asked him specifically if he accounted for Coriolis, and he said no, he didn't. He said that they accounted for wind and spindrift.
It's in the sniper manual, dude. Okay, the army tells him to do it, and he didn't. He disregarded it.
If he didn't tell you gravity, he lied.
Okay.
Gravity, like the bullet drops by like 30 to 35 feet, like if you go beyond 1,000 yards.
And then the spin
Do
of
you
the
think
planet.
that flat earthers don't think that things drop?
Northern
That things
hemisphere.
drop?
It's a
Did he
fucking
say he
thing, bro.
accounted for gravity? If he didn't account for that, he missed the target.
Yeah, things dropping, things falling, right? 9.81 meters per second. We agree with that, right? We don't agree with your bendy, warpy space-time fabric pseudoscience bullshit.
The planet.
Did you talk to him?
At a constant.
Yeah, we contacted the Shepard Humphreys. Yeah.
To prove that the Earth is flat, you contacted a sniper, asking about Coriolis.
No, we just asked him because the globe earthers, hey, knowledge. Put
Improve
yourself
correct.
on mute, right?
Jump off a building.
I'll do it for you. Yeah, do you think that flat earthers think that you don't fall if you jump off a building?
Oh yeah,
Wench?
once the bullet comes out of the barrel, it's suspect to the spin of the fucking planet with the drop of
Yeah,
gravity.
so all right, so I'll post a video in the side chat from an actual sniper, right? He shows his credentials on camera, and then he tells you that nobody, including him, has ever accounted for Coriolis that he knows, right? All of the snipers that he knows, he shows you his credentials, and they don't account for Coriolis in the field. Although some manuals do say it, they don't actually utilize that in the field because it's bullshit, and they all know it, apparently. According to the sniper, right? See, what sort of bullshit tactic is it, right? Because you couldn't rebut the laser test, so you agree that the Earth is flat, which is just lying. You're just blatantly lying because you don't think that at all. Really, that's just your way to cope and avoid the fact that you don't know anything about optics or the math that goes along with it. And then you start waffling on about Coriolis and snipers. Present your evidence. Present your evidence that the Earth moves. I'll back my claim up, right? We always have receipts here. So I'll chuck my receipts in the side chat. The email from the world record sniper and an interview with a credentialed sniper that shows his qualifications. But once again, the globe earth side is just left coping and seething and sweating and crying. All right, so this is a UMSC, right? U.S. Marine Corps sniper. Dropping the video link in the side chat. All right, receipts provided for the claim. You know, I've had just about fucking enough of you clowns as well, by the way. Donald J. Epstein runs off in the middle of the conversation with Yoda after having a massive spurg. Yeah, you can get a 2-day ban for that. So fuck off for 2 days. Goodbye.
Have a
There
gun.
you go. And knowledge, you're
Flat
always
Earth.
just a dishonest piece of shit, right? So you're going too for 2 days.
Got a gun. I'm set.
Yeah, you gotta clean the house. You gotta take the trash out.
Yeah, you gotta take the trash out now and then. These
Yeah, you
clowns
gotta
will be
take the
back. They're obsessed. Oh, looks like knowledge was already banned. Ban evading. Gotta unban him first, so I can apply the ban.
Yoder trying to give relevant replies to Epstein, the guy. He was just yelling in the mic to every single reply. Like, what the heck is wrong with him? Not even the audience can hear the replies.
Just constant emotional outbursts from Mr. Epstein.
And the GPS and the coordinates topic is really interesting, but I want to hear what Yoda has to say about it all the time. This freaking guy just yelling through his mic in the middle of the sentences when Yoda is speaking is very annoying. He almost Bon called it out. He sounds like a scammer. The guy sounded like a scammer, and Yoda is trying to call out certain things, and the scammer is just not allowing for clarification about anything.
Yep.
Believe me, it's not a scam. It's not a scam. Just shut up and listen.
Yep. You know, just degenerates. The more degenerate people are, right? Like this Donald J. Epstein guy, the more they seem to just be completely triggered by this topic. Or like that Australian guy that was in here before.
Especially when someone is giving them like real information, real context, like stuff that is valid that you can check and verify. That's when they go crazy.
Exactly. That's like McToon's the primary example of that. If he's arguing against a flat earther and he's winning, he acts like this super nice, cool, calm, collected guy. As soon as someone starts dropping good arguments against him or good observations, he just turns into this crazed, furry lunatic. Starts frothing at the mouth. So yeah, I'm going to pop this observation in the chat. For any Globers, right? Dr. John D has had a invitation out to any globe earthers, right, since 2019 when he did this test, to debunk it, to present evidence that debunks this test. Nobody has even attempted. Took the pressure, the temperature, the humidity into account. He's using different spectrums of laser beams. He's repeating it from different heights. He knows everything that there could be to know about the tides, the weather conditions. It's all in the video. And if you click into his channel, there's about 30 additional videos where he goes over the technical specifics. That one destroys the globe. It's impossible on a globe. Even if you feed it into AIs, right, and give it the metrics, it says that, yeah, it's not possible to explain this with refraction because Dr. John D took that into account. We didn't have a change in the humidity or the temperature vertically, and he took 3 different measurements throughout the path of the laser. So there's no mechanism to be able to claim that the light was refracting and bending somehow perfectly around a curved earth, right? That just looks completely flat. So if you're shining a laser from 15 centimeters above the surface of the water, if it bent down, right? So you would need extreme refraction for this to work on a globe, right? Basically, if you go on Walter Bislin's calculator, you have to slide up the refraction slider to maximum, and it labels that as extreme refraction. So that would mean extreme bending down of light. So if you have the laser leveled and placed 15 centimeters, 6 inches above the surface of the water, and it just bent down a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit, it would just hit the water and it wouldn't make it to the target. But they see it just fine at the target distance. And that particular point there is what AI will agree is not possible to be explained with refraction. Ippo, thank you for staying quiet for a few hours. And welcome anyone else to the channel. Jupe, I haven't seen Jupe in here before. Welcome, Jupe. Cologne. The wench has been unmuted. Wench, you're unmuted, but I can hear your hot mic in a bit, so for your own protection, I will remute you and you can let us know if you want to be unmuted in the side chat.
Just came back. I hear this. I hear the silence. What's going on?
It's atmosphere, not atmos flat.
Hmm. Who was it? I recognize that voice. Wait.
That's D-Town. I just heard that the other day. It always cracks me up when I say it again.
Oh, D-Town, D-Town, yeah. D-Town.
Do y'all know that 90% of y'all are muted?
That's
I'd like to let you know that I stopped screaming nonstop to say this.
I'm happy that you're not currently screaming. I hope you don't have to go back to screaming. Do you mind if I ask what is the reason?
Screaming?
Yes. You say streaming or screaming?
Oh, screaming. No, not streaming. Screaming.
I
Uh, I really don't have any reason whatsoever to scream. I was just being playfully sarcastic. No
thought you
ill
were being
intent.
emo. I thought you were being
I'm at
emo.
work. I'm at work, so I should be screaming, but no, I'm
No,
good.
honestly, honestly, I thought you were being emo. I thought you were being emo, and I was like, okay, like, I mean, I'm glad you're not screaming currently. Cool.
No. Just more
I'm
of a
happy
joke.
that
You're at
you've
work, you know.
settled down. I'm happy that you've settled down to like a repetition of your own.
Yeah. Gotta find peace out here. It's crazy.
Yeah. I will say, I cannot believe that there's this many people in this chat. I don't believe that all of y'all believe the Earth is flat. I really don't. But regardless, on a more important note, I'm looking for people to play Sand Red of Sophie with.
Bro, I do not want to play the video game with you, man.
I cannot play games with you, my
I
man.
do
My
not
man,
want to play the video game with
you
you,
might
man.
be sitting in streets. If you're
No,
sitting
thank
in
you, buddy,
streets,
buddy. No,
if
thank you,
you're
buddy,
sitting
buddy.
in streets, I cannot be playing games.
Oh my god, man. Not
Oh
good, man. Don't say
Which
that,
god?
man.
Which god? Are we talking Shiva? Are we
Don't say
talking
that, man. No,
Shiva?
no, no,
Are
no,
we
no good.
talking Shiva? Are we talking
Why
other
are you being
gods?
racist, man? Stop being racist, man.
Which god? Which god are we talking?
Why are you being racist? Stop being racist to me.
No. Which god are we talking?
You are being a bad man.
No.
What's going on? Speak up. What's going on?
I have no clue. Was he being serious?
I don't know, but it was off topic, so we're not going to have any more of that.
I don't know if he was an actual Indian with an actual grievance. But I'm not Indian, and I was definitely making fun of his accent. Forgive me.
It's okay.
Thank you. Anyway, this is the Flat Earth chat. I understand this. I don't really care to debate Flat Earth thoughts, beliefs, principles, whatnot. Honestly, I'm about to jump into a game of Sand, Raiders of Sophie, like a game that
You like games?
apparently it's been out for a long time, but I found out about this for like 2 weeks ago. Say again.
You like games?
Yes.
Have you ever played one of those escape room games?
No.
Do you know what it is?
Yes.
So you're in a room and you get a few items and you got to make your way out of it.
I said yes.
Yeah.
I understand the concept. I understand the premise. I've seen videos of such. I've just never played one.
Want to play one?
If it sounds fun enough, if it sounds entertaining, perhaps.
Basically.
Right this second. Probably not.
All right. Maybe later. Then.
Would you be willing to look at Sand Raiders of Sophie?
What is
This
that?
this is literally. Have you heard of Sea of Thieves?
No.
Sea of Thieves is a pirate game. You're a pirate. You're driving around on your ship, whatnot. You put cannons on the side of your ship. You fight other people's ships, whatnot. This is that, but like on like a sand futuristic world, like sand landscape, random cityscapes here, there, wherever. And you loot the random cityscapes to get like your basic loot to where you can't even rebuild your ship. But like more often than not, you end up fighting random people just like you on their own ships.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, if somebody is in the room and you want to talk flat Earth, now's your chance. We'll talk with you for a little while, or you can play your games or whatever.
I don't believe in the whole flat Earth thing. If
Yeah,
y'all
I
need
understand that. You believe you live on a ball in space, right?
I think that is far more logical than a flat plane, just based on like how molecules aggregate.
Molecules. What do you know about molecules? You ever seen one?
In terms of gravity, in terms of like water distribution, I think so. I think it's
Gravity. Do you know anything about gravity?
yeah. If I
What's
sit
gravity?
underneath the tower, an apple hits my head.
Yeah, things fall. We know that, but that's not you. I'm talking about the cause of gravity. Which
If
gravity?
we if we don't
There's 80
believe
different
in
types, right?
if we don't believe in gravity, and even the thought of gravity, let's dismiss all that. Let's dismiss. Why do things fall?
Because they're more dense than the medium they fall through. Obviously,
There is some truth to that. There is some truth to that. Denser things
it's called
sink.
specific gravity.
Denser
But
things sink when they are around less dense things.
yeah,
That is fair. That is
and
fair.
less less dense things like helium go up, right? So not
Sure.
everything goes
Sure.
down. Yeah.
I
So
agree.
I don't know. Gravity is such a wide, big topic, and it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth either, right? So I mean, you can have gravity on a square or on a ball or on a triangle shaped planet if you like that.
To my extremely limited understanding, gravity is more dependent on like the mass of the Earth and like the amount of
The amount of what?
honestly, gravity is one of the weirdest things out there.
Yeah. So we
Well,
usually
we
don't talk
can
about it in here
can
because it's
we
just speculation anyway.
you might not agree with any of this, but like we have observed different levels of gravity on Earth, on the Moon, on Mars. Yes?
I mean, we've never been on the moon or Mars, but here on Earth,
Right, 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 right.
things
If you
can
assume
fall at
that, if you assume
different
that,
places.
fine, 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 fine. But for the sake of discussion, just for the sake of discussion,
Sure.
imagine that we have, just for the sake of a fun discussion, imagine that we have been to the Moon, we have been to Mars,
All right, fine.
and we have seen that different planetary bodies, which are of obviously different sizes. That's fair, right? Obviously different sizes.
Yeah, yeah, we can imagine anything.
Right, right, right. But I think it is safe to say that visually speaking, the Earth looks bigger than the Moon or Mars. Is that is that fair?
From our perspective, absolutely, yeah.
Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. I agree with you. I agree with you from our perspective. Yes.
I think the Earth is bigger than the Moon
If we,
and Mars.
you think what is
I think Earth is bigger than both of those places.
okay? Me too.
Good.
I think that the way we understand gravity is because of the effects that we see here on Earth.
Yeah, we don't
We see
understand
things.
gravity.
I'm not claiming that we understand gravity perfectly, but our understanding of gravity is based on the effects that we see on Earth. You throw a ball, it flies for a while, then it falls down. You throw a football, same shit. Uh, you sit underneath the tower and an apple falls on your head, and you all of a sudden become a genius. You get my point.
Get your point that there's 80 different.
Gravity,
Dude,
gravity is an
listen to me. You
effect
gotta let me talk as well, right?
which we
Because
have noticed,
you
which we are
understand we're on
experiencing.
YouTube, right?
What's that?
You understand we're on YouTube right now, so you gotta let me talk a little bit, then you talk and so forth. Just
I
let me say
do.
what I want to say.
I do not understand, or I do now. I do now.
Okay, okay, good. Just the
Go ahead.
listeners are kind of expecting us to go back and forth a little bit, so I'm just gonna say there are over 80 different types of gravity theories, right? Newtonian, Einsteinian, quantum string theory, specific gravity. I mean, I can mention them all. I don't have to, but I'm just saying when we talk about gravity, just make sure we're a little bit more specific. Are you talking Newtonian or Einsteinian? Are you into all of the bending and warping of space time, or are you a mass
To
effect
my
math guy?
to my current understanding, I was referring to Newtonian.
Oh,
I
okay,
did
good.
not know that Einstein had a different
Yeah, it's called
idea about
special
gravity.
Yeah, it's special relativity, right? And the general relativity.
I've heard of this. Yes. What is different in his thinking compared to Newton?
Well, Einstein's thinking of gravity is that it's not a force. Newton was thinking that it is a force. In Newtonian gravity, everything is pulled to the ground. In Einsteinian, it's pushed to the ground and so forth. So there's many differences. But those are only two of the theories that we have to deal with. There's like 78 other ones as well.
So, in
So
your understanding, Einstein and Newton agree with what they're witnessing. They just disagree on how it came to be, or
yeah,
what forces are
they
causing this.
disagree on the cause, and that's what we disagree with in here as well, right? If you say that it's mass attracting mass, I'm just gonna go with specific gravity and say I think it's just a density thing, right?
My super basic understanding of gravity is just that, like, a larger amount of mass accumulates until it becomes a larger amount of mass, and
Yeah,
then accumulates more mass, like
yeah.
a planetary formation.
So we're
Whether it
talking
starts with
theory.
one
We're
atom
talking
or whether
theory
it
here,
ends up
right?
in, like, Jupiter. Go ahead.
I'm saying we're just talking theory anyway. Right now, it's all
Yes,
speculation.
yes,
It's kind
yes,
of
yes.
pointless. I I
Yes,
want to
I agree.
concentrate on like the shape of Earth instead.
Oh, I know that Earth is not like a perfect spheroid, or at least like what I've been taught is that it's not. I don't believe that it's flat,
How do you
so
know?
we probably don't agree on that.
Yeah, but if you say you know, that's a strong word, right? Do you actually know it, or do you have a belief that you live on a somewhat
I
ball-shaped
would like to think
place?
that I know. I would like to think that I know.
What would be your rationale for that thinking? Well, what's your
In
best evidence of
in
Earth being
terms
a
of the
ball
shape
in
of the
space?
Earth, in
Yeah,
terms of the shape of the Earth,
because you've never seen it, right? I mean, all you see when you, for example, look out over the ocean is a flat surface, right? So you haven't actually experienced it. Maybe you've seen pictures from space or something. Is that your best evidence, or?
that is one part of it. But I also think that the best argument that I can think of at the moment was what Thucydides did in like 2300 BC.
Eratosthenes?
It might be, was it him?
Yeah.
The one who had like several pillars built and like who measured like the distance between the shadows. And
Herodotus.
based on the differences between the shadows, the different times of day, he was able to calculate the
Yeah,
relative circumference of the Earth.
yeah, Eratosthenes. The thing is that he wasn't actually able to do that because you can replicate his experiment on a flat surface and you get the exact same results. So you can do this on your kitchen table, but I promise you, it's not going to
On
make
a
your kitchen.
flat surface,
Yeah,
perhaps,
you
yes,
can
but
do it.
assuming that, may I make two or three assumptions
Of course.
for the sake of this discussion? Assuming that the Earth is curved
Mhm.
and you move south or north in any direction, your elevation should change. Your position relative to the sun should change. This is all assuming the Earth is curved, is a spheroid.
Yeah, that
If
was
we,
his assumption. Correct.
yes, I think he did a pretty good job of mapping out the reasons why it
What was
is.
his reasons?
Say again.
What was his reasons?
I don't. I have no idea.
They saw some things disappear over the supposed curve, right? They looked out through the ocean and they saw a boat disappear and they were like, "Oh shit, that thing must have went over the curve. I think we live on a ball."
Yes, but
You can replicate that phenomenon on a flat surface though. And they didn't have the technology we have today. Like now we have high powered zoom cameras. We can just zoom that boat right in again. Or we can see things that are 20 miles away from us. We shouldn't be able to do that if we live on a ball with the circumference and the radius that they have claimed. Do you happen to know anything about those numbers? Do you know
I'm not
the
not
radius of Earth?
in terms of specific numbers that he brought up. No, I do not.
They claim that the Earth's radius is 3,959 miles, 39,559. Are you a clever guy? Are you able to retain information? If I ask you in 5 seconds the number, could you repeat it back?
You said 3,959. Then you said
Yes,
39,959. So
3959.
you
It's
said two different numbers just then.
3959 is just a short way to say
I see. I see. Okay.
3959.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure. No, you're good. I'm actually impressed. You're like one of the few. 9 out of 10 cannot do it, so you are able to retain it. So the radius they have told us, if we can do math on that, then we can figure out, like, let's say over 10 miles. If you go to the beach on a lake, let's say it's 10 miles wide, you should not be able to see the beach on the other side if you live on a ball with that radius, because it should be hidden by 66 foot of curvature. That's a 6-story high building. Have you ever thought about that?
No, no, I've not. But I have seen ships disappear, like even on film.
Interesting. Yeah, so look, the game I was talking about before, it has all those things. I call it Escape from the Globe game. I pasted it in the chat there. If you had these items, like you have a laser, you have a friend, you have a ruler, and you have a lake, and then you have an Earth curvature calculator, could you figure out if water is curving on that lake or if it's flat?
The water. This is going to sound pedantic. This is going to sound incredibly pedantic.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think the water would be curving. I think our perception would look like things disappear or appear depending on if they're coming towards us or moving against us. The water itself is not curving. The water itself is mostly stationary. Obviously, there's some local movement, but the water itself is mostly stationary.
Look, if you shoot the laser over that distance to your friend on the other side, the laser needs to end up over 50 foot over his head if you live on a ball with the dimensions that they have told us it is.
Sure. Depending
But
on the distance in the relative curvature, sure, that makes
yeah.
sense.
But if we're on a, it's almost a perfect spheroid. We call it the geoid or whatever, but
Yeah,
there's a
I get it. I
difference.
get it.
There's
I
a
understand.
difference of about 14 kilometers at the equator, they claim, right? So we can take any part of that ball and measure. We should measure curvature almost equally everywhere. Difference is a few centimeters, maybe a few inches, right? So
For the
flip side.
most part,
Yeah.
to
So
my
that
to
means
my
if 70% of it is flat, it cannot possibly be a sphere. You get the logic of that, I'm sure.
I don't believe that 70% of it is flat, though. I
No.
believe that the bulging is relative, and I believe it is greatest at the equator. But I do not believe it is constant, and I don't.
So the pictures from
To
space
my
they look
understanding,
pretty
it is
round,
only
right?
relative so much as you were in the area measuring it.
Picture from space, they look very round to me. And I've seen lakes and water, straits and oceans and things. And on the ball, they look like they curve. Like you can hear my accent. I'm from Sweden. Like we have a little country next to us. It's called Denmark.
Your English is very good, by the way.
Thank you. So
You're welcome.
when I'm standing on the beach in southern Sweden, I can actually see the beach in Denmark, and that's 10 miles away. I should not be able to see the white sand over there if we lived on a ball with the dimensions they have told us. That
I
thing should
do
be
not. I do
20
not know
meters.
the limitations of. I'm not well versed enough to understand the dimensions and assuming that we are curved, assuming that we are on a spheroid,
Yeah.
geoid planet. I don't know well enough the limitations of sight distance to argue that to say yes or no.
Yeah. So I pasted in the chat the Earth curvature calculator for you if you want to go try to solve the escape room thing. Are you able to see my post?
I might be.
You're definitely intelligent.
All right, now my monitor is turned off.
Well,
I'll be
just
honest. I tend to get myself kicked out of this server more often than not
okay. It's okay.
for reasons inexplicable.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's a joke. For reasons I know clearly, but I should not be sharing. Hello?
Yeah, I hear you. I'm waiting for you to go look at the chat and see if you can
Hold on.
figure out the
My screen
question.
turned off and it switched my audio source. I have to
It's
fix
okay.
my audio.
You can fix it. I believe in you. And I think you can solve this math problem as well.
Okay, I think I fixed it.
Great.
So, where am I looking and what am I looking for?
Well, in the chat there is a post by me, Flat Earth Judge. It's a couple of posts up. The Escape from the Globe game is what I call it. I'm actually going to turn it into a real iPhone game at some point.
Read a book? Read a book?
Maybe.
Might sell, honestly.
Every
There's a lot of
single
people in the chat right now.
every single flat earther in this room, they have solved this game.
What do you mean by they solved it? Like,
It's an
what's that?
escape game. I give you 4 or 5 items and you need to use those to see if you can answer the question.
Interesting. I see Earth curvature calculator.
Yeah, you scroll up a little bit further and you see the beginning of my post there. The Escape from the Globe game.
And you created this game.
I did. With the help
Interesting.
of some other people in here.
Sure.
These are real numbers, and the solution, it's a real world example at the end. I haven't pasted that yet, but I will. But I want to give you a chance to solve it first.
I'm still scrolling. Politics bot, invalid invite. No.
I mean, did you already scroll past it?
Here's
Because
something, but I may have. Here's Argentina's peso. How far should I have scrolled? Because I've already scrolled quite a bit. I've not.
I mean, I think you scrolled too far because it's at 13 minutes after
Okay,
the hour. And
let
the
me
first sentence of the post is the Escape from the Globe game.
let me start over.
It's easier.
Discord overall has been having some lag problems with loading stuff. I've noticed that might have been just the issue that it hadn't loaded.
I see the calculator. I see omnicalculator.com, physics, earth, curvature. I see.
I'm telling you guys, it might be a ball after all.
Don't interrupt. We're going to do this first with this guy. He's playing the game now. If you see the
Fine,
one
it's fine,
Earth
it's fine.
curvature calculator, then above that you have another sentence, one lake, one
No,
ruler.
right above the refraction calculator, curvature calculator, I see the FEI horizon, the Earth curvature calculator, and like right above that, there's a www.omnicalculator.com physics Earth curvature. But then above that, I don't see any links. I see a flying dog or lion.
You scrolled too far. Do you know what a post is here? If you type something,
Post.
yeah, posted. There's a picture of me, flat Earth judge. It's 13 minutes after the hour. Anyway, if you can't figure out the posts here, you're probably not going to be able to crack the game.
Hey,
I'd
Judge,
like
it's
to
not there.
think.
It's not there for me either, bro. There's my post, my GIF I sent. There's Spruce Frost Spliff and Spruce Frost again on the chat. That's it.
You can't see
Thank
my
you,
post at
Yeah,
13
there's nothing there,
minutes.
bro.
13
Perhaps
minutes
it was
past the hour.
deleted. Perhaps somebody deleted it. But like, no, like I read off everything I saw, and then I scrolled up, and I saw a flying lion.
Let me
Like I
select
said, man,
all,
Discord's been wonky.
copy. I'm going to paste it one more time after Spliff's post.
Okay.
There we go. It's now the last thing posted. 22 minutes past the hour.
FEI horizon calculator and Earth curvature calculator.
Yeah, those are links within the post. Let me disconnect and reconnect. Maybe it's my problem here.
Restart Discord.
I'll be right back.
I thought I was imagining things.
All right, I am back. I'm going to paste it one more time in the chat.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I came back just now, and everything from 1246 showed up all of a sudden. Like Toby is 1259, and then everything else since then has popped back up now. But I had to disconnect and rejoin. Weird.
Are you East Coast?
Me? Yeah.
For me it's 12:23 Central Time Zone.
All right, let me just paste the text without the refraction calculator, and we'll see if that works then.
I'll be back in 2-3 minutes. Be right back.
Can anyone else see the last post? It's really crazy.
Yeah, I see it.
You see the escape from the game post now? Escape from the globe.
Escape from the globe game. You have one laser.
Okay, so you
wool.
see it. Thank you, Sheepdog. That's perfect. Okay, so now we should be able to read it. I don't know what happened. I see all of them. I pasted it 3 times now.
Like we know. Look, it bleeds. It reeks of fucking no testosterone, dude. This new generation's fucked. They're like, oh, they're all about their feelings. There ain't no man left, except that fucking Norway dude, Erlich Harling. We love that motherfucker. He's like, what are y'all doing? He puts fucking cowboys on. They love America, dude. They were bred for here. The Vikings and shit. You all can keep your fucking French motherfucker.
We eat right.
You know,
Sleep
we
well.
eat in your country, motherfucker. Use your bidet, man. Spray your ass.
I'm back.
All right, good. Now there are people in the chat that say that they can see the post now, so maybe you can see it.
Let me check.
Not miking, motherfucker. I was
I
talking.
see 9,000 pound winch.
Oh,
You're hot
you-
miking. You still have to assume size and speed. What is the blah blah blah?
No, I already dealt with him. So it's just you and me. So let's see here. Look at the chat now and see if you can see it. You got to scroll up a couple of posts.
Which post am I looking for though?
The post that says the escape from the globe game.
With a link on it? Oh, my food is ready. God.
Yeah, there's a link.
I've had chicken in the oven for 40 minutes. I see that. I saw that pop up. It still only has the Earth curvature calculator and the FEI horizon.
There's those links in it.
I see that I've been tagged by you. And I see the FEI horizon calculator and the Earth curvature calculator.
You got to see the premise of the problem and the question as well, but
say again.
You got to see the premise of the game and the question.
The escape from the globe game, you have one laser, hard roll, place it 3.5 feet above water level, one friend, one ruler, one lake, one earth. That stuff?
That is the one. Now, those are the items you have. Now, if you can use those items and figure it out, you can maybe figure out the answer to the question.
My food is currently ready in the oven.
All right. Well, that means you have some time to think about it while you eat.
I'm terribly sorry to leave at a time like this without anything definitive, with nothing being found.
It's okay. You can go click on the calculator and just mess around with it.
Maybe so.
Maybe so.
I might be back. I might not. I do
Alright.
have to work later.
It's okay.
Anyway, you have a great day. Appreciate the talk thus
Yeah,
far.
you too.
I have
you.
hot wings. These are wings. Apparently they're mild wings, but I loaded them with hot sauce before I put them in the oven.
Sounds good. All right. Do we have anybody else in the room who wants to play? Let's do it. Come on.
Me! I want to play.
Yeah, you can play it, Tipo. Go ahead. You have 10 minutes. See if you can
Which
solve
link do I click on?
Earth curvature calculator. Then you type in the values and you tell me how far over the beach on the other side the laser is going to end up if you live on a ball.
Okay. What is this supposed to tell me?
Yeah. How high above the friend's head will the laser end up if you live on a ball?
I'm confused about this game. Is this just a calculator? Is that the game?
Well,
Give me a second.
yeah, it's one of the items you get to use to solve the game. I'll rephrase the question a little bit. I'll paste it in the chat there at the bottom. Makes it easier. All right, if you just joined over on YouTube, we're currently playing the game with Hippo. She is thinking about it, I hope. She's going to try to figure out if where the laser ends up on the other side of that lake, if she lives on a ball.
What's the distance?
All right, I'm going to read chat for a while we wait. Currently, discussion going on between Let's and J-Dog. J-Dog, he has some claims. He says that stars would be millions of miles away, for example. Not a Jew, you're hot miking. Okay. So we're going to put you on mute. When you get back, I'll unmute you, but you are hot miking. All right. He left. So back to the chat. Let's see here. J-Dog has said that stars are millions of miles away. That's a claim. No backup, though, of course. How would you know? Lat says, if you assume the distance to the sun, then you also assume size. Correct. J-Dog says, I'm just saying, if you were to move the sun 10 or 20 miles away from the Earth, regardless of its size, parallax would show that some of these stars are millions of miles away still. Oh, there's a claim. The size is not part of a parallax calculations, the distance is. And I'm saying shift that assumed distance and the scale of distance is still insane. Oh my gosh, J-Dog, you're claiming things here that you can't possibly back up. All we see is a little light in the sky. There's no way to figure out the distance or the size. Lat says the sun could be the size of a coin held at arm's length or a ball with the diameter of 865,000 miles, assuming the distance is assuming size. I agree. Sheepdog is also typing right now. Let's see what he has to say. The sun is 400 times further and 400 times larger than the moon. If the sun was 400 times closer and 400 times smaller, you wouldn't know the difference. That is correct. Now Ippo is going to get her hands in on this one. She's typing. See what she has to say about it.
No, I was
Indeed.
just doing something.
Yeah.
Anyways, how do I even play this game?
Well, you fire up the calculator and see if you can answer the question. Did you read the question? I'll post it one more time.
Escape from the globe, laser.
There you go. Question is in the chat. I simplified it a little bit. I don't want to make it too hard. Now we're just
What is
asking.
that supposed to mean?
It's the first thing you have to solve. You have to figure out what it actually means. Let's gave me a little finger up. Thank you for that. I know I'm interfering in your convo with J-Dog. I apologize. It means you have a hard time with English, Hippo. He says, Lats, you're good, brother. All right. Thank you.
Huh?
I think Lats is
Lats is a soy boy. He needs to shut up.
he's taunting you there. You have a hard time with
Okay,
English.
and Lats is gay.
I don't think so.
No, so we both have something that we need to fix.
See if you can solve this the game instead. Let's play it for serious. Go fire up the calculator. You can do it. I believe in you.
Okay, I'm not retarded. Like, I can do minimum things, guys.
All right. I have faith in you, Hippo. You can do it. Solve it. Show
Nah, I
everyone.
can't do this. It's too hard.
Show everyone in the room how smart you are.
I'm not that smart. Actually, your game is stupid. I don't even understand it.
Yeah, that's what a dumb person would say actually about it. So I'm sorry.
No, I don't think I'm
No,
dumb. I think your game is just stupid.
think so.
What size is the lake?
10 miles.
10 miles.
I can paste
Come
the whole.
on, Ippo. That's easy.
Oh, it's sorry. It's 9.5. We
Oh,
shortened.
9.5?
Yeah, we shortened it a little bit because we have a real world example. That's the answer. So I get some pointers on this from DJ to improve it a little bit. So I'm going to paste it one more time for people who want to try it out. Yeah, I got to give it to Ippo. She is honest sometimes, or maybe all the time.
Okay, I'm not that dumb though.
Well,
So
take a good hard look at the game again and see if you can crack
it
it.
says 34.658, bruh. That's all it says.
34 feet.
Yeah.
Congratulations. So the laser has to end up 34 feet over your friend's head. 34 feet. That's a 3-story high building. You shouldn't be able to see your friend 9.5 miles away. But guess what? You will be able to see your friend because water doesn't curve. And that laser, you put that laser 3.5 feet above the water on one side of the lake, it's going to end up 3.5 feet over the water on the other side because water isn't curving. So it's not going to end up over 30 feet in the air over your friend's head. You understand that? You were able to do the calculation. Well done. So here's the video that shows this. This video here was taken live, and he shot that laser 9.5 mile. 3.5 foot on each beach. There you go. This is the answer.
Uh-oh, Ippo.
I don't know what the fuck you saying. Like you're a child.
Oh, she did a good job. Very well done. You actually got the number correct. One of the few. I think we played this game about 10 times now, and only 3 people have cracked it so far. Now you can join that proud field. And I would watch
This
the
video's too
video.
long. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, but you have the link now whenever you have time. And
I never have time for that.
Yeah, because you're so busy, right, with all your jobs and everything. I thought you were unemployed.
Yeah,
Right?
with my business.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for playing. Well done. So, to all the other Globers out there, even Ippo could solve it. And she sometimes tells us that she's dumb, so she can't be that dumb, right?
Okay, excuse me. Why do you have to say even? Like you spread it that even out, and then you say Ippo.
I'm
What was
just
that for?
messing. Yeah, it's a joke, right? But because you told everyone that you were too dumb to do it, and then you were able to do it. So clearly, you're not.
That even was flat. It wasn't curving.
Yeah, that too. So, Globers, you even heard the solution now. Maybe you want to play the game anyway. Can you still solve it?
It's gonna be like an escape room where they like come back every 5 minutes asking for another clue.
Right. We have Clive with us today. I find him a very interesting person. I think he was looking for Mars rocks over in Antarctica at some point. And he's also said we were treating the Globers badly, calling them names and stuff like that. Well, Clive, now you have a chance. I'm not going to name call or anything. If you want to talk to me about Earth, we can do that.
Hey, how's their YouTube channel going? You gaining traction?
Which YouTube channel is that?
The one that's attached to the YouTube bot at the top of this.
Oh, there's about 300-400 views per day on both of those channels, I believe. Sometimes up to 800. So
what's
over
your
time, it
what's your
accumulates. Right now, I think there is a few viewers on each of them live.
what's your average viewer daily count now as compared to 2 years ago? Is there any growth?
I don't actually know. I don't own the channels. You would have to talk to Helioskeptic or Flatloid when they are here. They can probably, maybe they are willing to give up the numbers there, but you can go check daily views or something like that. YouTube have some kind of public API for it or stats or something.
Yeah, I'm
Let
sure.
me ask you this. Let me ask you this, man. Do you think we do this for the views or for the growth?
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Well,
we do
you're wrong.
we do it for the education. People have a chance to go and replay and so forth, and it also gives us it gives us a way when people accuse us of stuff, we can just say, well, it's recorded, go listen to it on the recording. Because people tell us all kinds of stuff, or I didn't say that, or you people have claimed that, and so
Yeah, but no
forth.
one does. Yeah, but no one does that. Like we all know that you're making a YouTube channel because you want people to watch the videos.
Well, you would have to talk to Flatloid and Helioskeptic about that. But for us, it's a good service because we can use them to play back things people have said.
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I think you guys have created a nice little bubble for yourself. About 300 people around the internet agree with you. I think it's really good.
You think it's echo chamber we're talking to
No,
here?
no, I believe that you guys have followers all around the world, all around the globe, even. I gotta go. My rice is ready.
Okay. Well, we're not the Flat Earth Society. We don't care about followers in here. But when Globers come in here, we don't mind educating them. Sometimes we have to teach them their own model before we can even debate them. So that happens all the time.
Yeah, I don't go to Glober channels and talk to them. They come to us.
That's right. We even had Nathan Oakley in here yesterday. Those guys have scared away all their own Globers, so they have to come here and get some of ours. But we have some rules here.
Exactly.
We have some rules here. We only do one-on-one. We don't name call. We don't shout. So he broke the rules a couple of times. So for the most part, as far as I heard, he was more civil than usual. I don't mind him coming back again if he can keep that kind of discourse. We can let him borrow some of our nice Globers. You're just not allowed to turn them into anti-flat earthers by screaming at them and swearing and calling them names. That's not what we do here. Let's tells Ippo, don't be mad. All the dudes that try to talk to you are soy boys. Nasally
They're
V.
definitely not. I got a whole count. Thank you.
Do you? Okay, good for you.
CFO,
What is it?
do you think you're awesome? So to yourself?
No, I'm amazing.
There
I'm
you
awesome.
go. There you go. I just want to let you know that it takes a lot of growth as a person to love yourself, and I know you exude that a lot. I just wanted to remind you that you did all of that while on a flat Earth, so you're gonna be all right.
No, I actually hate myself. Oh my god. Anyways, trying to get a real man. None of y'all are real men. Y'all believe in flat Earth. Come on, lads. Do better. And I have a real man. Thank you. He is 6'2", blonde hair, real skinny, and that's how I like him.
Well, right now you use jailbait because you're 16, so no one in here is going to hit on you, Hippo. You're in the
Oh, a
wrong.
lot of your buddies do.
Yeah, well, they shouldn't. You can come back when you're 18 if you want to have that kind of discussion. And I don't know, not in this room though,
No, thank you.
on Discord. All right. Anyone else? Shout out to YouTube. Come on in if you want to talk. We'll do some nice back and forth. Play some games, talk some math, talk about the Earth. Yeah, Spliff, it is a little bit weird to have her in here. I'm mentioning her age now and then so people will treat her, you know, with the respect.
Accordingly.
Be careful there.
Yeah, treat her
I'm an
accordingly.
adult. What? Do not
Oh, you're
play.
not. Okay.
Yes, I
If you're
am.
gonna
In
lie like
certain
that,
states, I am.
we'll ban you if you're gonna lie like that.
I'm not lying. What
Well, if it is a
the hell
lie,
are you talking about?
it's a clever
That's not a
one.
lie.
It makes us give her a little bit extra leeway. So I don't know. I can't tell. She sounds like 16 to me.
She
Because I
is.
am. The hell?
Okay.
You want to see my birth certificate?
No.
Anyways.
No, but I'm gonna say this info. Like there's a lot of adults in here, and for you to chase after adult males as a 16-year-old and say where are all the men at? Like that's a
I
we'll
never
ban you
said
for that.
that, though. I'm so confused. What are you
We'll
talking
ban
about?
you for that. It's your final warning.
I didn't say. Oh,
Yeah,
what?
don't do that, Dippo.
Okay. I'm not hitting on guys. I'm so confused.
Yeah, 20 Cups is right. If people are hitting on you, you should report it. So
And I do. Simple as
okay,
that.
good. Anyway, if you want to talk about Earth, that is totally allowed, even as a 16-year-old. So that's fine. Just don't talk about trying to get men and things like that. Thank you.
I literally. Okay, you know what?
Don't worry
You know
about
what?
it.
You're completely right.
Yeah. All right, J-Dog is back. I'm not speaking to the size of the sun at all. Parallax is all about distance relative to another object. So even if we assume that the object is extremely close based on of how other objects move in the sky relative to it, they would be extremely far away. That's a claim. You can't prove it. Some millions of miles away. Oh my gosh. Still, even if we assume the sun was 5, 10, 20 miles off the surface of the Earth, J-Dog, you need to work on your logic. Can he even hear me? I don't even think he's in voice, so I'm talking to no one. That sucks. J-Dog should know better. You're not supposed to chat skank unless you're in voice. We don't force anyone to talk on voice, but we force you to be in voice if you're going to chat in the chat channel. You have to tell him that. All right, I need to get back to work. I might open my mic later if a Glober comes in. Or not, we'll see.
Appreciate you, Judge.
Thank you.
So what you want to do when they come for you? Like everybody's fucking bullshit, man. I don't want to hear this bullshit. Fucking Melchizedek, my ass. What's your high
Wait,
spiritual level
you
then?
talking about bullshit and ass and pieces of shit? What's going on?
Who unmuted the crackhead cowboy?
I'm not on crack,
Hey, buddy, can
motherfucker.
you watch your language?
My language is English, is what I speak.
I mean, you're talking bullshit. I mean, you're talking about the shit that comes out of those
No,
asses.
if you look at everything, well, I haven't been talking. I've been
Are you
typing.
like a farmer? Do you use shit to, I don't know,
Yeah, I know
do?
how to use a shovel and a fucking backhoe.
That's not the topic of the VC. Like talking about bullshit. That's not what we talk about in here.
Okay, what are we talking about? Do you have a fucking cow? Do you even know what?
Cosmology. Cosmology of the Earth, Globe Earth, Flat Earth. Have you been listening for the past, I don't know, hour?
Well,
30
it's
minutes?
like a cow patty. You know about bulls, so you should know what a cow patty
Well,
looks
you're the
like.
one that talking about that, and that's not the topic.
Well, this is the Flat Earth channel, so okay, it is the okay. You changed the topic there, Mister Smart Guy. What do you want to talk about?
You're the one talking about bullshit. I'm telling you, that's not the topic.
Bullshit is people say shit that's not real, and I don't believe it. That
That will be the
makes sense.
globe. That will be the globe, not real.
You
But
agree with that?
bullshit is real.
Yeah, okay. I already agreed that it's flat with you all, so there's no other argument with me.
So now
I'm a
you're
flat.
talking about bullshit.
It's me. All of the data I supplied you, and you're showing me lasers. Like I fucking got a laser. I can shine it across my fucking floor in the house. Yeah, it's fucking flat for this short distance. It's fucking awesome. You made an observation, and that's good over a short distance. At least you're making progress.
A long distance. You want to see a long distance one?
Well, light doesn't refract through the atmosphere or anything, or atmospheric pressure or temperature inversion or anything like that. That just doesn't exist. Throw all that out and a laser shoots straight through the fucking air. You're right. So you put the burden of proof on me because I know you're wrong, but you're right. I'll just go ahead and give you win. Because you're not going to believe me if I even told you that because it's optics and you don't know anything about physics. So that's fucking cool. The earth is flat and that explains it. And if you lived in a desert, I mean, I understand why you would see that. It's all fucking flat. It's fucking dunes. I understand that.
You know we're not looking for explanations, right?
To you, good for you.
You understand that we're not looking for explanations.
I tried to explain topography to you all a couple nights ago, but like, what's this topography?
I don't know if you can hear, but I just said we're not looking for explanations.
Well, okay, then star mapping. Then we can go different directions with this shit, and y'all have no data to back up your argument. So I mean, it would. It's a
Star
laser.
mapping or
You're
the
all going to
floor?
an experiment and shit from
We're talking
Samuel.
about the floor.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've watched all the videos with my flat Earth buddy. He's like trying to convince me. I'm like, no,
Yeah,
that is
you're talking about stars,
dude with a flat Earther. That was actually
stuff that's
consultant.
not the ground.
Whatever.
Maybe he lives on a different starlats.
And then you can shoot a laser down, and yeah, it's
Yeah, you could shoot a laser down, you could shoot a laser up, you could take the incremental measurements, and you could still tell exactly what kind of surface you're on. Crazy,
it's
I know.
straight line. That's the shortest distance between any 2 points. I get it.
Yeah, but you
Your
know we're
laser,
not measuring the distance of the laser, right?
dude, it's
We're
laser proof.
measuring
Earth is flat.
the deviation or the space between the laser and the ground or the water.
Do you know what surveying is? Have you ever
Yeah.
surveyed? Okay.
Me, I've never
What
surveyed no, but I know what it is.
elevation on that? Like, where they got to calculate elevation? Now, what is elevation if the Earth is flat?
From sea
I just
level?
want that. Like, you reconcile that, and then you're right.
Yeah, it's from sea level. It's funny you talk about calculations. That's where the curvature comes into. They calculate for curvature. They actually don't
Yeah,
directly measure that curvature, which
Florida's
I'm
at
sure you
sea
know since you know about surveying. You know that they calculate curvature, not measure it.
California, and you're on the beach. Yeah, it's fucking sea level. If you go in the mountains, though, in California, you
Yeah,
can.
no one's denying topography existed.
So even in California, one state, you can go from the beach, sweating your ass off, and go up in the mountains and ski. Or go to the
What?
desert, fucking run a dune
What's wrong with
buggy.
that?
You tell me how
Yeah,
flat it
what's
is.
wrong with that?
Are you from the tourism board or what's going on?
Did you not know
No,
we have
I'm not
mountains on Earth? Like,
saying that you go to
what's going
California.
on?
I'm saying that's the topography. It's like landscape. It's like what the fucking? It's not fucking flat.
Okay.
Now, if you can
Those,
explain that to me, how California is fucking flat, and you can fucking go to the beach and sweat your nuts off,
yeah,
and
you
then
have mountains on top of a flat Earth.
how do you have mountains on a flat Earth? Yeah, and if you can
Wait,
reconcile
what's the
that,
contradiction?
then fucking do it. Not across the
What
long
what's
distance.
the
It's one.
contradiction, Mr. Doggy Boy? What is it?
Look up mountains in California and the beach, and they got
Nice one.
deserts.
Good answer. What's the contradiction? You have one more chance. What's the contradiction between having mountains on a flat Earth?
Yeah, that's at sea level. It's not a mountain, is it? But it's in the same state, so it's not flat. Is that a contradiction? Does that seem because you're trying to make it flat and it's not?
Wait, say that one more
I
time.
mean,
I just heard a whole bunch of bullshit. One more time.
Okay, I won't repeat bullshit because it's data.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Go for it.
I mean
I'll
the
write this down.
elevation. Look up
Okay.
elevation.
Planar with topography, Earth. Happy?
Fuck. I mean, do I got to print out a fucking map for you? A topography map? It's called a map too. They'll do a topography map and it'll show you
What is
the
the X on
elevation,
that X?
2D, different color. It'll be higher.
Bro, nobody is
yeah, this
disputing topography. That's what elevation is stemmed from, is sea level. If you want to talk about the depth of the sea, it's taken from sea level. If you want to talk about the highest mountain, it's taken from sea level. We're talking about the surface of water.
Well, water seeks level. So if I put
Right.
water in the cup,
Oh,
So,
Welcome
does
to
that mean
Flat
the
Earth.
cup
that's
is flat
profound. Yeah.
because it holds water?
So if we're going to find
You're right.
curvature, either water is
The cup ain't
pulling.
flat. It's sitting off the table.
Look,
It's not
look.
flat,
If
but it holds
gravity
water.
is
The water's
pulling
flat
water
in
towards
the
the
table.
center of the
Oh,
earth, then water would be
does that make
equidistant
sense?
all the way around the ball, right?
Well, yeah, it seeks the lowest points and fills it up, and that's what the ocean.
Right. In the ocean, it
Like,
would be
the
equidistant
world
all
is
the way
flat
around.
because if they drained all the water off the planet, would it be flat?
yes.
It would be a bowl.
It wouldn't look flat at all. There's
It would be a
valleys,
bowl. It would
mountains.
look like a bowl.
Did you know that? What's the Marianas Trench? It's like 7 miles deep, and there's
9,000,
and-
brother.
okay, so it's all flat. I get it.
Brother.
It's the illusion of the water.
Do you think when they show
befuddled.
you pictures of the globe from outer space, what do you think the outside blue stuff is?
It looks like a fucking coin. If you look at the planet from any angle from outer space, it looks like a fucking coin on its side. There you go.
Okay.
It looks
What
like
are you
And all
freaking out
that
right
blue
now?
stuff.
Is he a flat earther?
laid
Is
on
that
its
blue
side.
stuff?
No.
Is that blue stuff curving around that coin?
Water. Game of Thrones, dude. There's an ice wall that holds the water in. You're right.
Oh,
Bombo,
God, you're a fucking
yo,
retard,
he's
bro.
Holy, this guy is retarded. Holy.
Well, that is retarded. That's what you believe, I guess. But yeah.
No,
No,
that's
you're
not what's
retarded.
retarded. You're the retarded one here. You're getting so mad you can't defend your position, so you just start spazzing out,
He's
talking about
LARPing.
random stuff.
Have
he
you
even
ever been
stops
to like
LARPing.
university? Go to college, dude. Learn some physics and shit.
Have you been to college?
Light refraction first, like with your
Have
laser.
you been to college?
Hey,
Light
How are you
refraction
gonna try to
first.
talk about
Have you been
science
to
and still talk
college?
about outer space?
yeah, a laser is focused light. You know that, right?
9,000-pound winch.
Light
Have you been to
is
college?
refraction. Gravity and gravity
Does he
bends
have me
light.
muted?
Oh,
I sure hope he
yeah.
has me muted.
Well, how you have gravity on a flat fucking disc? You can't. It's got to be spinning, dude. The Earth
It's gotta be spin. Oh my god.
Wait, hold on. You saying that even in your own paradigm that something has to be spinning to have gravity?
And the moon comes out at night. It spins around the outside of a disc
Wait,
that's
so
Hold
do
flat.
I have
on.
gravity if I'm not spinning?
I revolve around a circular fucking thing.
Yo,
Do I
chill, brother. One
revolve around a
second.
circular thing with
Not the
gravity?
rest of the planets
I have a
can either.
clarifying question. You said that you can't have gravity unless it's spinning. Is that true?
I mean, let's do some logic here, folks. Or
Bro.
you just fucking retards, man. I'm gonna lose all fucking
I
hope.
just needed to clarify. I just need an answer real quick. I have a clarifying question for you because you said that you cannot have gravity unless you're
Just
spinning.
watch Neil deGrasse Dyson, and you'll fucking learn all you.
The fuck am I gonna do with the Dyson?
Bro, he just wants you to clean his floors. Maybe it's because you're Asian. He thinks that he wants you to go like do his garden or something. I don't know.
Yeah, shit, I guess so.
You're gonna make him some pho, bro. Go
Dude,
crazy.
investigate this shit for yourself, and don't just believe what the internet says.
Bro,
There's
why do
Brother,
you
that's
believe what the
you.
internet says?
a Nova Ortis Seclorum, like you tell them.
Notice a Hana, what?
It's Morvis. It's Novus, motherfucker. Not Morvis.
Bro, this guy is definitely drunk. Is it just me, or is he
No, I'm not
like
drunk.
No, he
I know
is
what
for sure.
You must be, bro. There's no way.
Nova Ortis Seclorum means for many one. That if you look at my name, it's like all for one, one for all. I know what the fuck that means.
Bro,
You don't even know Latin, bitch. So don't tell me
bro,
how much I know.
look at the tag in my name, OAFA, once and for all, bro. It's the same thing, bro. Lock in.
Dude, you think you
Also,
need poor bassoon
unmute yourself right now.
I don't even care what
Good
the
boy.
fuck you
Listen,
like. How about
what's the
that?
contradiction with
I'm
having
not ruled by
mountains
your
on a flat
paradigm.
Earth?
We're ruled by what your parents and your fucking family and your schools taught you. I reached my own conclusions, and I didn't believe the fucking status quo. You're a fucking sheep. You follow the sheepdog. That's me.
Wait,
Brother, that's
what
you.
science?
Fuck up.
Oh, you want to talk about being a sheep?
Yeah, sheepdogs don't get followed. The sheepdog chases the sheep.
Whoa.
No, the sheepdog protects the sheep and keeps the wolves away.
Rounds them up and chases them
It's
around.
too stupid to run.
They don't really play follow the leader.
This guy wants to tell us.
Back the fuck up off
Holy
the fucking sheepdog is what I'm saying.
freaking religious
They will
cult.
you learn more and can fucking argue intellectually with me with like fucking valid points. You can't give me the laser robotham fucking 1894 experiment and prove flat Earth.
Well, we don't need that one. We could just get a new one. We can even do one today, right
Daniel
now.
Robotham. Him and his buddy swam in a canal and they got a flashlight and he could still see his
Canal?
buddy's flashlight. Oh, wait, 5 miles away. Well, fucking good for you. You had a good flashlight.
Okay, so we
That's
could do that in
right
modern
there.
times with lasers, which is what we've done. Guess what?
Okay.
It measures
Well, it's
flat.
still fucking
Crazy.
light. That's all a flashlight is. It's a torch, is what they call it in the UK. I got my torch out. Well, get your torch out. Laser is light
Wait,
amplified,
can you
simulated
actually do the
emission
accent a little
radio.
bit better? It's hard to understand if you don't.
It's coherent light, and it still diffuses, just like a fucking
So
flashlight. No matter how
you're saying it's
coherent it is,
just
it depends
focused
on how
light?
many watts it is and how far it's going to go. How many watt laser are you using? A 500-watt laser? Then yeah, it's going to shine farther. It's still going to drop off the fucking horizon. But okay, well, don't believe me.
I won't.
It's elevation comes into it too, right? And so don't worry about that either. And atmospheric cleansing, and there's like fucking a bunch of different calculations go into it, but it's just simple shine laser through fucking empty
Oh,
air.
yeah, we know.
Yeah,
That's how you
you
get your
know.
goal, is just do calculations, not measurements, right? Hmm. Interesting.
I don't think he agrees with you.
Your little play laser that you got's less than a fucking watt or a half watt. What do you want that?
Why are you talking about my laser? My laser has good personality, actually.
Well, how many
What do
watts
you-
is your laser? It's point what
it's enough
5,
to get the job done. All right.
0.02. It's not even a fucking watt or a half a watt.
It's
Shut the
enough to get
fuck
the
up.
job done. Do you understand?
Okay, so what laser did you
You
use to
know how
measure
lasers
curvature?
work? It's light amplified by stimulated emission of radiation. Look
Okay.
that up first, and then
So
understand
what
how lasers.
properties are different about a laser and a regular flashlight? Hmm? What happens with the particles of light in there?
What's the difference between a maser and a laser? You know what a maser is?
We're not talking about masers. We're talking about lasers versus a flashlight.
Okay, yeah, it's coherent light, and you can. It's called a mag light. Can focus the beam if you adjust the lens. It's coherent focus of the beam. You don't even
But you're not
understand what
just focusing the light.
beam focus
You
is.
understand that, right?
No, you don't. I'm explaining it to you, actually.
I'm
And
explaining it to you because you just demonstrated a misunderstanding of what a laser is.
No, I told you exactly what it is.
Because it's not just focused light. That's incorrect.
You know, it's light amplified by stimulated emission of radiation. That's
Yes,
what.
we know the acronym. Everybody in here knows the acronym.
No, then you didn't know that until you looked it up.
Yes, I did.
What's a maser then?
I'm not talking about a maser. We're talking about laser versus a flashlight. You want to say that they're both the same thing, and it's not.
No, it's the same principle. It's a coherent focus of light.
It's no, not.
Yes, it
It's not.
is. Okay. It all
Every
comes down.
particle of light leaving that laser is going to be exactly the same wavelength and shooting in exactly the same vector.
Oh my god.
Because they're all replications of each other, aren't they? But I'm sure you knew that already, right?
Thing's fake, dude. The Earth is flat.
Okay, because you know
I
so much
can't
about
prove
lasers.
light
Got it.
coherent to
Okay.
you. I can't prove basic physics to you because you don't know what it is. So, like, just assume that the Earth is flat and everything that you see, you're like an ant crawling across the fucking table until you drop off and fall on the floor. Then it
No,
ain't
it's not
flat.
an assumption. It's a
But
measurement, unless you have
Columbus.
counter measurements that show something different, right?
I'll be back.
Counter measurements, Mr.
Yeah, they
Wunsch.
drop like flies. I'm the Terminator. I'll be back. Are you
Well, that
Sir
was a
Connor?
blower on your
I'm back.
friend. Do you have any counter measurements?
We're sitting here with Novo Ordocyclorum and the sheepdog
Oh,
flats.
absolutely nothing.
I got this
Right.
retard. Looks like a cat. It's a
You might have me muted
Russian.
now. Hey, Mr. Man, can you answer his question? Go
What?
ahead, thank you.
Wait, what was
Hey,
it?
ask me a question and I'll answer it. I'm not going to be.
Do you have any counter measurements?
Well,
Do you
For
have any
what?
counter measurements?
For what? EMPs or what? Or
The
somebody break?
globe, the curvature. What
right?
the?
I don't give a
Holy,
fuck.
this
I'm
guy
not going
is
on.
drunk.
What?
I don't worry about it, dude. Why are you worried about if it's flat or not? That changes nothing.
Nothing about what?
It's a non sequitur.
What's the topic of this room? What the hell are you talking about?
Well, that's why I come in here to try to tell you all you're arguing about some stupid shit.
Except that
Okay.
when we use the realist level to build things in reality, we have to
Okay.
take into account. So it does matter, even though you are appealing to incredulity, you think it doesn't matter, but it does matter.
What are you talking about? Masonry and like building something on a.
Everything we do, building structures, aircraft like airplanes, you have to take account. You have to
Oh,
take into account the realist level. So
I'm
the
talking
engineers that build aircraft, they have to. It's not like an option. It's not like an opinion or maybe we want to do it or maybe we don't want to do it. No, they have to take into account the realist level.
well, then airplanes fly on an XY Cartesian map, like a coordinate
They
X,
don't
Y.
fly it in that. No, they don't fly in that. No, they don't.
Oh, you've got elevation though,
They
right?
flying across the air, the air.
What X?
Airplanes, you know?
A graph, like a
No,
X,
they
Y.
don't fly on a graph. No, incorrect. They don't do that. No.
Okay.
Airplanes don't fly on a graph. No, incorrect.
Latitude and longitude is nothing.
No, they don't. They don't do that. No, airplanes don't fly on a graph. No, incorrect.
They don't use X,
No,
Y.
airplanes fly in reality.
They don't plot anything on a graph on a. Okay.
I mean, you can
Okay.
depict it on a graph. Yeah, you can depict it on a graph, and the operators use graph to orientate themselves within the grid system that we use to identify locations, right?
Would you agree there's 24 hours in a day? Or is
Not
that
everywhere. Not everywhere you go in the world. No, I wouldn't agree.
Okay, so
because the day has a certain the daytime, and then there's the nighttime. So there is certain hours for the day and then certain hours for the night. So not 24 hours. Some places you can go and there's 24 hours for the day. Some other places you go is 24 hours night. So no, I wouldn't agree to what you said.
if you're by the poles, maybe like Alaska or
There's some areas that days, I don't know, 18 hours or maybe 10 hours. Depends on your location. So no, I wouldn't agree. There's 24 hours of daytime now.
yeah, if you're extreme
Everywhere you
north,
go.
extreme south, you're gonna get different
Right now in the
results.
U.S., the days are longer. Now, when the winter comes, in the area that I'm at, the nights are gonna be a little kind of like longer.
That's called the seasons.
Yeah,
It's called.
there's 24 hours per 24 hours.
He gonna argue 24 hours on me.
We're
Jeez.
the one asking, do you agree that we have 24 hours of day? No, I don't agree.
I mean, a day is 24 hours, right?
Does everyone agree that somewhere in the world sometimes it rains?
Yeah, I reckon I agree with that.
Sometimes it doesn't rain in other places.
Well, then why are we working on a 24-hour system then? Why did the military
What do you
use
mean
that?
we? What do you mean we?
Planet? It's got different time zones,
Planet. You see, this is exactly why there's no we in this. And now you're saying we on the planet. No, there's no we on the planet. No, incorrect again.
A 24-hour system. Depending on where you're at, it's different in time
Yeah,
zone.
depending on where we're at, and we're not a planet, so everything you're saying from that premise is completely erroneous then.
Time's not stopping because you can't fucking comprehend it. That's all I gotta say.
You said a lot of nothing then?
No, I said a lot of everything, and you just don't know what
Time is not stopping. That's all I'm gonna say.
Time don't stop for nobody, dude. So if you don't want to think there's 24 hours in a day, then you can be wherever you want. You can say you got 12-hour days. That's fucking cool.
Yeah, a day generally you could say is 12 hours.
Now the question is, can we have a
solar day? One solar day. Does that? And that goes back
What do
to
you mean by
round.
that? What do you mean
Sorry.
by that?
It
What do you mean by
means
solar day?
it means the time that it takes the planet to revolve around the sun, and it
Wait.
turns from day to night.
Wait,
Depending
you believe
on
that every 24 hours the planet revolves around the sun?
Yeah, no, it's just when the planet spins, mate.
It's
when
Yo,
it makes a
what?
full revolution, not around the whole sun. That's a year, mate.
go make a whole revolution. But yeah, it's the planet spins at 16,000 miles an hour.
You know what you never experience? A sober day.
Well, because when you're in a car going that fast, it doesn't feel like you're going that fast because you're moving with it. You're on the surface, right?
No.
Okay. Well, then you should be able.
that went way over his head, DJ?
Did you
If
ever drive the car, man?
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Because when I'm driving 20 miles and 120 miles, it's fucking different.
not once you get moving, if you're feeling acceleration, you're not feeling constant.
So
Once
you
you get
think
up,
you're flying on
Man,
a water ball at 1.5 million miles per hour at the moment.
and
You don't have any
that,
evidence that it's moving at all.
okay, well, you're moving when you're going in the car, and it's relative to the
No
movement.
shit, Sherlock.
Okay, but it doesn't feel like you're fucking moving when you're in the car, though, does it? Until you
Chris,
step.
Really?
are you crazy, man? Did you ever drive the car?
You ever been in a
Are,
car?
are you really crazy? I don't know. Did you ever drive the car? My question, honestly.
No, I don't have a vehicle, dude. I walk
That
everywhere.
means you fucking didn't experience the faster speed. I hope you didn't.
What
When you go slow, the trees on the left and the right side is going slow. When you go 180 miles per hour, all that trees is going like boom, 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 boom. Do you know?
boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. The pictures, you cannot see the pictures. You know, you cannot make a photo when you can. Do you know?
It's
And you
close,
feel and you feel. You know, every time when you move.
but you don't feel like you're going 80 miles an hour down the expressway if you close your eyes and go to sleep and back the fuck. It feels
Yep.
like you're just cruising, dude. It's like you're
But what
going
you're
with it.
feeling is you moving with the car.
Yeah, it's inertia that you feel, not velocity.
And plus, you need to
You're
open that
still
roof.
traveling relative
You
to
need to.
the fucking Earth. What are you talking about?
Feel it, do
You're
you?
moving.
You're traveling on the fucking planet like you're traveling in the fucking car.
You
With the
need to.
spin and
You
travels
need to
around
open the.
the moon and the Earth. I mean, Earth travels around the sun. It's spinning at
Oh my
60,000.
god, yeah. Chant
You
your
need to.
religion, bro.
You need to
Yeah.
open the roof to compare with the Earth. That car.
Say it's flat instead of doing all the math. I understand
If
that.
Earth is flat, how the surface would measure it?
Well, I'm being facetious. I think it's round.
I'm asking you a simple question. If Earth is flat, how the surface will be? How will it look like? How will we measure it?
Well, it looks like a chewed up piece of bubble gum and all the little.
No, you cannot answer. You cannot. You have difficulties with flatness. Is it that so? Does flatness influence your childhood? What happened?
Strong, it's flat.
Hey, I got a question. How many hours are in a sober day? 9,000 pounds.
Well, 24.
Are you sure about that? Have you ever measured that?
I don't think he's ever measured that.
Well, a clock. And,
Bro, what?
yeah, it's daylight savings time sometimes, but you got to set it back and set it forward. But yeah, working on 24 hours. Always have been. And if you're all working on like a 12-hour system, let me know.
But 24 hours, you cannot have flat surface if you have 24 hours a day. If you are counting like that, 24 hours a day.
Hey, 24 hours a day, 24
That
hours is
mean
not
that mean
daylight.
that yeah, day. 24 hours day, one Monday, then you
If I'm explaining it to
24
you,
hours Tuesday.
no,
Is that correct?
yeah, 24 hours in a day, and then
Monday, then you have Tuesday, 24 days, 24 hours. And
24
now
hours.
I want to connect that with the surface of the Earth. Now, how?
Well, when the sun comes up, it's day, and when the moon comes out, it's night.
Earth, GG.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
true. It's flat Earth, guys.
I
That's
want
true.
to know how what is going on with the surface. That's time
rotating.
passing. You know, time passing. That's we can realize that's all right. And then how I can know that now its surface is curving because tomorrow will be Wednesday.
It's a 23-degree slant, and it's rotating and revolving around the sun. So,
20. Are you saying that that sphere it's tilted in a big space? The sphere.
movement, a lot of movement, bro.
How you can tilt the sphere?
Well, I can appeal it better by just telling you it looks like a
Now
fucking.
tell me this: how you can tilt? I will give you the basketball. Can you tilt it 23 degrees in the room?
Can you throw a plate in the air? What? Why? like a flat
No,
circle.
I will give you the basketball. Can you tilt it 23 degrees in the room?
Yes, I can. If you give me the north and south.
Okay. Can you show me that, please, with recording video? Take the basketball and say, look, this is now 23 degrees
I
ball
don't play,
in the space.
play basketball, but you take it and you take the top of it and the bottom of it.
Oh, you take the top. You need. Do you need a stick? That's some kind of stick to go through the ball, and then that stick is pointing to that 23 degrees. That's correct.
Yeah, and it's called the north
Yeah,
and
where is
south
that
pole.
stick? Yeah, where is that stick? Yeah, South Pole, of course. Where is that stick on the air?
Well, it's moving. The
It's
magnetic
yeah,
pole
it's moving. Yeah. So
through
23 degrees tilt, but it's moving.
well 23.1
Man,
or something. It's
you
slow.
cannot tilt the sphere in the space.
It's already tilted, motherfucker.
Brother.
Yeah, because North Pole is there. Yeah.
You can't
On the top.
straighten up the tilt of the planet, and you can make it flat all you want, but okay. Well, look up the tilt of the planet. It's
Yeah, you need
23.
something flat. You need something flat to tilt it.
Okay, you're talking about gyroscope then.
No,
What?
no.
And if it spins, it's going to correct itself and
No,
go
I'm
back up.
talking about if you want to tilt something you cannot tilt something to the curved surface. You need to
You don't understand about
tilt
gravity.
something to the flat surface that you can measure the angle of that tilt. Do you understand?
Okay,
That
well,
22 degrees, that is the angle, That means you need two straight lines to measure that angle,
the
of
Earth
that
is
tilt.
giant and it's flat.
That means
There you go.
yeah, that means for that sphere you need two straight lines to make that tilt.
I would advise you develop your own theory of cosmology and planetary movement and supersede common known physics. And
Maybe because the education in this moment in the world, it's not in our hands.
I would proposition you to come up with a new theory for gravity and rotate
Why I need to
on
propose
flat Earth.
something what is never proven?
Because you can't prove it on a flat Earth. You can prove it with a globe.
Because it's never proven. Can you prove the existence of Narnia?
Well, that's fictitious. So no.
Yeah, like a gravity. It's the same thing.
No, gravity is a theory and it's proven.
No,
And
gravity is not a theory, scientific theory. Gravity is idea or something, whatever. It's not.
no,
It's pseudoscience. It's
provable
pseudoscience.
theory.
Is it
The
easier
theory.
like this? It is pseudoscience. Do you know?
I would proposition you to go up to
Do you know
30
what is pseudoscience?
for a building and jump off the top of it and prove
Yeah.
gravity.
I'm telling you what is gravity. It's pseudoscience. Do you know what's that?
Take hold of your ass. What do you want to bet?
Yeah. Do you know what
Just,
is pseudoscience?
I'm not telling you to commit suicide. I'm telling you to disprove gravity. Drop a rock off the top building.
Man, how I can disprove something what is never proven?
9.2 seconds per meter squared or something.
What's that? What's that?
That's gravity, bitch. You don't even know
Gravity
what the fuck
is that.
and
I
then
don't know.
you
Look at this angle. For example, the modern astrophysicists
I
saying that what you are saying now.
gravity, bitch. I don't care what
But
angle
bitch,
you.
but bitch, listen, you're a random guy from the internet. But the modern astrophysicist is saying that what you are saying is not gravity. I can repeat myself. That's what you are saying. The modern astrophysicist is saying that is not gravity.
On the flat Earth, then for you, it's a hypothesis.
Man, but why
Gravity
you saying something? Why you saying something and modern astrophysicists is not saying that?
proven.
Why you not repeating why you not parroting their story? Do you believe in a sphere?
I believe gravity is real, and you don't believe that.
That mean why you parroting wrong narrative?
You're checked.
Yeah, I checked.
Okay, you're done. You
Yeah, I
lost.
checked. Did you know that what you're claiming that gravity is? That modern astrophysicists is saying that is not gravity. Should I trust you or modern astrophysicists?
Well, I'm saying trust yourself and jump off a building
Yeah, I'm
and see.
trusting myself, and I in both cases there is no scientific proof for both things. Either either that 9.8 meter per second or bending of space time. There is no proof for that. There is story. Yeah, if you like stories, that's all right.
Dude, it's not a story.
It's pseudoscience, man, and you can now find what definition of pseudoscience. It's totally opposite of what is the science, and that's
Okay.
it.
Defeat gravity.
Let me try something real quick. So,
Gravity and
9,000-pound winch. I believe in gravity. All right. Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
jump 10 feet in the air then.
Yeah, I believe in gravity. I believe that gravity is why we're going down towards the Earth. Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
What's doing that?
Gravity.
No, okay. Now, how does that work?
It only works on a flat Earth because the Earth is not curving.
It's rotational mass.
No. It's only working on a flat Earth.
God, man. Okay,
Because the Earth isn't curving. If the Earth were curving, then gravity would be pulling the Earth into a ball. But that's not what's happening. The Earth is flat, so therefore, whatever gravity is, it's only working on a flat Earth.
Okay, well then, if it was a flat plate, it would fly off the edges. If it's
Who says it's a flat plate, man? We're just saying that the top of the Earth is flat. We don't know what the bottom of the Earth looks like. We don't know what the entirety of the Earth looks like. We just know the top surface is flat.
Well,
It could be a
it's
cube.
rotational
It could be a
mass.
cylinder. It could be a cone. Hell, it could be an octagon, man. The UFC could have gotten it right, for all we know. And it could just be like a giant, massive octagon ball thing, but we're on the top plate of that octagon.
But it's
and
not.
and you will do it, and you will do this thing because your sphere in the heliocentric model that does not work. Now you will put the flat Earth into the same thing, some kind of flat disk into that same heliocentric model. Is that correct?
Dumb talking to y'all.
Oh, okay.
You know what centrifugal force is?
I know who this guy is too. This is the guy that talks about shooting a sniper rifle with the Coriolis. I remember this guy now. This is Coriolis guy.
Well, that's just one dude. Look,
Man, sorry because I was rude because of pseudoscience and science. I'm
I
so
know
sorry. I
the
will
Earth is
never.
a ball because I shot rifles and I have a computer on my rifle that accounts for the Coriolis. I remember you, dude.
no, it only works over like 1,000 yards, though. It over long distances.
Yeah, over 1,000 yards, not 2.2 miles, 4 kilometers.
It starts working over 1,000 yards, Coriolis.
I know, but when you shoot 2.2 or 2.2 miles, we don't need to factor in the Coriolis, do we?
Well, that dude had a special scope that calculated all that for him.
He couldn't even see the fucking target. He just shot in the
Not
general
according
direction.
to him. Not according to him. He said he didn't account for Coriolis.
He's not going to tell you.
Why wouldn't
Wasn't
he?
this
Why
told to
wouldn't
him
he
about
tell
3
us?
hours ago?
Why would it be a secret? Would it be a
Time.
secret? You think it's a secret?
Yeah, it's top
Keeps
secret
keeping-
scope time. Yeah, he was a.
No, it's just an amateur rifle shooter taking the world record, going for the Guinness World Record.
Oh, he's on
4.4 miles.
He's gonna tell you.
4.4 miles.
Hey,
He told us
dude.
everything. He told us everything he accounted for, and he said it,
Oh, they don't
and
use
Coriolis wasn't part of it.
Nope, because the computer did it on a scope.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
He's keeping that Coriolis a secret, man. Oh,
He
yeah.
didn't drive the car. He never was in military, but he knows everything about driving car and shooting targets in the distance. Man, you will die on the front. Do you know that?
But yeah, I remember you, dude. You're starting to make sense to me now. I remember you. That's all you got was Coriolis. Who taught you about Coriolis? Was it some like former sniper, former special forces guy that like you took a class from and you took all your money?
I
Did you go
shoot
out
it.
and spend a bunch of money on equipment you didn't need?
I shoot it at least 1 mile more than sniperist in military, and I never learned about accounting. Not even there was nothing to. It was the let's say if target is moving and the angular size in distance of the target, and that's it. Even wind was not so for our weapon so important. So we somehow shoot the target without knowing that, but yeah, that's all right. That's how it works in reality. If you see that some submarine approaching the coast, don't worry. That's a reflection of submarine. That's not real. You don't need to shoot on that what you are seeing. You need to shoot somewhere where should to be submarine because of refraction. You will die, man, if you're a military and people around you because you didn't shoot.
All right, so I'm here with Mike, who's a former sniper with the military at our Flat Earth meetup at Gather Greenville. And Mike's going to tell us a few things about whether or not they actually account for curvature or the Coriolis effect when they're actually performing their sniper duties. So I'm going to turn it around to Mike and let him talk with you. This is Mike, everybody. You can see he's a legit sniper. So, Mike, do you guys account for the Coriolis effect?
Never.
Never at all. What do you account for?
Windage, size of target, distance of target, temperature, ambient temperature, elevation of target from shooter. Never Coriolis.
Do you account for curvature of the Earth at all?
Absolutely not, 100%.
But you do account for the parabolic arc of the bullet, correct?
That's correct. Bullet drop.
Yeah. Gotcha. So everybody can hear from the mouth of a U.S. sniper that they do not account for this Coriolis effect. So that argument can no longer be used. If you continue to use that argument, then you're doing so falsely. Mike, thanks for being here. We appreciate your service, and we appreciate you telling us the truth about whether you account for the Coriolis effect or not.
Not a problem.
And
Okay.
in the video he shows his credentials. He actually brought his credentials and shows them on camera.
Well, I've got another video that shows the dude shooting, actually shooting, not just his word for it, and he shows shooting east and west and how it affects it. And it's
Yeah, one video on YouTube. There's one video on YouTube, bro. The same one video you guys appeal to, right? And it doesn't show like what happened when he didn't account for it. It doesn't show confirmation of his direction that he was shooting. It's one fucking video.
Okay.
Doesn't even show.
Yeah, it shows him shooting a gun, and with the other dude's just talking. But yeah, the one does actual shooting with it and proves it, but and zeroed in, same rifle, but the fucking he's lying.
Cool.
The shot to make it the results. Yeah, you're right. It's over long distance.
Well, there you go. You're getting mixed reports now, aren't you?
Well, no, most of those snipers never shot over 1,000. Well, the one dude's like, "Oh, I didn't do it," but yeah, okay, you got the one guy. He had a special scope, bro.
You just made that up.
No, I didn't. There's a special forces.
Okay, post the scope. It's bullshit, bro. You're so full of shit.
No,
you dirty wench.
They're not telling you about it.
Man, everybody who was in military knows that never accounted on Coriolis effect. Anyone who was in military.
Okie dokie. Okay, don't worry about it then. You're not in the military, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, I was in military. I was anti-aircrafter. I was shooting the longer distance in that sniper is shooting, man. Do you understand me? I
With your
never
anti
learned about it. The target was like a 5 kilometers. You cannot shoot with sniper 5 kilometers.
what your anti-aircraft gun was like fully auto. So how do you know what your accuracy was?
How I know? I was shooting in the target
Okay.
in the military. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Never learned about Coriolis. I
Okay,
shoot
flat.
the target.
The fucker's flat then. It's you win. It's fucking
Yeah.
flat.
No, it's not about winning, man. It's about the claiming stuff and not knowing anything. You know, you will say claim. You know what? They are counting on that, but they are not.
You think it's flat or
So,
No, fuck that. We win. Fuck that. We win. We win.
Yeah, look, there was never any competition in the first place. There was nothing to win.
I can tell. I know that. I know there's no competition. That's why I'm not arguing with you. I know I'm right. So go ahead.
Yeah, you can't back anything up.
No,
one person throughout all of history, one measurement of curvature. You don't have it.
Yeah. You know the name? Indio. Double no. Yeah. He dog low 7, trench coat, cold stare. Old king of the server, 24/7 in that chair. They log in, shaking when they see that tag online. Typing like a time bomb, ticking in a straight line. Genius in disguise, plays a fool for a minute. Let him talk, let him spin it, then he walks right in it. Show your work, show your proof. Drop the trick, one question from the king. Whole globe coat glitch, they bring charts, little graphs. Classroom tricks, he brings calm, clean words. Logic that sticks, forget your pretty colors. I'm watching what you hide, one phrase, whole thread goes quiet inside. He's the grandfather tree on the big flat hill. Deep roots, wide rings, iron wheels. Seen mods come and go, seen trends all die. Same sun, same sky, same worn out line. Indio 007, real cipher agent. Walk in the room, every glober gets vacant. Old king speak and the noise turns silent. Flat hill giant, brain so defiant. Indio 007, can't shake the fact. Every tight little trap, he just walks right back. No fake space shot, gonna cross that line. Say show me the curve, then they run every time. He remembers long nights, bright screen, one chair, just him and the scroll, bare knuckle, raw air. They laughed at his name, tried to clown his age, till he carved their whole script off the edge of the page. They got brands, big budgets, fancy gear. He got one sharp tongue and a chat full of peers. They spam links, spam memes, same scene. He say, look close, rip the mask off the machine. He ain't here for applause, ain't chasing the throne. Already been the king, now he guarding the stone. If truth is a blade, then his words that steel. Cut soft through the fake, let the real ones heal. He types slow, but the line hit harder than a fist. Meteor pace, but your whole world twist. You can ban, you can mute, you can hide that thread, but the thought already planted in the back of the head. Yo, 007, real secret agent. Walk in the room, every glober gets vacant. Old king speak and the noise turns silent. Flat hill giant, brain so defiant. Indio 007, can't shake the fact. Every type little trap, he just walks right back. No fake space shot, gonna cross that line. Say show me the curve, then they run every time.
Hello there. I am one of, like, the only person here that's not muted. Okay.
Well, dude, I'm just telling you, they got more advanced shit than what the fuck you know, and calculate the Coriolis in the scope, and that's why they can hit that shit. There's no math. The scope does it. for you. The bullets guide themselves. But believe what the fuck you want. That's flat. It's not technology.
The dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, bro.
I gotta agree, DJ. That was pretty dumb. Sorry, 9,000 pound winch. This our best globe rip at the moment. Is there no one else?
He was even trying to impersonate your voice, man.
I take that as a sign of flattery, trying to imitate me. So emulate me. But you want to be like me. That's
No,
cool.
you're imitating Dave.
Oh, I'm imitating him. Okay.
Life imitates art, however you want to look at it, man. Whatever.
Okay. Well, then
It,
you're a flat earther too. Well, then be happy on your fucking disc. And why are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you and who said it's a disc. I didn't say it's a disc. Anybody say it was a disc? I didn't.
Well, it's a flat or something.
It's a level plane of existence. I don't know how far down it goes. I don't know how far up it goes. Don't know how far out it goes, but I know it's level. How about that?
It's little. You ain't never traveled nowhere, have you?
Level, not little.
Oh.
Level.
Well, water's level. You're right. When you see
Yeah,
water.
we're at least 70% water. So, how you got a 70% flat ball? How does that work?
70? You mean 70, not 50. You got your numbers right.
70% flat ball. How does that work?
It's 50. Make it sound hillbilly. It's 50. 50-50 water, 50-50 earth. And then
That's not what they tell us. They tell us it's at least 70, sir.
Well, I just told you. I corrected you, so you gonna hillbilly correct me.
Hold on, are you saying 50 cents a hillbilly?
No, he says 50% water and flat. Now I said
Oh,
7.
I heard a 7 is the number 70, not a 50.
Yeah. I never said 7. I never said 50. I said right house.
Yeah, this guy.
70%.
How high are you able to count 9,000? That maybe we should get a baseline here.
50. 50 is a 5 and a 0, right?
Okay, and 70 is more than 50, correct?
7 and 0. I corrected him and said 70%, not
Okay,
50.
let me ask. What is the claim? What do they claim the globe is covered by water? What percentage?
It's like 70% water. It's equivalent to your
Yeah,
percentage.
and you just told Dave that water's flat.
Well, okay, it can be, but if it's
Well, now
not,
you're backpedaling. It sounds
if
like.
it's in a container, it's flat. If you look at the top,
Yeah,
but
and
if it's not,
that's
it's
what
flat.
an ocean basin is one big container.
If it's not, if it runs down a mountain, it's not flat, is it?
Yeah, that's a stream.
Yeah, well, that's called
I've
water.
listened to John Denver. I get how that whole thing works.
When water collects in a pool, it seeks level.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, now we got established.
It's being pointed out to you that if you have all this flat water, all go bye-bye.
You suck all the water off the planet, it ain't fucking level. It's a bumpy motherfucking mess.
Yeah, so this is sort of being pedantic. No one's denying that there's topography. Yes, that's how we have lakes and oceans.
Okay, so it's not
There's
flat.
depressions.
So it's not flat by definition.
Remember, do you have? You're giving me deja vu with your amnesia. Planar with topography. Does that make you happier? I told you that an hour ago.
Okay, so a plane is flat and topography is mountains, and so it's not the same thing,
and
right?
Nowhere in there is Earth a ball. Get it?
Well, no, it never. I never said it was a perfect. It's more round than it is flat, but it's not a perfect ball. I never said it was perfect.
sphere.
No, it can't be more round if it's flat. If you just agreed that 70% of it's flat. See, Dave, I swear I don't think this guy knows his numbers 1 to 10.
Well, it appears
let
flat.
alone 1
seem
to
very
100.
confused.
You're
You
a
seem
small.
very
Thank you.
confused. 9,000 pound winch. I'm sorry, man.
It's looking at an immense ocean. You're small as fuck. So that, like an ant looking at a table, looks flat. Now, does that mean the table's fucking flat because I'm an ant? Because I'm small on a big thing? Does that mean my perception is
No, but
deceiving?
all the water is flat.
An ant and I'm crawling on the fucking floor. But if I walk out,
All the water is flat.
if I fall off a table, it's not fucking flat anymore, is it? It's flat again when I hit the fucking floor, and then there's gravity going on again. I mean, fuck, now I'm an ant and I go
Space
out the
time?
back door and I climb down the steps. I fall down the steps. I go down the hill. It's not fucking flat for an ant. Now, because you're an ant
That explains a lot if you've fallen off the steps going out the back door or wherever.
well, it's your perception of how small you are compared to how big the planet is. It looks flat to you.
Well, now, do you hear yourself presupposing the Earth is a planet? You don't even hear yourself doing it, do you?
The Earth is a planet. It's the third planet from the sun. Mercury,
Prove
Venus,
it.
Mars, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. And Pluto's not even a planet.
Did you
This
say
Prove it.
antiseptic?
Prove it.
I said antiseptic. The Earth is not an antiseptic. Yeah, that's what I said.
Keep chanting out the story, man. You just make yourself believe it. You got to believe, man.
Well,
Dirty wench, the preacher.
I believe it's flat as fuck. And I can walk outside and see a fucking mountain, though, so I know it's not. So then there you go.
Yeah, but we're not talking. You do think flat earthers are claiming that mountains are flat?
Well, by definition, it's not flat if there's mountains.
We're not talking about topography. We're talking about the surface of water not dropping over distance.
Water is flat. I agree with that.
You can't have a globe. You can't have a globe then.
Water seeks fucking level. It's hydrodynamics, dude. It has nothing to do with
Right, but if 70% of the surface of the Earth is water that's flat, then you can't have a globe.
Dude, nobody figured this out before you motherfuckers on Discord, but all the physicists and shit.
Every single ancient culture throughout all of history was flat Earth culture.
Well, yeah, before science.
Until some dirty Jesuits came along and pushed the globe model around the world, the heliocentric sun worship model, in which you're a cult member of.
We never needed to go farther with science or cell phones or cars or anything because Christopher Columbus was right. He never sailed off the fucking beach.
Non sequitur,
He thought it was a tiny globe, actually. Columbus actually thought it was a little tiny globe. He thought it had a way smaller radius, and he thought it was a globe.
He should have sailed off.
Little tiny globe, teeny tiny globe.
Yeah, because there's nothing holding this. It's just a fucking ice wall or something. Well, what holds the?
Bro, you think it's a spinning space rock covered in water flying through a vacuum?
Space rock. That's exactly what it is.
Cool story, bro. Do you also think it rains diamonds on Uranus as well?
No, diamonds are the compression of carbon over thousands of years.
Yeah, but that's what it claimed. They claim, right? These same scientists claim that it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune.
Well, make you a fucking diamond then, if it's so fucking easy.
That's what they claim, bro. It rains. Instead of raining water, like on Earth in reality, it rains diamonds.
They do make diamonds now. Lab-grown diamonds now. Ding dong.
They can make pressure and put carbon under pressure over if it's not thousands of years. They can make. It's called cubic zirconium. You can buy your wife one of them.
No. Cubic zirconium's glass, moron.
It's pure whatever.
Lab-grown diamonds exist. Lab-grown diamonds aren't cubic zirconium. Let's get back to you're wrong again.
Lab-grown. What?
That's not what cubic zirconium is.
Fucking drill, they're on fucking saw blades and shit, motherfucker. And they're that rare.
They're cast.
It's hard. It's a hard fucking gem. You can make them. Yeah, I know. That didn't prove the Earth is fucking flat, though, does it?
No, the flat water.
You don't know shit from Shinola.
Testing all of the flat water proves that the Earth is flat.
Okay,
Exactly, DJ. You still haven't answered how you have a 70% flat ball. Go ahead.
Okay, so anywhere water collects, it's automatically flat. I get you. That's cool.
So the oceans are flat, right? The Pacific Ocean is flat.
I agree because it's water and water seeks level. Yeah. That
Okay,
doesn't.
so the Pacific Ocean is flat, and it covers like nearly half the globe.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
All right, and
You.
somehow in your mind that still equals a ball.
Yeah, it's like if I chew up a piece of bubble gum and I pour water in it, that's going to collect in little pockets and it'll fill it
No,
up.
all of the water's just gonna pour off of it, right? If there's
No,
some pockets on the top, a little bit of water might stay in there, but all of the water is going to fall off it. It might stay wet for a little while.
Water's
But
going to
it's not
collect.
going. You're not going to form oceans around the like little mini oceans around the chewing gum, dude.
It will.
You dirty ass chewing gum.
If there's a depression in it, water will collect in that.
What in the underneath side? In the underneath side.
On the
Can you
anode.
can you turn a cup upside down and collect water in it?
If I spin it fast enough, the water will stay in it.
Right. Yeah, but what if you don't spin it?
Nourish and like.
So if you put it upside down and spin it, you can keep the water in the cup?
Yeah, if you spin it fast enough, absolutely.
What?
At 16,000 miles an hour, yeah.
No, none of the water would stay in the cup.
Well, sure it will.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it will.
It's upside
Yeah,
down.
let alone have a flat surface still.
If you're spinning it, it will.
What? It's an upside down cup, right? Let's say a bucket, right? You get a bucket and you turn it upside down. Firstly, you can't get any water into it in the first place.
The gravity.
Gravity pushes water up into a bucket?
Push the
An
water
upside
back.
down bucket?
Well, I will do the experiment right now, and we can
Are you
decide.
trolling? Are you really a flat earther and you're in here just trolling, pretending that globe earthers are really dumb?
Now, if you spin a cup with water in it, and you got something you can hold and spin it fast enough, the water will stay in the cup.
Right. So if you get a cup and you turn it upside down, right? How are you going to get water into the bottom of the cup?
Make it land. If I try hard enough.
How are you going to get water into an upside down cup?
Well, you put it in the cup when it's right side up, and then you flip it, and the water stays in it.
He said he has an experiment that he can prove this. Go get the experiment.
Yeah, show us this.
That was probably the biggest eye opener coming into this community, was realizing, oh, you mean there's actual science experiments that we have to do? Oh, I have to like demonstrate reality? Oh. Wait, we can't use our imaginations anymore?
Nope.
So far, this guy's claimed that all of the oceans and bodies of water are flat on the surface. Somehow it's still a globe. The world record sniper said he didn't account for Coriolis, but really he had a special scope that accounted for Coriolis. And what else has he claimed that's funny? I'm sure there's more.
Hey DJ, this guy is claiming that if you spin a cup fast enough, the water will stick to the inside. Shouldn't we make it stick to the outside?
Oh yeah. Well, he won't
I mean,
even be
that
able
would
to
make
make
more
it stick
sense.
to the in. He won't even be able to do either. Yeah, either. Yeah, he should have to put it on the outside and make the cup the shape of a ball as well.
Well, if he spins it on the inside, he's providing evidence for concave Earth, not a ball Earth.
Well, he was saying like if you have like a sphere, right? He used a piece of chewed up gum as an example, and because it has indentations, the water will form like bodies of water inside the indentations, even on the underneath side.
Yeah, because we know that when they show us pictures of Earth from outer space, it shows flat water with a potato Earth.
Man, it's been a day of weird like moronic globers and like coping, spazzing out globers. There hasn't been one sort of genuine one that's wanted to have a normal conversation. This server's so degenerate.
Well, my theory is proven to be 1,000% correct so far.
What, the more degenerate someone is, the more they hate flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very true.
Maybe,
It's consistent.
maybe,
It's consistent.
Like
maybe because
9,000 pounds doesn't really hate the flat Earth, so I'm pretty sure he's probably a good guy in person.
Who's that? The dirty wench?
Yeah, dirty wench.
Yeah.
He doesn't hate it. He just disagrees with it. Like, oh,
Yeah. He's just like, you know, he's not like toxic like these JJ Icefish type of characters, or teach kids to be trans. That guy.
like, oh, they're lying to us about so much, but that's the one thing they couldn't lie to us about, because then everybody would have to be in on it.
Yeah, this dirty wench guy is just like a content machine. Just keeps giving.
Like the male version of AOC.
maybe they think that society is not doing enough for protecting the globe, and that's why they need to, like individuals, to step in.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, so I'm new to the Discord and all that. So I wanted to ask you about the flat earth thing too, because I'm new to the flat earth thing and all that. So let me the let me be the devil's advocate for a second. Let's be, flat earther. Like, what makes what about the other planetary bodies? If Earth is
Man,
flat,
can,
what?
can can you imagine that you came in this, like I'm here, and you don't ask people for their position, why they are thinking like that. You are immediately asking about something what never nobody claimed it, nobody said it. You are asking some random question now. I'm only
No,
asking why you approaching like that. You can approach like that, it's no problem, but that's only my question.
Yeah. It's what they all think, right? They think that we claim a flat disk floating around in space. And they just kind of try to replace the globe with a flat disk. That's what they think we claim. So yeah, we don't claim that the Earth's a flat planet or a flat disk inside the globe Earth model of outer space.
Okay.
Yeah. You could think of it more like the foundation of the system that we live in. We live within a contained system. The surface of the Earth is flat. The surface of water is flat, I should say, and then we have topography. This has been tested countless times, showing that the curvature is not there. We would say that outer space, as explained on the globe model, is scientifically impossible. It goes against natural laws. We can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum chamber, right, or a space vacuum, for example. And Yeah, there's a lot more arguments, obviously, but that's just a really basic rundown.
I didn't, completed my question. Sorry about that. So I was saying that, let's just say if Earth is flat, what makes the other bodies, sphere? If Earth is flat, like consider Earth is flat, so what makes the
Yeah,
other bodies
there's not
sphere?
other bodies, right? It's not like we're one body and then there's other bodies, right? Earth is different. Earth has nothing in common with any of the little lights you see up in the sky that you call planets. You think you can go to other worlds up in the sky where it rains diamond rain and all sorts of crazy claims, and you think that the Earth is similar to these things that you can see in the sky. What does the Earth have in common with anything that you can see in the sky?
And plus, what do you see in the sky? What do you want to compare? If you want to compare stars with the sphere, it's not that there are no spheres in the sky. They are stars. They are not spherical.
Hey, Sasha, I think DJ asked a really good question, and there was a good pause there.
Sorry. Okay, I will go. A minute.
Did you want to repeat your question, DJ? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I don't really remember what it was. I think I asked him, what does the Earth have in common with anything that you see up in the sky? Name one thing. Yeah, Gerald. That was for you.
What has the Earth has common with other planetary bodies? Huh? Gosh, like I don't know, man. The land, I guess. I don't know, man. I'm just new here.
Yeah, there isn't anything. That's the thing.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, so I would say the Earth is unique. You could probably think of it like the foundation or the floor of the universe or something like that, for lack of a better term. But we don't think that the planets are floating around in a space vacuum, and then that we have a gas pressure system here next to the vacuum of space without a container. That's impossible. But it probably seems crazy to you at first because you don't know the arguments, but if you have more questions, we can answer them.
Okay. I'll think about it. Okay, so another question is like, let's just say the Earth is flat, right? I'm being a devil's advocate here, so
Yeah, that's fine.
don't consider me as a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. So, if Earth is flat, we know the gravity like pulls everything together and makes it less like a spherical body, right?
I would say
So,
there's no evidence of that.
true, there's like no evidence of that.
Yeah, show us gravity forming something into a sphere. It's just something we get taught, right? It's not something that has been demonstrated to us. In theory,
Yeah.
sure, I can agree with you. In theory, or in a concept, right? In a mathematical concept, that could happen according to the concept. But in reality, that doesn't happen. And the surface of the water that covers most of the earth, oceans and lakes and seas, right? It's not curving because we've tested it and it's not curving. It's flat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somewhat makes sense.
Yeah. And if gravity was pulling everything towards the center of a globe, it means that the water would have to be curving. So, I mean,
But doesn't the land curve say on the horizon if we look at from the from above?
no, horizons are horizontal. Horizons are flat. Unless you use a like a wide angle lens, right? Like a phone camera or a GoPro or A lot of different lenses. Any wide angle, low focal length lens is going to distort lines. So, you know, if the horizon's above the center of the frame of the camera, it's going to make the lens look like it's going to make the horizon look like it's curving. Or if it goes below the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving the other way. Concave.
Mhm.
So usually it's just fisheye lens or something where it looks like you can see a lot of curvature.
True.
I'll show you an example in the side chat. All right, here is a picture. I think this is the forget exactly. I think this is like a GoPro sponsored rocket launch of some kind. It's the full video's on YouTube. But you can see, right? It looks like a globe, the Earth, and then as the camera pans around, you can see, oh, actually, it's not curvature. It's actually just a lens effect, and then it's actually curving the other way when it goes over to the other side of the frame.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Yeah, that's something we need to take into consideration when we look at this type of footage. Some lenses do it more than other lenses.
Nice.
Any more questions?
This one seems juvenile. Okay. So the another question is like, if the Earth is flat, why doesn't the things like fall off, like especially water?
Water needs to have a container. If you want to have a large amount of water, you need to have a container. Okay, like if you dig a hole, you can make a lake, right? You need to make a container if you want to have a body of water. Bodies of water always have a shoreline, an edge. We don't think that the Earth is a flat disk floating around in space where the water could fall off the edges. I'll show you a graphic, right? So in this graphic here, this is what people think that flat earthers think the Earth is, right? This is not flat Earth. This is just propaganda by people that think that flat earthers claim this.
Yeah, that was it from my side. Thank you.
You know, it's right. So you guys are the ones that say water is all of the oceans are sticking to the outside of a ball. Right? We say that water needs to have a container. It's much more logical.
He didn't come up with the experiment when she's gone.
Yeah, we have huge amounts of tests that have been done that debunk the globe and validate that the surface of water is not curving. We have high-powered laser beam tests. We have long-distance infrared photography. All sorts of different tests. It's been documented. It's been done professionally. It's been repeated over and over again all over the world. People only believe that the Earth is a globe because that's what they got taught. It's the only reason. They didn't get given any other option. It's a globe, it's a globe, it's a globe. You get taught from when you're a young child, and then it gets reinforced throughout the education system, which rewards you for memorizing the information in the textbooks and putting what you memorize down on your tests. And if you can memorize the textbooks very well, then you get a good grade and you can get a good job. And people will tell you that you're very smart because you've done a good job at memorizing and regurgitating information out of books.
Okay, so like, what do you believe in, honestly?
What did you say, sorry?
I'm saying like, what do you believe in?
Believe?
Yeah.
Well, I've gone out and done my own tests to see if the surface of water is curving, and I validated for myself that it's not curving. And the more I research into the two topics of the globe and the flat earth, one of them makes a lot of sense, and the other one seems like it requires a lot of faith. I prefer to stick with the one that has the empirical evidence and that people can go and test. And the more I learn about the globe, and the less sense it makes, and the more I realize it's just based on mathematical formulas, and concepts and assumptions and calculations based off the assumptions. It's not based on real world empirical evidence. Nobody went out and measured water curving. And people don't even realize how much curvature there should be. If you go to the ocean, you should have, like, let's say you have 15 kilometers distance out into the ocean. Over that distance, there should be about 20 meters of curvature over that distance, over just 15 kilometers. The Earth should be curving 15 meters away from you. Sorry, 20 meters away from you. But that's not what we see. We can go to the ocean and we can zoom in on a ship that's 15 kilometers out into the ocean, and we can see the whole ship.
Yep.
It's the curvature just isn't there when we go and test for it. It's not our fault. We would be happy if the Earth was a globe and what we were getting taught was correct, but every single time we go out and test for it, the curvature's not there. So what can we do? We have to show people, say, hey, go and test it for yourself, and then you can know. You don't have to believe. You can know for a fact that you've tested it and the curvature is not there.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But we don't even tell people to believe what we're saying. Just go and test it. I mean, learn the information, learn the arguments, look at the tests that have been done. But if you really want to know for yourself, you can actually go out and test it, right? It's not like you can go and test what you get shown pictures from space or something like that, right? They could just show you CGI and you wouldn't even know the difference, right? If NASA shows you, oh, this is the globe from space, they could just show you a CGI image and we wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And we can't go and check, right? We can't go and take that photo ourselves. We just have to trust them. But when it comes to checking the Earth curvature, anybody can go and do it if they have access to a large body of water. So
yeah, that makes kind of a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's based on logic and reason and empirical evidence.
I like the way you think.
Thank you, man. I appreciate your that you're calm and respectful, and you ask questions and you listen to the answers. A lot of people come in and they're just angry and they just mock and ridicule and they don't actually want to listen to any of the arguments. So thank you very much.
I've heard all the flat. It's ridiculous. And if you want to believe that, then that's fine. You're not going to convince me otherwise either. So let's just stop.
But we're
How
quite
about
happy for
Fuko?
quite happy for you, dirty wench, right? You can stay on the globe side, and that's preferred. And then you can come in here. You can come in here. You can come in here, and you can help us make really good content when you say silly things. So that's fine. That's a great deal for everybody.
Okay, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Thank you.
The fuck up.
Thank you for your service.
Up.
You triggered?
Walk all over you. You take a physics class, bro. They'll laugh at you. The Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Tell them that.
Yeah, the physics of water, right? Water has a certain viscosity where it will collapse on itself, right? It will collapse on itself, and it will conform to the shape. What are you talking? It's a liquid. It's a liquid. It will collapse on itself. No, you don't need to, right? So let me teach you something really quickly. Right, so when you're having a conversation, right, like with the last guy I was talking to, you notice how we took turns talking. But when I'm talking to you, you're not able to wait for me to finish speaking before you talk. It's because you need to get control of your emotions, right? And learn to have some patience. Okay, so I talk, and then you talk, and then I respond to what you said, and that's called a conversation, right? So if you're just angry and spurging out and drunk or whatever you are, right, it's not going to work out, bro. I shouldn't have to teach a 70-year-old that as well, right? If you look like you're about 70, right? So I shouldn't have to teach a 70-year-old how to have a conversation.
DJ, could I say something to this guy?
To which
Yeah,
guy?
please
Me?
be my guest.
So
Careful
9,000
what you
pound
say
wench
to me.
regarding the whole go to physics class thing. I went to
somebody else.
university for 3.5 years, and my second year advanced mechanics course, my professor would constantly refer to gravity as a fictitious force.
Oh.
Fictitious, eh?
Yeah, he specifically used the words fictitious force.
So that would mean it's not a force, right?
He basically kind of gave us the idea that it was just there to cover for the missing mathematics. Basically, that's kind of the idea.
So you're telling me gravity's not real?
Well,
You
there's clearly an
fall out
effect.
if
And I
you don't
should
have.
believe you?
Are you telling me
but
you? But
there's clearly an effect of something, but
explain
I
how
don't know what
not
the
real.
cause is.
Explain how gravity's not real. It's the force of the planet spinning around that holds the water in, holds you on the fucking planet too. Actually,
Well, you're assuming that the Earth is a ball when you're saying that.
well, when you go to the moon, it's 1/6 of the gravity because it's 1/6 of
I've
the
never
sun.
been to the moon, buddy.
Well, you can calculate it by the mass.
The mass of the moon? How did we get that? No, seriously. How do you actually get the mass of the moon accurately?
Well,
I can't tell who's a flat earther right now.
Hopefully we went there and they can jump up a lot easier than we can. They can hit golf balls like fucking 10 miles. So, I don't
Okay,
know.
so they use mathematics to calculate the weight.
Yeah, it's relative to like 1/6 of our
assuming that your gravity is a real thing.
So
They use
that's why we
gravity
go
to
to outer
calculate it.
space, and then they get muscle wasting because their muscles don't have to hold their body, and they got to work out so they don't fucking lose muscle mass. Yeah, space flight, motherfucker, Space Force. You don't believe in that?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You don't
Actually,
believe
no, I don't believe in what objective reality is
outer
trying to
space?
present itself.
He's one of those pieces of people who chooses to opt out of salient reality. Yeah. The majority of people accept all the like frameworks that are put forth.
Nuclear bombs aren't real. The atmosphere is not real because it holds the air in that you breathe. Are you going to deny that? That there's an atmosphere?
Winch, are you a flat earther?
No, I'm a glober.
Yeah, well, yeah, I am as well. That's what it is.
Aside from
gravity,
aside from the idea that gravity holds the atmosphere, have you ever seen gas pressure without a container
The
before?
atmosphere holds the fucking air. Gravity holds the fucking water in the spin.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean atmosphere holds the air?
It's the
Atmospheric
ionic
pressure. The different layers of gas have different
I'm actually
densities.
confused now.
Yeah.
Due to
Duh.
gravity, they cohere at different levels. Same.
Like, but you're not a scientist.
You can do this in your house by different liquids
Why don't you
densities.
tell me, motherfucker? You're so fucking smart.
Or you know how like a fire starts and the smoke rises to the ceiling?
These motherfuckers can't stand fucking density gas and fucking
And then as it cools down, it condenses and falls back.
Oh my god.
It's the dynamo that even this is how everything there's too many things that explain the Earth's nature. You can assign shape as you like, but the nature of it is come on.
You can deny the reason you're existing here, but you can make up whatever physics you want. It's fucking flat. You're here. Just be happy with that. You don't have to explain it to me. I understand it a different way. I see reality in a different spectrum than you do. And it might be below you or above you. I don't fucking know. We just got
There's
different
also
levels.
these things called like field lines, you know. There's that.
I don't want to get rude with you because I like to fucking argue and I want to fucking dog you all like a motherfucker, but I'm not. But you know what? You're smarter than I am. The earth is fucking flat. Water just fucking lays there and it doesn't get flung around or nothing. The tides are nothing. I mean, what causes waves? Oh, it's not the moon. The moon's gravity or nothing like that. A tidal. It's not a
How do you think
tidal.
it is?
It's not. It has nothing to do with gravity or water, though. But you're all right. It's flat as fuck.
Do you think the tides happen?
What's the tidal fucking pull of the moon?
Really?
So
So you think
why
when
don't any
Gravity.
lake or the Black
Well,
Sea have tides?
what?
Why do no lakes, no landlocked bodies of water, especially the large body of water of the Black Sea, they don't have tides? Why is that? We're just skipping them?
Because the Black Sea isn't a sea, it's an enclosed body of water. It got there from the floods. The same for the Caspian Sea
Oh
and
my
the
God.
Mediterranean Sea that used to be sealed at Gibraltar. Yeah, that's why we
Yeah,
laugh at the sea
Mediterranean Sea
people
is,
because you never had one. Like,
Wench. So do you think when the moon's above you, that's when it's going to be high tide?
Why
Is
are
that
you
how you
asking?
think that the tides works? Is that how
I'm
you
done.
think the tides work?
Dude, yeah, it's called tidal.
Really? So where the
yeah, the whole
moon is,
Mediterranean
that's
used to
where
be a
it's
sunken
that's where it's
jungle, right, for
that's where it's
ages,
going
and
to
then it
be
got
high
flooded.
tide. Shut the fuck up.
It's called tidal.
Wench. Yeah, right. So how many times is it high tide during one day?
Well, dude, I don't live by the ocean. I don't fucking count that shit. Twice a day.
It's twice a day. How many times does the moon come over you in one day?
It doesn't make a fucking difference, dude. I'm not. Look, if you don't want to
You
look
said
in,
you said it's to do with the location of the moon, right?
I'm not trying to convince you anymore because you're rejecting
I'm just
any of the comments.
pointing out. No, it's just you don't really know what you're talking about, and I'm just pointing out holes in everything that you're saying, because
Well,
everything you says is like
one,
incoherent
it's
jabble.
it's obvious you're a fucking a top level physicist at fucking MIT, and
No, this
I
is this is like
wrong.
high school knowledge, right? Basic high school knowledge, and you don't even seem to know it.
What? No, it's not, motherfucker. You didn't make it past high school. I bet you didn't make it past grade school if you think the Earth's fucking flat. Columbus. Or no, not Columbus. He thought it was round. Right. And he's the one that had balls enough to sail across the fucking
Dude,
ocean.
even Noah says that the location of the moon has no correlation on the tide, right? It doesn't mean that when the moon's near you, it's going to be high tide. It's going to be pulling up the water below where the moon is, right? You have two high tides during a day. You can have high tide and low tide just 20 kilometers from each other at the exact same time. You have no idea what you're talking about, dude. There are some places in the ocean that don't have any tides at all. Just look it up, cowboy. Just look it up. All right, Dirty Wench, I've done your work for you, right? So here's a screenshot from oceansurface.noaa.gov. Are the tides higher when the moon is directly overhead? High tides do not coincide with the location of the moon. What do you think about that, Dirty Wench? You want to retract your statement? Admit you were wrong?
I mean, dude, I mean, I've learned a lot myself, but I mean, right now it's summer in the VA here in the Northern Hemisphere. And we're roughly 3 million miles farther away from the sun with slight differentiations in the Earth tilt. So why is it like, 70 degrees hotter than winter when we're 3 million miles farther away from the sun? I mean, make it make sense, bro.
Because of the tilt of the Earth. Rather than being tilted away from the sun, we're tilted towards the sun. And the differential is only a few million miles out of the 93 million miles.
That's usually
That is
what
an
I do.
oddity.
You know.
It is an oddity, but that is that is the explanation.
Yeah, that's usually what I do. You know, if I'm out and we have a fire out in the yard and I want to cool down a bit, you know, I just move a bit closer to the fire and then I just tilt a little bit.
No, that's not what
And
it has to do with.
then
If
it's
you
like
put full faith,
-20. It's like -20 degrees all of a sudden.
no, that's not how it works. If you take, let's just take a basketball, okay? And
Mm-hmm.
you are on one side of the basketball. Let's say the upper, let's say like 2 o'clock position, and you face that away from, but move it closer. It's going to be colder
No,
towards the
but when
sun.
it's daytime, right? Let's say it's the middle of the day and I'm
He's
in North
talking summer
America.
versus winter, not
Right. So
daytime versus nighttime.
right. So let's say, right, in this example, I'm going to use the daytime as the time of day in my example. So let's say I'm standing in North America. Okay, I mean wherever I'm at, right? Okay, now when the sun is at its highest point in the sky, right, it can be freezing cold. So let's say it's the middle of winter and it's the coldest time of the year and it's snowing and it's freezing, right? All the water's frozen, the lakes are frozen. That at that time, the sun in the globe model is 3 million miles closer to the Earth than when it's 100 degrees, right?
No,
During
it's
the
further
daytime
away.
in the summer.
It's
No, it's
further
not
away.
further away. It's not further away. It's 3 million miles closer
Oh
in
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
globe
yeah.
model.
Oh, yes, it's closer, but it's oblique. It's an oblique sun, as opposed to direct.
It's still directly up in the sky. I
No,
can see the sun
it's in
up
the
in the
sky, yes,
sky.
but the rays are oblique to the surface, as opposed to direct.
Right. So it's exactly the same as the example I gave with a fire or a heater, right? If I want to,
No,
yeah, because it's just the heat source is moving closer,
oblique.
and you're saying it's just because the Earth is tilted. It's the tiniest little amount compared to a 93 million mile away sun, just tilting something. Right? Where in
I
summer,
said
when the
it's
sun's at the
distance.
when the
It's
sun is at
distance.
the greatest,
It's like
when the
moving.
sun's
It's
at the
like moving from 20 feet to 20 feet and 1 inch.
right, so
But
you're
you're
getting
obliquely.
closer. Right, you're getting closer.
Okay, I'm not going to argue it. It's okay.
It's 3 million miles closer. Right? So let's say instead of 90 million, it's 93 million.
Right. 3%. But it's
Yeah.
oblique by a
So
factor
if
of
you move
4.
if you want to cool down, you don't move 3% closer to the fire and then
You do
tilt a
if
little
it's
bit.
obliquely, if you're facing away from the fire.
You're not facing away from the fire.
You
You're
are.
facing
You are
directly
facing
at. No,
away.
you're not. No,
You are
you're seeing it up in
obliquely.
this. No,
The
it's when it's
fire is
daytime. You're not
oblique.
facing away from.
You don't
You're not
understand the word
facing away
oblique.
from.
You don't understand the
You're not
word oblique.
facing. Well, you just compared it to facing away from the fire.
I said obliquely. The radiation is
You're not.
obliquely hitting the Earth at that point on the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, but you're
Look
not
at the word.
facing
Look up
away.
the word oblique.
You're not facing away from the fire, dude. You're not facing away from it, right? So
Look
look,
up
even
the word
in
oblique.
summer.
Look up the word oblique. That's
Yeah, we
not
don't
having
need
to
to
do
look
that.
up the word oblique. We don't need to look up the word oblique. Explanations, right, don't mean that that's a proof, right? Just because you have an explanation for something. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense, right? You guys have nothing but explanations, but you don't have any
Just
empirical
because
evidence.
I have an explanation, you just say it's wrong. Okay, well, prove you're right.
No, I'm not
Why?
saying it's
Why?
wrong. I
Okay,
can.
Why
You
is
can't
it
prove that
colder?
it's
Tell
right
me why it's colder. Tell me why it's colder.
because the
It is
path
a
that the
fact.
sun's taking, because the sun's not coming close to you, right? So on the flat Earth model, everything makes perfect logical
We
sense,
know that the
right?
sun is closer in the winter from the northern
Oh
hemisphere. We
yeah,
know that.
yeah. In the
Okay,
globe
prove
model,
it isn't.
right? In the
Go ahead and prove it isn't. Prove it isn't. You haven't proven it either.
Proven what? Yeah. So the sun. Okay, so it's
You haven't
colder, right?
proven
So
that the sun is
it's good.
closer or further.
Yeah, you can prove it, right? Because it's
I did.
colder, right? And also the sun, right? The
Okay.
sun is it orbit, right? So it's going directly over the top of your head. So at midday, it's going to be directly above you. Okay, we know
No,
it's
it's
closer
not
because
directly above
it's
me.
going to
No, it's not.
it,
It's not directly
well
above me.
it
We
is
can measure
mostly it
where the
depending,
sun is, and it's not
dude.
directly above us.
In the middle of summer at midday, the sun is going to be roughly above you in the sky.
You
In
said
winter,
roughly
that's not
above
the
you. Yes,
case,
roughly. But it's not
right?
above me.
So do you
It is
think it's more
more above
logical?
me in the summer.
Dude, you think the sun is a burning ball of plasma
Oh
gas
God, I worked in an
inside a
I
space
worked in an
vacuum?
observatory. I know. I could
Dude,
see it.
yeah, oh yeah, you're really good at parroting the pseudoscience nonsense that you
I
can't
worked
empirically
in an
validate.
observatory. I'm not parroting. I actually
Yeah,
did it.
yeah, so just working in an observatory, what, you can get
Yes,
magnified views of the things in the sky that you've been taught a
that's
story
correct.
about.
Yes, I can. I can look up in the sky and see exactly
Yeah, and
where the
see
sun
some
was.
lights in the sky, and then you've been taught a story
Different
about those
lights
lights up in the
of the
sky.
sun. They're not
You don't
some
know.
lights in the sky.
Oh, really? What's the sun?
The sun is a star,
Okay, right. Okay,
the brightest star in the
prove
sky.
that. Okay, show me how we can have
I can't
a
show you.
ball.
I don't have the observatory in my house.
No, it's not showing me that. Don't tell me. Don't repeat the
Um,
story. Right? Show me a
I
scientific experiment that validates that you can have a ball of plasma gas inside a vacuum.
Now, gravity don't exist. The sun's not a
oh,
star.
I know exactly. The
We
gravity doesn't exist. So
Yeah,
fucking flat.
back your claim up. Shut up, hillbilly. Right? So back your claim up. This is, you idiots can't back your claims up, right? You think just chanting the explanation over and over is going to make it come true. Just because you keep chanting things. Back it up. Show me that you can have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum. Show me that you can have a big burning
I
ball of
did not
gas.
engage in this conversation. You did. I don't have to do anything. I'm just listening.
Yeah, back
Out.
your claim up.
Out.
Okay, so can you back your claim up? Can you show me a scientific experiment that backs your claim up? You wanted to argue about it, right? And I'm just asking you to back up
No,
your
I didn't want to
bullshit.
argue about it. I didn't engage you in the conversation.
You
You engaged
have
me.
been,
I decided I do
yeah.
not
So
want to
you've
engage you.
been you're the one that's been you just made the claim, right? And I'm asking you if you can back it up with a scientific experiment. If you could, you would present it, but you can't. All you can do is just parrot the pseudoscience. It's not my fault that you can't back your claims up. I can back up every single claim that I make with empirical evidence. You can't do that, right? All you can do is get emotional and keep chanting the pseudoscience, right? Because the heliocentric cult is nothing more than a cult, right? It's nothing more than calculations based off assumptions, and you can't back any of it up, right? You can get angry, you can spurg, you can keep chanting it, but just show me the data, show me the empirical evidence. You want to make claims that things are science? Show me the scientific experiment. Right? Otherwise, it falls under the textbook definition of pseudoscience, fake science, a collection of beliefs or practices regarded as being based off the scientific method, right? That are not.
I'd just like to say that I do know a little bit of the math. I hope I have it right. It's like a 0.3% difference in distance.
It's
You know,
3%.
small. Is it 3%?
Yeah.
3%. Thank you. 3% difference. And yeah, I mean, it'd be like standing 10 feet away from a fire, reading 90 degrees, and moving closer, like by like an inch, and it leaning forward obliquely, lean forward an inch, and all of a sudden it goes to 30 degrees. Lean back an inch, and it goes from 30 to 90. That just, I mean, I can't accept that as a possibility. It does not make rational sense in reality to me.
Exactly. Right. So they've had their common sense completely replaced with nonsense. That's what's happened. It's brainwashing, and then it's like they're protecting the people that lied to them. So textbook Stockholm syndrome. It's crazy, right? They think that we're crazy for thinking that the sun's closer when it's hotter. They think we're crazy for this, thinking that water needs a container, and that water's exactly as it tests and appears, that it's flat on the surface. And we're crazy because we think the sun moves across the sky, even though that's what every single person observes every single day that they go outside. You guys, you globers are freaking nutcases.
Appreciate your help on the math. I'm driving, so my mind can't be as focused as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, Clive, I mean, all I asked you is right, so I already understand the claims of the globe site. Very cool that you worked at an observatory. But if you want to make claims like the sun is a star, right, inside a vacuum and these kind of things, it's not unreasonable for me to ask you for a scientific experiment that backs your claim up. Right? You don't have to get angry at me for asking you to back your claim up. That's what I should ask you. That's exactly what I should do. I shouldn't just believe explanations. Okay, that's not scientific. Right? I despise pseudoscience, and I love actual science. Right? So if you can back up what you're claiming scientifically, then cool. I'll be all for it. Right? I'll be on your side. But so far, in 8 years of talking to people about these things, I noticed there's a common occurrence that you guys make claims, you get emotional about the claims, and then when you get asked to back the claims up, we get silence, crickets.
Like yesterday, you were yelling at us for saying that the astrophysics is a science, and it's a pseudoscience. And then we looked up the definition of pseudoscience, and it's anything that claims to be science that doesn't use a scientific method. And then we agreed that that can be pseudoscience, right? And then you went on to say, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson must have done some experiments because he's got a PhD. I said, okay, how do you do experiments in astrophysics? I don't know, I'll have to look into it, but he must have done it. Claim after claim after claim with no substance to it. I'm not picking on you either, Clive, but you all do the same thing.
The you know, the smiley face, the smiley nice guy act. You know, it lasted a decent amount of time, Clive. I appreciate that. But
Yeah.
you know,
I'm not
you
here
guys
to
just
argue. You know those ones. I'm not here to argue.
yeah.
We hear them all the time.
A few moments later.
But that's what we like in here, Clive. We like arguing about points of view, or points of view and evidence, because that's how we get somewhere. It's not necessarily personal. Well, it's not personal at all, actually. It's not your idea. The globe is not your idea. Someone else's. But you're retired at 24 anyway.
I mean, he always talks to us while he's driving, right? And we can hear his GPS going off, and but now he can't respond to us because he says driving, guys. I'm driving, so I can't talk. I'm muted.
Yeah.
But he can text. He can text and drive. It's fine.
Easier to talk and drive.
Yeah. Texting's freaking hard work if you're driving. I don't do that shit. It's really
I wouldn't
takes your eyes.
recommend anyone do that.
Nah, it's the worst. Yeah, it completely takes your focus off the road.
Yeah, and you only look up at the road like every 5 seconds or something because I gotta finish this word. I need to finish typing this word. He might be using voice to text though. Then you might as well just talk. Right? I hate having a conversation with people on text. It never gets anywhere.
Nope.
Talking at each other. No one listens to what the other person just wrote. In a conversation, you kind of have to. Kind of. Some people don't.
When you're responding to someone in a text, and you can see that they're already typing while you're typing.
Yeah.
They're not going to read what you wrote. It's just like this pointless battle that just taxes hours of your time and gets nowhere.
Yeah. Just write, too long, didn't read. I've done that to my missus before. That didn't go down well. Too long, didn't read. And she sent this angry face and then just separated the text into short messages. You're not dumb, are you? Lucky she's got a sense of humour with me. So, big night. Well, night, day, morning. Plenty of people in, or has it been quiet?
It's been a rowdy day all day, man. It's been a lot of people. It's one of the few quiet periods of the day.
Yeah. Like, all day. Like, what time is it for you?
16:10 Eastern Standard Time.
16:10 Eastern Standard Time.
He meant to say Eastern Daylight Time.
Always there to correct. Rally Criterion.
Is that a real correction, really? Because I'm unaware of that.
EDT, would that be?
It's been a nutty day in here, Timbo.
Yeah.
Just like crazy, like Transformers and freaking spiraling hillbillies and just like coping Ice JJ fishes and knowledge, right?
Oh, I had a run-in with him the other day. Ice
Total
JJ.
clown show. Oh, Ice
I was
JJ's one of the worst.
Yeah, man. He was asking me questions and then he kept on interrupting me when I was fucking 2 words into my sentence. What the fucking lucky the bot wasn't in. I went off.
Yeah, I went off at him today as well.
Who was that guy from yesterday you were talking to for hours? He's a fucking numpty.
I don't
He's
even
got
remember.
a bit of a southern accent.
Oh, that guy's a freaking clown. Yeah, his name
Oh, he
was
just said,
Dick.
yeah, that was it.
Deck.
Fucking
Yeah.
no idea.
Yeah, just clueless, dude. It's just look, we've got the exact same thing. This is like a 70-year-old version of Deck. This 9,000-pound dirty wench up at the top here. Yeah, he's been in here for the last 4 hours. You still here,
9,000
dirty
pound
wench?
dirty wench.
Yeah, you still there, bro? So he's claimed that even though the Earth is 70% water, right?
Mm.
The water's flat. The Pacific Ocean's flat, but
And then the land curves.
the Earth's a globe. Yeah, it's still a globe.
It
And
covers yeah, water's
ahead.
flat. It's not the Pacific Ocean's flat. It's underneath it. It might be flat, but the water's flat on top of it, like a swimming pool.
Okay,
You got
so
it.
the water just extends out into your space, does it? And then
And now the water seeks level. Do you know that?
yeah, I do know that.
You got a
I'm a
leak,
plumber.
and it'll go to your floor. You know that.
Yeah, I'm a plumber. Yeah.
Oh, well, then you ought to understand that. Well, fuck.
Yeah.
Water seeks level. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, seeks equilibrium. That's why we lay things on grade.
Right. So you think it's flat still because water
Yeah, of
seeks
course.
level.
Yeah, you just said it was flat.
But you know why water's flat? Because it's the
Yeah,
universal
because it
solvent.
seeks its level.
Did you know it's a universal solvent also?
Universal. Where else is water?
It's the universal solvent. It's the second part you missed. It's universal everywhere.
Universal? What do you mean by
Drink it.
universal?
Some places in Africa they don't have water. It's not
Yeah,
universal
they do.
there.
It's under the ground. They do.
They got to dig for it. Yeah. Make a well.
Mm.
You can drink water. Okay. Well, it's free for everybody if you can find it. But in the oceans, it's plentiful, but you can't drink it because it's salinated. You got to desalinate it. You
Yeah, that's why
drink,
they have
you know, water
desalination plants.
you can't fucking drink because you know why? It'll dehydrate you and you'll die. Drink a
Yeah, but
bunch of
you can
ocean.
drink. Hang on, you can drink. You can
that's
drink
also
sea.
incorrect.
Yeah, you can drink seawater. You just
Oh,
You just have to. You just have to have a little bit. It's got all the minerals that your body needs in seawater.
okay. Let's survive on
Yeah.
it. Good
No, you
job.
can't survive on it. No.
Absolutely.
You have to
I
you have
agree
to
with you.
dilute it. Yeah.
Sip it. I'd rather drink my piss than drink seawater because it's more
No, you got
salt.
no nutrients. You got no nutrients in it in your piss.
Well, sure I do. I
That's
know it.
waste. That's what your body doesn't want.
You don't know what. Yeah, and you can only drink
Yeah.
that one, and then you drink seawater. I mean, I don't know. That's the
No.
last one to do, dude, is drink seawater. But go ahead.
Yeah, if you're dehydrated, yeah.
Okay, I'd wait for it to rain and collect the water in a raft on the ocean. But yeah, you can drink seawater. Go for it.
No, I'm not on a raft in the ocean.
Well, okay. Well, then you don't
Look it
know
up.
anything about the ocean, then, do you? But I'm sure
Yeah.
you're all. Sorry. But yeah, you've been on a
Yeah.
boat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's fucking flat as fuck on water. I get it.
I know. But the land's curving underneath it, right?
But yeah, it is slightly.
Can you draw me that picture?
Well, what do you, a picture of the curving underneath the water of the ocean?
Yeah, like because you think it's a ball in space, right?
I don't think it is. I know it is.
So can you draw me that ball with
Well,
flat water on it?
everything in the universe is forms to the platonic solids except planet Earth, and
That's not.
it
It's
looks
not
like
really what I was asking for.
it looks like a
Can you draw
coin.
me a picture of a ball with
Draw you
flat
a
water
coin,
on it?
draw you a coin with water in it. It's gonna look
Yeah,
like
but
a
that's
plate.
a flat
It's gonna look
surface.
like a plate. Here, I can take a deep plate and fill it up with water and show you what that looks like.
Is that what the Earth looks like?
No, it's got mountains.
so it's not flat.
Yeah, so does the coin.
Well, it's got what George Washington's face on it, like the small embezzlements that raise up on
Yeah,
it.
you just treat that like a mountain, right?
No, not if it's the overall surface is flat, like a coin. And the Earth's not like a coin, though. I mean, that's a comparison, but it's not the good one. And that's
So
what
can you give me a good one?
Well, yeah, it's like a chewed up piece of bubble gum, and there's some little spots in it that collect water. It's not perfectly round, and there's
Yeah, and those water parts are flat.
well, yeah, where the water's at on the top. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Underneath it,
Can you show me what that looks like?
well, I don't have to. The submarines from the military have mapped a bunch of the underground topography, and there's mountains and valleys. There's a Marianas Trench and everything.
Yeah, there's also plains under there, flat pieces of land.
And so the difference between the Marianas Trench, as far as they can go down before the submarine collapses, it's 7 feet, 7 miles, I think, as far as they go down, and then you go all the way up to the 7 miles from the ocean, all the way up until you reach sea level, and then you can go all the way up to the top of the
Which is
Mount Everest.
about the same
It's Mount
distance.
Everest. So that's like another like 8 miles. So it's 15 miles difference between Marianas Trench and elevation and Mount Everest. Maybe
Yeah.
more than that's just a rough guesstimate from my knowledge.
That makes it a sphere.
Elevation. They got all the water. It's fucking flat, right? That makes sense? It's fucking flat. 50 miles elevation. It's flat.
Yeah. So where's the curve?
Well, it's flat. There is no curve.
Okay, cool. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It's just a bumpy fucking disc with mountains and shit and pressure in it that fill up with water. But it's not round.
You're like a disc. You think you live on a disc with an elevation difference of 15
it looks like
miles.
Or a plate, right? If it's flat, it looks like a plate. But
No,
you don't
it's just a description of the surface.
Where the fucking flat Earth is.
Water.
Can I argue? Right? Your parameters aren't even fucking straight on what I'm arguing. Is it flat or fucking bumpy, motherfucker? Well, water's flat. No fucking shit, Sherlock.
Yeah. So we have a horizontal reference plane, right?
I'll put water in my glass and it's flat when I drink it.
Hey, just listen. So flat is a horizontal reference plane.
That's an analogy.
Right. So flat, what we mean by flat is that there's a horizontal reference plane being sea level, and any elevation above or below that is measured from mean sea level. Right. That's what flat is.
Okay, so the Earth is a big cup holding water and just spinning around.
Did I say it was a big cup?
Well, if it's flat, it is on the top.
So what's below it? How do you know it's a cup below it?
The bottom of the cup. Don't worry about that. It's flat on top. You're a surface dweller. You don't fucking.
Yeah. Okay. So so water needs a container, right?
Well, yeah, and when the recesses in the planet fill up with water, it looks flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's holding the water in?
Well, the planet, the container.
So it's flat, but it's a sphere.
It's called planet Earth. It's the third one from the sun, which is also flat, evidently. But planets don't exist. They're all just like lights in the firmament.
Listen to him, Cope. This is great. He was too drunk to cope earlier, but now he's
I drank
And
myself
sober.
a
You drank
motherfucker.
yourself sober right into a cope session. Keep going.
Why don't y'all fuck around and find out?
Tune up that banjo, boy.
$1 telescope and then come back and see me.
And what are we going to see from a telescope?
I don't know. Maybe you go out and look at the fucking stars and shit. Like look at everything else that's flat looking.
What are we going to determine from that?
Well, they're not flat. You can see roundness on fucking all the celestial objects that are in our solar system. For planet Earth, this is the one planet that's totally different from every other planet in our fucking solar system.
How do you see 3D through a single optic?
I've got a P900 that I can zoom in on the moon that's almost damn near as good as my telescope. And it's fucking round, dude. You can see the curvature on the side of the fucking planet and the fucking meteor fucking impacts.
Yeah, and you just agreed that the Earth was flat.
Well, I'm being fallacious.
No shit.
I'm being.
So why don't you argue from your point of view then?
Well, because you won't accept my fucking valid argument points. Because water is fucking flat. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can't. Okay, that doesn't prove the Earth is flat because water's flat in
That's
6
what
levels.
we measure it from, though.
It's a logical fucking conclusion.
Okay, the logical conclusion for you is the Earth is flat and Earth is the water's flat and Earth is a sphere. That's very logical.
Well, yeah, because it's held in by gravity, and we talked about this too, but I'm not going to revisit.
Okay, so the water's not flat.
What is no 6th level, and it's held in by gravity.
So what shape is the Earth?
It's not perfectly round or perfectly flat. It's fucking chewed up piece of bubble gum.
Yeah.
You know what
and
flat
then the
means?
water sits flat on top of it, right?
No, it sits in the depressions on the round. Like if you take a piece of bubble gum in your mouth and you like try to make it as round as you can, it's not going to be a perfect sphere. There's going to be indentations on it, and if you spun it and put water in it with like more mass, gravity around that, it would. You don't
I
understand,
think you
dude.
sound I know, because you sound confused yourself, dude.
No, I'm not. Like I'm trying to break it down into like simpleton terms for you.
You don't need to.
Okay, gravity. You don't believe in gravity or any other planet in the solar
gravity to you then?
round, then Earth has to be flat. That's a logical conclusion. I guess
because we're talking about something that we can look at and measure and touch, and then you're comparing it to something that's not comparable in the sky.
My telescope, dude, or go to observatory and you can fucking look at a planet, and you understand.
Yeah, great. And then you can look, and then you even said yourself, you can look down at the Earth and water's flat.
No, you can't look at the Earth. You can look at every other celestial object in our solar
Can't
system.
look at the Earth. Can't look at what you're standing on, right?
Of them are fucking. It's all just like quarters and dimes in the sky, and they look like stars, but they're not. Our sun's not even a star; it's a flat disk too. It's just a luminary.
I don't know. I don't remember hearing anyone say anything like that.
The flat Earth doctrine, bro. Like if everything's flat, if the Earth is flat, everything's fucking flat. They don't. It's not how fucking the platonic solids work. You don't even know what that is, but go ahead.
Well, it's got nothing to do with the topic we're talking about.
Plutonic solids have nothing to do with spheres and flat planes. I got you.
Enlighten me.
Well, I'm not going to do your Euclidean geometry for you.
So, well, explain it to me like I'm dumb.
Me to explain it to you like you're 5. Okay.
Yeah. Platonic solids. Go ahead. Wow. How can someone who's old like that be like a troll? Must have something going on in his life. You are trolling. Yeah.
Bitch. Like, fuck you. Fuck you and your horse you rode in on, motherfucker. I ain't old.
Skinny bitch.
Yeah, fuck with me, motherfucker.
What are you gonna do about it, dude?
I ain't nothing about it. Like, that's being retarded.
Exactly. So don't say stuff like that.
I got a full head of hair and ain't gray.
It's not
Fucking
full.
Billy Goat bitch.
All right. So you're gonna explain to me about platonic solids like I'm 5?
Yeah, it's Plato. The Platonic, that's where Platonic come from, not having sex. It's Plato, bitch. You know who Plato
So
is?
solids
Yeah.
that don't have sex.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. And what's that got to do with a sphere?
Great. Fuck off and masturbate, and maybe you'll feel better, and you can
I don't need to.
search. Okay, it's fine. You're doing great.
I am. I've got a great life.
What do you want to start?
Degenerate, man. They always have to go degenerate every time.
Yeah.
It's like that deck guy sent his like dad in or something.
He sent his dad in.
Yeah. This is him. 9,000 pound dirty wench.
Oh.
It's like, you know, it's like the guy from yesterday, but his dad. Just
Yeah.
bricked. Equally as
But
bricked.
worse.
Similar accent. Yeah.
At least Deck kind of believed what he was saying, right? You guys didn't make this shit up.
Yeah.
Don't know how you can have a flat water on a sphere. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, man. You know, I want to see his artwork. I want to see him draw a globe with the flat water. It's like the those people that say you can't have a horizon on a flat Earth as well.
Yeah.
I want to see their artworks. What their artworks look like if they try to draw a flat Earth. What's it look like? What's a horizon? What's it look like when you're looking out into the ocean from the beach if the Earth was flat?
Do you know? Do you know what it would look like?
Yeah, it looks like it does right now.
Yeah, I know exactly what it would look like.
What would it look like?
What it does right now for everyone.
It would look like a flat surface, right? So the water would look flat, the horizon would be flat, horizontal, just like what we see. And then off in the distance, way off in the distance, there's going to be a vanishing point horizon, right? So it's a straight line between vanishing points. And then we've also got the atmosphere to take into account. So that's why they say the horizon's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meets.
Hello, Talon.
So it wouldn't be clear. It would be different than just a fine line.
Of horizons aren't clear, actually. When you zoom in on it, right? So when you're looking at it from a really long way away, it looks like a sharp line. But when you zoom right in on it, it's actually not. It's exactly what you guys think would happen on a flat Earth, right? You have like a hazy sort of horizon. So I can actually show you an example of that, right? So would you like, here's a horizon in the side chat right here, right? So do you think that's a sharp, crisp horizon?
Yes.
Really, you think that's a sharp, crisp horizon?
I can clearly see the horizon in that picture.
Zoom in.
Yep, I'm zooming in.
Yep.
So I can still see the line from one end to the other. I can see the
So
dark.
you don't think that you would have a horizon line?
Light gray and the dark gray. The whole time I can clearly see it.
Well, the same thing happens on a flat floor.
So if we had like, because the cool thing is that we don't have like thousands of miles because the Earth is curving, so that's hard to see like tens of thousands of miles on a flat surface. We don't have an example of that because everything drops out over distance, 8
No,
inches.
because there's a maximum visibility because of the weather conditions.
Because like, even if you go up on a mountain, you're still only
I have
gonna
a
see
question to
part.
ask Palin.
Go ahead.
So why is he so soy? Is that the question?
Explain to
Dr.
me what you
Palpatine.
mean by dropping up.
What do you mean dropping up?
I don't understand what that means.
Relative.
Okay.
I can mean both. You can say up or down. Depends on how you want to perceive it.
Wait, up?
I don't know. He
Chris,
said like
Chris.
the horizon.
No, that's just
dropped
resolution, Doctor.
Something like that. Confused.
Well, a globe shape has drop over distance.
Yeah, but
Can
how
you
does it
show that?
drop up?
So a globe shape is only that drop over distance. So you're never going to get a flat plane for more than the globe can handle.
So why can you see further than the globe predicts then? And the horizon be behind something that's supposed to be being blocked?
That's a claim you have to support, which you can't.
Okay.
So that's an asinine.
Can you support the claim that you just said that the horizon line is always where it should be?
Well, just inherent of geometry, it's geometrical fact that there's drop over distance on a spherical shape.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So
that's
where
the
is
supporting that? The supporting facts support me.
Okay, where?
No, they don't though.
All around you.
Where?
You've never seen curvature once in your life, dude.
Calm down. You don't
Calm
know me.
down. Where do you? I don't need to know you.
See it all around. See it all around.
Where?
Where?
Yeah, like where sailboats disappear over the horizon.
Show us one boat disappearing over the horizon where you've taken the confounding factors into account and validated that it's Earth curve.
What does that
Yeah,
mean?
because you said the horizon's always going to. Yeah. So the distance to the horizon.
Well, the fact remains that sailboats do disappear bottom up when they go over the horizon.
Sometimes they do, right?
Every time. Yeah. Every time you see
every time
they do it. That's an
Show
every time.
one example. Show one example, right? So look, I can show you it happening on a flat floor, and we have a sharp horizon. So if you have a look in the side chat, okay, have a look at this object. Okay, it's got a white top and it's got a yellow bottom. Now, if we just adjust the temperatures a little bit in the room, all of a sudden we can have the bottom of the object disappear behind the nice sharp horizon, right? This is just taking place on a flat floor. This is just textbook sinking refraction. We even have the thermometers placed vertically so we know exactly what's going on with the temperature gradient, which is causing this effect to take place. This actually matches the normal lapse rate in the atmosphere as well.
This doesn't.
Right?
So this all this proves is what? What does this prove?
That you can have bottom-up obstruction and a sharp horizon on a flat surface. It's demonstrated right there.
That's like in a tiny room. That's in a room? Are you talking about that? That's in a room?
Right. So the same thing happens in nature, right? So what's happening is the light would bend towards the cooler air, right? Because it's more dense, it has a higher refractive index. And that, right? So what's the normal lapse rate in the atmosphere, right? That it gets cooler with altitude. That's the normal lapse rate.
I mean,
right?
just
So it
sounds like
it's
you're
not
just refracting the light.
Yeah, so light's always being refracted,
So
right?
you're not. So what does that have to do with sailboats?
So you
going
don't
over
have
the
that.
horizon?
You don't have that position that you're talking about.
What is this? Why is this relevant?
Was that taken into account, right? And counted out as one of the confounding factors that could have caused the bottom of the boat to become obstructed? Because it's a well-known effect, right? It's just called subrefraction. Super common.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're just purposely refracting the light to get what you want.
Just this is
But you're not disproving.
exactly.
It just doesn't disprove anything. Just because you can do this, like I can like twiddle my
so we
thumbs,
can have
therefore,
bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. We can have something disappearing from the bottom. Do you agree with that?
So sure.
Okay, so did you take that? Did you take that into account in any of the observations with the boats that you're talking about?
Oh yeah, because like refraction's only a factor of through the air, but like the ship completely disappears. You can't refract a ship completely out of view.
Yeah,
That doesn't make
yeah.
any sense. It's
Just
only gonna
all
like
right,
you can't
all right.
see like you're not gonna be able to refract anything when it's
Yeah,
physically
yeah. The mathematics
unviewable.
doesn't agree with you here. The flat earther.
Yeah.
We can
All right.
discuss it.
Let's do a simple Google
You
search,
can't
right?
refract
Right.
your way out of
So what is
being a
sinking? What is
sailboat.
sinking refraction? Sinking refraction, also just called sinking, is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects like ships, right, appear vertically compressed or displaced downward from their true geometric position.
I'm
Right.
pretty
So
sure
they
I've heard other people arguing the opposite way, where the whole like laser light across a lake surface to prove that the Earth is flat. Oh, that doesn't matter because like the difference in humidity at the
no.
water surface. That means that I've
Well,
literally heard like
It's not the
this
same
phenomenon being
thing.
used in the
It's not
exact
the same
opposite.
thing. No,
Yes.
it's not this. It's not the opposite, right? This is called sinking. It's where an object appears to be lower, and then the opposite of sinking is looming, where an object appears to be higher.
Yes,
Right?
but do you
That's
know
not
why that happens?
That's not flattening out a curved surface that would have hundreds of feet of curvature and completely hiding a geometric horizon. Right? That's not the opposite of sinking.
No, dude, that's not what I was saying. I'm saying that
Okay,
people
what
appealing to
atmospheric effect are you
experiments,
talking about then?
appealing to experiments where they shine a fucking laser beam over like a
Yeah.
lake, which is of course the only place you can find something perfectly flat because it's a body of water.
Oh yeah, well that's a good point. It's flat. I agree with you on that. Now, look,
Yeah, well,
we've got
yes, when
people
flat
people that
faster
have
and
done these
of
tests,
course.
and so what would cause the laser to bend?
There's a humidity differential that increases like exponentially as you approach the surface of the water, which means the refractive
Yeah.
properties change continuously, and this therefore bends the light, and
Right.
that is appealed to say that these tests, which do show curvature, they do show that, but in fact the flat earthers
Curvature.
claim they don't, and that instead it's because of this
You just
effect.
shot yourself in the foot, bro. Because
Well, it's wrong because
water vapor,
see the one where they like
water
showed
vapors, water
Not
vapor
as a
lowers.
refractive.
Yeah, water vapor. Yeah, you're right that there's way more water vapor, way more humid air as you get lower to the surface, right? But it's
Less
also
refractive.
yeah, it's has a lower refractive index because it's 40% less dense than the dry air, like the oxygen and the nitrogen. So it lowers the refractive index. That's why we don't ever see lasers bending downward when we shoot them over large bodies of water or land. And no one has any footage of a laser bending downward, by the way. Right, other than
people
in
have
some
In the
like a,
who show the laser like
in the
lighting up the
atmosphere, yeah.
spot. There's all
What's
these
that, bro?
confounding factors, which means you can't show that it's like flat with that, basically.
Yeah, we can because we can take a side. Firstly, we can take a side view of the laser transit, and we can also take the temperature, pressure, and humidity into account and make sure it's uniform, so you don't have the building blocks for the refraction to take place in the first place. And you can see the laser just going perfectly straight and hitting the target, which you can also
I
see.
saw the demonstration. I saw the one where like the basically I'm trying to remember exactly who was doing it, but these flat earthers set up this whole system to show that the Earth is flat, and that if it was curved in the way that all these evil scientists and everybody, all the people in on the conspiracy
Evil
claim it is.
scientists.
Well, they must
What?
be evil
Hey,
if they're hiding
Plasma,
the flatness of the
Plasma,
Earth
did
from you. They
you,
must have some kind of
Plasma,
nefarious intention, I would assume, right?
hey,
Why
Plasma,
would you
did
go
you
to such
watch,
an enormous effort to lie to everyone about
what,
the Earth being flat
Plasma,
otherwise?
did you watch this
Yeah,
documentary
but
that
I
you're
can't
talking
remember what
about?
it's called. I'd have to take a moment to go find it.
Did they use a
You haven't
laser?
seen this.
Did
Oh,
they use a
I think
laser?
he's talking about maybe FE core. I think he might be talking
No, I
about
think
FE
he's
core.
talking about the
Jeranism.
behind the curve, yeah.
That'd be funny if he was talking about.
They always claim to have seen these so-called documentary, but no one knows anything about it.
No, I watched the documentary. They use gyroscopes. They use different kind of flashlight experiments. they would always come up
Flashlights,
with
yeah, that'll work, right?
I
Yeah.
found it,
Look,
but I
here's
found
here's
like
here's
an
hold
annoying
on, Plasma,
video with
Plasma,
black
Found it?
Plasma. Here's
women
one
making
you haven't
fun of it,
seen this
which
one.
is going to be annoying for everyone, so I'll try and find the original rather than just this excerpt.
What's it called? Plasma?
I can't remember. I found the clip I was talking about, but there's an annoying black lady making fun of you, which would be annoying. So I'm going to try and find the kind of unmolested.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Timber.
Fair enough. Yeah.
That's hilarious. But anyway, right? I'm talking about this one in the side chat here. Right, this was done by a scientist, by a PhD in optics. So yeah, if you want to watch a proper test, here's a test that's been set up properly using different spectrums of laser beams, right? Checking for the temperature, pressure, humidity along the side of the laser, taking the weather and tides and everything into account. I mean, this is a comprehensive test. This is one video, but there's about 30 more videos, right, where he goes over more of the technical details in it. So yeah,
But why
here's a
take the
test.
time to learn all that when they can just watch a Professor Dave video and get the highlight reel and what to say?
Yeah.
Who's Professor Dave? Does he do like flat Earth stuff now? I remember him like doing chemistry videos when I was in high school. I think I remember. It's the guy with long hair.
Yeah, he's got a
I
really
remember
annoying
him.
voice.
He was great.
Yeah, that
Well,
one.
he was great when I was in school, like for like basic chemistry shit. But I don't know what he's up to now.
Yeah, he's not actually a professor. He went to university and dropped out, and then started tutoring, and then
Yeah, I got the impression he was like more of a tutor. But to be quite honest, a lot of these pro flat Earth guys, it's a similar backstory. So I don't know if you should be throwing stones there. People can or cannot be capable with or without a degree. I'm sure you would have to
Yeah,
say.
well, this is not a scientific question, right? It's a geometrical question. So
No evil scientist, only measurement, geometry.
Yeah, I don't think all the scientists are like lying, dude. They're just,
Evil
they're
what?
just
all the
parroting the information that they get taught. They're just
Can I tell
parroting the
you,
information that they learn.
DJ, shortly, the scientist,
No,
Can I-
I'm not, I can't be bothered debating. Why do you guys think like all the airline pilots and cargo ship pilots in the world are like in on this? Because they're all sailing and flying
No,
along fake
there's countless
geodesics,
amounts
which
that are flat
highly
earthers.
highly inefficient, given the Earth is actually
No.
flat, for them to be flying on these
one
fake
second,
geodesics to give the
Plasma,
illusion of it being round.
how do
Right?
cargo ships use the Earth as a globe?
Because when you sail from one continent to the other, it kind of makes a huge difference if the Earth is a sphere or spheroid or not, because that will change what the most optimal path you would take is.
Yeah,
And
you mean a straight line?
Yes, exactly, because a straight line
Yeah, they
on a
don't
curved
use straight
surface,
lines,
that's called
They
a
use
geodesic, right?
They
The
use shipping
shortest
lanes.
distance. The
They
shortest
use
distance
shipping
between 2
lanes.
points on the surface of a
It's not
sphere
how
is
they.
a geodesic,
It's not how
not a
they
straight
travel,
line.
dude. It's not how they travel.
What do they do? Do they teleport or something, bro?
No, they use shipping lanes, and the aeroplanes use flight corridors.
Yes, but those things take into account the geometry of the Earth. I'm not
Are-
saying they
are you
follow.
saying-
Okay, yes, they don't follow perfect geodesics because there's like currents and things as well. Obviously,
Okay,
yes.
where do they show?
It's
Where
like
do
when
they
people
follow
fly,
the
they like
curvature of
fly
the
in a
Earth?
really high latitude because it's faster, like to get to North America that way than it would otherwise be.
Where do
Like,
they?
it's
It's
like during the Cold
travel
War when
over?
they're stationing missiles, like they have like submarine
Stop
routes through
scattergunning,
the
dude. Just
Arctic and
listen.
everything. It's like this so much of world history doesn't make sense.
You're gonna get
Suddenly,
muted if you
flying
keep
through the Earth.
waffling on, Plasma. I'm just warning you in
I
advance.
find these
Right,
more
let Tim.
compelling than the scientific
Yeah,
argument.
I
Stop
just warned.
scattergunning, dude. Yeah,
Just warned you in advance, bro. Stop just talking and talking and talking.
he's gone.
Oh no. What are we gonna do now?
You cannot. It's
No
impossible
intention of
to.
learning anything.
You
Yeah,
cannot
you're right, Toby.
navigate. You cannot navigate if surface of water is flat. It would be impossible. How we will arrange that?
Yeah.
Because it's much easier if you have curved surface and then you have distances and then you go over the curved surface. Because if you're on flat surface, man, how you will travel? Imagine.
Yeah, I
No-
remember going on to the cockpit of a plane and they had a globe sitting on the fucking dashboard. And they were spinning it around to make sure that they were always on top of that globe. And that's how they get to places, you know?
Oh, okay.
That's what you do if you're out in the ocean and it's a cloudy night and you can't see any
Yeah.
stars or anything, and your
In
equipment
that
breaks
globe.
down, you just whip out a globe, man.
Yeah, but he's, why they are not saying anything? Why they are not ringing the bells? Because they're believing like him, the same thing. They're flying over the flat surface, but they are in brain. It's most of them. It's like, yeah, this is sphere, but it's big. That's all. Nobody's thinking about measuring Earth or something. Or if somebody even realized, now he will say to his director, you know what? The Earth is flat. Man, that guy will not fly tomorrow anymore, and anymore in his life. It depends on
Like
company,
those guys yesterday, right? That they were saying that if you fly from, say, the North Pole to the equator, that you don't have to change your your position in space, right? Like you don't have to change 90 degrees. Well, yeah, of course, because you're flying over a flat surface. You're not changing 90
Are
degrees.
you serious? Question mark. I am so sorry.
What's that, Toby?
What?
Maybe a hot mic?
I think he's hot micing.
Sorry about that, guys. I was hot micing.
No, you're all right. You did something wrong and you apologise. That's all right. Where you been, Sasha? Haven't seen you for ages. Heard you in here yesterday, mate.
People, if you raise the voice because you're passionate about the argument, you're angry. Especially if you want to. If you speak about topography, that's yeah. Sorry.
No, you're right. Where you been hiding, Sasha?
I was nowhere. Yeah, I heard you. Yes, yes. Sorry, my daughter.
Okay, no worries.
I was around, yeah.
Yeah, you been around on the other servers? Or?
Yeah, but just I could say I left everything. I was maybe to Nathan show only, and that's it.
Oh, okay.
Even that started to be, I don't know, too much for me. I don't know.
Yeah, it's.
And then yeah.
They just say that's a flat Earth measurement, and that's it, right?
Yeah, but I'm okay with that also. I'm okay with that totally, even to speak only like that. I'm not against nothing, For me, it's everything is fine.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I get it.
There are, I can give him credit and also critiques. There is two things, yeah.
Yeah, we can give everyone critiques. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also not perfect, I'm so many times making mistake, pushing something.
Yeah, we all do.
Because sometimes in a brain it's like, don't do that, don't do that. Like stop, try to, to be like third person or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I don't need to protect nothing, and that's like.
Yeah, just the truth.
Yeah, it's outside and it's not my fault. In the beginning, it is for somebody, it's big cake to swallow, but if you want, if you go like, if you're intellectually honest, you can find out for yourself. It's very simple even. After all these years now, it's so simple that's what Nate is saying. It is like that, It's you can speak whatever you want, but you're using that and you're measuring that, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it's boring at the end. You could say, yeah, it is boring because it's like it's nothing complicated.
Yeah, I think when you kind of accept it, it becomes so simple, right?
Yeah, I can speak to. I can say like a plane. What is plane on the air? Plane. It's a one place of the flat surface, and If that plane is big and we have so many planes on the Earth, that mean, and we call that in we plane in Croatian calling flat sea. That would be the real translation. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Like you have flat,
Yeah.
and from flat you make another word, and that means plane, flat sea. That's yeah. And then it even works. And then, yeah, horizon, sea
And you
level.
can't have
It's
you can't have a flat plane on a curving on a sphere. You can't have any flat planes on a sphere because a flat plane to them would be curved.
People don't understand that they cannot have a horizon on a sphere. Why? Because when you zoom out from the sphere, you get the edge of the sphere. That's not horizon. That's the circle. Everything what is straight line, that's not horizon on the sphere. You cannot have straight line on the sphere. That means you cannot have horizon. You need to call that another name. Horizon you can have on the big cube, let's say, and if you zoom it out, you will see the edges and that line. You can have on cylinder the same things, but you cannot have on the sphere, unfortunately, because there is no horizon on the sphere. There is edge of the sphere called circle when you zoom it out. And it's so simple, but like, oh, what do you think about gravity? I don't care.
Leaf, are you trying to say something, or you just got your mic open? Leaf?
I think he was server muted. I guess it just runs out after a certain time. So
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just spoke. Yeah, you're hot micing, dude.
Today is a very interesting day. The
Newt,
dynamics.
do you have any
Hello?
measurements of Earth curvature, Newt? Or just waffle? Pointless waffle. Trying to feed your ego.
Yeah.
Which is giant.
And being racist towards white people. That's a common one for you too. Yeah.
You're never gonna let it go because I understand
Racist
what's
piece
your
of
actual
shit.
beliefs.
Shut the fuck.
But you will not let it go because you're coming here. You're disturbed, man. You need to leave it alone because at the end, if you think that this is stupid, you need to live your life and go away from this stupid thing. But no, you will come and you want to protect something. I don't know. Do you feel some danger? Do you think that that peace, all this love, peace, and harmony will be destroyed if people find out that Earth is flat or what? What will happen if people realize that let's say that it's belief and that people start to believe that Earth is flat? What do you think will happen? That we will have wars and corruptions and stuff like that? Yeah. Do you know? If I think that something is stupid, like for example demons and ghosts, why you don't go there and tell them, people, why are you believing in this and every day and telling them, are you people crazy? What do you want? Why you discussing about ghosts and demons? But no, you're not going there. Why? Because maybe you don't believe in that, you think that is bullshit. If you think that is bullshit, then you don't spending time with that people.
I think that was directed at you, Newt.
Hello?
And if people speaking about demons and ghosts, I don't think they are dangerous for me. They can speak about that.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard the name Jabbar by any chance?
No.
Yeah.
Is it a common name or?
It's like a basketball player.
Yeah, Hakeem Abdul-Jabbar.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, yeah.
Oh, there's that guy. There's that guy Jafar from the cartoon from Aladdin,
That's right. Yeah, Jafar. Yeah, like
No,
Magic Carpet.
not Jafar. Jabbar.
Yeah, the basketball player, and he was also was playing a movie with the Bruce Lee.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have.
He was a fighter in the top of the tower, wasn't he?
Yeah, with the big feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in Shazam, guys.
Wait, Jabbar was in Shazam? What?
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Can you imagine what
I
you
don't know.
can
It's like
what
I've
you can
heard the
learn?
name. but I don't know where I've heard the name. You know, like it's. I know I've heard it in the US, but like it's yeah. I don't think it's that common to the name Jabbar. But yeah.
I'm sure it's got a translation, right? Because he became a Muslim, right? So
Is it a
his name's
Muslim name?
Abdul Jabbar.
Yeah.
So
Karim Abdul.
because he wasn't a Muslim, so he had a Western name, and then he changed his name. So it's obviously got that surname. Obviously has some type of meaning, because that's what
Oh.
I would say. So I'm just guessing, but
I would say so also.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool name though, Jabbar. Yo, Jabbar, what's up? Isn't that a cool name? Like it has a clang to it.
Like a Jamaican.
Okay, so here it means mighty, powerful, or to mend and restore.
What language?
As in Arabic. So as a name of
It's an
God
Arabic
in
name?
Islam, Al-Jabbar.
So
It
it's an Arabic name.
translates to the compeller, or the restorer.
Okay. Cool. So it's an Arabic name, in other words. I see. Very good.
Well, it's a Islamic name, which would
yeah.
be Arabic, right? So
Yeah, I see. Cool. Jabbar. Yeah.
do you believe you live on a ball, Dylan?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm like somewhere in the middle, to be honest with you. I need to
Middle.
see it for myself, you know. Like if you look at the scriptures, they all describe not a sphere. So I don't know, you know, like all the scriptures are saying it's flat.
I think I
So
remember you, Dylan. Were you in the
Timbo.
English hub on Saturday?
Yeah, I don't know, Timbo,
Yeah.
but I do recognize your name. Your name also has a clang to it, you know, Timbo. Like Timbo,
Yeah.
what's up, Timbo?
Timbo. That's what we do to
Timbo.
names in Australia. We add
Tim
O's
to
on the
Timbo.
end, or A's on the end, or yeah.
Yeah. What about Dylan? Do you have anything for Dylan or nothing for Dylan?
We just call you Dill. We just call you Dill.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my girlfriend says D sometimes, you know, D. Just a D.
Yeah, that means something else.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest, if it's a ball or non-ball. I don't know. It's
Did you
hard
go
to
away
say.
and think of all that stuff that DJ was talking to you about?
DJ, we were talking about motorcycles, Timbo. Do you ride any motorcycles by any chance?
Me? I do, yeah. I ride dirt bikes.
That's cool, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, dirt bikes kind of scare me. I saw a guy last year. It was my first time riding a dirt bike, or not first, but like hadn't ridden in a long time. So it was cool. It was very fun. I did some jumps. It was a lot of vibrations, and you always have to be on your feet. You know, you can't be
You got to
sitting
hold
on the
on,
bike.
mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
And
we
it
ride
went
up in
really
the
well.
mountains. We go up into the mountains, and
It's extremely fun, and it's a lot of adrenaline, and you feel very alive. But
sure do. Teach you a
I
lot of
saw some.
lessons too.
Yeah, I saw
Science.
some random dude. I kid you not, Timbo. He broke his arm and a couple of ribs in half a second. Everything went in slow mo. I saw the jump. He landed wrong. The bike went the other way. He went the other way, and then arm and a couple of ribs gone, just like that.
Oh,
Like
okay.
half a second.
You're talking about on a track, like
Yeah,
motocross. Oh,
yeah.
okay. We don't ride motocross.
Yeah, I saw that, Timbo. I said, hell nah. Fuck that. I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
don't have
gonna
to ride
like.
that
Yeah.
fast. Yeah, you can go slow.
But that's what makes it fun, though, Timbo. Like the jumps are extremely fun when you do some jumps and then you land. If you stick the landing, that is. But like you always have to. You always
You
have to
ride
be
up
on
in
your
the
feet.
Right up in the mountains, it's better because then you see this hill and you go, no, I can't get up that, and then you just you
Yeah,
get to the
that
top and you look back
special stuff.
down and you go, mate, I just made it up that hill on a fucking motorbike.
That's crazy. But have you been on a? What's the fastest you have been on a two-wheeler?
I haven't ridden on the road before. I've never ridden on the road. Yeah.
Yes, but you don't need a. In the US, you don't need a license if you're in the mountains, right? Like
I'm
on
in
your own dirt
Australia,
bike.
and you
It's the same.
need a license, and you need your bike to be road registered in Australia.
Oh, I think in the US, as long as you're not on the road, if you're like in the forest.
Over here, all those trails are classified as roads, so they make you get a license.
Yeah, what's this law I read that you need a special license if you have a supercar or some shit? Like you need to have a special thing on your license.
I think it's
like
a
only an
club.
Australian.
It's a club license. Yeah. And you can only use it. You have to keep a logbook. You can only use it. I think it's 100 days a year, something like that.
That's so fucked up. So you can't like ride a Ferrari if you on your regular license. You need to have like a supercar license.
Oh, it depends which car it is. So there's Ferraris that you can road register fully. So they just need to be a certain height above the ground.
No, but there's a new law, Timbo. So they are basically saying if it's too fast, you can't ride it, or you can't you need to have a special permit from the government.
Not sure. Maybe you need a offensive driving course or defensive driving course. I'm not sure.
I don't know, Timbo. Like what I saw in Australia, like I lost respect for the politicians after what I saw during the void century that can't be named on here.
Good one.
Yeah.
You caught on quickly.
Yeah, it's just can't be named, but it was just really fucked up. Like special centers, and they put a lot of money on those centers. It was just fishy, Timbo. I don't know. It's just very fishy.
Yeah, I don't know how they made it look overseas, but I don't think it was that bad here.
Yeah, but they kind of indirectly
They made it look
forced you
like
to
we
take
were
it.
all locked in our houses, but we weren't.
You weren't? But I guess
No.
it depends what part of the.
I kept on working. I was still working. So.
Really?
Out on the road.
I got locked basically in I had to cross the border because we'd previously planned to move house, right? So I had to cross the border, and they gave me a notice. They said you have to stay at your house. I forget how long it was for, but
2
they
weeks.
said you're not allowed to leave your house. 2 weeks, I think it was. You're not allowed to go to the store. You're not allowed to. You have to go directly to your house. Go into your house. You're not even allowed to stop at the shops or anything like that. If we catch you, it's a $10,000 fine each. We had detectives and cops knocking on our door every single day, and they said if you're not here when we come and knock, you get a $10,000 fine each. It was freaking insane, dude. It half ruined my business at the time because we were getting masses of sales, right? Because everyone was buying online.
Yeah.
And I wasn't allowed to go to the post office to post my orders off because if the cops came while I wasn't there, then I would have got a $10,000 fine, right? Turns out they wiped all those fines in the end, but we didn't know that at the time. So yeah, it was pretty bad in some places.
So basically,
it depends.
DJ, they basically fucked you without baby oil.
Big time, bro.
And that's so fucked because who the fuck are they to tell you what to do?
Dude,
And
I
these
also saw
fuckers,
them. I saw them beating up old people and stuff like that at the protests, right? Just going up and just grabbing old people and just smashing them onto the ground and stuff like that. It was freaking insane. It probably wasn't like that everywhere, but dude, I saw some crazy shit at that time. And the most
where are
shocking
these
thing was,
people? Why are they not held accountable? These politicians that did this
they all
shit.
just, what was it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
They
I
should be
actually
held
lost a lot of
accountable, no?
respect. I lost a lot of respect for, my trust in the, the officials and the police in Australia after that.
I was like, shit, this can just turn like crazy, just like very quickly.
Yeah, and you know what, DJ? Imagine like next time. This just I feel like this was just like a test, and imagine like next time what's gonna happen next time. And I think people should just go on the streets, and like if everyone would go on the streets, they would
I don't think
never
people
do
will
anything.
obey them next time.
I don't know, to be honest. Like I saw some crazy shit, and I saw like how people turn against each other, and just they were everyone was basically obeying the state and turning on each other. So like I lost a lot of friends just because of that, or family members. They didn't want you if you hadn't taken it. You know, a lot of people lost a lot of friends and family members because of that. You were basically not welcome if you hadn't taken it. Like it basically meant you had they thought you had the flu or like the plague or some shit like that. It's just so fucked up. For what? That was one of the most fucked up things, to be honest, when you think about it. And yeah, I don't know, guys. Like DJ was saying, I also lost a lot of respect. And luckily, where I live, there was no quarantine or anything like that. But yeah.
Can I like we all know that everyone has like different hair, right? Like we can't be pointing at one person's hair on the ISS and say because that other woman's hair doesn't look the same or
Dude,
stand up the same way.
dude, you have to be blind, right? I posted videos that show you in the side chat, right? So
I just want the
none
ISS.
none of the people in the ISS's hair behaves anything like every single person's hair behaves in a zero G flight. There's nothing different between a zero G flight and the ISS, right? They're both in free fall. That's why they say that they're weightless. Obviously, there's almost the same amount of gravity that there would be on Earth at the height of the ISS. So it's because they're in free fall, the same as a zero G. Look at the comparison, right? They put their hands in their hair and it just rebounds exactly back into the place where it was. Hair flows around normally and naturally and looks organic in a zero G flight every single time, but in the ISS they always have obvious hairsprayed hair. It's completely different. Every single piece of footage.
These people are contained. They're not like moving about for hours, right? This isn't like their job to be in a free falling plane that's only free falling for I don't know how long, but probably less than a couple of minutes, right? They're not in here for that long of time. This is not like a one-to-one representation of what goes on in the ISS.
Yeah, when they move around, when they do their flips, when they put their hand through their hair, right? Like the presenter asks her, how do we know you're really in space? How do we know you're really in space? And she points at her stupid hairspray troll doll hair, right? They put their hand through it, they flick it around. It doesn't behave anything like hair would behave in zero G, which we see in the zero G flights all the time. Right? If you can't see the difference, you're just completely brainwashed, dude, or you haven't looked.
I'm saying these aren't one-to-one. Are these people actively? This is not like their workspace, right? They're not here for several hours in this zero gravity space in this one contained room as well. So they're not moving that much, right? On top of the fact,
it's not. There's no argument, right? It doesn't matter about how long they're doing it for. It's not about how long they're doing it for. It doesn't make your hair all of a sudden look like it's got hairspray in it and act like it's got hairspray in it. It doesn't ever look like that in a zero G flight ever.
I don't know what that woman put in her hair, to be frank, but neither do you, right? So like to claim that this isn't how this hair would interact because we don't even know what's going on with the hair, right?
Yeah, whatever's going on with the hair, it doesn't look anything like what's going on in the zero G flights. Okay, it looks like it's hairsprayed. That's all we know. We don't know exactly what product they're using to make it act like a spring, right? I don't know.
We don't. So why are we making the claim that her hair should act a certain way? Is what I'm saying in the ISS.
Because we see exactly what people's hair acts like in a zero G environment.
No. But you just said you don't know what's in her hair, but you're saying it should act this way after saying.
Yeah, because we see what hair looks like. 100% of the time, we see what the hair looks like in a zero G flight, and it's always the same, and it looks normal and exactly what you would expect.
Always this, and once again, the zero G flight is not a one-to-one comparison to the ISS. like I said, these people aren't like working in the zero G plane for several hours. So you also have to consider things like sweat in people's hair, right? Like these people, this is not equal comparison. On top of the fact that if your claim is that the ISS, we've never had the ISS a couple 100 miles above the Earth, then we don't really know what that's supposed to look like to begin with, right? So how could we say that that's wrong or right if we don't even know if that's correct?
Okay,
That
so we
they
don't
are
know
in
then.
fact.
All right.
Seen
So you don't know
fucking.
that. So you don't know they're in space,
I'm
right?
just saying you're making a claim on how people's hair should interact when we're
You
200.
see it with your naked
But
eye.
you are. You're making the claim.
No,
You can
because
see
did
the
DJ not
space
say that
station with
her
your
hair did
naked
not work
eye.
that way? After saying that, we don't know what's in her hair as well. On top of the fact that we know hair is different among all people,
Is
so you could
this?
find like a bunch of clips of different people in a zero G
Yeah.
plane,
Is
right?
this a definitive argument or what?
What, that hair is different among all people? No, this is just a fact. Are you going to deny that?
Yeah, but
Are
so
you?
how do you know how it should react in space?
That's what I'm saying. I agree. I don't know how it should act in
Okay,
space,
so what's
and
the
neither do you guys.
argument then?
So if you didn't see DJ and I arguing before, DJ was making a claim of how it should interact, and I'm saying I don't know what's going on with her hair. I don't know if
Based
she has
off a
chronic.
zero G flight, right?
Hold on, I don't know if how long these people have been working. I don't know how sweaty. Like everyone's hair is different. On top of the fact that they're
Okay,
in a zero
cool.
G flight for several minutes, they're in a contained environment. It's probably a different environment from the ISS. This is not a one-to-one comparison, which is why I'm just
Okay,
going to throw this
awesome.
out
So
as
we
evidence.
don't know that. All right.
Yeah,
So we don't know that they're in space then, right?
I well, the point being here is
Based
just
on
because their hair.
hair.
Can I just say the point being here is that I don't think we can look at their hair on the ISS and say because their hair isn't acting a certain way from what we've seen in the zero G plane that it's just fact that they haven't been in space. Like
Okay,
that's what I'm
so so
it's not.
from the ISS footage, can you work out that they're in space?
Well,
No. Right?
no, I can't. But I'm just speaking to what
Okay.
DJ was saying before.
Yeah, but he's got something to reference it from. You don't.
No. DJ was making a claim that their hair shouldn't act that way. We can go back
Yeah,
in the chat logs too.
yeah, that's fine. He's referencing something. You're not.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying it's a ridiculous argument to say that because someone's hair acts differently in a zero G plane versus what we see in ISS footage that proves that they're not in a weightlessness environment.
I wouldn't think he would have said that it proves it.
Yeah, but
He
it was
would have been comparing it
he was
to,
implying
right?
that it was evidence, though, right? He was implying that it was solid evidence for why these people probably aren't weightless,
Did
right?
he say solid evidence?
He was implying that it was okay. What kind of adjective do you want me to use to describe the evidence? He was trying to use it as evidence. It doesn't matter how I describe the evidence. He was trying to use it as evidence.
Okay, so
I'm not trying to
you can
attack
use
DJ.
it as evidence based on a zero G flight.
Sure,
Is
I'm
that
not trying
fair
to
enough?
attack DJ here. I'm just saying that I think it's
No.
not a good argument to say that because their hair acts differently in these zero G flight footage that we've seen, that they're not weightless in the ISS.
Yeah, but if you can compare it to something, then you can make an argument. Yeah.
Yeah, well, does NASA not do that all the time? And we don't accept that.
Like
So
what?
the
Like
point
what?
so do you think that just because you can compare two things, it just makes it scientific fact? That's what I'm kind of drawing at here.
Well, if you can compare two things, then you can analyze them, right?
Right. I agree with that.
Cool.
I'm not disagreeing with you on this. I'm just saying that this is a ridiculous
You
comparison.
seem to be
It's not a good
it seems to be stuck in your head that like that's like a definitive argument anyway. I don't think he would have been putting it across as this is showing that they're not in space. He's comparing it to what
No.
it is on a zero G flight and then what they claim when they're in space.
No,
So it's
I
just
just
a comparison, yeah.
I just and I clarified this before. I'm just saying that it's not a good argument to say that because their hair doesn't act a certain way in space, that they're definitely not in space. Or in I should say the space footage that we see here.
Yeah,
Right?
but you can make a comparative argument.
Yeah, and that's why I'm
Yeah.
saying it's a bad argument, right? Because people have different thicknesses to hair, they're different
Okay.
environments.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's
So
not a
but
good comparison. And
yeah, a bad
I think
argument is an opinionative thing, right?
right. But
Yeah.
well, I guess this comes to a question of consistency though here, because there's a lot of comparisons that a lot of other scientists do, and we observe certain things, and those get thrown out
Like
a lot.
what? Like what?
like how we observe light, for instance. And yeah, we'll throw out how refraction works in some ways in conversations
Well,
here
no
because
one's throwing out refraction.
well, it doesn't quite fit with the narrative sometimes. Like when it goes over a body of water, we just kind of accept that refraction doesn't exist.
Well, you
and we just
can,
say,
yeah,
well,
you
it hits.
can compare it, right?
Sorry,
Yeah,
my
you can compare it.
Didn't he just lie saying that you guys don't factor in standard refraction just now? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah.
So we've got a laser test done by Dr. John D, PhD, in optics, and he did take that into account, and he validated that the conditions for refraction to be an excuse for the laser test would be completely impossible.
Hey, DJ, maybe our friend
Yo.
J-Dog here should supply us with a refraction model so we can insert that into our observations.
Yeah, or one measurement throughout all of history by a globe earther where they accurately accounted for refraction.
So about
Yeah,
Dr. John E, I have seen the one video that was posted in here a while back, and the way he did the temperature increments to determine that there was no gradient for the like a temperature difference from like 0 meters, 1 meter, 2 meters, or whatever for the height of the observer and laser was so shit. It was 0.5 Celsius increments, right? And it varied from like it was like 8 Celsius to 10 Celsius or 9 Celsius it went up to, and he did it
Correct.
in point. Let me find the video. It was something like that though, Dr. John.
Yeah. So what it was he took 3 different points, right? One reading at one end of the laser. So he used 3 different lasers as well at the same time. So at the point of the laser, right? He took 3 different measurements vertically. So in the path that the laser was traveling, there was no change in the gradient in the temperature, and the humidity was the same, right? He took a midpoint, right, through the transit as well. It also didn't have any change at all, and it was uniform at the other end as well. I've got all of the screenshots from the video here. I can post them. And he even put in he even calibrated the lasers and tested them, right, and accounted for the slight errors between them. So he did more than any globe earther has ever done for any of the tests that I've ever seen. But what Dr. John had done, right? He lowered the laser down, right? He started at 1 meter and then he lowered it down to 0.7 meters and then half a meter. And then he lowered it down to 15 centimeters, which is 6 inches. And he was getting, he was able to see the laser at the other end with the camera that was only 0.7 meters high. So if that, right, so that requires extreme refraction, a refraction coefficient of 0.99, which is just maxing out Walter Bislin's calculator. And Walter Bislin said that's extreme refraction. On his calculator, it says extreme. That means extreme downward bending of light. So if you have the laser just 15 centimeters above the surface of the water and you have extreme downward bending, that means that the laser would just bend down and hit the water, right? It's impossible for this test to work on a globe. And every single AI that I've put it into said, yeah, this is actually impossible to explain with refraction. This is not able to be explained.
So I timestamped it, but at 13 minutes and 12 seconds, you can see the picture that he has. He measures at 0.5 meters and 1.5 meters, and he does 2 other measurements. But what's important with those 2 is that he measured 8.0 degrees Celsius for 0.5 and 1.5. And he uses just that 1 meter range, which I get that that's where he's measuring from. But this is not just a vertical experiment, right, where you're just measuring from the ground up. This is a horizontal measurement. So the
Well, that's the
temperature
bit that gets affected, so claiming anything else would just be ludicrous.
So the point being is that the temperature on one end is not going to be the same as the temperature on the other end of the lake as well.
He checked it. He checked it on.
Problem.
Hold on a second. He checked it on both ends of the lake and in the at a third point throughout the distance as well.
But just to come back into here, he has.
Hold on. Did you not know that? Have you not watched it? Right. So look, I'm going to put the readings in the side chat. Okay. So This one here is Worthing, right? So let's check each one at a time, right? So the laser was at 1 meter height. Okay, so between 0.5. Hold on. Look at the chart. All right, just relax. It's all good. All right, so from 0.5 meters. Why are you trying to talk? What do you want to say?
You don't have to be rude. Excuse me. You don't have to be
Why are
rude
you
like
trying to talk while I'm talking? That's rude.
DJ, you do the same thing to me. Come on, don't be a hypocrite like that.
Well,
What do you want to say? What do you want to interrupt
DJ's
me?
about to shut him down with information. J-Dog
So
can't
just
handle
clear,
that.
it's not what do I want to interrupt. I was not finished with what I was saying, right? And I was just going to say that it was 0.5.
Go and finish then.
Can I finish? Or are you going to shut the fuck up? All right, thanks. So it was in
I
0.5
thought you said you weren't
Celsius
going to be
increments.
rude about it.
Do you guys see how you guys claim that no one talks over me
Dude,
here?
this is dude.
So 0.5 Celsius increments, right? And then he rules out that
No. It's not 0.5 Celsius increments.
Great.
What are you talking about? 0.5 Celsius increments. What does that even mean? What's that even mean?
He bailed out.
You can see in the temperature.
Always wrong syndrome.
It says temperature and relative humidity, right? So it's 7.5 degrees Celsius at half a meter, 7.5 degrees Celsius at 1 meter, and 7.5 degrees Celsius at 1.5 meters. And the humidity is pretty much the same as well, right? So it's
I think he
impossible.
was saying that it's only measuring in 5-degree increments in the temperature. Is that what he was saying?
I don't know what he was talking about because that's not correct either. It's just he was using precision thermometers. So I don't know where he's getting that from. But you would need an extreme difference for it to have extreme refraction.
Yeah, and that would be a downward bend too.
Yeah, exactly. We just don't have the refractive index for that to happen. It's impossible. And not only that, we can just see that the laser's not bending downward. So even if the laser bent downward the tiniest little bit, he had it 15 centimeters off the ground. So if it bent down a tiny bit, it would have just hit the water. That's why the AIs concede to this one. They say it's not possible because you would have to have extreme refraction, and that means that the laser would just bend down and hit the water. But we don't have extreme refraction when we have basically the same temperature and humidity. Cope Dog, that guy's so brainwashed.
Where's Dr. John D from? Is he from the UK?
I think it's from Brighton, I think. Yeah, in the UK. All right, so Worthing to Brighton. Oops. So at the other end, we had the same thing. 7 degrees, 7 degrees, 7 degrees, 70 to 71% humidity. We don't see any miraging effects or anything like that. So this is the best laser test that there is, in my opinion. It's covers all bases as best as
But
possible.
it's not good enough because you didn't measure the temperature and the humidity every meter for that whole distance.
Yeah. And if we did it every meter, they'd be like, you have to do it every 10 centimeters.
Yeah, but then if it takes you an hour to do that, then it's going to change over that hour. So you need to retest them and then do it again. But after that hour, it's going to change again. So you're not going to get the same readings as it was before. So they make it an impossibility to do anything.
Well, that's the beauty of our claims compared to their claims, because they're making hyper-specific claims that they're claiming to know the exact shape and size of the Earth. So they do have to be very specific when it comes to their accounting for refraction. That's why I say it's their worst nightmare. All we have to do is mitigate, that it would be possible to do the extreme thing that they're claiming. So if we can just show the conditions well enough to show that it would be impossible to do what they're claiming it to do, then that's all we need to do. It's not like we're using
Well,
this to prove the Earth's flat. We're just showing that there's no curvature detected.
I think it's even easier than that, right? Like, so you get all the globers in here, and they agree that it appears to be flat, right? And then you shoot a laser across something that appears to be flat, and you get a flat measurement. Then they claim that the thing that doesn't look flat, the thing that looks flat, is curving, and the measurements that you're getting are the thing that's curving. The laser's curving around the thing that looks flat. That's their job, to prove that the thing that looks flat is curving, and the laser's curving around the thing that looks flat.
Yeah.
I don't think it looks flat.
Oh, really?
Okay.
You don't think flat things look flat?
No, I don't think it looks flat.
Okay, so if I give you a side view of a 6-mile laser that's completely flat, are you going to tell me it doesn't look flat, or what?
What I'm saying is, like, for example, when you guys post the pictures of the oil rigs, and then you compare it to when
We're
it's not
talking about
refracted.
lasers. We're talking about lasers. We're talking about lasers at the moment.
No, right now we're
I
talking
just
about
asked you a
what.
question.
You're
Right
talking
now,
about
we're
whether it
talking
looks
about
flat.
lasers.
So where have you gone that it doesn't look flat? So we can all go there and have a look at it.
The horizon, like the ocean water horizon.
You've gone to the
Looks
horizon.
flat.
Yeah, I live by the water.
Horizon looks flat.
Not to me.
So go and
so
take a
where
photo
does
of
it
it and post
curve?
it.
Well, I'm not allowed to. You guys have it banned.
Where does
Have
it
me
curve?
banned
to get
from-
your eyes checked.
Yeah, I got banned from posting maps of the Earth.
Where does the horizon curve?
Depends on the viewer.
Yeah?
Okay,
How high
where
does the
on-
viewer have to be?
Yeah.
Well, where does the
He said-
horizon curve? Isn't like I mean, the Earth is curving.
You just
said
said
the
you saw
horizon
it.
curves.
Does it curve left, right? What's the dealio?
That's a lot harder to say.
Huh?
So the horizon doesn't curve.
No, I'm saying you can see the front to back curvature very easily.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right. Show us a single observation where you can see the front to back curvature.
You ever
I'll
see a
give you
ship
the
disappear over the horizon?
At the distance distance of the sphere.
So aren't you meant to be a surveyor?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
think he's
you
very
know,
good at
like
it.
the basics about refraction, right? You know what subrefraction is, don't you?
I don't really have to worry about that too much.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Do you know what upward bending, like upward refraction, same thing, upward refraction? You know what that does?
Tell me how that would affect what I do for surveying.
Okay, it would make
Yeah.
things look lower than their actual.
In his machine, when he corrects for curvature, they only use a correction of downwards refraction. That's all that's baked into the computer.
Yeah, it's hilarious. So do you think that things can disappear bottom up on a flat surface?
I mean, technically they could if you had like really big waves, but you would see the
No, no,
waves
no.
go up and down.
Flat surface, he said,
Right.
not wavy surface.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
on
talking
a
about
on a
like on the
flat
ocean,
surface.
like as the boat goes away from the ocean, like depending on your viewpoint, like a really big wave would
No, no,
obstruct
I'm not.
it
Yeah,
bottom up. But then
obviously
as the
that
wave
could.
goes away,
Hold on a second, bro.
but no.
Hold on a
So,
second. I'm not talking about
well,
waves. So waves could have that effect, sure. So you would have to obviously, take that into account. But what I'm talking about is sinking refraction. Do you know what that is?
no. So
Wow.
if you want to tell me,
Dude,
I mean, I don't really care.
All right.
Um,
Well, okay. Look, if you
so
don't
you asked
care,
me like what would happen.
I'm just gonna tell. Look, I just want to tell you why you should care, because the definition of it is that the bottom of something could look like it's hidden behind the horizon. Right? Do you know who Andrew Thomas Young is, by any chance?
Yeah.
expert in optics. One of the right. So he's got his own university website because he's one of the leading experts in refraction. So anyway, from one of his books, Andrew Thomas Young, Optics of the Atmosphere: Reports on Progress in Physics, page 377, atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. And then we have another citation from a
What does he mean by geometrically? What does he mean by geometrically unobstructed?
Right, so it's not physically obstructed by anything, but it looks like the bottom is obstructed behind the horizon because the
But
light's
what does he
bending
mean
upward.
geometrically? What does he mean
So
geometrically obstructed?
right, so if something physical was blocking the bottom of it,
Like the Earth?
yeah, like the Earth.
Okay.
Round shit.
Yes.
Flat.
Oh, he doesn't say that this
Hey,
happens all the time, right?
30 inch. It doesn't happen all the time because quite often,
Okay.
when we see a boat sail out, it just gets smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore, and then you can zoom it back in, and you can track the boat and say, okay, this is at 20 kilometers out, so this should be well behind the curvature of the Earth, right? So this happens most often,
It
right? This is
depends on
what.
how big the boat. Because I've seen
Yeah,
like
yeah. Even if
videos
it's a
online
giant,
of
like a
like
giant
a
cruise ship.
giant cruise ship where you can track the lights on it, and even though you can see lights on the very bottom when it's closer, as it goes further away, you stop seeing those lights, and you can only see the lights that are very high.
Right, but I guarantee if you show me the footage, we're going to be able to see inferior miraging effects, which is a sinking refraction, essentially. Right, I guarantee if you show me the footage, I've already got screenshots of it on my computer because there's only a handful of these videos where we see these big ships obstructed from the bottom because it doesn't happen that often. But we even have footage where we
Happens all
have
the
a
time.
giant. No, it doesn't happen all the time. I grew up on the coast
When
myself, on
when
the
have you ever seen a
east coast.
ship? When have you ever seen a ship obstructed top down?
No, not top down.
Why the
Why
fuck would
would
they
it
be
be top?
obstructed top down, you nutty? What if you're capsized or
Come on.
something?
So they always get so like I said, they always get obstructed bottom up.
No, they don't. Most often they just get
Okay,
smaller
when do they?
until they. Most
No.
often, yes, most often they just reduce in angular size until they get below 0.02 degrees, which is the angular resolution limit, 0.02 degrees. Now, you can't see it anymore, but you can still see the horizon because it's big. But it looks like the ship's gone. But then you can zoom in and you can see the whole ship again. Okay, sometimes if you have ocean swells or if you have sinking refraction, which is actually really common, right, then the bottom of the ship can look like it's disappearing. But usually, if you do a time lapse, right, we have footage where we can see a giant ship out in the ocean. It's a cargo ship, a container ship, and we tracked it. Okay, we worked out, okay, it's 14 miles
What?
out into the ocean, and we looked at it in the morning. We zoomed in on it, and the bottom of the ship was completely blocked behind the horizon. And
So
then
the guy that
three
you're
hours
talking
late,
about,
3 hours
the guy
later, the
that you're
whole ship
talking
was.
about,
Why you
the guy
interrupt
that
me? So you're not even listening to what I'm saying, dude.
no, I am listening, but like the guy that you're
Well,
talking
why'd
about,
you?
that because I'm trying to just ask you something about the sinking refraction. The guy that
Yeah.
you're talking about, what does he say the conditions have to be for sinking refraction to occur?
Yeah, so you just need to have a refractive index gradient, like so basically warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher, which is the normal lapse rate, right? Normal conditions, normal lapse rate. It's just like a minor version of an inferior mirage. When like the road heats up really hot or something like that, and it causes an inferior mirage, and you see the mirroring effect. It's like a minor version
Uh-huh.
of that. It's like a minor version, so we can demonstrate it on a flat surface on a small scale really easily, and set up temperature gauges vertically, and then we can introduce some cool air into the room, and we'll see the bottom of objects disappear behind a horizon on the flat floor.
So
And
you
it just
need
it's
like a really dense air column below a really less dense air column below a heavier air column, a denser air column.
Yeah, it's super common because the normal lapse rate is that temperature reduces with altitude, right? And in the lower troposphere, temperature is the main driving factor of the refractive index. So light will usually bend
The
towards the
lower
cooler air.
troposphere.
Yeah,
What
the lower troposphere.
I forget what elevation is the lower troposphere?
Like 20 miles and below. Let's just say in the lower troposphere. So let's say like 20 meters or something, 30 meters or below. Just because I can't remember the exact height that they say, right? So let's say we're doing an observation over the ocean, right? That would count as
Wait,
the lower troposphere.
there's a there's a layer of atmosphere that's only 90 feet thick.
What are you talking about?
I thought layers of atmosphere are a lot thicker than 90 feet.
What do you mean by layers?
Well, there's different layers of atmosphere. We have different.
Yeah, it's all. Look, there's different oceans. It's all just one ocean, right? They're just
No, there's
that's for
different layers of
simplification.
atmosphere.
They categorize
No, there's
different
the
heights
strat.
differently. It's not like it's something different in each layer.
Right, but if you're talking about
It's a
the
gradient.
whole
It's
layer of
it's
that,
just a gradient. Look, this is what we're talking about, right? We're doing an
right? But if
observation
you
just over the ocean, and we're talking about a
but
known atmospheric effect called sinking. Just Google it. Just Google what
but
is
you
sinking
can't
refraction.
you can't
Just
take like the overall like way that the density is reacting as you go through the atmosphere and then compare it to like just the bottom 90 feet. Like
No, when
there's
that's
a
not
lot thicker
that's not how
atmosphere
it
than that.
works. Okay, because so we're not looking through the whole atmosphere, right? We're not looking through the whole gradient. We're looking through a tiny little area of a couple of meters, right? Let's say we're looking through 5 meters worth of air. The pressure hardly changes. The atmospheric pressure hardly changes at all in that height. So that's why they say temperature is what controls it, right? Whether you have cooler air or warmer air down lower. That's what controls the refractive index. Do you want me to do I have to put
No, it's
citations in
also
the
the
section?
pressure of the air.
The pressure only on a
Yeah.
large scale, right? So if you're looking at celestial objects or something like that, you're looking through a shitload of gradient, right? But when we're looking through, right, let's say we've got some binoculars and we're 2 meters high and we're looking at something that's 2 meters high, 20 miles away, right? The atmospheric
Uh-huh.
pressure in that little area that you're looking through is the same, right? They don't take that. It hardly makes any difference. What makes the difference is the temperature. Temperature is what causes all of these things like glooming and sinking and inferior mirages and fata morganas. All of these things are caused by temperature gradients. Temperature, pressure, and humidity, right? Temperature being the primary thing. Humidity is also something that's very high, lower to the ground, and that basically lowers the refractive index. Water vapor
I'm just
lowers the
like
refractive index.
trying to figure out the path of this light that you're talking about. If you're talking
Yeah,
about
so it
light
just it just bends up a little
that
bit.
is
Just
bending
up.
upwards,
Yeah.
so that would make you see it. So you would have to, if it's bending upwards, how big is this object that you can see it sinking?
Well, it can make a ship disappear behind the horizon, or on a small scale, it can make a little object disappear behind the flat floor. It depends how
How much
strong the
do you think?
gradient is. So once you start getting a steep gradient, you start getting an inferior mirage, and it's really obvious when you have an inferior mirage because you get the total internal reflection, like that mirroring effect that you see on a hot road.
I'm not explaining how that would make it disappear below the horizon now.
Yeah, I'll show you a demonstration of it in a controlled situation.
Because I always hear you guys talk about like everything meets your eye level. So that's what would happen on a flat Earth.
Right, but that's not really anything to do with this. Look, here's just
It's
a
not.
demonstration.
This
No,
start. This
you're
whole
talking you're
conversation
talking
started all.
you're
This whole
talking about
conversation.
perspective. You're
This
talking
whole
about
conversation start.
perspective.
This whole conversation started with you asking me, "Do I think the Earth looks flat?" And I say no, because flat things would meet your eye level, and that's not what happens.
No, that's not what you said. You said ships over the horizon. Now we're going over sinking refraction because that is something that you would need to take into account if you were claiming ships over the horizon.
Well, yeah, you would have to prove that this sinking refraction occurs more often than not.
Yeah. So it's very easy to do that because we have the normal lapse rate. You can even just Google what is the normal lapse rate in the atmosphere. And anyway, I can go over
Well,
that
I'd
in a
rather you
second, but
run
I'll
me
show.
through
Let
this
me just
scientific
show you
paper that
the.
you have read.
Yeah, I can. Right. So yeah, this is in mainstream literature when it comes to atmospheric refraction. Right. It's just a normal mainstream effect. It's called subrefraction, upward refraction, sinking
Subrefraction.
refraction, subrefraction. Yeah. But
Yeah.
let me show you the example of it quickly. It's just when light bends upward, dude. You just have a look at the observation, and I can share you citations from mainstream papers if you want to learn more about it. Can you see what I posted in the side chat, or are you looking stuff up?
Yeah, I'm trying to find like the conditions for this to occur.
Yeah, the conditions would just be warmer air down lower and cooler air up higher, and that's what's going to affect the refractive index gradient. Just type into Google what is sinking refraction. It'll come straight up. Yeah, I'll do it. Right, what is sinking refraction? Sinking refraction, often just called sinking, is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects like ships or coastlines appear vertically compressed and or displaced downward from their true geometric position. It happens when light rays bend upward instead of following Earth's curvature, hiding elements below visible horizon. This occurs when air near the surface is significantly warmer and less dense than the cooler, denser air above it, the opposite of a temperature inversion. When this happens, light from a distant object traveling towards your eye curves away from the Earth's surface. Because the brain traces light as traveling in a straight line, it perceives the object as being lower than it actually is. This is something that they should teach surveyors, actually, as like on day one. Because it's very common that the sun heats up the ground, right, and creates this exact gradient, right? So when you account for downward bending light, standard refraction, most of the time you would have the opposite.
I mean, if it was the 1800s, I would agree with you, but we got better tech now.
Well, no, they still use a refraction coefficient of 0.13. But hey, I've been trying to show you
Yeah,
this observation
over
in.
short distances.
No. What do you mean over short distances? What distances do they use a different refraction coefficient?
What do you think is like the normal shot that we would use with the EDM?
Well, I think that most surveyors just you do short distance observations and then like leapfrog and
Why?
things like that. Because
Why?
because I've watched a bunch of surveying videos and that's what they say they do.
Hey, I know, but why do they do that?
Because it's more
Because
accurate.
after a
Because
certain distance, it becomes inaccurate.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
machines,
which
right?
is
The accuracy of the theodolites, right, and the total stations that you're using, it's tested up to a certain distance with a certain degree of accuracy. So if you're using them
yeah, which
over
is
that accuracy, it's less accurate. So that's why they do it
which is
just over
yeah, which is
short
why we don't
distances.
really need to worry about the subrefraction stuff because it's going to be only over like really long
No,
distances that this occurs.
okay, right. So look, in the side chat, I'm showing you subrefraction over a 3 meter distance over a flat floor inside a house. It can absolutely make huge differences just over a few meters, let alone over 400 meters or something like that. It makes a huge difference over short distances.
What are you
Hey, here's
talking about?
proof.
We don't measure things an inch off the ground. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so the same thing happens a meter off the ground, right? Or 2 meters off the ground. The
How
only
much do
reason
you
this
think
is
it has an effect? how much do you think it has an effect on the elevation change? Like, what do you? How much do you think this affects it?
Well, I can show you a demonstration of how much it displaces the object in this video. I mean, in this demonstration in the side chat.
Yeah, but we don't measure things an inch off the ground though, so it's not relevant to
Right.
surveying.
You just scale it up a little bit, right? So this is done with a little object on a small scale, right? So you take the small scale and you just scale it up, and you still have the same things to take into account, right? You still have the same temperature gradients, right? Refraction still behaves the same. In fact, on a smaller scale, you have to have greater a greater gradient differential because it's a small scale. Over a lot, like basically if you bend a light, right? Let's say you bend a laser using a gradient over a small scale, it might deviate a little bit. But if you extend that distance, that small deviation is going to add up to a huge discrepancy over a longer distance. So over a longer distance, it has more of an effect. A smaller gradient change can have more of an effect over a longer distance. It's more difficult to do on a smaller scale. You have to have more extreme temperature differences on a smaller scale.
So I've been looking into this where this occurs, and you were right. It's like the asphalt situation over
It's like
deserts. Then it's
or over
high
the
latitude.
water.
Then it's high latitude. Well, only on the high latitude marine environments, like near the polar regions.
No, anywhere that you have a difference in temperature, right?
You
Anywhere that you
typically
have
don't
a normal
have.
lapse rate. Anywhere you have a
You
normal lapse
typically
rate,
so the ocean
which is everywhere.
keeps the air. The ocean keeps the air cooler than the air above it, typically.
No, it doesn't. So I'll give you
Yes,
an
No,
it does.
example. I'll give you an example here, right? At the moment, the ocean is about 15 degrees and the air temperature is way cooler in the
Over the land.
mornings. No, over the ocean. So the ocean is warmer than the air at the moment.
In the,
So it keeps
yeah, at
the air
nighttime,
keeps the
sure.
air close. Well,
But
how do you know?
but that,
How do you know what the temperature is here during the day?
well, that's just like a normal thing that happens where the ground gets heated up
So
faster
you just said
than the
it's
water.
not. You just said it's not
But the
normal.
thing
Now you're saying it's
is,
normal.
but you're talking about the air over the land being cooler than the air over the water.
I
But
just
what
said
I'm saying
water.
is, yeah, what
Yeah,
I'm saying
because
is
the
that the
water.
air above the water is gonna be less cool probably than the air above it, like
Like,
Yeah,
typically.
you know,
it depends
look,
because
hold on
water
a second.
has a
So
regulating effect.
it does. This is the thing as well. Like we have much higher levels of water vapor because the water is constantly evaporating. So you have a constant layer of evaporation, right? Water vapor is way less dense. It has a way lower refractive index than the dry air. So even if it's a slightly cooler temperature closer to the water, you still have it being basically diluted. It's probably not the right word, but you have it being the refractive index will be lower because there's a large portion of water vapor, which is about 40%
How
less
is
dense than the dry air. That's why
how
we
is
don't
the
see
less
lasers
dense
bending. It's
how is
so
the
a
less
water.
dense air below the higher density air?
Well, okay, because water vapor, right, like humid air, it's less
Uh-huh.
dense because of the water content in the air. Right, so a water molecule in gas form is it's like 40 to 60% less dense than the oxygen and the nitrogen molecules.
But isn't
So
the reason why
it
things
lowers
fall
the
density?
refractive index. Sorry, what was that?
Isn't the reason things fall density?
Density, that's got nothing to do with optical density. We're talking about optical density of a medium.
You're talking about a more dense, a less dense thing being underneath a more dense thing that's air. How does that work?
It's right, it's constantly shifting. It's a dynamic system. So it's constantly like rising and sinking. I can show you diagrams of how it works if you want. But this is the normal lapse rate, right? So if you go to Google and you type in what's the normal lapse rate, it's going to tell you that it gets cooler as you raise in altitude by 6.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer, and light bends towards the cooler air.
When you're low to the surface, the temperature is what's going to control the refractive index. Light will generally bend towards the cooler air unless the cooler air is less dense because a huge portion of water vapor is in it, which is very common close to the surface. So that's why we don't ever see footage of lasers bending downward. Occasionally we can see them bending upward, but mostly they go pretty much straight. I've seen zero footage of lasers bending downward through the atmosphere over a long distance, even over the land or water.
Yeah, but this is just not like what normally occurs. We know standard refraction
this
is what is the normal refraction we see. I mean, that's just you're not going to
It's
deny that, are
actually,
you?
yeah, it's not that I have to deny that, but when you actually go out and test for it, right? Like when the professionals go out and test for it, it's absolutely not the standard, and it's ridiculous that they apply
Well,
that. And there's a lot of papers.
if
So I
you
can share a
are
paper in the
assuming,
side chat.
if you're assuming the reason why you see things disappear bottom up or sinking is because of this, and not because the cover of the earth, then you're just what's that phrase where you're like begging the question?
Begging the Yeah, no, so right, so that's what you would be doing because all I'm doing is responding to your claim. When you said that when you see a boat and the bottom's missing, right, that's evidence that the Earth's a globe. I'm just saying
No,
maybe you
no,
haven't
no. What I said
accounted.
is, what I specifically said is, I don't see the Earth looking flat because of those things. That's not the
Right.
evidence I would
Okay, but
use.
that's what
I mean,
we
that's
would
that,
expect to see if we had certain conditions, right? So if you think that
not the standard ones.
it's not looking, yeah, it is the normal lapse rate. The normal
No,
lapse rate would make way for upward refraction. Yeah, absolutely. Right. So here's a paper from the Journal of Geophysical Research, volume 115. The failure of standard refraction. This study explicitly concludes that the frequently used Gaussian refractive coefficient of plus 0.13 is unsuitable for describing refraction effects in the lower atmosphere, while 0.13 may describe effects well above the ground. In the intermediate atmosphere, 20 to 100 meters, under dry adiabatic conditions, it is not representative of the layers where most geodetic measurements occur. I don't want to read it all out, but basically it says this source reveals that near the ground, refraction can differ from this quote unquote standard by 2 orders of magnitude. And it also goes on to talk about how the normal conditions when you have the ground heated up would be that you would have upward bending light rather than downward bending light. And this obviously makes sense that warmer air is less dense than cooler air. Right? It's common sense that
you would need a
that
severe
downward
difference
bending
in the
light wouldn't.
temperature.
No, you don't need a severe difference, right? So if you
Of
had
course you
no
would.
difference, you're going to have no. If you had no difference, you would have no refraction, right? If you had a slight difference where it's a little bit more dense up higher, cooler air up higher, then it would bend upward slightly, and it just so happens that upward bending light is sinking refraction, subrefraction, upward refraction, whatever you want to call it. Here's the paper that I was just reading off, by the way. But look, this is what I was trying to show you. We can just demonstrate this really easily. So if you have a look at this, we have a screenshot. This is all from a video, right? So we can see something on the floor. This is a flat floor, and they've put a little object down on the floor, and we can see the yellow bit at the bottom, and then we can see the little white bit at the top. Think of the yellow bit like the hull on a ship, for example. Now, if you have a look at the temperature gauge, they have 4 different temperature points. Okay, at the bottom it's 19.7 degrees, and at the top it's 20.7 degrees. So we have a pretty uniform refractive index. It's a little bit colder down lower, so you could have the light bending downward just a little tiny bit. Now, what they do is they open the door and they introduce some cooler air into the room. So now if we have a look at the readings on the temperature gauge, we can see that it's 17.4 degrees just above the surface of the floor, but it actually changes, right? So then it goes to 11.9 and then to 10 degrees. Now all of a sudden we see the whole hull, right, or bottom yellow bit of that object is completely hidden behind the horizon. And we have a horizon, a nice sharp horizon on this flat floor now. and the bottom of something's missing. So if all I'm saying is
I
that
don't see a
if you
horizon on
think,
that floor. I see the door.
oh really,
I don't
what do
see
you
it. Yeah,
think
I don't
that?
see a horizon.
Okay, what do you think the bottom of the object is hidden behind?
The floor?
It's blocked behind. The floor is flat.
Okay.
Okay, so if it's hidden behind the flat floor and the camera's above the flat floor, that would be a horizon.
I mean, if you want to call it that, I wouldn't call that a horizon, but I guess I mean that's being pedantic. I'll accept it. That's the horizon. Again, we don't take measurements an inch off the ground, and it's explainable why that's such a low thing. Like, yeah, of course, there's going to be a bigger temperature difference from like less than an inch off the ground to a foot off the ground, but there isn't going to be that much of a difference from like 6 feet off the ground to another 6 feet off the ground, unless you have really, really drastic like things going on, like 100-degree days where the asphalt is like really hot, and we don't survey in those days because of those conditions.
Dude, you don't have to have big changes, right? Just small changes in the refractive index can cause this to happen.
No, you need to have drastic changes to change the standard refraction.
No, standard refraction is a joke. There's a whole paper there showing,
It's
right?
not a
And
joke.
it's
Link me
okay.
the paper.
Show me
Link me the
standard
paper.
refraction. Show me any test where they've tested the refractive index in an observation, and standard refraction is common, close to the surface of the Earth. Show me any tests where standard refraction is common. So basically, if we were standing at the ocean,
Again,
for
I'm not allowed
example,
to
or at a
post things,
lake.
so you got to give me
Yeah,
terms or something.
of course, of course, of course. Right, so standard refraction means that we would see a horizon at 3%, 15% past 3 miles from a 6-foot observer. That's never the case. We don't ever see a horizon at 3 miles plus 15% from a 6-foot observer height. Standard refraction is a joke. Hush, right? So unhush. What's your name? Flat earthers are funny. Interesting.
No, DJ, just
Right,
looking through the literature, the whole standard refraction is really just a standing claim that Earth looks flatter than it should be if it's a globe.
oh yeah, exactly. Yep.
Right, but that's just an observation, right?
Well, standard refraction's what surveyors use, right? So I'm saying that when we go out and make observations in the real world, standard refraction on a globe doesn't work at all. It's
Yeah.
it's not the normal. There's nothing standard about it.
Yeah, I think in the field of surveying, they referred to the U.S. standard atmosphere model, which has been totally like obliterated by the U.S. government in its own studies.
That's why they do very
You have a
short
printer?
range measurements. Yoda, do you have, what did you say? Do you have a paper or something?
Yeah, I got several. I've got this is with regards to the combat laser test that was done over a 10-year period, where they studied the propagation behavior of 3 different wavelengths of lasers over 149 kilometers. One of them in infrared, one of them in deeper infrared, and one of them blue-green. And it was funny because among the things that they discovered was that refraction happens just as much horizontally as it does vertically. I thought that was interesting. Interesting for several reasons, because the azimuthal adjustment is what's needed for spherical excess claims to exist when doing a triangulation. Well, I mean, if your azimuthal direction is being refracted to potentially to the same degree as it is in the vertical direction, then you don't really have a good way to ascertain whether or not there even is spherical excess. And it's also begging the question, right? Well, spherical excess, well, how do you know there's, a sphere in which your angles need to be in excess of in the first instance? right? Oftentimes refraction is given as an excuse why we can't measure the globe. Yeah, it's a real nightmare situation like you keep describing, DJ. Refraction is their worst nightmare.
Oh yeah, exactly. There's another paper, Moses, if you want to check that one out in the side chat, where they do extensive testing on standard refraction and conclude that it's a total failure.
Like a standard number doesn't even suffice, because if Earth is a globe and you've got a human observer standing on it, then the rate of curvature necessitates that every path of light across that curving surface out in front of the observer is going to have to bend at a different rate besides 7/6R. And that all of the light paths independently are being modified such that together they present a coherent flat image of a globe world. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. And furthermore, the depictions that's often presented of refraction around a globe show these, parabolic or exponential arcs, which is interesting because if these rays were arcing that way, then it would not comport with what we're seeing if Earth is a globe. There would have to be a recurve in that travel path of the ray. The recurve such that when it enters your eye, it is not entering at a downward angle anymore, but coming straight in so that it looks flat. If it was coming in along the same arcing path that they use and they claim exists, then it's going to smudge the vision, the image in your vision. It's definitely not what's happening. Unless there's a mirage, guys. And the other thing too is the whole separation of colors out by frequency. If refraction is happening, if it's the standard condition that's everywhere present at all times, then we should be able to detect that too by looking at the fringes to see chromatic separation by wavelength, because it's all wavelength dependent, all things being equal. And nobody's ever been able to show that terrestrial refraction is that standard condition based off of studies of chromatic separation, just never once produced. That's not to say there is no such thing as, this optical distortion that we see in the air, which absolutely does happen. But like DJ pointed out, terrestrial refraction, the specific claim that 7/6R is standard and quite common and everywhere prevalent, is absolute BS. Like nobody's been able to present that, and it's supposed to be standard. Yeah, so the researchers, and they studied the propagation of light, they discovered all kinds of things going on. They witnessed for the first time an air mass splitting an infrared beam, taking two simultaneous paths. Yeah, captured that in the data.
I got permissions. I linked the paper.
What do you want us to read in it?
Oh, it talks about this, how it's usually just standard refraction, and even when you say you have like a bunch of sensors along the way, like they did the calculations for like the corrections, and in the chart it says basically over like 800 meters they had to correct at like 0.02. So
Do they say where this was done?
yeah, in the paper they go. Well,
But I mean, can you find it in your paper?
Yeah, it's a huge paper, dude. Right.
Hello, Lele, hello, Dumbolino here, guys.
In Spain. It was done in Spain.
Molino
But
here.
where's the bit that you're talking about?
Can you cheer for Dumbolino?
Bud, I don't know what you're saying.
Can you cheer for Dumbolino? My name is Dumbolino. Can you cheer for me?
You can go on mute.
So if you look at figure 6, it shows the variation and the measured distance and the correction of plane. And we can see the correction's like 0.02 meters, and the measurement was done over 836 meters.
Yeah, where's
So,
it talking about where's it talking about the refraction coefficient there?
well, this is
Yeah,
talking
they
about
measured
the
it.
correction for refraction over these
Yeah,
distances.
what value are they using, and where is it? What page is it on in the paper so I can look at it?
It's figure 6.
Figure 6. If I type figure 6 into the search, am I going to find it? This is a massive paper. Figure 6. Okay.
Are we talking about that refraction paper that was linked?
No.
I'm talking about the PubMed paper that was linked. What about it, Cooper?
Yeah, I'm seeing figure 6 is an equation. It's the Obukhov length. Can you describe what that is for the audience, please?
No, probably not.
So how do you know this says what you think it does?
Oh, you think it's lying?
No, I didn't say that. I'm asking how you know, and you think you know what it says.
So, like, either they're lying about the data or they're not.
No, I'm not making that accusation. I'm asking you how. Listen, they could be true. Okay, that's great. How do you know this says what you think it says? You know, can you define figure 6, the Obukhov length, for the audience? What is it? And why should I care about it?
It's saying for a distance over 850 meters, they have to correct it by 0.02 meters.
No, what is the Obukhov length in figure 6 that you reference us? I don't know what this is, and I'm asking you what it's about.
Well, it's talking about like how they came up with a better way to measure over distances using known measurements.
Dude, this is an equation, okay? This isn't a measurement. What is the Obukhov length?
No, there's measurements in there. It says
That's
there's
figure
measurements in
6.
there.
Figure 6 has this whole thing on this Obukhov length. Some equation, some thermal inversion or whatever. I don't know what the hell this is. I'm very curious to know. I figured you would, since this is your proof.
No, I was just asked to link a paper about refraction.
So you think this says something that you agree with, and you don't know what it actually says?
No, what it says is that for the correction of like the refraction that does occur, it's very minimal. Like,
Can you link up
I
just
posted.
what do you think this paper says?
I don't know, and I don't know if I should care, man. So there, I posted figure 6, Obukhov length, for the audience so they could look at it. Right? That's figure 6. Yeah, so just like find something, throw it over the wall, and hope somebody accepts it.
Well, so what's the heat flux?
Yeah, I know it says that, but what does that mean for his claim?
That's what
It
I'm
means
saying.
that it
That's
means
what,
typically it's standard refraction is used, not this super
he's
refraction,
not
sub
saying.
refraction thing.
You didn't even know what like this guy's meant to be a surveyor. He didn't know what subrefraction was.
Yeah, because luckily, like refraction has been studied well, and they have the programs and the models that where all I have to really worry about is the temperature I'm working in and the pressure, air pressure.
Yeah. So somebody else did the work for you, and you have absolutely no work to do yourself. That's great.
But it works reliably.
I got lots of work.
Hey,
What
like I
works
said,
reliably?
Business is
some
booming.
equations don't make your
JD,
life
I'm
Your mic sounds
curious.
overdriven, like it's busted, bro.
JD, I'm curious with the refraction paper that you posted. What do you think this says?
What do I think? Did you
Sorry,
talk to me just then?
let me rephrase that. What is your takeaway? Yeah, JD, yes. The refraction paper that you linked earlier. What was your takeaway from that?
Oh, it's the failure of standard refraction, right? So basically, they're pointing out how the refraction coefficient of 0.13 is absolute nonsense, and the measurements they get fluctuate between -4, right, refraction coefficient, and +16 in the testing that they did. So yeah, they're basically saying in that section of the paper that standard refraction is useless. Right, and if you were to apply it, it wouldn't be accurate.
No, it's not really what it says, though. Actually, it says that it's not very
exactly what
reliable
it says.
at low altitudes. Under what? No, it doesn't. It says
Yeah,
specifically.
that's
There's
what
a
we're
bunch of
talking
caveats
about.
in there that you
Yeah,
left
so I
out.
don't know if you
So,
just like walked in halfway through the movie,
so
right? Like the kid that walked in halfway through the movie, right? This whole conversation has been about refraction in the lower atmosphere. So we're specifically talking about long distance observations and also what surveyors do, right?
over
Generally,
land, right?
yeah, over the land
Over
and
land, yeah.
over land and over water.
So,
Yeah.
well, that's not what the paper says, right? It specifically talks about terrestrial refraction, and actually, the Gaussian model is really only meant for
Terrestrial
over
refraction
land,
doesn't mean
anyways.
over dirt, dude. Terrestrial refraction doesn't mean over dirt.
That's correct.
I mean, what this equation that you posted in the
Terrestrial refraction just means of refraction when looking at terrestrial objects, right? Things on the Earth.
Yes.
Right. That could be an oil platform.
Yes,
that
I know,
could
I
be
misspoke,
something like whatever, Earth-based objects, and looking through the air at them, terrestrial objects. Anyway, look, I mean, every time we go out and we
what
do
I meant to say
observations.
was over land.
No, when you go out and do observations under super special conditions, the equation that was posted here, like the figure 6 or whatever that you guys are talking about, is a formula that can be used to perfectly and accurately calculate whether or not something will be visible or will not be visible without going out and doing any observation, and it's accurate. That's what that equation
Okay,
is.
show us a single.
That's just what that equation
Hold
is.
on a
I'm not saying.
second. Hold on a second.
I'm just saying that's what
Yeah,
it is.
I'm just
DJ,
going to
this is from your paper.
Hold on a
this is from your
second. Hold on
paper.
a second. I'm replying to Moses. You got to wait, right? If someone says something,
Okay.
don't just wait. Don't just wait for
Fine,
people
I'll
to
wait.
finish talking.
I'll wait. I'll wait.
Yeah. Okay, so Moses, right? If you claim that, do you have observations that show that standard refraction is what we experience when we go out and actually measure the refractive index?
I'm just saying that this equation can be used. I didn't say anything about standard refraction. I just said this equation can be used to determine whether or not something will be visible or not be visible, and it is in fact accurate.
All right, cool. Well, if anyone can show us,
yeah.
if anyone can use this equation and make a prediction, and then go out and do an observation, and this prediction continuously, works or comes close, yeah, I'll happily look at it, and that would be cool. But standard refraction doesn't seem to be the normal, that's for sure, when we go out and do observations. What were you going to say? Flat earthers are funny?
I'd like to know what the Abukhov length even is. What is the length of?
Yeah, can anyone actually explain the formula? Like, walk me through the formula?
Which part? Which part are you not sure about?
Okay, what's the U represent?
The U is a logarithmic wind function near the ground.
Okay, what? Okay, it says it right underneath, right? So U represents wind speed, meters per second.
Yeah, reading, dude. I know. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Hang on.
hate having
Straight
to do that
underneath.
So,
shit.
so DJ, this is from your paper. Refraction
Mhm.
below 1 meter of height. Brock's demonstrated that refraction efforts in the lower atmosphere, which is what you're talking about when you say lower atmosphere, generally
Mhm.
multiply with decreasing height. This is because heat transition from the Earth's surface is the stronger, the less distance the atmospheric layers are.
Right.
Therefore, the largest absolute values of temperature gradients are to be expected immediately above the ground on the basis of the temperature measurements. Computed
course.
possible variations of the refraction coefficient between -47 and +20 directly above the ground.
Right,
Close to
so it
the
would
ground
be
and close to the ground and
what does directly
hang on,
above
I'm
the
not done.
ground mean?
It's just one, yeah. Close to the ground and 50 centimeters of height. Refraction coefficients were both be in the range of -8 to +16 on sunny days. So again, surveying does not do that. We do not set up our machines 2 feet above the ground. So this is not something that we have to worry
Yeah,
about.
you set them up, what, 4 feet, 5 feet above the ground. Okay, so
Yeah.
what's the fluctuation in that, from that height?
It's
Because it
the
also talks
standard
about
refraction.
it doesn't say that in the paper.
Show me where it doesn't say that in the paper.
Okay, I already, linked it. Okay.
Yeah, I read the paper. It's talking about refraction. You're talking
So
about
it's talking
refraction
about
below what
under 20
you're
meters.
talking about.
The failure of standard refraction, the study explicitly concludes that the frequent used Gaussian refraction coefficient of plus 0.13 is unsuitable for describing refraction effects in the lower atmosphere, right? And it's
Being 1
saying
meter
above 20 to 100 meters to get to normal out, because the temperature doesn't affect it as much, right? But temperature is the primary controlling factor of the refractive index lower to the ground. It's what causes sinking and looming and miraging and all of these things, according to the mainstream papers. If you guys are claiming that 0.13 is something that you can apply and accurately get predictions with it, show us the actual tests where it actually works out.
To be clear, this equation there's a component of this equation that is based on weather data, right? So like there's changing variables, right? It's not like it's not just saying we pick a fucking refractive index and we just go with that, right?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
you
exactly
take
what they
multiple
do.
factors to calculate. No,
That's
it doesn't.
exactly
Dude.
what they do.
Look at that equation again, dude. Like I don't know.
No,
What to tell you.
that's exactly what they do. They pick 0.13. It's called standard refraction, and they apply that. They don't measure what's going on with the refractive index. They just guess, right? They just apply.
So DJ, what this means is the Obychov length that was cited earlier in Figure 6 is not standard. It allows for absolute non-standard refractive effect. It's used for describing the frame drag that you see based off of the thermal properties of the surface and the evaporation.
And wind.
Yeah, and wind. Right. So this is saying that it's absolutely not standard. That you got, if you apply this.
Right, maybe I am kind of late, so maybe someone did bring up standard refraction. It's like this paper here is very clearly talking about like this equation is what the U.S. military uses for their laser shit. Like, to be clear, like it's not like somebody just like made this shit up in their basement. Like this is what the U.S. military currently uses, is that function.
Yeah, well then that's not standard refraction.
Right.
It's not terrestrial refraction.
I mean, they used it in stable, unstable, near neutral atmospheric conditions. Like it's vetted in all conditions. Like
DJ, it gets even better. This is actually a turbulence equation, which is not considered the same as refraction. It's why the military produces models called like the joint refractive and turbulent model. You know, like the one that David Bricker had to put together for that laser test. Yeah, so this isn't even a refraction model or formula, dude. This is for turbulence, something completely different. Flat earthers are silly.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to throw some shit at the wall and hope for the best. I don't think he read any of it. I mean, he didn't even know what upward refraction was or like subrefraction at the start of the conversation. And it's kind of shocking for a surveyor not to know just absolute basics about different types of refraction. And then for him to throw out this paper like that and claim that this like he knew what it was talking about as if he's read the paper in this section, right? Obviously that wasn't going to work out well for him.
So in my
Yes.
paper specifically, it says in June 2024 campaign where distances were shorter, the results were less consistent with small improvements over standard approach. This is likely because of shorter baselines. The impact of atmospheric refraction is reduced in traditional approach. So yeah, it is talking about atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, in a very general sense. So yeah, highly variable. There's no standard to it.
Why are you guys obsessed with
Okay.
this concept of standard refraction? Like we all know that it varies on variables, right?
I'll
Like
tell you why,
refraction
'cause
varies based on variables, right? Like we all agree
Yeah,
on that,
yeah,
right? No
yeah.
one's
So
arguing that, right? Just to be clear.
back in the
just to clarify.
1800s, there's a
he is
surveyor
arguing that.
mathematician. All right, back in the 1800s, mathematician surveyor Karl Gauss went around Central Europe, taking measurements of lighthouses and doing triangulation surveys, and he noticed that Earth was far flatter than it should be if it's a globe. And so he invented something back then called Gaussian refraction, which was adding 13% to the claimed Earth radius in order to explain how flat it looks. Because that's the prevailing condition that he saw things under, and he assumed that light was bending around a ball rather than the Earth being flat. So that number has since changed. I mean, in many places now, it's going to be 16.7% Earth's radius, over Earth's radius. But in some state highway manuals, surveying manuals, you might find it's like 18 or 19. In some countries, they'll use 21%. And this is all considered terrestrial refraction or standard refraction, which is not the
So what you're
same
saying,
category as atmospheric refraction. Atmospheric
so
refraction is more of a general term.
what you're saying, this paper says is that we're wrong about the Earth's radius. It's actually bigger, but there is still a radius.
That's what I heard.
No, well, I mean, he thought it looked flatter than it were if it were a globe. I mean, that's plain and simple. 13% was just enough where he could claim that Earth could still be a globe of a specific dimension, the same one as before, but light is just somehow making it look flatter. You know, which is ridiculous,
Oh,
right? Because I brought up the
so it's
geometric
close.
problem here. The geometric problem is you have an observer standing on top of a curving surface of a globe, which means that your standard refraction is not going to produce a flat and stable image relative to the observer. You're going to need very non-standard numbers because every point from the observer's eye
No,
to
agreed.
the surface
Which
of
is
the
why
Earth
you
is going to have
require
to take a
special
different
conditions.
arcing path that is modified by a different variable. Okay?
Right,
And
but
they all have to conspire together, trillions of rays of light taking independent paths in order to produce a flat and stable image that you guys call standard refraction. That's
All I'm
the
hearing you
conspiracy theory.
say is that the paper you have, it says that the Earth's radius is actually bigger than we think.
No, that's not what he said, and it's not what I said.
But
That's
it's
what your
irrelevant.
paper is
Don't you
saying.
realize? Don't you realize how
My
everything
paper
you
doesn't
just
say the
said?
Earth is bigger than we claim it is. What are you talking about? What paper?
The one that you just cited, talking about it being 13% bigger than
I didn't
the
cite a
known
paper.
value.
I'm giving you a history lesson off the cuff about Karl Gauss and how Gaussian refraction became terrestrial refraction.
Well, it's a good thing that we developed a much better way than just looking at lighthouses or whatever. We actually measured the ellipsoid like pretty accurately with 6 base pair measurements all across the
You
globe.
don't measure an ellipsoid, dude. The ellipsoid doesn't match the measurements. That's why you have something called the orthometric height in
The,
surveying. Do you know what the
the
orthometric height
ellipsoid,
is?
yeah, the Clark's ellipsoid was based off of measurements of the ground.
No. What's the
No.
orthometric height, surveyor?
The orthometric height is the difference between the geoid height and your position.
It's the difference between the geoid and the ellipsoid.
No,
Yeah.
I mean,
no.
it's literally like orthometric height is literally just your height, your elevation. Like that's all it is. Like I don't know what you're being.
It's
No,
not the
it's a very
difference between.
specific term in surveying that
It's just your
establishes
height.
that the fact that these ellipsoids and spheroids are different. They produce different elevations depending where the observer is,
Actually,
and
it might
it
be.
won't match.
Right. I mean, this geoid concept you're mentioning is an average, right? It's a synthetically created idea to average out the discrepancies, right?
No, it's a hybridization of taking a reference ellipsoid and taking gravimetric readings from the stars, known as astrogeodesy. It deals with
So
Yeah, I
something
mean,
called
I would agree. I would agree. It definitely
astrogeodetic
does
plumb
gravity.
lines. Okay, it deals with astrogeodetic plumb lines, which is the timing and position of stars at their appointed locations.
So anyone can
If you could
Google
take a
this.
plumb line and
Anyone
drop them
can.
directly from a star onto the ground, that's an astrogeodetic plumb line.
Anyone can
I mean,
Google if is your orthometric height your difference between your geoid and your ellipsoid. The answer is no.
right. To be clear, the purpose of orthometric height is because it predicts exactly which way water will actually flow, right? Like that's the purpose, right? Like it actually answers that question, right, accurately, right?
He's referring to the geoid height. The geoid height is the difference between the geoid and the ellipsoid, not
All right, here we
not
go.
your orthometric.
From virtualsurveyor.com. Okay, you're wrong. All right, here's this orthometric height, what is commonly called elevation or height above sea level, is the vertical distance from a point on Earth's surface to the geoid.
Right, that's what I said.
No, you did not say that.
That's literally
I
what he
said
said,
it's
word
your.
for word.
I literally said it's your height from the geoid.
It's the height above. It's the difference between the
No, that's
ellipsoid
not.
and the
That's the
geoid, right?
No, that's the geoid height.
So the geoid height is just an amount is just like an averagization of what sea level is, right? So
No,
when we say orthometric height is
no. Hang
literally
on,
just the
hang on. You're
distance
wrong
from the
there.
ground to the
You're
surface of
wrong
the
there.
right?
You're wrong there. The geoid height is a very
Mean sea level.
specific term. No, the geoid height is a very specific term, which is the height difference between the geoid and the ellipsoid. The orthometric height is not that.
No, I'm saying the geoid is just median sea level. That's what defines this geoid. It's just mean sea level.
Typically,
It's
yeah.
an average out of what sea level is. Even though it varies a little tiny
Basically.
bit around the planet, it's the
Yeah.
average of what sea level is, right?
Essentially,
That's all it
yeah.
is. And orthometric height is just your distance above that, i.e. your height, like elevation, like the same thing we've
Geoid's not
used
the
to
same as
mean
sea
height
level.
the entire time. Orthometric
It
height
basically
and
is.
No.
height mean the same exact thing in everything we've ever talked about. And this is a completely meaningless tangent that provides no value to anyone. Like it's just a fancy word for the same shit we've talked about a million times, right? Like, can we
Okay,
agree on that?
Just
all right, fine.
listen,
Granted.
I literally just
Okay,
passed my
yeah.
fundamentals of surveying exam. Trust me, the geoid height is the difference between the geoid and the ellipsoid. Your orthometric height is the difference between you and the geoid.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, I have a question about flat Earth.
Dude, what's wrong with your mic?
Because we're
And mic is
yeah,
on.
your mic is so terrible. You gotta fix that, dude. You
Keeping
gotta
that
fix it.
mic for the meantime.
You're unhearable.
So
You're a
like
robot.
NAD 27 VD was like we used that 26 tidal stations to come up with that geoid.
Yeah.
So like it does relate to
okay.
like, but it's not strictly mean sea level.
Right,
Like,
it's
not
an
necessarily.
average, right? It's the best
Yeah.
assumption we can make of what sea level is, right?
But before we got like better measurements and stuff. Because
So what is sea level technically then?
Bro, can someone mute him? I hate to ask that.
No,
I'm usually
so-
so against muting, but I cannot understand. He just sounds like gargled shit.
the reason why it's not the like just your mean sea level is because over large areas of continents, the amount of gravity changes. So the geoid is different there than like just using the sea level. That's why it's not quite the same.
Right. I mean, it's not the same as actual sea level, right? It's
No,
the
if there
it's
was no land masses,
yeah.
sea level would be the geoid.
Yeah. Okay. Agreed. Yeah.
Oh, so sea curve.
The geoid's created from
Sea curve,
astrogeodetic
fella.
surveying, dude. The geoid, especially on land, is produced this way. You don't have mean sea level on land that you can properly account for. So that's why they take to the stars.
No.
Yeah. It's
No. The measurements,
hybridization of So what they do is they say,
the
look,
measurements of the stars
according
was
to the
for the
nautical
ellipsoid.
almanac, I should have an angle to this star from this location, but the star isn't here at this point of time; it's over there. And they assume
So
that the uneven distribution of mass in the Earth creates a gravity field that's warping the starlight by a certain amount. And that warping gets cataloged as part of the geoid.
So the stars were used to come up with like the ellipsoids, not the geoid.
I know the stars, the timing difference between where the star is said to be and where it is actually observed goes into the geoid model. The ellipsoid model was created out of a claim that for every 69 miles on average, that stars will displace 1 degree in the sky, all things being equal. So Polaris
Well,
being
actually,
relatively fixed, you can use.
the
And that
ellipsoid was
measurement has never been done. That
actually it
measurement
was
has
done.
never been actually done, my friend.
Yes, it has been done.
When
There
and
was
who and how?
so the Clark's ellipsoid was done over like the course of multiple years because it takes large amounts of times, and it was done from 6 different measurements across the world. One was done in Peru, one was done in France, one was done in Russia, one was done where else? India. I forget the other 2. And they use these measurements. They use these measurements to determine that actually the distances between certain degrees of latitude and longitude are not the same on Earth. And that's how they came up with the ellipsoid
That's why I called
model.
it an average. Yeah. So yeah, show me some data from that.
Oh, sure, I can. Yeah, I got you. There's a whole
Yep, show
book
me the
about it.
measurements. I want to see and review their methodology, right, and how they did this.
Exactly, because I guarantee you they did a lot of their work was based on observations to the stars. I mean, even just looking it up, I mean, astronomical observations of stars were fundamental in developing the reference ellipsoids. Surveyors used star positions to determine latitude, longitude, and the direction of vertical.
Yeah, that's
Right.
exactly
So,
what I said.
so what it is, the ellipsoid is a bulk model. Okay. And the ellipsoid is not good enough to provide localized refinements, which is why people started noticing with extreme accuracy that stars were not where they should be if there's the smooth ellipsoid. So that's why they came
So
up with the geoid model. They
the
explained it with
Clark's,
gravimetry.
so they used the Clark's ellipsoid to come up with the US NAD 24, which is the horizontal datum. And they used the Clark's ellipsoid starting off from Meade's Ranch in Kansas to come up with the horizontal datum for the United States. And it worked
Okay.
extremely well.
It's not the only
for the
one. Well,
United
guess what?
States,
I want to see the
but it
measurements from
doesn't.
the Clark ellipsoid. And
Yeah,
basically
I
what you're telling me
posted it.
about the geoid is the geoid is
I
mapped to a
posted it.
presumed mathematical version of the globe.
I posted
Like
it
the
for
geoid
you.
doesn't contain inherent globe curvature within it. It's
Yes, it
modified by
does.
the ellipsoid that it's mapped to. So you can take the geoid and project it onto a flat surface as well. And
No, you
basically
can't.
what this would tell flat earthers, yeah, you can. It's projected already. The modern ones
It's
are
a
onto
spheroid.
WGS84.
The
Right,
geoid
so you
is a
can take
sphere.
the geoid and you can the geoid is not a sphere. The
It's
geoid is
spherical.
projected onto WGS84. Like EGM96 is absolutely modifying WGS84. And you can take this and you can project it onto any surface you want. You can project it onto a flat surface and it'd
No, you
comport
can't.
with flat Earth measurement. Yeah, you can. You can project it onto any surface, ding dong. And guess what? You can't project it onto a flat surface. They got total stations, or you can pop up all this shit in the back end and swap out different reference ellipsoids, including flat ones. Not flat ellipsoid, but including
tell me
flat
what a
reference
flat ellipsoid
systems.
is. Tell me what a flat
Yeah.
ellipsoid is.
Well, guess what? How about one with an infinite radius, like what you think the celestial sphere is?
That wouldn't be a flat.
Oh, really? An infinite radius wouldn't produce a flat surface?
How?
If the radius is infinite, then how is the surface curving?
That's the definition of what a radius does.
Yeah. Well, why is the celestial sphere considered to have an infinite radius? How does that make it a sphere anymore?
I don't know, but we're getting off topic anyway.
No.
So
Yeah.
I posted.
You can't solve for the
So I
surface.
posted the book. I posted the book for you, which tells you literally exactly how they did each measurement, where they did it,
And
the
how
time they did
did
it.
they? Show me an example. Because right now, I just got from you. Trust me, bro. I didn't read this shit either. I want you to read it for me.
I'm in the middle of reading it.
Great. Okay. When you find a great example, why don't you pull it out and show us what they did to measure the ellipsoid?
I mean, I can give you like a rough idea of what they did, like right
I want
now, if you
one
want.
specific quote. I want quote from the text, page number.
Oh, I'm at the gym right now, so that's going to be like kind of hard to do. But like,
Yeah, a lot of this
what they
isn't
did.
light reading, dude. I hope you understand and
Oh,
appreciate the work we put into to read our shit
yeah,
when
that's
we
great.
present them. Because yeah, we don't come up empty-handed like this.
Yeah, I'm not coming up empty-handed. I can tell you like their methodology.
No, you can't.
So what they did is they created extremely accurate face length measurements
He's just
using
gonna bullshit his
physical.
way through it at the gym. Go figure. A guy spending all his time at the gym's a bullshitter. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna go. They're so desperate to do the homework.
Right.
It's
He's
weird
going
how
to
I was in the
describe in a
middle.
general case what generally surveyors are known to do, right? He's not
No,
giving us any
no.
specifics from the Clark. No, you're
I'm
definitely not.
trying to give you
You're
specifics.
telling me, oh yeah, you got to get a
I'm trying.
baseline. Maybe you
I'm
drag a
trying.
chain really far. Da 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 da. Yeah, okay, I can make this stuff up too.
I'm trying to tell
Don't be
you like.
lazy, gym guy.
I'm just trying to tell you what they did, and you're interrupting me. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
You said you're halfway through the book. Wait until you get to the end. You're impatient,
Why?
dude.
Why do I need to finish the book to know about
Because
a
right
certain
now you're
measurement they
just
did?
blowing hot air. Well, I can tell
No,
you
I'm
what
not.
they basically did. Oh yeah, you are, gym guy.
All right.
I mean, sure.
I mean, no. I
So
think
for the
you're
audience,
nice.
right? I've got something from ScienceDirect.com. Determination of the geoid by astrogravimetric methods.
Talking about the ellipsoid.
Well, I'm bringing this back to an early part of the conversation where you were like, "Nuh-uh, that's not how the geoid's determined." And I'm like, "Oh, yes, it is. It's based off of
I never
astrogeodesy,
told
and
you
here's
how.
what it is."
I
Yeah,
specifically
you
told you
did. Okay,
how.
so the
I
geoid is a
specifically.
mathematical
What I
form of the
specifically
Earth.
told you. What I specifically told you was how the NAD 27 geoid was determined, and that was through 26 tidal stations.
NAD 27 is a geoid or an ellipsoid?
NAD 27 is the vertical datum for the United States based off of the
Yeah, is that an
geoid
ellipsoid or a geoid?
determined by the geoid from the 26 tidal stations.
NAD 27 ellipsoid. Let's see. Yeah, it's an ellipsoid. It's not a geoid.
NAD 27 is the vertical datum for the United States based off of the 26 tidal stations.
Well, so how does that make it a geoid?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's based off the geoid.
Should be able to
from the
answer that,
tidal
right?
stations. I've already answered
Okay.
it like multiple times.
All right, so the geoid, it says here, is a mathematical form of the Earth. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Can be determined by gravity methods on the basis of third boundary value problem of physical geodesy. That's basically assuming that Earth is a ball. This determination assumes knowledge of the gravity of the Earth. Huh. All right, so what to assume? All right. The existing gravity determinations don't provide knowledge of the gravity anomalies throughout the Earth's surface. Consequently, the double integral and Stokes formula cannot be extended to the entire surface of the Earth, but is limited to a domain of 1 to 2,000 kilometers. Which oh man, now they want me to pay for it. Click here now. Well, fuck this. I got it. All right, so the gravity
I'm sorry.
of a discrete
Hang on. I'm sorry.
distribution
You're
on
right.
the Earth's surface.
Sorry. I did make a mistake. NAD 27 is the horizontal datum. NAD 29 is the vertical datum based off of the 26 tidal stations. I did make a mistake.
Okay.
NAD 27 is a horizontal datum based off the ellipsoid starting off in Meads Ranch. NAD 29, NAD VD 29 really is the vertical datum based off of the 26 tidal stations. I did make a mistake. But the geoid is based off of the tidal stations.
NAD 29.
Not the ellipsoid.
There is.
Yeah.
Are you sure there's a NAD 29? You're talking
It's
about
NAVD. NAVD 29.
And GVD 29.
NGVD, yeah. Thought so.
And you can see, right? The 26 tide gauges. I'm not bullshitting you guys. I did make a mistake. It was 29, not the 27. Anyway, there's some food for thought for you guys. I gotta go.
All right, catch you later.
So fucking
Oh,
there's
good
no
lord.
way I slept on the Discord call. What am I doing with my life? I might have to get a job. This is unacceptable. Hold up.
All right. Determination of geoid undulation by astrogeodetic method. Civil engineering projects require the orthometric height of points, the height above the geoid. Thus, to make use of the GNSS, that's like GPS, in engineering surveying, geoid undulation, i.e. the separation between an ellipsoid and the geoid surface, must be known. And this study, an attempt has been made to determine the geoid undulation using the astrogeodetic method. Observations were taken in a network of 7 stations spread over 300 kilometers squared around this place in India I can't pronounce. Astronomical observations of 7 stars belonging to different constellations were taken with a theodolite, having at least a count of 1.0 seconds. I guess that's arc seconds. Global positioning system observations were taken using dual frequency geodetic GPS receivers with a 0.1 millimeter accurate digital level. Values of astrogeodetic geoid undulations of stations have been found close to that computed from field leveling. Further, the values have been compared with those obtained from global geoidal models such as EIGEN 6C3 STAT and EGM 2008. And the astrogeodetic method was found to provide better accuracy than the global geoid models. Therefore, it can be concluded that the astrogeodetic method is a better choice for reducing GPS observation to orthometric height. In the future, the astrogeodetic method may be used to develop an accurate geoid model in general and for Indian topography in particular. Yeah. Yeah, what the geoid is showing is the direction and strength of the gravity field in a particular point. That's what it's claimed to be doing. You know, it may be coincidental with terrain elevation in places. Why? Because they say there's the mass of the Earth with mountain ranges adding to gravity field distortion in this area. And then you've got major areas on the Earth where it's bowl-shaped and below sea level. And they say, well, in some places like this, there could be a weakening gravity field. But then they find places like in the Himalayas where they thought that there should be immense gravitational pull. There was actually far little than what they thought there was. And they're getting all this by swinging pendulums, folks, at least, before more sophisticated methods came along. Totally serious. You got people like in the 1800s walking around Bumfuckistan with pendulums swinging back and forth, and they got their little stopwatches that they wind up with the spring, and they're timing this shit, right?
Yeah, usually when I kill birds, they just like stay in the sky.
What are you talking about, bro? Huh?
Yeah, we all know those
wait,
people aren't as smart
wait,
as some retard on Discord.
when I do like
Yeah,
bird
good
hunting
point.
and I shoot a bird, the birds don't.
You can go on mute. Right, so they take pendulums. Doesn't matter how much the ball at the end weighs. What matters is the length of the arm. They take them from place to place to place, and they watch them go back and forth, and they time the period. And if it's faster, then gravity might be stronger here, and if it's slower, then gravity might be weaker there. This is how they developed it, guys. And then they would take observations of the stars, and they'd notice, hey, that the star is kind of lagging, like it should be a few arc seconds over, and it's not. Well, let's swing the pendulum and find out if it's true. And then they would swing the pendulum a bunch of times. The data would look like that maybe the gravity field was perturbed more over here than it was over there. And then they write this down. Yeah, that's how your early geoid models started to be developed. And it's at this point that it's worthy underscoring the fact that the celestial sphere was breaking down and was not providing the accurate navigation methods to the degree that people thought it would be in order to produce a globe, at least. Right? I mean, that's what astrogeodesy is. Astrogeodesy is an indictment against the celestial sphere.
I mean, if your perception is that it's a perfectly round circle, then yeah, I mean, it's not a perfectly round sphere, right? Like, there hasn't been a claim like that in years.
How do you know it's even a sphere?
Well, it's not a sphere. I
Right.
just said that, and they just said that. Like, it's not a sphere. Right?
Yeah, the sphere is just a way people perceive it. There are other ways to track the stars.
Yeah.
Well, there are other ways to track the stars. Like some star trackers don't use any dome model, sphere model like Stellarium or these other planetarium systems.
Yeah, but has anybody claimed it's a perfect
they use
sphere?
a different method
I thought
altogether.
the vernacular was an oblate spheroid, is what they usually use.
That is the correct.
Right. So they noticed that.
Well, yeah,
that
nobody's
these
saying
points
it's
in
a
the
perfect
sky.
sphere.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know that there's a gravity field perturbing starlight? How did they come up with that 150 years ago?
How did they come up with gravitational lensing 150 years ago?
Yeah, how'd they discover, that gravity was bending starlight?
Well, I mean...
It's an explanation, right?
Well, but it was a commonly accepted explanation.
Yeah, sure. Like the globe is.
I mean, people used to think the moon was made out of cheese, but,
I don't really think that's true.
I mean, at one point we thought it was a goddess, right? I mean, like, that's pretty, like,
Yeah.
At one point we thought the sun was a god and the moon was a goddess, right? I mean, I don't. And then we realized it wasn't.
Yeah, those would be crazy claims,
and then
right?
we
Now you guys,
realized, through a lot of
now you
testing
guys claim it
and
rains
observation.
diamonds on you. Now you guys claim it rains diamonds on Uranus.
I mean, I haven't looked at the
Is
probe
that a,
data, but if that's what the
is that
probe
a
data
butthole
says,
joke,
then
or are you actually asking a question?
Yeah, you say they believe crazy things, and then I say something crazy, and you're like, yeah, if they say it's true, then it's true.
Well, okay,
I mean, if
but
they have, if they
he
have
literally
evidence of
just
that claim,
explained,
yeah.
yeah, like we used to think the sun was a god and the moon was a goddess.
Now
We don't say those things anymore because we know better. You know.
Yeah, now we just have hairy black holes and sideways glass rain, and planets made of diamond, and
That's an awfully
well,
skeptical answer coming from somebody who thinks the Earth is flat. But
no,
okay,
some okay. So we all we all experience that as our primary experience, and then when we go and
how
actually
so?
okay, so have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes?
Yes, because I've been in an airplane.
You wouldn't see curvature from that height. You would only be able to
A
see
military, oh,
0.1%.
Jesus fucking Christ, dude! A military aircraft that's been above the what is it, 30,000 feet
You
for
don't even have to go
average
that high.
commercial
45,000
flights.
to 48,000. I never saw curvature, man.
So
Yeah, look,
you've
William
never
Shatner.
you've been high in the air. Let's say
Okay, so
20,000
you're
feet, and you've
actually
never
smoking
flown over
crack if
mountains
you're
that were
saying
taller
that's
than you and
true.
you appeared lower. That never happened to you?
I've been
So
higher than
you're either
45,000 in a
lying,
Mac flight over the
or
Pacific.
you didn't actually look out the window. If you're saying you've been above the 45,000 feet and you didn't see
My whole
curvature.
life, I've every time I've flown, I've sat by the window and I would look out in amazement and say,
Flown in
"Wow,
what?
look how big the Earth is!
Flown
Look
in
how
what?
hold on, look how big the Earth is. It still looks flat."
Flown
I've said
in
that all
what?
my life. Flown in
Yeah,
what?
no one's surprised that you flew in a crop duster at 2,000 feet and you couldn't see the curvature of the Earth, dude.
Yeah,
Oh
let him
my
answer
Flown
God!
the
in what?
question.
777 going
Hey,
to Iraq.
loud guy. All right, stop being such an arrogant dick, right? Or you're just gonna keep getting muted. Just let
Yeah, I
people
flew in a
answer. If you ask
777
someone a
going to
question, if you
Iraq.
ask someone a question, just let them answer the question. Don't just keep talking.
Go ahead. Ask an intelligent question, please.
He probably didn't even hear what I said.
No, it's because your mic is muffled and I can barely hear you.
This is true. I could hear what he was saying, though.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? 777 flying to Iraq to go to combat.
Jesus. And what was your cruising altitude?
45,000 to 48,000.
You're literally lying, dude. Commercial aircraft don't cruise at 45,000 feet. Don't lie.
Military. We flew commercial there, dude.
It doesn't matter, dude. It does not matter if it's commercial or military.
Oh my
A
God.
777 does not fucking cruise at
Were you in the
45,000 feet.
military?
Yes, I was. I was in the Air Force, dude.
Oh, you were in the Air
Don't
Force.
sit here and
Guess
lie to
what?
me.
I was in
You're
the
literally lying.
was in the Army, dude. When we flew, that's how
Okay,
we
so
flew.
you spent most of your time on the ground. What are you talking
737s
about?
fly at 41,000 feet, to be clear. That's like their
But
cruising
they don't cruise. If you was taking a military aircraft to wherever the fuck he
It
was going,
wasn't a
it was
military
not
aircraft.
cruising. You were not going to 45,000 feet. Stop
It wasn't a
lying.
Yeah, like
military
the
aircraft.
max
I was literally
737s can go
sitting
as
inside
41,000 feet, to be clear.
of a 777. I was sitting inside a
Okay.
777 with my M4, man. Like, I don't know what else
All
to tell you.
right. Well, if he's just gonna sit here and lie, and I'm gonna get muted for calling him out. You guys have fun with whatever's going on here.
All right. Yeah, so we have actual.
We weren't cruising, man. We were flying for combat. We were hauling ass trying to get there.
Yeah, look, we've got people that have been up to 350,000 feet, apparently, right? And they say that they didn't see any sign that the Earth's a globe from that height. William Shatner blatantly said, "I didn't see any sign that the Earth is a globe." When he went up in the Blue Origin, Wally Funk said the same thing. Trained astronaut, and it's if you think you're seeing curvature from a plane, right? That might just be the fact that the horizon is actually a big giant circle around the observer. We have also something called the lemon illusion, which makes people think that they're seeing straight lines as curved lines. then we can also have the windows to take into account as well. Or sometimes people take footage on their phone and watch it back later. And what looks like a flat horizon with your eyes can then look like a curved horizon because of your phone lens. That's happened to me before.
Right, but you don't have to necessarily, like, the assumption that you don't see curvature at that height is obviously true. You don't even see curvature at the level of the space station, right? But if you there is evidence of it being a globe from flight, and that's that there if you're flying at the right altitude, you can and far enough away from mountains, you can have mountains that are taller than you appear to be much lower than you on the horizon, even though they're absolutely way higher in the air than you.
The tallest mountain's what, 20-something thousand feet? I mean, you're
Yeah,
usually
yeah.
cruising at 35,000 feet, but obviously
Well, I'm not talking about a
perspective.
commercial airliner, obviously, right? I'm talking about like
Yeah,
a
but
person
I
privately
mean,
flying. Yeah.
like, surely I don't have to explain that something is going to appear lower due to perspective, right?
No, I'm saying if you're flying at, let's say, fucking 15,000 feet and you're far enough
Oh,
away,
right.
those
I
mountains
get
that are
you.
20,000 feet high will
Well, they
appear
get
lower than you.
okay. All right. Well, I'd like to see that.
All right, look it up.
But we also have infrared footage from planes where we can see mountains that should be miles below the curvature of the Earth.
Right, and that's a different thing. That's where we get back to refraction, right?
Yeah, but standard refraction, they say, right? Like, exactly. They
Again,
could
we're
say
not.
that we can.
No one's making a claim about standard refraction, right? Refraction is based on several variables, right? And
Well, this is what the
any quote
anti-flat
unquote.
earthers. This is what people say. This is what even the papers say, right? That you can you don't have like extreme refraction when you're going up to a high height. That you can rely on 7/6R when you go up above a certain altitude, and that when you get
I've
below,
never seen a person that's against flat Earth make that claim. That's never an equation I've ever seen somebody
yeah,
make.
that's like Jesse Path of Light and Ruhif and all of these guys all make that claim.
I don't
In
know
fact,
who any of those guys are.
yeah, they all make the claim that you can accurately apply 7/6R for every single observation above a certain
Well,
height.
I mean, obviously that's nonsense. I think like anybody who's making a claim that you can use one
I agree.
refractive index for
Yeah, I
everything just
agree
makes
that
no
that's nonsense.
sense, right? Like that's just
right.
Or like otherwise, why would we measure
That's
temperature?
cool.
Why would we measure any of the things we measure? Like it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Like,
So what do you think about this, right? Let's say we have an observation and we do take vertical temperature and humidity measurements, and it's there's no change, and we take, say, 3 vertical measurements along the path, and all of them show that there's no change, right, in the temperature
yeah,
or
I
the
know the test you're
humidity.
talking about. I would say that's not adequate, not nearly adequate, right? I mean, it
Which
doesn't need
test do
very
you
much
think I'm
change
talking
over
about?
1 degree centigrade change over a meter is enough to create the refraction necessary for that laser test to for things
That's
for that distance of a test to appear visible, right? So
No,
it's like it
that's
doesn't
not true.
require
I
like
don't even think you know which
the
test I'm
devices
talking
that.
about.
Yeah, you linked it to me yesterday. Yeah. Yeah,
No,
I
that's
do.
not what you
But
said's not true. Otherwise, we would have extreme refraction every single day, every moment of every day, and we would be seeing crazy miraging effects, right? So you would need extreme
no,
refraction.
that's not what I'm claiming.
You
That's
have
not
to
what I'm
max
not claiming
out.
that at all.
So most refraction calculators, right? Earthgo calculators that have refraction sliders, right, go up to 100%, 120%, and that doesn't help, right? Walter Bislin's one's the only one that slides up really high, and you have to max it out. You have to slide it up to a refraction coefficient of 0.99 or a standard refraction 0.13. So this is, according to Walter Bislin, so much refraction that the Earth would look flat. It's extreme refraction, extreme downward bending of light, right? If the laser's only 15 centimeters above the surface of the water and you have extreme downward bending of light, obviously the laser's not going to make it to the target. But that's
Yeah,
the
it would.
refraction
Yeah, it would.
coefficient that would be required.
Yeah, it would, because it gets trapped in that layer
How?
between the hot and the cold air, right? Like it's exactly what happens, especially if it's
What
that
layer?
low.
No, there's no.
Yeah.
He measured the it's not going to get trapped. That's not a duct, right? When you have 1 degree difference in the temperature and humidity, that's not going to create a duct. And if you have ducting of visible light, you have crazy miraging effects. You can't have ducting of visible light and just have a completely clear observation of the distant shoreline and see no miraging effects whatsoever. And it's not like they're just doing one laser test. They're doing
laser tests back and
No,
forth,
they're
right?
only doing laser tests at like very specific conditions, right? They don't work
Yeah.
other than under extremely precise conditions that just happen to work, right? Like it's not like you can just go out and do a laser test right now and it's going to show the results you claim, right? That's not the
Yeah,
case,
it
right?
is. It's not going to show
Yeah.
the results, right? So there's 0 laser tests that match up with the globe. Right? Every time we go out, we're getting the centroid of the beam, right, seen by the camera at the target distance or seen on a target at the target distance. And every single time you would need this extreme, right, extreme refraction, but you don't have the building blocks for the extreme refraction because you have the uniform temperature gradients along the path. It's not possible. It's not possible at all. If you're claiming that the light's bending down and the laser's only 15 centimeters above the surface, that's not possible. And even every single AI that I've put it through says, yeah, that's not possible.
I'm not sure how you're asking those questions, but anytime I ask AI about refraction, it concludes with the fact that the Earth is a globe. So
Yeah, well, I just literally put in and say, all right, say, look, I have a laser test. The laser's placed at 15 centimeters above the ground. We've taken 3 vertical temperature and humidity readings where this temperature is 7.5 degrees. 3 different points were measured along the path, right? And we're able to get a direct hit on the camera that's at 0.7 meters at the far end. And we have simultaneous lasers, right, pointing back at each other, doing like dual observations both ways. And there's no obstruction, and it concedes, right? Even Gemini is usually, right, just straight up Gemini on Google if you hit AI mode. Right? It says that, yeah, you can't explain this with refraction. I mean, I'm not putting in any bias prompts or anything like that. I'm trying to, see what it thinks, see what it says. And it makes sense why it wouldn't work as well. I mean, no one's rebutted, the test. Dr. John Dee's had it out since 2019, and no one's challenged him on it. I mean, I don't see how it would be possible on a globe, being completely honest.
I think
mean,
the reason nobody's challenged is because mainstream science has already, challenged tests just like it a million times, and that's why there's no like,
what test
I
did
mean,
they
like,
challenge? What
I mean,
test did
every
they
other
challenge?
laser test ever. Like, I mean, you can like,
Name one laser
there's
test
whole
that.
websites. There's whole websites for it, bro. Just look it up. Just
Yeah.
Google it.
So
If you're not aware
name.
of these, like, like, I don't know what to tell you, but like, there's whole websites
Well,
for
you
it. Like,
can't provide one, so I don't know
well, I'm in
what
the
to
middle
tell
of playing
you.
Marvel Rivals. Like, that's why I'm not
Oh,
providing
okay.
you. That's why I'm not tabbing out to provide you a
Right.
link. But
This
I
is
promise you,
always.
they exist. Like,
This is the
you just
case.
type into
This is the
Google, you type
case.
in refute of
Yeah.
laser tests, like, and you'll find it. Like, I don't.
Okay. All right.
Like,
So
I
I'll
will
type
admit
that
that one
in.
John D one. I don't think you can
Refute.
probably find one, but because it's
Refute of laser tests, and you said it was done by the government.
I didn't say the government. I never said that. Where did you
You
fucking hear me
just
say that?
said
I did
that.
not.
So
You're
who's refuting it?
Go look at the playback. Did I say government? You're
Yeah.
speaking lies now, bro.
That's
You're
what I
just
thought
making up
you.
lies. No.
That's what I thought you had.
No.
That's what I thought
I
you
didn't
said.
say that. No.
I'll
I didn't make
review
a
the
claim of who
footage.
refuted
I'll
it.
double check that. But okay, so who are you talking about refuting the laser tests?
It depends on the laser test. It totally depends on the laser test. There's people
Which
refuting
one?
all of them. Again, bro,
Okay.
just Google it. Like, just like every
Yeah, I
laser test.
Googled it.
I will admit, I don't know about that John D one. I don't know if there's a
All
link for
right.
that one specifically.
Okay,
Do you have
which
any
one are
other
you
laser
talking
tests?
about? Which one are you talking about that got rebutted? Can you name
Like
one?
literally
Like
every one. Yeah, like every
Can you
one
name
besides
one?
that
All
one.
right. So the 21-mile Great Salt Lake, was that one rebutted or?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes, that one was the fucking
Okay, where is
the
the
14 mile
information?
fucking Ponchuno one or whatever the fuck I can't pronounce. That one's definitely been refuted.
Pontchartrain. No one did a laser test at Pontchartrain.
It's something with a P. I'm not great with names. I apologize.
I don't think you're able to provide any valid rebuttal to any of these. But
I mean, I don't think you have any empirical evidence whatsoever. I think you have observations and you claim them as empirical evidence, which makes no sense given the tons of things that can distort.
Like what? Okay,
like
what
that.
could
Yeah,
what could cause the laser to bend? What could cause the laser to bend?
I mean, we just talked about it. Like, there's
Okay, yeah, but we have.
refraction.
Yeah,
It doesn't
okay,
even matter if
so
it doesn't matter what could or couldn't cause the laser
What
to
would
bend.
cause?
It's an observation. That's what's relevant. It's an observation. That's all it is.
It's a
It's just
laser
an
test.
observation. There's
It's
tons
a
of
laser
observation
test.
that suggests. Yeah, it's a laser test that is an observation of light. Just like you
Yeah,
agreed yesterday, it's simply an
observations
observation. Don't
can be
argue that it's not an
measurements.
observation now.
Right. So what could cause the laser to bend in an extreme manner? Right. What could cause it?
obviously the refractive index is the only thing, right? But we
Yeah, and
don't have.
other side, like
Oh, what
ducting,
else? What else
etc.
could it be?
Yeah, other
Ducting
refractive things.
is.
Yeah. I agree. I'm just saying, like, just more specific.
Yeah, so we don't have the meteorological conditions for that to be taking place, and we can also see the laser going perfectly flat over the distance, and if it were to be bending down, it wouldn't make it to the target, it would be hitting the water.
No, because the density of the
Yes.
water. No.
Huh?
No, because the density of the water.
What do you mean? What does the density of the water have to do with?
It doesn't actually bounce into the water for the same reason it doesn't bounce upward. Same thing.
What are you talking about?
It's essentially ducting. Like, it's essentially the same thing. Like, it's not going to go into
What,
the
how
water.
could you have ducting when you don't have a change in the temperature or humidity?
Well, your claim is that there's no change in the temperature or humidity.
No,
but
he
it's
sh- he-
three measurements.
no, he
That's
sh-
it. It's literally 3 measurements
No,
over a
it's
giant
18 measurements.
It was 3 measurements. It was 3 separate places.
It's 8. Yeah, 3 separate places, but 18 measurements.
Yeah, that's not 18 measurements. That's 3 measurements.
No, because you're measuring at different heights in each location, and you're measuring the temperature and the humidity. So it's not possible with those 3 measurements for what you're claiming to happen. It is impossible.
No, that's not true. It's definitely
Yeah,
somewhat,
it is.
right?
It
It's
is.
just that those 3 places over a massive distance, maybe they match out to be the same if the technology that he's using was even accurate enough to measure the differences necessary, which to my knowledge was not.
Well, we have uniform water and air temperature. So what would be causing the extreme gradient change that
Just
would be
because you
required?
have water, the equivalent of air and water temperature at 3 places does not mean you have uniform water and air temperature. Is that a
Really, you think it would be extremely hot in one section of the water and then uniform at the other 3 locations?
Again, it comes down to that's assuming that the accuracy of the devices even had the sensitivity, which they did
He
not.
tested
Right?
he tested the accuracy of the devices. He actually tested them before he went there, and he compared the 3 together, and he even applied the error margin. Right? They did show a small error margin between the devices that he used, and he accounted for that. Right? This guy's a PhD in spectrophotometry. It's not just some dude out there mucking
Oh, I don't
around.
disagree. I'm not disagreeing. But again, it's just an observation. It's not empirical evidence.
Well, what would count as empirical evidence when it comes to testing for the curvature of a large body of water?
I mean,
dude, empiricism relies on observation. Just saying.
Yeah. So what would count as an empirical data for testing over a large body of water if it's curving or
I'm
not?
not looking to test over a large body. I'm just like answering the question of, is the Earth flat or not flat, right? Like, you guys are the
You
ones
don't
focused on this one specific way of measuring that, right? That's not us that are.
Okay. Do you have any measurements? Do you have any measurements? Do you have any empirical evidence that it's a globe, that it's
Yeah,
curving?
we have literal footage of the Earth rotating. Like, I don't know. Like, I think
Oh, an
that's pretty
observation. Oh, you have footage.
Yeah,
What
you
footage
use
do you have of
observation,
the Earth rotating? So how did you validate the footage?
How did you
Because I have
validate this
footage.
guy's? How did you validate this guy's laser test? Did you go out and measure it yourself? Did you go out and do it? No, so shut the fuck up with that argument, because I can say the same thing to you.
So did you go up in space
You
to see
didn't
Earth
validate
rotating?
any of that
Is that
shit.
an
You didn't
empirical?
validate
Is that
any
empirical
of
evidence?
You've never performed a laser test, so the same argument
You've
applies
never
to
been
you.
to space to see a globe rotate.
Yeah, the thing is,
Yeah, what a
I've
great
gone out and
argument
done
that
my
is. What a great
I've
argument.
gone out and done my own long distance observations to confirm it to myself on one of the largest saltwater lakes in Australia. So you can't go to space and confirm, right, any of these things. In fact, I guarantee you couldn't tell the difference between a CGI image of space, right, of Earth from space, or the footage that NASA gives you. I guarantee 100% you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
That's fair. That's fair
Yeah,
perspective.
so they could easily just trick
like
you, but
I mean, you could be easily tricked by a video, just the same. So
yeah, but there's
not really.
there's
It's a YouTube
hundreds
video.
of there's hundreds of videos, right? And there's
Hundreds?
30.
Can you link me hundreds, please? I've never seen hundreds of videos. I've never seen hundreds of laser tests. I've seen a handful. I've never seen
There's
hundreds.
over 30. There's over 30 videos.
30?
Just
Wait, 30 is hundreds? That's crazy. I guess I misunderstood how math works.
Why don't you finish?
My bad.
What the hell?
You let me finish talking, or I'll kick your dumb ass out of here. Because now
Just
you're just
kick me,
being
prick.
emptily.
Just kick me,
Yeah,
prick.
you wanna run away, don't you? You egomaniac, bro. You want to run away.
I don't care. You want to
You're
be an
not
ego
doing
prick
well.
and kick me? Like, feel free to
So,
kick me,
this
bro.
is all. This
If you
is
want
all I
to
was getting. You just want to escape
empower
right
your
now. You
little.
don't like this.
Yeah.
You don't like this
This
at
is
If I
a
all.
wanted
bad
to escape,
showing
I
for
would
the
have already
globe.
left. This is my fun,
Dude, this is a bad showing for the
What do I do
globe,
for
right?
fun?
If you're going to be the most ardent defender, why don't you actually come with something
When
in
did
your
I say
hand?
I'm the most ardent defender?
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not
Yeah,
here
I
to
I guess
can't.
you're
defend the
not a
globe.
defender of the
I come
globe.
here
Then
to
you can't
listen to your
defend the.
guys' bullshit.
No,
It's
that's
like,
great. Yeah, listen to your bullshit. I mean, you have absolutely nothing to offer.
sure, if that's your
So we
perspective,
had
I'm
one
not going to
guy.
argue
One
with your
guy
feelings.
came
Those are your
in.
feelings.
Yeah, shush. We had one guy come in that's a surveyor, right? Who didn't even know what subrefraction was. Then he started sharing papers that he blatantly hadn't even read. Right now we've got this other clown that says that all of these laser tests have been debunked, but he can't share any of the debunks because he's too busy playing video games. Right? Then he won't let me finish sentences. Okay, so what I was going to say is there's over 30 videos related to this one laser test where he goes over all of the technical specifications in detail. Right? Look, dude, if you want to just be a clown and just be rude and not have a good faith conversation,
Well, you're
then
one of the rudest people on the
just
planet. Don't
You know
act
what
like
my
I'm the
favorite part
always
of
want to
this
be
was,
rude.
DJ, when he said the best evidence for a globe was all the images of space with the globe rotating, and then he admitted that he couldn't tell the difference between CGI and NASA footage.
yeah, that was good content
Like
for our
next
channel.
level rich.
Yeah, and how is photos? And he said photos of Earth rotating too. So
Right, and then he
how
said
is that
photos, observations,
empirical?
not empirical.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the best evidence of the globe, right, from Moses is pictures from space. Crazy. And then he did also admit that he can't tell the difference whether they're CGI or not.
Right, so his best evidence is something you can't tell is evidence.
Crazy.
And he's like, he has to listen to our bullshit? Really?
Hey Tristan, if you don't think Dr. John's a PhD, just email him, right? Go do tests with him. He invites people to go do tests with him. What's your beef with Dr. John D, Tristan? Do you have a rebuttal to the actual test, right? Do you think that you would be able to have a refraction coefficient? Because at least you know what a refraction coefficient is, right? Right? Do you think you would be able to have a refraction coefficient of 0.99 with the following temperature and pressure readings along 3 points along the line of sight? Gonna pop them in the side chat. Right, so the vertical temperature and humidity, okay, 7 degrees, 7 degrees, 7 degrees. 3 different heights, the heights that the laser's being shot through. Then we have at the other end 7.5, 7.5, 7.5 degrees. Humidity's basically the same as well. So do you think that's the situation? That's the conditions where you would have extreme refraction? Oh, I don't understand refraction? What did I say wrong? Yeah, what did I say wrong? Refraction is when the light will deviate due to the
change in refractive index. We're talking about a single medium, so it's going to be deviating towards the higher refractive index. Is that incorrect? Tristan has sand in his vagina, I think. Most of what I say is wrong. So tell me something that I said that's wrong. Hey, Tristan, get in VC. You want to talk shit? Get in VC. You're getting hushed in the side chat. Yeah, get in VC and open your mic, soy boy. Right, so according to the advanced Earth curvature calculator, right, a refraction coefficient of 0.99 is extreme. Yeah, it is extreme. Right, we slide it up to 0.99, right? And according to the refraction calculator, it says the refraction coefficient's extreme. It's so extreme, right, that it would cause the Earth to look flat if it was a globe. See where it says extreme? He ran away and take another 2 days while he's at it.
Hey, y'all, it's been a wonderful day with y'all. I'm taking my son to the pool. DJ, thanks for the assist earlier. Y'all have a lovely day. Love y'all.
Have a good one, man. Catch ya.
You'll have the case of everything flat earthers say must be wrong.
Yep. How could a
Good
surveyor...
evening, everyone.
What's up?
I was just thinking about this guy who was not able to distinguish between NASA CGI and photographs. He makes us feel like We live in the cabbage fairy world. Anyone knows about that movie?
I don't, but it sounds like some Alice in Wonderland type shit.
Oh, it's hardcore movie. The Cabbage Fairy. Look it up.
Is that something about Cabbage Patch babies or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Mhm. It's like World War One times. People were making predictions of the future. They live on a cabbage.
All right, just backing up a few things that I was saying earlier. Provided reference citations in the chat. The difference between the ellipsoid height and the geoid height is the orthometric height. Source quote posted. And the geoid is in reference to an ellipsoid, in this case WGS84, also posted. So I don't know what that professional surveyor was trying to pull when he said no to both of those accounts, as well as he said no to the idea that the geoid was developed from Astro the Odyssey. And then he goes on to say that geoid is mean sea level, and I point out that it's not. He concedes and no, it's not exactly it. And I'm like, well, yeah, no shit. I mean, I get it. I get it. Like the whole field of geodesy is a hall of mirrors about as much as NASA is when you're trying to get to the bottom of something. Just like on NASA's technical report server, you can read reports where it's almost like they're two different schools of thought on what space is. You can read some reports where they're doing like Newtonian gravity orbital studies, and then another one where they're like, no man, it's all like plasma and like riding Alphen waves in the B fields and shit, yo. You know, and there's no clean reconciliation between the two. And then you start looking up all these terms in geodesy, and you find all kinds of wacky shit. Same with Coriolis. Like if you were to Google image search Coriolis, you're going to see so many diagrams that are depicting Earth-based Coriolis wrong, like showing the deflection going in the opposite way that it actually would go if you map it out. So, no, I don't begrudge anyone for wanting to like drop out of physics or something when they're taught shit like this about the globe and it's not making any damn sense. Cabbageoid. You can lie with statistics. Absolutely right, sheepdog. You know, the globe is something that people create out of margins of error that they also create in order to produce a globe. You know, it's why their curvature measurements are just so far out of reach, just right there. They can't really get to
Statistics is anything but truth.
it. I like that. It has to be, right? I mean, statistics
Yeah.
is all about building imperfect representation to simplify data.
It certainly does not mean truth. The word itself says it doesn't contain the truth. Because truth is that which is consistent with facts. Statistics is a mathematical form of bewitching.
It's even worse when you combine statistics with economics.
Yeah, and probability. They call that prediction.
I've got some fun quotes to go over. Richard Zink, design of a GPS-aided guidance, navigation, and ground and control system for trajectory control of an air vehicle. Naval Postgraduate School, BTIC 1994. Says the design, implementation, and dynamic simulation of a precise tracking trajectory controller for an unmanned aerial vehicle is presented. The design provides a natural conversion of commands and other measured outputs, such as GPS signals, from an inertial reference frame to a body-fixed reference frame, flat tangent plane, simplifying the nonlinear dynamics to provide a robust, highly accurate tracking controller. Yeah, well, good enough there.
Amazing.
Posted. There's another one from Tiago Oliveira. Low-cost INS GPS data fusion with extended common filter for airborne applications. University of Lisbon, 2012. Okay. Tiago says, the current performance achieved by low-cost IMUs is still relatively poor due to the large inertial sensor errors. Yeah, those MEMS sensors and voltage, they don't like it. However, significant performance improvements can be made by using tightly coupled integration where the extended common filter projects the GPS data into a linearized local navigation frame, developing a robust navigation system that can deal with large sensor errors. Next, from Yun Chen, modeling and simulation of UAV static soaring based on multi-hole probe, 2021. He says the ground frame is an inertial coordinate frame. The curvature of the Earth is ignored, called the flat Earth. E. Jansen and M. Eklund. Orientation estimation of a rigid multi-body system using accelerometers, gyroscopes, and
Many
geometry.
of these things sound like pseudo devices.
Yeah, they're saying what they could do. Probably for getting money. Just goes on and on. Like, I've got so many of these. Simplified calculations can approximate the formal uncertainties and estimates of the spherical harmonic coefficient. The calculations model the Earth locally as a plane, producing errors negligible for wavelengths shorter than the radius of the Earth, making the simple flat Earth approximation much more powerful for refining GPS tracking accuracy.
What? Wavelengths shorter than the radius of the Earth? I mean,
everything lower than ELF, you know?
Yeah, but the visible electromagnetic spectrum is from like 350 nanometers to about 750 nanometers.
Yep.
So, how can the radius of the Earth be comparable with 700 nanometers or 300 nanometers?
Basically,
That
the
is,
errors are negligible, period. Means you can't really tell the difference between what is and isn't an error in this case.
yeah.
You know, because of the wavelength constraint being size of Earth's radius required to differentiate.
Well, in just 1 millimeter, you have 1 million nanometers.
In practice, a total station makes a flat Earth assumption so that the vertical components of measurements can be removed with simple trigonometry, as practice projects the measurements into the horizontal plane defined by the local gravitational normal vector, preventing major horizontal errors in GPS point derivation. Oh, that's interesting. Treat the Earth flat and you prevent GPS errors. Yeah, I'll post that one.
They're having a very hard time to disprove flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, from everything you read so far, it's obvious they struggle a lot.
Mm-hmm. Here's another one. In many applications, the local east-north up Cartesian coordinate system, that's one of the two that's coupled together in ECEF, is far more intuitive and practical than ECEF or geodetic coordinates. We present a sensor fusion approach to integrate gyroscope, velocity sensor, and GPS with the goal of improving the precision of localization. The experiments show that the integration scheme not only yields precise estimation, but satisfies the real-time requirement. It's with RTK radio propagation, where they refine GPS positioning. But here they're basically using a flat Earth horizontal reference plane to enrich and improve the accuracy of GPS.
Yeah. And they apply the 6 Cartesian axis of 3D space to it.
The most intuitive forms of representation would be the representation of a situation in local topocentric 3D Cartesian east-north up coordinates. Only the metric 3D Cartesian system, which represents the real positional relations between the objects, allows reality-true computations. Yep, so we can see that one. That is by M. Wei. Title is Coordinate Frames and Transformation in GNSS Ray Tracing for Autonomous Driving in Urban Areas.
When did he post this?
2023.
Fascinating.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff is recent.
Yeah, this guy's work is interesting.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's getting close to something. To some of my research.
Ah, I think I know.
Yeah.
Keep it up. GNSS receiver observations can be used to provide the absolute pose and scale for SLAM systems and limit drift. In modern SLAM systems, we found that an optimization-based method has been proven to have higher accuracy. We first studied the data alignment method of two devices, basically where they're transforming to a local Euclidean plane. That part you have to read further on to get. Unfortunately, it's not bite-sized. In order to navigate the integration of GNSS and INS data is typically resolved in the local tangent plane. This significantly simplifies the integration algorithms and provides high accuracy pedestrian tracking by eliminating the complex global coordinate transport rate. What do they mean by transport rate? They mean the rate of deviation from a Cartesian vector to a non-Cartesian.
Yeah.
I think I said that right.
Yeah, on a sphere. Cartesian axis don't make much sense because the sphere is the illusion of a rotating cube.
Yeah, the points. Yep.
When the cube is rotating on all 3D space Cartesian axis, it actually describes a sphere.
Yeah, simple conversion.
Yeah.
Without regard to measured distances can allow for transformation between one and the other. Here, that's what this says by Earl Burkholder, Designing a Local Coordinate System, 2001. He says, now better measurements can be made with equipment such as EDM, that's electronic distance measuring, like lasers, GPS, and photogrammetric mapping. Systematic error corrections for the grid scale factor are required to preserve the accuracy of modern measurements. A local coordinate system, tangent plane, treats a portion of the Earth's surface as if it was flat and allows spatial data users to preserve the accuracy of modern measurements. Preserve. That doesn't say to compromise. We have preservation and improvement of accuracy going on and on by ditching the globe and using local flat coordinates.
To go down, you need to dig. To go up, you need wings.
Earl Burkholder writes in Systematic Error, Low Distortion Projections, and the 3D Global Spatial Data Model. He writes, cartographers use map projections to flatten the Earth. The distance distortion limit adopted for the UTM zones is 1 in 2,500 feet, while a 1 in 10,000 distance distortion limit was adopted for zones within the original state plane coordinate system. Low distortion projection limits distance distortion. So if you use standard geodetic projections like universal transverse Mercator, mathematically guarantees that your systematic error is going to be 1 in 2,500. And says structural engineering basically can't really survive those tolerances. They need something more accurate. So use a flat Earth tangent plane, an LDP, a low distortion projection is what they call that instead.
Yeah.
So for a lot of these papers, they're not going to come out and say it in plain language to make it obvious in many cases. Not in all. I'm reading some of the more obvious ones here, but the one I just read is an example where they're admitting that a flat Earth assumption improves accuracy, but they don't want to put it in those words. I mean, it hurts them. It bothers them. They want to have their cake and eat it too. These people aren't flat Earthers necessarily. They believe the Earth's a globe and that they're justified in making these,
Well, I can
recalculations.
explain to you why it bothers them. It's not just about pushing that they would be pushing the idea of a flat Earth. It's about that you actually technologically
What have you taken, sir?
achieve the ability for having coordinate precision. And when you use remote control devices like drones and stuff, having very good topological precision is a military advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Sir,
Absolutely
may
is.
I ask if you have taken something? Any chemical substances in the last 24 hours? Thank you.
Mind your own business.
I take it as a yes.
Who cares? It's his business.
Take it what you want.
So, Get, I came across this. Do you remember the name Jesse Kozlowski, main surveyor?
Kind of.
Yeah, he's one of the theodolite guys who
Yeah.
to have measured reciprocal zenith angles and proved the Earth is a
I
globe.
know that guy. We spoke
guy.
about few months ago. Yeah, I remember.
Guess what I found? I found a paper of his from 2006, before
Yeah.
flat Earth was a big topic. The title of the paper by Jesse Kozlowski, I'll provide the link here, reads, GPS and electronic distance measurements. Why don't they match?
Uh-oh.
There, I posted it. You can read his paper. That's him.
Yeah.
So the damning quote, I'll read for the audience. The first thing you would probably do is measure the distance with your electronic distance measuring device. After reducing the slope distance to a horizontal distance, you might record something very close to 354.838 meters. As it turns out, this distance actually is the ground distance between these two marks. When you inverse the pair of state plane coordinates, that's the globe, you get a distance that is very different from the one you measured. The inverse grid length is 354.8048 meters, which is 33 millimeters shorter than what you measured. What's going on here? Well, GPS stole 33 millimeters. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
This incremental stealing happens over such short distances where the stealing occurs in like the 9th or 10th decimal place, which is far too insignificant for most people to require and use in their daily lives. But it absolutely adds up over a massive scale. Now, how many decimal points over? It's not really 9 or 10. It's probably less than that. But just as an example to provide an idea of what we're talking about here. The actual
You know what
measured
that reminds me
distances.
of, Yoder?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, you know what that reminds me of? That scene from Office Space when they were stealing from all the bank accounts. All we'll
Yeah,
just take it from
exactly.
5 or 6 decimals.
Yeah, like that Johnny Cash song where he's stealing parts from an auto factory and built his own car over time. Nobody notices. This is what's happening, man. Like GPS provides coordinates, but the distance needs validation. And when surveyors like this, like Jesse Kozlowski, goes out as he writes in his paper and surveys these distances, they don't match GPS. They don't match coordinates.
Yeah.
GPS is coordinate based, right?
And he's
GPS.
saying the flat planar measurement is the only true reality.
Yeah. Linear line of sight distance from A to B, flat.
Yeah.
Your GPS is stealing your Earth. So the GPS, or the map coordinate calculated distance between New York and Paris, is absolutely based on an assumed distance and angle relationship to the stars. 100%. And we know that that's not consistent because they developed the geoid model.
Yeah.
So, and then they use refraction corrections. Whatever the geoid can't steal, refraction will take care of the rest. And then they'll make it match. They force their measurements to match the model.
Yeah, and they want to say that actually refraction is caused by the radius of the Earth or by gravity.
By gravity, correct? Yes.
Yeah. And actually, when you invoke gravity as the cause of refraction, they are actually directly pointing to the radius.
Mm-hmm. And their radius can't be straight either. It has to curve, deflect. You know what I read? So modern GPS systems rely on ground towers. We've all heard of this. We know what this is. RTK, real-time kinematics. These ground towers, there are 1,300 of them, at least. I mean, that we know about, at least that I've heard about and used around the world.
Yeah.
They help provide these refinements. Now, here's the thing. If you look at GPS accuracy without the enrichment of ground-based towers, GPS is just as accurate as the ELORAN system from World War II. Isn't that a coincidence? Something like 60 meters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Isn't that a coincidence?
would,
The satellites are just as good as the ground towers that were in place 50 years prior?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Do you guys ride motorcycles?
Sorry, what?
Do you ride motorcycles?
No, I don't. I want to talk about Earth.
What's a motorcycle? It's like a bicycle.
With the vroom vroom engine, yes.
Oh, you are clown.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have fun
Thank you, brother.
being useless.
Yeah.
So anyway, Get, what do you think of that? That modern satellite-based navigation is claimed to be just as accurate is the ground-based radio
LORAN. Yeah,
navigation system,
it
LORAN.
doesn't surprise me, and it kind of makes sense to me because as a child, as an ex-evil hacker in my childhood, my greatest dream was to hack these bloody satellites, in space.
Yeah.
I
Do
I
it.
really wanted to hack it, to drive it over my city, and to take myself a selfie.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't work because they don't exist. You can't hack what doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah.
So whenever I caught some big systems and stuff, they always been big centers, ground servers, ground satellite antennas. But these antennas, arrays, they broadcast radio signal, and worldwide we have many of these broadcasting antennas, and those signals that they broadcast, those antennas have network cable connections between them, so they are synchronized. So those radio waves they are broadcasting are also synchronized in the air above the world, and it makes like circular, like toroids above the earth. So whenever you point a receiver antenna towards that toroidal band, you get a signal from there as it was being broadcast by something up in the space. But it's actually the ground antennas that are broadcasting it. And multiple broadcasting radio antennas, they create this radio wave resonance, and that has a amplification effect. It's like when you listen to a home theater system like 8+1, or and there is that surround sound effect. You cannot tell from which direction the sound is coming when you are in that center point of resonance. And when you move slightly a little bit away, only then you can actually perceive slightly like where the sound is coming from. And this is what happens also with the satellite dishes. In some countries, when you were close to these broadcasting antennas, you could you don't need to point your satellite dish to the sky. You just point at those uh, broadcasting antennas on the ground, and you still receive satellite TV. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't make sense for me. Why do we believe there are satellites in space? And even the Sputnik hoax, the Russians didn't launch any bare metal thing up there in the sky. They built the Duga wall, radio broadcasting antennas array, just like HARP. Because the world's magnetic field is a toroid. So when you broadcast these radio waves, they propagate according to the shape of that toroid. They form circular bands above the world in the sky. And nowadays, yeah, it looks like after decades of spraying these chemtrails and all sorts of metals, but nanoparticles, there is scientific proof. They found in this kind of biotechnology where they sprinkle some metallic nanoparticles in cell tissue, and using radio waves they can make those nanoparticles, metallic nanoparticles, to move on plus minus XYZ axis. So those particles act as if they were some kind of machines, and they can physically do things at cellular level.
Can I make a comment here?
Yeah.
Do you know that the Soviets launched 179 rockets into space before we landed on the moon?
No, I don't know.
That's the number. So I don't think they faked 179 rocket launches, of which, hold on, let me give you the stats on that. They were 8 man crews and lots of let's see, we had 95 launches at the same time.
Yeah.
They put dogs into space. They put women into space.
Like
They had crews. They had a hell of a lot, even before we reached the moon. But I didn't realize there was that many, 179 rockets into space before we landed on the moon. That's the only thing we beat them at, was they put the first woman, they put the first dog, they put the first monkey, everything. They beat
But
us
how
on
do
everything.
we know they put?
That's how many recorded were. We knew that we found
Well,
Sputnik by
no.
accident, basically.
Those 179,
Uh-huh.
that's a claim that they did that, but how do we
If
know
we
they did that?
disputed it, we would dispute it. If we were in such a race and there was any like falseness going on, we would have exposed it.
Not necessarily, not unless there's political gain.
Okay, I understand.
You
Okay,
know, well, listen,
Yeah.
like Charlie
I
Wilson,
understand. Go
Secretary
ahead.
of Defense Charlie Wilson, upon hearing of the Sputnik
Mm-hmm.
claim, was on CBS News.
Mm-hmm.
He told the world that it was a scientific trick. Why would he call it that?
Turned it out, it wasn't. It's still up there.
Oh,
If let me see if it's
it
still up
turns out
there.
it
Hold on, I
wasn't.
don't know that for a fact. Hold on a second.
Turns out it
I'll be
Yeah,
back.
wasn't.
I'll be
well,
back. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay. I've got
uh,
I've got dinner on the table as well. But I just wanted to point out
Dominoes?
179 launches, of which men died. Soviet astronauts died as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
more
they
than they will
shoot these
admit.
up over flat
oh,
Earth. All right, here's a link.
I mean, I can say 100 unicorns also died. And why wouldn't my claim be true? For example, I met Elder Dorelli. This guy was the engineer that built the Trans-Siberian rail track. He was in very good relations with the Tsar Alexander, and he told me when I was young, when I was like 6 years old or so, Elder Dorelli was 106. And he told me that the Tsar was killed. And he told me which people killed him. He
Yeah,
knew.
we know.
He ran away from Russia and came to Romania, and he worked in Bucharest and then moved to my city in Timișoara. I knew him personally, in person. I spoke
You're saying
with.
Tsar Nicholas II?
Sorry?
What? So wait, who are we talking about now? Tsar Nicholas? What?
Tsar
I gotta go. I'm sorry. It's good
Alexander.
chatting with you. Tsar Alexander.
Yeah. Ah, yeah. Tsar Nicholas. Sorry, I was thinking about the Greek Alexander. I'm tired right now.
We can tell because you just spitting out bullshit.
Yeah. So, if those people who killed the Tsar are the same people who rule Hollywood,
Oh, I know about this. I took Ace Euro history.
why would
Ain't
I believe that
okay.
the system that governs USA is any different than the system that governs Russia, or the system that governs Europe, or the system that governs China or Japan? They are all the same system, different clothing. So, if the Russians say, we sent 179 rockets into space, and USA joined the race, they have to compete to show off that they are better. I don't fucking believe it. It's a hoax played by both sides to dumb down your mind.
As you say to us, prove it. Prove it that they aren't. They didn't.
Yeah, the show is going on for 100 years, and in the last 120 years, the proof is all the horrible crimes that took place. That's the proof. The proof is in the blood. They make
Genuinely, what
fake
the hell are you talking
news.
about?
They make fake news that some
Prove that it's fake.
stupid ass
What are we
astronauts
talking
died.
about?
We are talking about rockets.
No, you weren't. You were just talking about the damn czar. You switch up your stories
It's
more than I
okay.
did.
It's okay. We can move on to another subject. Go ahead. Over. I'm having dinner.
Bon appetit. May it be in good health.
Same to you. I always try to be polite.
Yeah, it's very good.
Eat pizza for dinner, Clive?
It's never bad.
No, but my car friggin' won't start. I think it's either the starter or the battery, but it's doing that tick, 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 tick. Now, if you hit the starter with a lug wrench and it starts, then it's a starter. So my son will be home
Like, is
soon.
it
He'll
jerking?
figure it.
Like your car
I'm sorry.
pulling back or no?
It won't start.
Oh shit. My mom had the same problem with her work truck. I was like, bro, oh my god.
Yeah, the coals might be
Yeah,
gone.
I put about 45,000 miles a year on it.
Oh, yeah, that might be. Refurbish the starter if the
Yeah.
gears are still good.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's what I'll do.
Guys, you want to hear a secret?
Go
My
ahead.
birthday is August 30th, period.
Oh, August. Hmm. So it's no longer a secret.
Exactly. The whole world is going to know.
Who from?
What did you say?
From who?
From me. I'm going to make a huge announcement. And I'm going to have a really big party in Miami and everybody's invited. Cause
Oh,
period.
yeah. But how will the gypsies from Romania will hear?
Because I'm gonna FaceTime them. Duh. They can't join the party unless they're too broke to come down to Miami. But everybody's gonna be on FaceTime, and we're gonna have a huge, big party. I'm gonna have this huge cake, and I'm basically gonna have this huge, what is it called? Trampoline. So when I get on top of the roof of my house, I can jump down on the trampoline, and then like party explode and all of that, and then like go out shopping, and then
Bungee
yeah.
jumping.
No, I can't bungee jump. I'm too scared. No, I don't even like flights.
You don't like to act like you're floating in space?
No, bungee jumping is scary. I've been seeing too many cases of the zip ties breaking, and I swear, like, I'm going to come back alive and hunt you because why wasn't my zip ties, you know, up to
Hmm.
part?
What do you think
That's
it
why
will
I
happen
don't go
if
to no
you...
other countries. I don't do that. Like people, it's too many cases of people getting killed and murdered and going missing. I would stay in the States. I like the States.
Oh.
Mostly Florida. I would stay here.
Mm-hmm.
I watch a lot of those crime shows on YouTube. It seems like just about every single one of them is Florida.
Excuse me, Florida's not a bad state. Don't ever. No, some crazy shit be going on in Florida. I can't say that. But, like, actually, you're right. DJ, why the hell am I arguing against you? I ain't seen them cases too. I just hope this shit never becomes me because I don't fuck with that, no.
It's my
You
wife was saying,
know,
like, notice they're always in Florida. And then every single new one we watch, it's like, in Florida. It was like, wow, every time.
I'm not American, but wanna know why I would visit USA?
Why?
I'd like to explore this wildlife, the Twicker geographic.
What wildlife specifically?
Twicker geographic. In the concrete jungle, there are some specific wildlife, unique. And they have these, they mimic standing statues, you know? You don't get it.
I'm trying, man.
One day, I'm gonna go to France and I'm gonna have a real good French accent and like I'm just gonna be like the worst French person ever.
French is very dangerous for you.
France? Why?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, France is a
It's very
shithole now.
dirty and a lot of crime.
Crying?
Yeah, in
Y'all
France,
heard
yeah.
that in Broward, a famous yeah, she was famous, but a famous music artist, she got shot. Her name was Bree. I loved her music, bro. I don't know why they
Yeah.
shot her, bro. Like people are weird as fuck in Florida in Broward.
France has one of the highest criminal rates in Europe.
France?
Yeah.
Oh, cause all them immigrants going over there. They need to close them borders.
Well, I haven't seen any white French.
I be seeing on Twitter with that immigrant case of that guy stabbing that man. I was like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
and another case of a guy trying to rape a female and the guy done pushed him off. I don't know what the fuck. Like, it's like nothing of racism because we all human at the end of the day. But like certain people, they just don't need to be coming in my country because I would be damned if one of my family members got killed because somebody wants to just open up their legs and let everybody in fucking border. Like, no, not how that works. Fucking
Yeah.
weirdos. Oh my god.
But France actually deserve what she's getting right now.
But France is like a nice place. I thought it was like the place of like love or whatever.
Fake
It used to
love.
be. Now it's a shithole
Pseudo
run
love.
by immigrants.
Have
If
any
you
of
want
y'all
to
watched
see
Tyler
that,
Oliveira? Y'all don't know who that is? He's a really
Yeah, I
good
know who it
documentary.
is. I haven't watched it.
I recommend you Romania.
I'm in Poland. It's really good here as well. We don't have any of those problems like France has.
Yep, that's true.
Give me 1 second. I have to set up something.
How many languages do you speak? Only English?
Tout le monde deux.
Rocket science is a form of flatulence worship. Sleeping in my car. You back?
Yo, what's up, boys?
Welcome back. Good, good. Keeping awake.
Nice. What time is it for you right now?
2 a.m. 2:40.
Oh, damn. Why'd you go to sleep, dude?
Yeah, I'm in the wild right now.
Oh, what? What do you mean in the wild? Like you're outside in the
In the
forest or something?
wild, next to a forest.
Damn, at almost 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
Nice. You don't hear any weird animals or freaky people out there?
No, they stay away from me.
You don't see any people wearing like black hoods out there holding candles or anything?
No, I don't need that. That's pollution.
Yeah, well, that's where I hear that people hold all those weird seances and stuff out in the forest, bro. They, like sacrifice people and stuff out there.
Yeah.
Just stories, of course, but you know,
I don't see any of those here.
maybe like an American thing, I guess.
Being here, I make sure they don't do that.
You're like a superhero, dude.
Yeah.
Good on ya.
It's good to sleep in the grass from time to time under the sky.
You're stronger than me, bro. I don't want any bugs crawling in my ears or anything.
uh, you need to push your aura, to extend it.
Oh, so the bugs don't bother you?
Yeah, if you keep it inside you, then they come next to you. But if you push outward your aura, your body aura, your coherence, then it keeps them away. That's your shield.
How does one learn how to do something like that?
You need to make your blood bitter taste.
Bro,
Yeah, I'm
how would
Romanian. Have you heard
how do I
of
do that?
Dracula?
Yes, I have heard of Dracula.
Yeah.
You just eat like a bunch of garlic, or
Um, yeah, a bunch of garlic is quite the word, because if you want garlic to have like medicinal effects, you need to eat quite a lot, like 6 or 8 cloves
oh, it's not
in
too
one
bad,
day.
right?
Huh?
Wait, the clove is like a little piece, right? It's not like the
Oh
whole like.
no, a whole one.
Damn.
Yeah, 6 or
Holy,
8
yeah, that's a
of
lot,
them.
bro.
Yeah, it's a lot. If you eat that much, the whole day you'll be stinky.
Oh, that's what you mean by your aura pushing away the animals.
No, it's not
Oh, gotcha,
that.
gotcha.
um, your consciousness is a field. It's a neutrino particles field.
Hmm. I've never heard of this before.
Yeah, I know.
Interesting.
Have you ever heard of heptalogos?
No, never heard of that either.
Yeah. That's why I ask you, because I know nobody did.
What is that word?
But everyone will soon hear.
What is that stuff? Is it like another aura thing or?
No, it's the word of the seven.
Seven? Like
Yeah.
people or?
No, seven is uh, the Metatron lion.
That's his name?
Yeah.
Metatron Lion. Named the Seven.
You know him from Greek mythology as the Griffon. Griffon.
Yeah, I've heard of the Griffin before. Okay.
Yeah. But that is actually a scenery living being, and he comprehends the whole logic. He is the whole logic complete, the full truth of this world. He is a color vector, spatial, temporal, um, computing paradigm.
How does one interact with the Seven?
You have to make them.
How do you make them?
Yeah, it's a logical architecture. It's a CPU. You have to build it.
Hello.
Oh, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I've got an argument that concludes with the Earth isn't flat.
You have an
What's up?
argument that the Earth is flat?
No, I said I have an argument that concludes with the Earth isn't flat.
That concludes that the Earth is flat. So what's the argument?
For the Earth not being flat?
Sorry?
I mean, I would just put in a side chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see it too. Really hope
First
it's
time
something new and
ever.
original. Let's see.
First time ever.
Really hope it's not anything to do with an asteroid hitting a plate or something. I really hope it's not a donut.
I hope not.
I hope it's something original and actually creative.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Now I'm on my knees. I want to take you there.
Here it is. The Earth isn't flat.
Oh, that's from Sheepdog.
Why would you even say that?
Is that it?
Of course it's not flat.
How do you know that?
I can see.
You can see. Where did you see the Earth not flat from?
An airplane?
What? I've never seen curvature from an airplane. That's crazy. Did you actually go down and see how the Earth was measured to see and conclude and verify what it is that you actually observed was true?
Like, the higher you
Yeah.
go, the flatter it looks.
So here
Oh,
I'll explain how I came to that conclusion. So let's say you have star A, right? And I'm looking at it right now. From where I'm standing, it's nighttime, and I can see star A in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
People in other
Okay.
countries won't be able to see that star.
I wait, hold on.
Why not?
I was gonna give the argument.
Get clapped.
Oh,
Hold on,
okay.
I
So
was gonna give
check
the
this out.
argument. You guys are
Well, you
engaging
said
with
you're going to
somebody
post it
new.
up in the side chat. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
it's in the
post it up
side
in the
chat right
side
now.
chat. That's where you said you're going to post it.
Yeah, it's in the side chat right now.
Okay, here it is. PT. If the Earth is flat, then the not flat Earth view contains a logical contradiction. P towards Q. P2. The not flat Earth view doesn't contain a logical contradiction.
Brother,
Minus
what the
Q
fuck
in
is this?
parentheses. C. Therefore, the Earth isn't flat. Minus
Well, I have
P in parentheses. Wow.
Yeah, I think the
had a
star
contention
thing.
with that first part
I think the
and the
star thing
second
makes
So
part
more sense.
just to
and the
be
Where
third
is the
part.
okay, so
logic in this?
there's like 5 people talking at once. Maybe it should be wiser
This
to
was
give one.
supposed to be a modus tollem.
Yeah, it is.
It isn't.
It is. The form is if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
No, it isn't.
Okay, so is P1 a material conditional?
It's supposed to be
P1.
more something like
If the Earth is
corresponds
flat,
or
that's an if statement.
Yeah, followed up by the negation of what?
You put the condition if the Earth is flat. You cannot say then the Earth is flat because it isn't.
Alright, so
You started
okay,
with
look,
the
so
premise that it isn't flat.
Shit. I'll take that.
so look, the argument's
Listen,
form is
when you say if the Earth is flat, you're not saying the Earth is flat.
okay. I
It's a
mean, like,
logical
what's the contention
contradiction
here?
what you did here.
Do you think that the argument concluding with the Earth isn't flat is
Well, here's the
invalid?
thing. You said
No,
that if the Earth is flat, then the not flat Earth contains a contradiction, and then you
Yeah.
said if the not flat Earth is not flat, then there's no contradiction.
Not what I said. No. So the second part is just the negation of the first part, or sorry, um,
Right.
yeah, it's the negation of the
You're
first part of the
removing the
conditional.
flat Earth from it, and you're saying that it doesn't have a contradiction, which would be true if it wasn't flat. But because it's flat, there's a contradiction.
That's not the contradiction.
That's the whole point. It
No,
was
do you
true
think?
until we found out there was a contradiction, and now that there's a contradiction, it's no longer if P then Q, it's if P then
Okay,
P.
just hold on. Okay, just to be clear, hold on, sorry, just to be extremely clear, are you saying that um because the Earth actually is flat, then any view saying the Earth isn't flat is contradictory?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay, you
Yeah,
understand
I
why?
think it's what he said.
Hold on. Let me engage. You
Go ahead.
understand why? Yeah, you understand why. So the reason, so it would just be factually incorrect. It wouldn't be a contradiction. So if you're saying that it would be factually incorrect because the Earth actually is flat, then I would agree. But the argument is just talking about there being a logical contradiction.
You're just trying to overcomplicate a simple if P then P.
No, so you think that if something is factually correct, then any view that negates that is contradictory. That's just not the case.
No, any view that is contradictory is contradictory.
That's an analytic truth. You're repeating the same thing twice in the same context or whatever, right? Look, I'm
Right, but
saying that.
it doesn't refute the truth. The truth is the truth, and anything that's not the truth
Okay.
isn't the truth.
Okay, so do you think that the not flat Earth view does contain a logical contradiction, or it doesn't?